Podziemski dribbles on Nate Williams. Stops on the logo. Waits for Butler. He'll pop out on the left wing. Waits for Draymond. Screen set. Butler over to Podziemski. Pump fake. Dribbles in. Finds Draymond. Top of the key three. It's good! Draymond Green. He hits a clutch three in Clutch City.
He certainly does, Tim Roy. The great Tim Roy on the call right there. I want to show some love for Tim on this Valentine's Day here in the Bay. Good morning to all of you. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the weekend. Again, it is Love Day, Valentine's Day, Heart Day, whatever you want to call it. So if you haven't bought those flowers, chocolates, gifts, this, that, and the other, go do that because you need to tell your person in your life that you're meaningful to them. And don't give me the, I tell them that every single day BS. No. You got to do it today. I don't care if they're sick. I don't care if you have someone else in mind. Go tell your mom if you need to, if you don't have anyone. All right? Your dad, I don't care. All right, Joe Shasky, hell of a win last night. 105-98. Draymond Green with the clutch three, his only three-point make of the night. Steph with 27. Moses Moody, all he does is score double-figure points. And you go 3-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. You salvage the road trip at 3-3, and you head into the All-Star break at 28-27, a game over 500. I'm feeling great, Joe Shasky.
I'm feeling amazing, and I'm about to pull a Rambo, so just hang tight as I rat-a-tat-tat some of these takes. Put the Warriors to the side for 1 minute. Count it out, 1 minute. Valentine's is the most overrated holiday of all the holidays. Happy birthday to my mother, whose birthday happens to fall on Valentine's Day. I love you, Mom. You're the best. I just know that I absolutely love you. You're my biggest fan. I don't know why. And just know that we all love you and we wouldn't be anywhere without you. And just shout out to all the moms out there, but in particular, my mother and my father would have been celebrating and are celebrating their 45th wedding anniversary on Sunday. So nice. This time is always an emotional one for me. That being said, Valentine's is hands down the most overrated hallmark garbage freaking holiday of the year.
Why?
It is ridiculous. Because the expectations of the man are through the roof, and in this equality world that we live in, you're supposed to get jewelry and chocolates and flowers, and everything goes through the roof. You want to talk about inflation? The prices of roses the week of Valentine's are through the roof for something you're going to throw out in 7 days.
It doesn't have to be roses. It could be sunflowers. It could be lilies. It doesn't have to be roses.
All right, now the 60 seconds is up. Let's get to the Warriors. They closed out a game in the final 5 minutes, and they looked really good in the half court. Now, there was a couple of mistakes. Steph Curry throwing the ball into no man's land. I mean, geez Louise. Draymond Green hitting the three late in that game. Podziemski with the step throughs. And then Jimmy Butler running some of that high pick and roll action off ball after making the pass in the corner to Draymond Green. So many great things to love from that final 5-6 minutes. I don't care. It's the Rockets. You got to stack wins. I'm happy that they played. That was a big win. Huge momentum, 3-1 since the Jimmy Butler deal. You got to love it. You got 8 days off until your next game. Let's go.
The Rockets coming out to play.
You feel like that? Was that Draymond yesterday? The Rockets coming out to play? I got to say this about the Rockets. I thought the Rockets were absolutely going to blow out the Warriors yesterday because I was under the impression when this show ended that, I don't think Steph's going to play or Draymond. But, the news came down that, hey, it's going to be Steph. It's going to be Dre. It's going to be Jay. Everyone's playing tonight. So they even felt the desperation in that own locker room. The disappointing they lost in Dallas was not going to bleed in to the next day.
Yes.
So they played all their guys that were available. Pat Spencer, come on down. They went with a different lineup, the starting lineup, and I liked it.
I like Pat Spencer.
He had some plays. I wasn't mad at him.
I like him more than everybody else does, and that's fine.
No,
I know he's not a difference maker.
Goo was gassing him up yesterday. Goo likes him too.
Shocker. Goo likes somebody who's played a couple of minutes.
Don't go to my guy Goo. He was looking fresh yesterday. Him, Mark Spears, Sal Castaneda.
He didn't tell us where he was going, and it was a private party.
That's right, because, hey, he's a private person. Draymond Green, Jimmy Buckets, Steph Curry, Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski in that starting lineup. I love that.
I did too.
And we heard Steve Kerr after the game. We're going to hear from Steve Kerr. He's going to be a mainstay in that starting lineup going forward, Brandon Podziemski, till Kuminga comes back, obviously. We'll see how that changes things. And again, starting lineup, we've talked about it. You and Bonte have talked about it. And speaking of Bonte, he's going to be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour as he does each Friday here on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky.
Speaking of Valentine's, you think he has a change of heart and now he's loving the Jimmy Butler deal?
I'm just well-rounded.
He is just well-rounded. You know what? Pivot, don't panic. That's what you taught him all these years, Joe Shasky.
I'm good with that.
So you know what? And I'm going to defend Valentine's Day because you know what? It's a holiday centered on love and showing appreciation for someone. And you know what? That's okay in my book. Benny is so excited. Young Benjamin, my 5-year-old, he is so excited. He made a bunch of different Valentine's Day and goodie bags for all of his classmates today, Joe Shasky. Oh. And you know what he said? Awesome. There's a specific girl in his class. I think Chloe's her name. And he's like, you know what? When I give this to Chloe, I think she's going to give me a hug. How cute is that?
Oh, my gosh.
How cute. A hug, I know, it's a big deal. In TK,
Joe, I mean, might have to have the talk pretty soon.
Relax over there. My father did have 10 kids. But this, that, and the other, Valentine's Day is showing appreciation. You know what? I appreciate the young guys on this Golden State Warriors team right now. Brandon Podziemski, hey, 7-17. Hey, he was getting the shots up, and I wasn't mad at it yesterday.
I thought the first 2 quarters he was excellent, and the first quarter in particular, it set the tone.
The energy, right?
100%. The balancing of the floor, and look, is he a little hesitant at times?
Yes.
Absolutely. There's undeniable. But when he hit that left-handed layup off the off foot in the fourth quarter, I don't think he makes that a week or two ago.
The Euro step, is that the one?
It was a really nice play.
He's been really good with that Euro lately. And I want to shout out again Moses Moody, another double-digit point performance from Moses Moody, who was playing tremendous defense.
His defense with Pods, I think the two of them combined for like 7 or 8 steals and a couple of blocks. I thought they did a great job trapping late in the game. Because to me, situationally, the Warriors have been pathetic defensively.
Speaking of pathetic
late in games.
Pathetic yesterday. The offense of the Houston Rockets, and credit the Warriors defense. Again, Moses Moody, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. Amen Thompson. I like him.
He's so good.
He does 5 turnovers yesterday.
I know, but
you got to attack these young guys.
What's he, 19?
He's super young.
I mean, he's going to be amazing.
Again, I always say it, when LeBron James has body envy of you, I'm going to take notice, and Amen Thompson is a physical freak. But again, only 4 points yesterday, 2 of 7. Dylan Brooks didn't do anything basically yesterday.
Thank God.
Yeah, right? Alperen Şengün, a guy who's an all-star, who's legit.
Who's giving us fits.
Only 10 points, 4 of 10. They did a great job on him. Aaron Holiday, he got his, but 2 of 9 from the three-point line, 25 points for him. So inefficiency basically everywhere. And it wasn't a great offensive game from either team, but that was the kind of win you needed. After a grinded out, loss the night before, being able to come back because you almost blew the game because you had a 20-point lead. But that was a win that I think they needed for the mentals.
Absolutely.
They blew the lead, but you have Jimmy Butler back, and you have Jimmy Butler in these situations now to help you right the ship. And
Joe,
you brought it up, Joe Shasky, slowing everything down, half court. Hey, Pods, Moody, go to the corner. Steph, Draymond, other side.
Yep.
Let's high pick and roll. He's just going to cut right to the basket. Just, again, going back to Moses, parting the Red Sea, easy layup. Clutch.
They need to play. Look, do I want them to blow everyone out? Of course I do, but that's not realistic. The reality is they need to play in as many close games as possible so that they can figure out the final 5 minutes and start to feel confident. Every Warrior fan thought the same thing yesterday. Uh-oh. Right? Yeah. 6 minutes to go. Uh-oh. What's going to happen? And credit to the Warriors and Steve Kerr for putting out the appropriate combinations of players out there. He subbed Looney out after I thought Looney was good, gave them some good minutes, and put Draymond back in, and they galvanized themselves. And I thought that they played a much better brand of basketball in the half court offensively. Steph, you're going to play with the ball. Jimmy, now you're going to play with the ball. All right, now we're going to run action where Steph is screening and everyone's going to jump on him. And then, to your point, Jimmy cuts back door. Jimmy's going to get the ISO out on the perimeter all by himself. Steve Kerr needed that, and I think the team needed that. There was some good and bad yesterday from Steve Kerr. Obviously, everyone playing great. Loved that. Loved that he didn't play, Buddy Hield more than about 15 minutes yesterday. I don't know what he ended up with, but it just felt like that was a really smart move, and putting Pods back in the starting lineup. I like that.
14 minutes for Buddy.
The only negative, and I said it when they made the deal, you got to have Butler or Curry on the floor at all times. Yeah. One of the two. And there was I don't know how many total minutes. Someone could check this out. Curry, Draymond, and Butler on the bench, end of the third, and they started to fight back. Yeah. And next thing you know, boom, a 7-point swing, and Houston goes on a little run, and they have life. I hope it's a lesson learned. You have to have one of those guys on the floor at all times.
And I think we also learned that just because you add Jimmy Butler, and again, it's only been 4 games, it's hard to shake those old habits die hard.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of what we're getting out with the Warriors. They had a 20-point lead, 20-plus point lead multiple times in that game, and they tricked it off late. Sure, Steve Kerr, but also the players, too. They have this switch in their brain that just shuts off for some reason when adversity hits late in the fourth quarter. They just turn into just a dumb team sometimes. I was like, what are we doing? Like, there is championship medal from 3 of those guys on the team. I know Jimmy hasn't won one. He's been to the finals twice. He's a championship type of player. Him, Steph, Draymond, and it was refreshing to see when push came to shove, when they needed a big bucket and they trimmed that lead to just a 2-point lead, Houston that is, Steph with a massive 3-pointer to calm everything down with 6 minutes to go. They end up taking that 9-point lead late, Draymond 3-pointer, and they come away with the victory. 28-27, 13-14 on the road, 105-98 the final, 888-957-9570. They're 3-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. Like, are you feeling this positive momentum, Dub Nation, heading into this All-Star break? And we're going to be talking about the All-Star game today because you know what? We want to create some excitement. Like, I am actually legitimately, after that win last night, I'm excited about this team and what this season's going to have in store. And I think it came at the perfect time for rest, for Jimmy, get some of that wind back under him. Steph, get those knees, ice them, double ice, triple ice. I don't know what you're doing. You need to do something. Just relax. Draymond, same thing. Great game from him last night. It could not have come at a better time with the momentum, with the Jimmy Butler addition, with all of that. And it's here in the Bay Area, downtown San Francisco. You mentioned it. You're already seeing stuff go up. Yeah. We're seeing big pictures of Giannis, KD, Steph. It's going to be awesome. And by the way, thank you. Shout out to those on YouTube, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We got Anthony Slater not in studio, it's Bonte in studio. Anthony Slater at 8 o'clock, Bonte in studio at 9, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. By the way, shameless shout-outs, 7:45. Valentine's Day. Boys, girls, come on up. Shout them out. Valentine's Day. Shameless shout-out, 7:45. Cannot wait for that. It's a fun show, man. I'm excited.
Best I've felt about the Warriors since the first 2 weeks of the season.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty straightforward to me. The other part of this is there anything more hilarious and predictable than a late Draymond Green either layup or 3-pointer that puts the team up what I would consider like night time. When he hits the shot and then he does like this as he's going back.
It's always fun.
And he does the face and everything. It's just, Dre is hilarious.
Vintage Draymond, right? Like he's talking his talk.
Steph made a great pass to him. And then Steph also had one of the worst lob turnovers late in that game to Jimmy Butler. It just
again, timing. They got to figure it out.
I love you, Steph, but like there are some turnovers that are just inexcusable from an all-time legend.
I feel you. Hey, got to the free throw line last night. Were you encouraged by that? 9 attempts.
They shot over 80% for the first time in however many consecutive games. They're the only team in the league to do that that hasn't done that since December.
Hey, that killed the Rockets yesterday. The Rockets got to the line 18 times. They were 10 of 18.
Yeah, that's not going to cut it.
No, and then the Warriors juxtaposed that 24 and 27, 89%. It was 88.9, just round it. 89% from the free throw line. That is significant. Jimmy Butler, perfect. Steph, 8 of 9. Again, it's weird. It's weird to see 8 of 9 and not perfect from Steph. It's starting to, again, I don't want to be that guy. Make those free throws, Steph, but I'm going to take it easy on you. He's had to carry this team for God knows how long. And he finally looks like he has a running mate in him, and Jimmy Butler, who didn't shoot the ball great yesterday, but again,
I thought he was rugged.
But he bakes the big buckets when they need him to, and that's why you brought in Jimmy, right?
He missed a couple layups though as well, and like the continuation of the missed layups is kind of driving the fan base insane. Yeah. It just is, and so like they've got to finish harder around the rim. I mean, that's just it's probably going to be a continued problem for this team. They desperately also need a perimeter defender to help out. They need Kuminga back in the worst way. Like they really do. The Moses Moody, I like him in the 4, not necessarily like a 3-2. I just think he gets out on somebody and they kind of dribble right around him. He either closes out too slow, too fast, jumps out too hard. That is a consistent problem for this team. But again, this is the best they've played in months as a team. And it feels like the joy is back with a variety of these guys.
Are you feeling that joy? Is it joyful to watch this team now, Dub Nation, for the first time basically all season since Joe Shasky said the first few weeks? Has that joy returned for you watching this squad? Do you have a newfound sense of optimism watching this team with Jimmy Butler? Again, they're 3-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. Probably should have been 4-0 for being quite honest. Bad loss against the Mavericks, but you know what? They bounced back today on the back end of a back-to-back against, again, a Rockets team that right now is 4th in the West. The West is really freaking good. I was just looking, and it's kind of a joke. And, you know, Adam Silver is going to be here, and I don't think this is ever going to happen, but in basketball more so than any other sport, I feel like it needs to. Like, can we do away with the West versus East and just do seeding? All 1 through whatever
playoffs.
they play. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
The fact that the 76ers at 20-34, they are 14 games under 500. They are 1 game out of the 10th spot in the East. The Warriors are 28-27 and clinging to the 10th spot in the West. No, that's a joke.
I know.
That's an absolute joke. That the Golden State Warriors may not even make it, and they could be over 500. Now, I think the Suns are fading. They've lost 3 in a row. They look like they're in shambles. I don't know what the Spurs are doing. They're giving like 50-year-old Chris Paul like starting minutes still when they got Stephon Castle barely playing. I don't know what they're doing. Are they? I think Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports said they're like quiet tanking. Like, you've ever heard of quiet quitting? Like, the Spurs are kind of quiet tanking still.
Kind of like the Giants the last couple of years.
Hey, battle for 500, baby.
Don't tell anyone.
But does that bother you,
We're
Joe?
tanking.
Like, when you look at the standings in the East versus West, and I get it. This has been a thing for the last...
My whole life.
Right, for your whole life, basically.
The Warriors won 48 games and didn't make the playoffs the year after, we believe.
Exactly.
It's the most ever, I believe. I don't know if it's still a record, but at the time, for a team to win that many games and not make the playoffs.
It's an absolute joke, though, is what I'm getting at. And I would love to see a reseeding. I don't think it's going to happen. And I get it. Like, then the argument, would be, the Cavs, like, you'd have to do, what are they doing in baseball now, where they're making the schedule just...
Well, the problem is this.
Universal schedule. I forget the name, but
if
you
I
play
said
in every
people,
team.
Name me the Pacific Division in the NBA.
No one cares. It's all the West Coast teams, basically.
Yeah, but it's stupid. Like, we all can agree. Like,
well, that used to matter. Remember that? You could win the division and you get the home court.
Automatic 4.
Yeah, because it used to be like the NFL.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, like, to me, like, I would do away with those. I would just go, basic schedule. You play everybody 3 times.
3 times. Perfect. Right?
Simple.
It's simple. Like the Cavs, the Celtics, the Knicks, Pacers, Bucks. I'll throw the Pistons. Like, those are legit teams. Magic, we'll see. They've had some injuries. They're kind of fugazi, I think, too. I love Paolo. I love Franz, but their offense is not very good. Hawks are a joke. They're going to be tanking here soon, I feel like. I know Heat culture probably won't allow that, but they've lost 4 in a row. They're in shambles. Bulls have stunk ever since Michael Jordan left. 76ers again. And then the Nets, like, it's just frustrating when I see the Warriors clinging to the 10th spot, and they would be the 6th spot, potentially, right now in the East. It's just, I'm sorry. I hate to harp on it. We got Anthony Slater coming up at 8 o'clock. Ponte Hill in studio at 9. And again, shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are streaming all day long. We got a lot to get into today because final day to qualify for the knockout, Joe Shasky. That is big. Still giving away Curry 12s, the What the Bay 12s.
Wow.
Still giving those away. Those have released today. I don't know if it was like a certain time they released, but UA.com. So check that out. But we're going to give away a pair in the 7 o'clock hour. Also, be listening for your opportunity to win a trip to Vegas, a stay at Circa, and $20,000 for you and 3 guests. So we have all that coming up today. It's a feel-good Friday. It's a payday Friday. It's an all-star game weekend Friday, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Also, check this out. Not only is the segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy will be broadcasting live tonight, Joe Shasky, from the Amador Club from 6 to 9 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. It's 85 Cigar Night, a party thrown by one Chad, formerly Johnson, Ocho Cinco, and Terrell Owens, former teammates in Cincinnati, as you know. Other celebrities on hand include Dusty Baker, Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond, Chris Mullen, Baron Davis, Jason Richardson. Just keep adding all the Warriors you can think of there, Warriors legends, and many more. Brought to you by Pickle Bash. Check that, the Celebrity Pickle Bash. For your tickets to this weekend's events, go to celebritypicklebash.com. Hey, single Evan, single Mark, getting after it tonight with Chad Ochocinco, T.O. Can't wait.
Does he really like put Ochocinco on his tax returns?
I'll tell you on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Defenders, we're looking at Curry.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, the great Tim Roy on the call right there. Love you, Timmy. Love you, Steve Kerr. He's feeling good about this team. Why shouldn't he? 105-98 win over the Houston Rockets. You're 28-27. You have momentum heading into this break. You get to relax, Steve. Chill. Hey, have a couple drinks, some cigars, maybe tonight with Evan and Grandy. Chad Ochocinco. By the way, speaking of the Warriors, and obviously Chase Center is going to be holding the All-Star game on Sunday, Joe Shasky.
Yeah.
You too can shoot hoops at Chase Center.
Bono?
Right? I'm going to tell you how. Bono?
You too?
Oh, God. Okay. That was. All right.
Let's get my guru on.
I like South Park's portrayal of
Bloody
Bono the
Sunny
best.
Monday.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. There you go. Win a chance to shoot hoops on the floor of Chase Center. We will give out a keyword sometimes between 8 and 8:30. The biddy makes him strong. Thank you. Between 8:30 and 9, when you hear the sounder, you don't have to play it now. Don't worry. Be the first to call in and give us the keyword, and you will win a spot in the tournament and a chance to shoot hoops on the court at Chase Center. Tournament will be held on Monday, March 3rd. Again, listen in the 8 o'clock hour today, 12 o'clock hour in Steiny and Goo, 4 o'clock hour of Willard Dibbs. And you have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. It is the last day to qualify for the knockout tournament. All right. Quick segment here, Joe Shasky. So that means we could talk about something that's, not full of joy right now. It's not an unpleasant conversation. It just needs to happen. I'm having a very hard time picturing Buddy Hield in a Golden State Warrior uniform at the start of next season. I think these are the last few months we're going to see Buddy Hield in a Golden State Warrior uniform. I don't see, him and his minutes and the allocation. Maybe there's an injury and he pops back up, but 14 minutes off the bench yesterday. You heard Steve Kerr in his comments talking about Podziemski. And actually, real quick, let's play that real quick about Podziemski being the starting five going forward, because it ties into what I'm going to talk about with Buddy Hield.
We felt like it was the right time to do it. I think Brandon has played so well over the last couple of weeks that I think he needs to be in that starting group now. He gives Steph another ball handler, decision maker. He makes a lot of plays out of nothing with his brain and his skill. It was good to get him out there. I imagine he's going to be out there now, as a starter for a while. Obviously with Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, and I thought Moses complimented those guys really well. We'll see how it goes from here. We got JK coming back hopefully within a couple of weeks, so we always have options, but I think BP's got to be out there.
So you got Pods in there, Moses Moody getting the starting nod last night. I love Moses in there, and I love him in the late game situations as well. God bless you. So Buddy Hield again, bless you. Happy Valentine's Day.
Oh my God, am I going to make it through the show?
I hope so. Are you going to make it to Hawaii? Woo! Are you going to make it to Hawaii, buddy?
Don't even do that.
I'm just kidding. You're going to be fine. You got to make things light. But Buddy Hield right now, 14 minutes off the bench last night, 1 of 5, 0 of 4 from the three-point line. And you're supposed to be a three-point shooter. And if we've learned from Buddy, he's not making a three-point shot. He's really not giving you much on the court there. Is this kind of like the last hurrah of Buddy Hield in Golden State here in these last few months, Joe Shasky? Is that too strong for me to say right now as we're trying to be positive and they're game over 500? It's just tough to watch at this point.
Buddy is just a guy who just doesn't need to play as much as he does. I think he will have some usefulness in some specific matchup somewhere down the line. He will have his moment, because I don't want to write him off. Like Jerebko had a moment, all right? Like Bielitsa had a moment. Nick Young had a moment. Now,
I mean, all those other teams were so much more stacked than this one.
Well, Jerebko, that team didn't go anywhere. But I'm just saying, in general, to write him off completely and just bury him, he will come back around. He'll get a chance somewhere sometime. The days of playing 30 minutes a game, I think the last week, because of the trade deadline, has disproportionately had him on the floor more than even the team, the coach, or any of the players would like. Let's think about this. Before the trade deadline, he was down to 15 to 20 minutes a game. And I'm looking at it. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10 games prior. 21 minutes, 20 minutes, 25, 19, 20, 20, 15, 19, 18. Then the trade deadline happens and you're kind of hollowed out. You don't have a lot of pieces. 31, 35, 28, 31, 28. And then yesterday 14. I think we should just all pump the brakes and let's not crush the guy. I haven't been enamored with his play either. He's going to go back to being a 12-minute a night, 15 minutes a night, depending on the matchup guy, off the bench. Anything you get is gravy. That's the way I'm viewing it. And he will have a moment at some point down the line. When Kuminga comes back, it might be even lower than this.
That's a good point. And, even you say he might have a moment. He had a moment last year that not a lot of people remember for the 76ers, I'm sure. But he had that first half in game in the first round, right? He had that. So he might be able to do something like that. You never know. But
now let's get to the Pods versus Podziemski. Pods versus Hield, excuse me. Buddy Hield, if he's not hitting shots, all right, he doesn't bring a lot to the table. That being said, he's actually rebounding better than you think, and the assist numbers are actually not that bad. He gets a couple assists a game, but when you
have to say actually not that bad, I hear you, but it doesn't really instill confidence in me.
But if I'm looking at overall floor game and moving the ball around, setting up the offense, Podziemski's doubling his assist total.
Oh, I thought you were mentioning Hield in that one. Apologies. You're talking about
mentioning Hield.
Okay.
He will get a couple of assists.
Yes.
Pods, though he doesn't rack up 10 assists a game, he actually moves the ball better and sets up like the hockey assist style. I pass to you, you pass to him, he scores.
He's also been an irritant defensively, and I say that in the best way possible. He had 4 steals yesterday. And he's been, I think, Jimmy Butler playing with a guy like that and learning from a guy like Jimmy Buckets is going to do great for a guy like Brandon Podziemski, who could, look at Jimmy and say, man, how does he do that? How does he intercept those passes? How does that IQ? He's allowed to see like 3 steps forward, if you will.
Yes.
That's going to be great for Pods because he's not the biggest guy, but I think Pods, 6'5"? He's listed as 6'4", 6'5".
He plays bigger.
He plays bigger, though, for sure.
And more active. But so I guess where I'm going with this is, since returning from injury, Brandon Podziemski has averaged 28 minutes a game. He's scoring 14 a night. He's getting you almost 5 assists. And he's getting you 4 defensive rebounds on a team that doesn't rebound really well. I don't know if you watched the Rocket game last night, people, but they must have had 8 gazillion second chance opportunities, 3rd, 4th. There was one possession. I think the Warriors failed to get the rebound 4 or 5 times. Am I wrong?
15 offensive boards yesterday.
If you'd have told me it was 500, I would have believed you.
Amen Thompson, I think you're referring to. He had 4, and he might have had like 3 or 2 in a possession.
So Pods, I think he's a better defender than Buddy Hield. He's clearly a better offensive ball handler.
Pods can dunk.
He's giving me more steals. He's getting more blocks, more assists, more rebounds. He's just bringing more to the table.
Right.
And look, is he at times a little hesitant on the 3? Sure. He's way more decisive. Again, I'm a little surprised. In the 12 games, since he missed 11, he's come back. It's been 12 games, almost 29 minutes a game, 14 points, 5 total rebounds, 5 assists, almost 2 steals. That's pretty good.
Played about 40 minutes yesterday, and they needed him too. They need that's the one thing about this squad. They're relying on 3 old players in Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph. You are going to need heavy minute usage from these young guys with the young legs, whether it's Moses Moody, whether it's Brandon Podziemski. We'll see what the minute allocation is for Jonathan Kuminga. You don't want to, put too much on his load early, but if he can start getting his wind beneath him in those first few weeks back, then you're going to be leaning on JK going forward. Because that was the thing as well. Last year, Joe Shasky with Jonathan Kuminga, or was it the year prior? But remember, it was the first time where he actually had a heavy usage load and his knees started to get, he used to be out with knee soreness, right? That's something you're going to have to be monitoring as well going forward. But you want to lean on these youthful legs of a Pods, of a Moody, post at times, Guy Santos at times. Hell, Pat Spencer, again, 13 minutes yesterday. That was the back end of a back-to-back where a lot of your starters played heavy minutes. You had to get out of there late. You got into Houston very early, so it was a very short day. Again, huge win for them, 105-98. We're going to continue to react to it, 888-957-9570.
And here's the key with Podziemski. He's shooting almost 36% from 3.
Yeah.
Think about where he was as a 3-point shooter before the injury.
Oh, he's horrible.
Every time he went to go line up a 3, we all ugh. So I think he deserves a lot of credit. We bashed him a lot. I think he's gotten crushed almost unfairly. I've critiqued him. I'll raise my hand.
He's a sophomore in the NBA.
But these last 11 games have been really good. And I think he deserves a lot of credit for bouncing back after that injury. He sat and watched for a little while, and I think he's the better for it.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. More of your calls, more of your text, 888-957-9570. How are we feeling about the Golden State Warriors win over the Houston Rockets? 3-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. You go 3-3 on this road trip heading into the All-Star break. Where are you at, Dub Nation, heading into this All-Star break? How do you feel about this team going forward? We're going to discuss that. Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. Bonta Hill, 9 o'clock in studio. Shameless shout-outs, 7:45. Happy Valentine's Day to all you just waking up. I love the holiday. What's not to love? It's a loving holiday. You love someone, go tell them, all right? Go get a card. You don't have to
go get a card, go get roses,
or
go get
just
candy,
tell them. Send
take
them a text.
to dinner, fixed menu, going to cost you $150 per person.
It's not about the money, Joe. It's just about, the sincerity of what you're saying. Leave them a voicemail. If you get up this early and Michelle wakes up to a text, hey, I love you, heart emoji.
As I was leaving the house, I kissed her on the forehead. I said, I'll be back later. I love you. Shut up and don't wake up the baby.
That's true love right there.
Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Pods can dunk.
far wing. Waiting now, driving to the paint. Jump pass over the post. Post puts it on the deck. Bounce pass to Podziemski. He's open, takes a three, and Podziemski converts. Golden State has a double-digit lead, 33-21.
Dub Nation is Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, thanks, Pods. Pods can dunk, according to Guru. That's good to know.
What's the context of that?
Pods can dunk. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 300 generations. When you succeed,
Pods
you succeed.
can dunk.
Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We know.
The go.
But it's funny just when he says that, because if you're in the NBA, chances are, even if you're 6 feet tall, you're going to dunk. Like, this is baked into it. But he almost sounded surprised that, hey, guys, I'm defending Pods. Hey, he can dunk, man.
Yeah, he was on Steiny Group. He was giving Pods his flowers, telling him what he could do. And he just came out with it so confidently and so nonchalantly. We're like, me and Evan were like, yeah, that's a drop.
That's a drop. They had Dunleavy on yesterday, correct? Okay.
There's times where I wish Steiny would just understand, like, clear out, let Goo do his thing. It's an ISO play. And Steiny doesn't realize it. Very similar to some of, the guys like Carmelo who didn't realize that they were a bench player toward the end of their career.
Whoa.
There's times where Guru wants to clear out and Melo, a.k.a. Steiny, doesn't get the message.
You know what?
I love you both. I'm just teasing.
You know what? Steiny prides himself on passing the ball, Joe Shasky. I don't know if you know this. He loves passers in the NBA. He does not like a selfish player. So for you to say that, that's really going to get under his skin, because he hates nothing more than selfish basketball.
Well, you know what? I think that's a lie, because he's a picker. He picks at things.
Really?
Oh, really? You said good, Guru? No, it's great. You said awful? No, it's atrocious. They love to get in the weeds.
It's a form of leadership, one might say. Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock.
Needles him.
Bonte Hill, and 9 o'clock in studio. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop?
Both, though.
Shameless shout-outs in about less than an hour, 7:45. Shout out whoever and whatever you want. It's Valentine's Day. Shout out to the people that you love. I love this Warriors team right now, Jimmy Butler. Gonna be honest. If I could send a Valentine Day to another man right now, it'd be to Jimmy Butler. Say, Jimmy, I appreciate you and what you've done to this team right now, because they are playing with an edge that we hadn't seen prior to the acquisition of him.
I haven't sent a Valentine in 30-something years.
Really?
Since grammar school.
Our company said we can send out candygrams to other employees. I saw that.
It's a little odd.
Well, I saw that and I was like, yeah, if I sent it to like a female employee, I feel like that would come off as
I didn't even think
right?
of that.
Like, I don't.
Joe Shasky sends it to all the women employees.
Right?
You better be careful.
It comes off as like Michael Scott from The Office doing it, where it's just creepy. I was like, yeah, I'm probably not going to send it to Sam.
Sam, did you send any?
He's not even in here.
He's not even here.
He might be like doing it right, filling out the form right now. That's what my didn't he can send out to any?
This candygram is from Sam Loveman.
Exactly.
Heart. XOXO.
I would love to get one from Sam. Beautiful hair and all.
Do you think that Mike Dunleavy is sending a Valentine to Jimmy Butler?
Oh, absolutely. I think Joe Lacob's sending a Valentine to Mike Dunleavy. How about that? I appreciate you, Mike, for getting this deal done. And Mike was talking about it yesterday and saying, there was not a lot of communication between a lot of people when this deal happened. It was really just me and Pat Riley, going back to the Jimmy Butler and Andrew Wiggins trade.
Yeah.
And that's how these trades have to be. He even referenced Luka, that trade. He's like, there's a reason it was really just between Pelinka and Nico Harrison. Because once that stuff starts getting leaked, that's going to hurt both sides. They're not going to want to do business. There's a loss. The trust aspect is lost. So keeping those things tight-knit was very important. Now, it helped that Jimmy, early on said that's one of the teams I want to go to. So obviously there's a line of communication there. I don't think, Pat Riley wanted to appease Jimmy at the end of the day. He tried to get on his level. There's all the reports and stuff. They try to make amends at the very end of that. Jimmy wasn't having it. But I don't think he wanted to send him to Phoenix, because that was his number one priority for Jimmy. He wanted to go there. But according to all reports, there was a deal in place, maybe a 3 or 4 team deal that would have sent Jimmy to the Suns and KD to the Warriors. But KD ultimately said, no, I don't want to do that. This, that, and the other. It's going to be very interesting, by the way, to see how KD's accepted here over the weekend when they announce his name for the All-Star game.
Standing ovation.
You think?
He's got a sign on Union Square with him and Steph and LeBron and Giannis.
We got a bunch of callers in here the day after the trade deadline saying, hey, KD's dead to me because he didn't want to come here.
Yeah, we were spurned. We didn't get the candygram from KD.
But you got Jimmy Butler.
Oh, no, I'm glad.
You got flowers for the person you didn't want to get him from is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And you're bringing up the Butler Miami Heat thing. Look, I tapped into the Le Batard show this week just to hear what's the rhetoric, about Jimmy Butler. What's the rhetoric about Andrew Wiggins? They're calling Andrew Wiggins a top 5 defender. And I'm like, he's a really good defender.
He is very good.
That's not what he is, though.
No, he's not.
He's not a top 5 defender. No. Like, come on, guys. Like, he's not prime Pippen. I like Andrew Wiggins, but I think that kind of the rhetoric around him has been a little, reckless.
Well, he didn't play yesterday. So there's that, too.
And I'm mad at the Miami Heat right now.
Why?
Because they should have won yesterday. Wiggins didn't even suit up. They played the Dallas Mavericks. Clay didn't even suit up. And
Kyrie, did Kyrie even play yesterday? I don't think Kyrie did either.
113.
That's
Come
tough.
on, Miami. I need you to do something. That's when you know the season is really important because I am scoreboard watching.
Well,
Kings L.
Mike Dunleavy literally said yesterday that loss to the Mavericks felt like a playoff loss. That's kind of what I was getting at yesterday. It felt like a playoff loss. Not that yesterday felt like a playoff win, but in kind of some ways it was because that's a team that's actually going to be in the playoffs. You're not going to see them in the play-in unless the Rockets fall all the way down. I don't foresee that happening. There's just too much talent. They're too young, too explosive. But that was a win that you needed desperately, and it was the back end of a back-to-back. You were on the road where you've struggled this season. You've basically been playing 500 ball all season long, but especially on the road. And for them to get the win the way they did, the grit that they showed, the young guys, Podziemski and Moody. Hell, again, I mentioned Pat Spencer making a play here and there. He's Santos. Everyone was chipping in yesterday when they needed it, and they leaned on Jimmy. They leaned on Steph. And then Draymond hitting that 3 to ice the game. And you were talking to our big boss man, Nahigian, when he was doing his strut, he was doing his celebration. What'd you say it was?
Well, the boss said that it was equivalent to the little leaguer that hasn't gotten a hit in weeks and then gets a little dribbler base hit, gets to first base, and then hits you with the bow and arrow celebration.
That's great. The Fernando Rodney.
Yeah, exactly.
I love the Fernando Rodney. God, I miss him.
Hey, I think also you kind of touched on it. Might have been Podziemski's best game of the year in terms of affecting winning.
No, totally. It's a great
his
point.
Defense was outstanding. I thought he was excellent yesterday. I crushed the guy, so I want to give him his props when he plays well. He's played really, really well since returning from injury.
And I think we are, as a fan base, as a station, we're really hard on these young guys because we see the finality of all this coming to a head in the last.
There's
in the
a
next
lot on their shoulders.
There's a lot right now because you want to maximize the Stephen Curry and now Jimmy Butler window that you have, which is basically 2.5 seasons left. And you're going to be expecting these young guys to learn very quickly. So whenever they do make a mistake, and he is only a sophomore, how old is Pods even old enough to drink? How old is he, 20, 21?
He's old enough to make me drink sometimes.
Well, exactly.
It's a joke.
Well, that's fine, right? You can have a St. Pauli's girl if you want, right? A Heineken Zero.
Heineken Zero.
Yeah, no one wants that. I tried. It's just
my buddy Crow will do that from time to time. He'll have a non-alcoholic.
That's fine. And I don't fault people for that. Yeah. But it's hard for me to digest that stuff without just getting a little sick. But you have to be a little easy on these guys at times. I know it's hard to do that, and we crush people for a living. That's kind of what we do. We like to crush these kids, and they're not kids, they're adults, this, that, and the other, but there's so much on the line here. And Mike Dunleavy was talking about it yesterday with Steiny and Goo that, these are playoff type of matches going forward.
Yeah, I think right now where we stand, we've kind of talked about it, is the playoffs begin now. Every night matters.
Yeah.
Last night was just a huge, it felt like losing game 5 on the road in a playoff series is really what it felt like. So that's how it's going to be for the next, 28, 30 games, however many we have left. Every night matters. These standings are so tight. Usually every night you're playing not only playing the standings, but you may be playing a tiebreaker. Last night was a tiebreaker game for us against the Mavericks, and these games are counting doubles. So I would hope, everybody understands that, feels it, the players, the coaches. We got to be in playoff mode. That's the situation we put ourselves in right now with kicking some of these games throughout the year, which have been really, really disappointing. But, if you like the playoffs, might as well get it started early.
All right, we're in playoff mode, Dub Nation. You heard it from the GM right there, Mike Dunleavy, on yesterday's Steiny and Goo. You can find that entire interview on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, or download the free Odyssey app. Again, did I mention it's free? It's free. Download it. You'll find it there. Playoff mode, Joe Shasky. I think you've been in it, though, for these last few weeks. We've been feeling that for a while now because the desperation is palpable from the fans when they call in, and I see it everywhere on social.
The team is playing a desperate brand of basketball that I appreciate. Like, they're matching the desperation that is required right now.
Steph is playing back-to-backs. That should tell you all you need to know. He wasn't doing that. Like, had they not made a move at the deadline, I don't know if you see Steph Curry playing that game yesterday.
That's a good point.
I don't know if you do.
It's a good point. I don't know. But I would say this. In the half court, 6 minutes to go, back-to-back nights, what I've noticed, they've got a guy in Jimmy Butler who can take someone on at the top of the key. They need another guy. They need Kuminga. They need another dude as a perimeter defender. I still want another bigger body occasionally because Draymond at the rim was spectacular against Dallas. And then on offense, I see multiplicity. And what I mean by that is that we can throw it to Jimmy on the block. We can have it Jimmy with the ball in his hands at the top of the key. We can have Steph have the ball at the top of the key. We can run pick and roll. We can run motion. We can run a variety of things. And the triangular, the three-headed monster of Draymond, Jimmy, and Curry gives them multiple playmakers in the half court. And I don't think they could say that they had that with Wiggins. And it's not a knock on Wiggs. I just don't think Wiggins creates for others or commands the coverage that Jimmy commands, nor can get the points in the paint the way that Jimmy does, which forces the double team and opens things up for those shooters like Moses Moody. I love the final 5-6 minutes offense from this team. They have a whole new dynamic right now. And Jimmy might be their best, dare I say he's their best back to the basket player since Bogut.
No, I don't think it's that outlandish, right? And again,
not to deny Durant, by the way. I don't want to forget Durant.
Durant's just so different.
Or Livingston.
He's just such a different body.
I totally agree.
Like Livingston, too. Like, that guy's tall, slender.
But he wouldn't go through you.
No, well, he couldn't. He wasn't big enough to do that. Jimmy's big. Like, that's the difference here.
He's a better rebounder than I gave credit for.
KD could just fade away or just pull up and just jump everywhere.
Yes.
Like Jimmy can't do that. Or he can, but he doesn't. He could actually just plow through because he's 230. He's a big boy, and he doesn't mind getting a little gritty and dirty from time to time.
He plays strong.
Yes.
Which is, I can't remember the last time the Warriors had a guy, David West maybe, who played that like, I'm just going to body you, junkyard dog you backyard style.
Right.
Like, hey, we're at the park. I'm bigger than you. I'll miss my own layup, and I'll get the rebound, and I'll go right back up.
By the way, last night, the Warriors...
I love Jimmy. I love Jimmy.
All 5 of their starters scored in double figures for the first time this season, Joe Shasky.
That's the first time all year?
That's the first time all year all of their starters scored in double figures. They became the last team in the NBA this season to accomplish that feat. Hey, at least he did it.
Well, they've had 8,000 different lineups.
Like 30 or something ridiculous. By the way,
they lead the league, 33.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 44 minutes. I want to ask this question, though. Right now, open up the phone lines, 888-957-9570. One word to describe, I was going to say first half of the season, but it's even like more than half. It's like 55 games.
Doesn't this feel like a whole new version of the Warriors?
Does. How would you describe the season up to this point? Let's just say it like that. How would you describe in one word the season up to this point? I'm going to go here right off the bat. Chaotic. There's been a lot happening. There's been D'Anthony Melton, Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield. Okay, we didn't get Lauri Markkanen, we didn't get Paul George, but hey, we got some guys. Hey, D'Anthony Melton, he could be a nice piece. He gets hurt almost immediately, it feels like. You trade him for Dennis Schroeder. Dennis Schroeder, oh, that's a nice piece. We didn't have to give up much. And this a couple second-round picks. D'Anthony Melton, who wasn't going to be playing for us. That didn't work. You get desperate. You get a lot of injuries. Jonathan Kuminga, who was balling, gets hurt. Andrew Wiggins is being inconsistent. At least he's been consistently inconsistent. You don't want to part with him because of the vibes, I guess.
Consistently inconsistent.
That's what he is.
That.
That's what Andrew Wiggins is always going to be. He's been consistently inconsistent.
Sound like my wife.
You thought you were going to be. You thought you were going to be in on Kevin Durant. Anthony Slater was joining us on our airwaves. He's going to be joining us at 8:00. He said it was 50-50. He's going to come back here. You get the sports version of blue balls. You don't get him. You get hurt. And then all of a sudden, you're talking yourself into Jimmy Butler. And now you're 3-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. You're one game over 500. You're in the 10th spot in the West. There's been so much happening this season. Stephen Curry's been shouldering a heavy burden this year. He hasn't been the same player, but he's still Steph, and you still love the guy. He's 5 of 13 from three-point land yesterday. 27 points. So the one word I would use to describe this first part of the season heading into the All-Star break, chaotic, Joe Shasky. What say you?
I'm going to go one word, and I'm going to go in honor of the All-Star game. You're going to probably see this 7,000 times. Lombard. As in crooked as hell. Going one way, going the other, going back. I'm going Lombard Street here on you, okay? This thing has gone all over the place. If I was going to basically describe what's going on currently, surging. Meaning I feel like this team is going to be surging at the right time. They're going to be the team in the final month in the season no one wants to see. I feel like Denver's one of those teams right now. They're on fire. 7, 8 in a row. I don't know what they
8 in a row for the Denver Nuggets. They're looking like the champs they were a couple seasons ago. They're
incredible.
Yeah, I mean, they got the best. I don't care what anyone says. It's always Jokic. Until Jokic doesn't do Jokic things, he's the best player in the league, bar none.
100% agree. So but I think like if you took them off the board, Lakers are kind of a work in progress. We'll see what goes on with them. I don't want to diminish. Obviously, OKC is spectacular. I think surging is the word I would use for the last week because it feels like the vibes are surging. Their health is surging, meaning they're getting healthier, and the chemistry is clearly surging. And I feel like the coach is starting to pull the right levers because there's less stuff bogging them down. There's not 13 men I have to get involved. The young guys, Guy Santos, Quentin Post, Podziemski, Moses Moody, they're all playing some of the best ball of their young careers thus far.
888-957-9570. One word to describe this team heading into the All-Star break is what? I said chaotic. Joe Shasky saying surging. What say you? 888-957.
I said Lombard for the whole season.
I know, but your surging sounds better though right now. Lombard.
I like the crookedness.
Yeah, that's too nuanced though. If I say Lombard, people are going to look at it. Lumber? What? Lubman? What are you talking? What? I know we're in San Francisco.
Have you ever gone down Lombard Street?
Yeah, because you do it as a tourist. But I don't know, as a kid probably.
We used to drink 40s at the top of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was it a good view?
Well, we would scare tourists probably.
Yeah.
Who are these locals?
Yeah, the bags over them too. 211 Steel Reserve. Is that what you're doing?
No, I was a Mickey's guy. Okay. Old English.
Sure.
It's
not an Arizona green tea is what you're telling me in that bag. Okay.
No.
That's what I thought it was.
No, we had to have that big bottle cap. You know what I mean? The little B in there, and then the inside they'd have different words. So yeah, just drinking that 40. That's what we used to do.
Sam, one word to describe this Warriors team at more than halfway point of the season.
I'll go with stressful because they've been playing so many clutch time games this year. What's their total? It's like 35, 36 or some ridiculous number of clutch time games. Like all these close games, these clutch games, when you're playing tight down the stretch like this and you got to lock in a little bit extra, like that's got to be stressful for this team.
34 games, by the way.
34 games, yeah.
17 and 17.
I'm glad you didn't say torture because I think that's so played out.
No. I'm going with stressful because, these clutch games, they are stressful. And when you're playing stressful games every night, like that's going to wear on you as the season goes on. So after the break, I would like to see, can we get some more blowouts, please? Just can we have some easier finishes to these games? Because you can't be playing, every game, clenched up tight like these guys have to, night in and night out when they're fighting off teams like the Magic or the Hornets, or last night it was the Rockets. Like, you're going to have close games.
The Rockets coming out to play.
But when you're doing it against like teams that are like far and away worse than you, it's just like, come on, guys. Like, you're better than this.
All four matchups against Houston this season have been clutch games. To your point, Sam Lubman, decided by 6 or fewer points. All right, New York Ken, who's in for Carter in the back. One word to describe this Golden State Warriors team right now.
I'm going to be a little optimistic about it. I'm going to say resilient. Resilient. Because think about this. They had Pat Spencer in late games, like running point.
Don't dog my guy.
No, I'm not.
Two
but
first
think about
names
that.
Too. Yeah.
Think about that. Curry with the tendonitis. Didn't figure out who they were going to trade for. Jimmy's on the table. He's off the table. Kevin Durant. Like, dude, they've been resilient. Mike Dunleavy, we weren't sure if he was going to last as a GM. Everyone's like, well, we know why Bob Myers left. Like, they've been resilient, and they're still in it.
I love that you went straight to Pat Spencer.
Hey.
We could probably field calls all day and not get a Pat Spencer call.
Well, the beauty of a Pat Spencer is he can just be walking down the street right now. You wouldn't even recognize him.
Oh, I would.
That's the best, like,
lacrosse legend.
But people always ask, like, what do you want to be like famous in right now? Or what sport would you want to be famous most in? Or I'd love to be in hockey because I could make so much money still. Yeah, I'd be wearing a helmet or cap or whatever, face mask on there. No one would recognize me. I mean,
Unless you
making
smiled.
millions. It'd be great.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Unless
no
what?
teeth.
Yeah,
Unless
that's
you
true.
Well, they all have fake teeth.
Well, no, I'd
and
have
stuff.
that cage thing like Sidney Crosby has. Like, I know my teeth are going to be fine. I need it for the schnoz, too. The beak would get broken instantly there. I'd look like Owen Wilson. By the way, 95.7 The Game and Under Armour are giving you a chance to score a pair of the new Curry 12s, Joe Shasky, before you could buy them. Listen to the Morning Roast today. Again, it was the read says all week, but today's the last day. Your cue to call is going to be 415-523-4652. You're going to be the fifth caller to the contest line. Not right now. It's going to be next segment, and you will win a pair of the Stephen Curry Under Armour What the Bay 12s. I've been seeing billboards when I crossed the Bay Bridge heading into Oakland too, all about them. They're sick. They released today on UA.com. For more info and to see what they look like, visit 957thegame.com. We'll give those away on the other side. You're going to be listening for a sounder. Do we have the sounder, Ken? Actually, I think I have it right here. I'm going to do it.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
That's going to be the sound. When you hear that sound right there, that little drop, next time you're going to call in to the contest line 415-523-4652.
We're getting a couple of texts here.
Please.
In terms of, how would you describe the Warriors season in one word? Seesaw. That's from our guy Duke in the City.
I like that.
That's a really good one.
Yeah.
Love a good seesaw.
A teeter-totter?
Yeah. Teeter-totter. That's the old school. Knock out some teeth with those bad boys.
As my little brother Mike, he would, because he couldn't pronounce his R's, teeter-totter. Yeah, that's how he'd say it all the time. Teeter-totter. Sewa, his twin sister. He couldn't do his R's. So cute. And look, in hindsight, love you, little brother.
That's great.
Little bro. He's doing great too. He's at the Coast Guard. He's a nurse now. He's crushing it in life. He's married, no kids, so they're traveling all the time.
Wow.
Good for them. Yeah. Crushing it. Yeah. No crippling debt. Must be nice. 888-957-957. That get dark real quick. I'm sorry. Just,
but I love my significant other here on Valentine's Day.
That's right. Yeah. Hey, it's Love Day, baby. Shout out to those that you love. That's all I'm asking. Like, we get so bogged down in the Hallmark version of this holiday. It doesn't have to be that. Send a text. Hey, text your mom and say, Mom, happy Valentine's Day. I love you.
Ooh,
you know what?
Kidding?
What? You don't do that? What do you mean, who am I kidding?
Every time my wife has said, we're not doing gifts.
That's your wife. I don't know what to tell you.
We're not doing cards. We don't need to do any of those things. You didn't do anything for me? You didn't plan anything? And they remember everything.
It's a test that you clearly
failed. Back in
failed.
1987, you didn't plan something for me for my birthday.
Sounds like you didn't. So maybe you should be thinking about her more often, Joe Shasky. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Shameless shout out, 745 888-957-9570. One word to describe this Warriors team heading into the All-Star game. We're going to be breaking down All-Star game weekend on the other side as well. Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. Our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. And Bonte freaking Hill. Oh, yeah. Bonte ain't going nowhere. Every Friday, 9 o'clock with the roast. Bonte in studio. Can't wait for that on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy rejoins all day. Why not? Love you, Timmy. 95.7 The Game knockout tournament's back, 8 o'clock. Be listening for that. By the way, be listening for the next 10, 15 minutes. You know why? Because our friends at Under Armour, they're so nice. They're so sick. Stephen Curry, Under Armour, they've been so good to us all week because we've been giving away a pair of the Stephen Curry Under Armour What the Bay 12s, Joe Shasky. They released today on UA.com. Shout out to Under Armour, all the good people over there. They've been doing a bunch of signage all over the city. I've been seeing it on billboards. Love Under Armour, what they are all about in the What the Bay 12s. They're awesome. They're sick. They're like 2 different colors too, which is, that's the thing the kids are doing these days. 2 different color shoes, 2 different color socks. I love it. You're a big sneakerhead. I know you love the Currys. I know you love the Curry brand, all of that. So shout out Under Armour. They've been so good to us. Caller number 5, not now, but when we hear a sounder, I'm not going to play it yet because if you were listening last segment, you heard it. So be listening for the next 15 minutes. 415-523-4652. Be the 5th caller there to win a pair of the Steph Curry Under Armour What the Bay 12s. Shout out to Under Armour and shout out to all of you listening on the Odyssey app, on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We've been talking about the win last night, 3-1 in the Jimmy Butler era, 105-98, the Warriors win, Joe Shasky. It's Valentine's Day. We're appreciating the people we love. Shout out to those that love us. Shout out to Matt Nahigian. By the way, I got a candygram. It's right here, folks. My boss, Matt Nahigian, showing me love this morning. You know, I got some Skittles, I got some Twix, I got a Snickers. You jealous, Joe Shasky?
Well, there's like a, no bonuses, no raises, no parking, but I'll get you a candygram joke in there somewhere.
Well, I'll appreciate the candy. It's something. Again, it could have been.
Odyssey loves us.
It could have been a text message. All he could have said, you know what? I appreciate you, what you've done in the morning roast these last 2 weeks.
Well, you have crushed it.
Thank you. You didn't send me a candygram, though, so really it's kind of ringing hollow at this point. It's going to be honest.
So is that a candygram? Is that what they're calling that?
Yeah. Well, yes. Have you ever gotten one of these? Did you ever do these in high school?
We did in grammar school. I was like 7.
By the way, how old are you calling it grammar school? Are you like 80 years old?
Well, that's what it is.
It's elementary school.
And maybe in 1943.
Yeah,
I call it grammar school.
Yeah, grammar school.
You call it grammar school? You're from the East Coast.
8 through 8.
Yeah, exactly.
New York Ken over
Yeah,
here.
you probably call it a book bag and not a backpack too.
No.
Do you call it pop or soda?
Exactly. Please.
I'm not from the Midwest.
Yeah, what do you, like, what?
We're all over the place here. Fact of the matter is, I got a candygram. Joe Shasky didn't. He's salty
Sam
about
of
it.
all people trying to give me some, verbiage is just hilarious.
888-957-9570. One word to describe this Golden State Warriors team at the All-Star break. Joe Shasky said Lombard/surging. I'm just going to go with surging. I said chaotic. Ken said resilient.
Yes, sir.
Lubman said
Stressful.
There we go. What say you? 888-957-9570. We saw someone said seesaw. It's been a seesaw of a season. Emotionally, you could say draining at times, or it's been uplifting as of late. Mike Dunleavy speaking with Steiny and Goo yesterday, Joe Shasky, courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
They get all the guests.
They do, but you know what? They've been crushing it. They've been live on location at Splash, at Thrive City. That looked like a lot of fun. Like, there's part of this where it's like you're jealous, but also like you got to be realistic. We start at 6 a.m. Like, do you want to be over there at 6 a.m. where it's all dark?
Well, I could have got the exclusive with Dunleavy last Friday when I saw him at one of the undisclosed CYO gyms.
Well, why didn't you do that?
Because I don't want to bother the man.
Oh, God. You always be contenting, ABC.
I know.
Always be pushing the program, Joe Shasky.
Well, it's like the boss has an ABF. Always be funneling. Always be funneling the good guests to Steiny and Guru.
It's all right. Hey, I mean, it's not like we didn't have Jerry Rice on this week, right? The greatest player in the history of the sport.
We were efforting T.O. today.
We had Jason Richardson on yesterday, just one of the all-time Warriors as well.
No, Jay Rich was great.
Jay Rich was sick.
If you missed that, you can find it on the YouTube or Odyssey app.
Thank you. Mike Dunleavy on Jimmy Butler, the player.
Well, ironically, I think when we built out our player development program, he, to me, is like the prototype of how player development should go. You draft a guy at the end of the first round. He plays a little bit his rookie year. His second year, he takes another step. His third year, he takes off, and the rest is history. And Jimmy, I saw firsthand the work he put in on a daily basis, the way he was coached and drilled, and it was fun to see. But I also knew, like, playing with him as a teammate, being in high-pressure situations, being in the playoffs, what it's like to be in a foxhole with the guy. And for that reason, I felt he'd be a perfect fit here. I know you age and things change over time, but I knew those were some of his core principles that have made him who he is as a pro. And for that reason, just felt like close to a no-brainer as possible for us to make this deal and get a player of his stature.
I don't think it was a no-brainer, though.
Oh.
And look, for Dunleavy's POV, it's a no-brainer.
I think it was. That's what he's speaking to for sure. I'm
talking about like Kerr and Curry. And this is where, you know, if you coach long enough with different people, you're going to have disagreements on players, right? I see this a lot. Like, player X is a shortstop, Joe. It's like, I see him projecting to be more of a third baseman or a second baseman or a center fielder.
Marco Luciano on line one.
Great example. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Great example. And then there's times in sports where you're proven wrong. There's a young man right now that, like, I didn't see him as a shortstop, right, that we've been working with for the last couple of years. He's such an athlete. He can work at a variety of positions. And now, after multiple years of development, it's like, wow, he looks really good at shortstop. I didn't see that coming. And I think there are times, stylistically, especially in basketball, you're like, what's Jimmy Butler? Kind of a ball stopper, point forward. What's he going to look like alongside Draymond, who also wants to play with the ball in his hand? Forget Steph for a second. Just Draymond.
Yeah.
Like, early returns are like, wow, the two of them really know how to share the ball together, and they know where to get each other the ball on the floor.
Well, that's why I didn't question this at all, because I think you and I were in lockstep on this. The IQ was just there with Jimmy Butler. You've seen
great players figured out.
Exactly. Great players and high IQ and intelligent players. Say what you will about his shenanigans with other during practice, his relationship with the front office, this, that, and the other. When he is on the court, he demands a lot of attention because of his IQ. Yes, he's big, he's physical, he can get to the mid-range, he can get to the line, but he sees things both offensively and defensively that the greats just do. Draymond Green, for all the other off the court or on the court stuff that he does that drives fans crazy, and the stuff that he says, this, that, and the other, I don't question his IQ. Now, there's times when it crosses the line and he goes a step too far, and that's what's been frustrating for fans these last couple of years. It's like, all right, dude, we need you on the court, and you're doing things that are taking you off the court. That's what's driving us nuts. When push comes to shove, though, and you've seen that in these last few games, he's making some big plays. And that's what Draymond does late, defensively or offensively, when it comes to the ball in his hands. Same with Jimmy Butler. So I never questioned that. But I do think from the fans' perspective, it was like, all right, we've seen how players play with Steph, and it can be very difficult to adjust. We just saw it. Not that they're the same level of player with Dennis Schroeder. Very difficult to play with Steph, and Schroeder spoke to that as well. It was also tough for Schroeder to play with a guy like LeBron, like some of these all-time greats that have so much attention on them at any given time in a game. It's very difficult to feel your way out. But I do think we underrated as a fan base and as a media, just how smart Jimmy is, Steph, And it's still taking time. You referenced, the lob hasn't been there for Steph and Jimmy. There's going to be some feeling out process here. Yesterday, I kind of likened it to a wide receiver and a quarterback. Getting that timing and rhythm down is going to be something to see here these next couple weeks. But again, it's not just about this season. Think about all the work they're going to be doing in the offseason together, putting in that work, that time, that energy. It's going to be paying off. And I can't wait to see this team next year again, living in the here and now. But next year, I'm very excited and very tantalized to see what this team does in the summer to try to put more around them and highlight some of the attributes of both those guys.
It's a good point. I think about when you've had the amount of success that Steve, Steph, and Dre have had playing a certain way. I get being closed-minded to, different stuff. I understand, you've been wildly successful.
Yeah.
I used to deal with restaurant owners, and they'd be like, dude, I've been making money for 35 years, and you're going to come in here and try to sell me on a product that, what I'm doing is working. Why would I be open-minded to adding some different menu item or LTO or whatever it is, right? A limited time offer. We're doing just fine this way. I think where the Warriors needed to come off of their stance is that they actually haven't been that successful the last couple of years, right? In terms of what they deem success. And I think it's forced them to be more open-minded to a Jimmy Butler. I don't think they make this move 2-3 years ago. Do you?
No. And for a variety of reasons, also because I don't think the Heat were giving up Jimmy Butler 2 years ago.
Forget that aspect of it.
But yeah, to your point, I think they were stuck in their ways.
Exactly.
And it took, and not that they're rock bottom, but it took
some desperation.
Well, it took humbling.
Yeah,
they got humbled as an organization. Shout out Kendrick Lamar going back to the halftime show.
Yeah.
They got humbled. Their egos were humbled. Joe Lacob's ego was humbled. Stephen Curry, his ego was humbled. Draymond Green, particularly his ego was humbled. And Mike Dunleavy was put in a position where he had to be the guy, the voice of reason, because, listen, his first move was not a popular one. Let's be honest. He got rid of Jordan Poole as a fan favorite for a guy who was all-time hated.
I know.
Hated. Chris Paul still is probably hated from a lot of Warriors fans.
Oh, I was watching him the other day, and I was just like, I can't believe I talked myself into him.
Right? You had to, though. And you talked yourself into Jimmy Butler within 24 hours. So it is what it is. Not that Jimmy was hated like Steph, this, that, and the other. But I do think there was trepidation when you were just seeing him on ESPN constantly. Jimmy, what do you think of Jimmy Butler? Oh, the guy that's indefinitely suspended, who's been going at Pat Riley, who's been taking subtle shots, who's been talking that talk, all that, this, that, and the other. Yeah, I'm good with this organization who's already kind of been topsy-turvy. Adding that, it could have the potential to be combustible. Now, it still might be, but that's later on, after he's been established for a few couple years. That's when the Jimmy Butler, so him, Draymond Green, it's been great. Again, 4 games. Maybe we're looking too much into it.
It's been a great 4 games, though.
But it's been great.
Yeah, and I just feel like the vibes have totally changed from the 510. It's your boy, Leroy. The word I use for the Golden State Warriors is tease. They win a game.
Shout out Valentine's Day.
They lose a game. They lose 2 games. They win a game. I'm pulling my hair out watching this team, and I'm tired with them flirting with me and not putting out. The definition of a tease is a person who repeated emotion, pain, distress, or annoyance to another. And that's what the Warriors are doing to me. That's a good one.
Well, I think the
tease is a really good one.
Clearly, that's one of the turn-ons for Warriors fans because this organization's been teasing them the last couple of years, and they keep coming back for more and more. Tony in SF also has another word. Your word to describe the Warriors up until this point heading into the All-Star break is what? I said chaotic. Sam Levin said stressful. Joe Shasky said surging/Lombard. He kind of cheated there. He had 2. Again, we don't want any cheating going on Valentine's Day, but I'm sure that's happening as well. And then producer Ken, New York Kenny, said resilient. Tony, what's your word to describe this Warriors team? What's up, man? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, guys, my word is confusing, but I really like tease. That's the spot on, man. It's because you're watching them all year long, and you're like, I know there's greatness right there. Like, we're right there.
I feel you.
We're right. The tease is beautiful. I can't beat that. That's perfect. I was going to say confusing, though. Confusing, because, 1 minute you're watching them, and you're going, okay, I get it. And the next game you're watching, you're scratching your head going, what are we doing? Why are we putting that person on that person? Why aren't we doing this? Why is that person shooting instead of defending? You're just like, what is going on?
What is going on?
Confusing.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Great call.
Yeah.
Thanks, I would say before the Jimmy Butler trade, stagnant was a word that I think would have been appropriate.
You like to use the word constipated all the time.
Because that's
I know.
Does that not describe them?
No, that's what it was. They were backed up.
It
Yeah, they need
reminds
some
me
pep,
of like I'll go into the restroom here at Odyssey, and
careful,
there'll be
please.
somebody at a different station who'll be like, it's like, what's going on in that stall? Jesus.
Well, they're relieving themselves is what they're doing.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
Thank you for pivoting real quick for that.
I want to send Lubman in there, because I know Lubman, when he gets in there, he gets to work.
Okay, can we not? It is time to give away a pair of Curry 12s. Caller number 5 right now on the contest line, 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. Be caller number 5, and you will be winning a pair of the Stephen Curry Under Armour What the Bay 12s. Call now. Again, can't thank our friends at Under Armour enough. All week, we've been giving away a pair of Curry 12s, and this is the last day to do it. Shout out Under Armour. Go to UA.com on this Valentine's Day as well, because those Stephen Curry Under Armour What the Bay 12s are releasing today.
What the Bay.
What the Bay, baby.
I'm very excited for this weekend.
Are you?
I am.
I'm fired up too, actually. This is like, I think the way they won, had they lost last night, I don't know if I'd be feeling as good if I'm a Warriors fan, but I'm feeling great. It's a payday Friday. I think the sun is going to be coming out here. I think I do see some of the clouds dissipating a little bit. The rain's going away for the weekend, Joe Shasky. It feels crisp. Like San Francisco feels crisp right now. It's a little chilly, but that's okay. People are going to be coming in. You're seeing the banners getting put up. I'm excited this weekend. I am. It's starting tonight, too, all the celebration.
Look, the city means a lot to me, and I'm not blind to its issues. Like, trust me, you talk to a San Franciscan or anyone who works in the city, and they're going to tell you all the things that aren't going well.
I don't even live here, Joe Shasky. I live in Oakland, but I feel like I have a responsibility being from the Bay Area to defend it. I have a lot of family members that live on the East Coast. They have their preconceived notions of this city. So I feel like it is up to me to defend not only San Francisco, Oakland, this, that, the other. I'm sure you feel the same way.
I do. Yeah. And it's not perfect. And I don't pretend that it's like paradise. We've got issues, but it's not as bad as everyone thinks it is. I've watched Union Square over the last, I'd say, 3 months transform. And it's nowhere near perfect. It's not what it was in the 1950s. I truly grant that to everyone. I walked by every day for months on end, and there was a hotel strike going on where it was loud and people weren't making any money because these were hotel workers that obviously were striking because of the various issues with wages, hours,
benefits,
right? Hotel vacancy was not good. We were at a very bad spot in terms of tourism. People didn't want to travel here. It wasn't safe. There was a perceived, criminal activities, real and not real, the homelessness crisis, the open air drug stuff. And again, it's not perfect, but I go by Union Square every day. And I'll just say this, the last couple of weeks, the hotel strike is done. The new mayor has found a way to strike an agreement, okay? I'm all for whoever can help make this city better. And he's done some really good things. He's not the perfect candidate. No one's the perfect person, but he's done some good things. I walked by this morning and I go, man, I haven't felt All-Star Game stuff. I see this huge billboard with Steph and LeBron and KD and Giannis. And I'm like, wow.
Pretty cool.
I'm starting to feel it.
Right.
And then I see the Shoe Palace put up a shoe kind of like display all-star thing on the bottom floor of a vacant building. And I don't know if it's a pop-up or if it's going to stay there a lot longer, but there were lines out the door to go in. Then on the opposite corner, I see the Apple store, which is always busy and they always power hose the front of their street and it's always clean. But right across the street from that, not only is that busy, Nike Town has this huge setup for all of the KD stuff and all the LeBron stuff. And it's buzzing. I'm starting to feel the buzz. I'm starting to feel good about the All-Star Game. There's a lot of things going on. And so I see the hotels are up. I see tourists and groups of people doing the tourist tours. I see the duck boat, tour vans and things like that. It's like I'm seeing some buzz. I'm actually seeing people shopping at Macy's. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you, I feel an uptick in the city. And that's with it absolutely raining like crazy and being super cold the last couple of weeks.
Right. This atmospheric river could not be ending at a more perfect time this weekend. And it's great because, you're bringing both together. It's in San Francisco, but they're doing a lot of stuff at Oakland Arena too, right? They're doing a lot of the celebrity events. The practices are going to be there. So they're showing the entire Bay love. And this is, again, people are going to be coming in. They're going to be flying into Oakland. They're going to be flying into San Francisco International Airport. Shout out our friends over there. They're going to be flying into San Jose. All around here. And it's going to be a celebration of the greater Bay Area. And this is going to be on the heels of, obviously, next year is going into The Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So that, like, this is kind of like a practice run, if you will, for
100%.
everything, because the Super Bowl, it doesn't get bigger, at least in America. Yeah, there's the World Cup, which, by the way, is also going to be happening in a couple of years, Joe Shasky.
That's what I'm saying.
That's going to be even bigger.
I agree.
So this is starting off a chain reaction, if you will. Remember that show on Game Show Network?
Absolutely.
A chain reaction here. All-Star game in the NBA. We got the Super Bowl next year, and then we got the World Cup also happening. I can't wait. The World Cup, by the way, is that 2026? Is that next summer already?
Yeah.
Look, it's going to be an absolutely crazy year. And by the way, my guy Christian Pulisic, AC Milan, tough L a couple days ago, but we'll fight on there. Shout out USC. But I can't wait for that because I don't know if anyone's experienced that before. It's literally... And the last time the World Cup was in America, I want to say it was early 90s, and they did play at Stanford Stadium, I want to say.
94.
94, thank you. I was only 1 year old.
Yeah.
You might have remembered it. It was a big deal.
I was collecting cards of the USA teams back then. Alexis Lawless.
Alexi Lawless, there you go. Yeah, right? Now he's in
Remember the
Fox
OJ
Sports,
chase happened on the day the World Cup opened.
Really?
Well, most people remember it for the Rockets Knicks. I mean, let's call it what it is. I mean, no one was doing World Cup back then.
No, but it's grown in popularity.
Sure. I thought it was Arnold
since
Palmer
then.
Day.
Arnold, thank you. So again, we're off the rails here a little bit, but there's major events happening sports-wise, and it's kicking off this weekend, starting today, and the Bay Area is going to be in the center stage of it, and I can't wait.
Well, and look, like you're talking about civic duty and how we feel. Like I consider myself an ambassador of the city.
You were born and raised here,
but I also I'm not naive to things that need to be fixed. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it does cost a lot to stay here.
Yes.
Yeah, like I don't think Muni is as clean as it should be. I don't think Bart's as clean and as safe as it should be.
Yeah.
Sure, but like again, I'm acknowledging the imperfections. We do have a fentanyl crisis, right? Like, trust me, I have family members that are police officers. They're knee deep in it every day. It's tough, and the way that the laws and everything and our judges and different things that are in place right now.
A lot of nuances to it.
It's made it difficult to solve the problem. There's no easy answer. But gosh darn it, I'm sick of living in the negativity. This is something positive and awesome and cool for our city. Let's stick our chest out. Let's put our hands out and shake people's hands. And let's welcome them with open arms. And let's do the best we can to really embrace this amazing event. It might not come back around.
You know who I want to embrace this weekend, and I hope Warriors fans do too.
Who's that?
In the NBA? It's Kevin Durant. Here's Kevin Durant talking about coming back to the Bay Area this weekend.
Hopefully people can look at the big picture and see I got a couple murals in that arena, in that concourse, you know. So for a couple days, I know it's going to be hard, but for a couple days, you can kind of forget about how I left the Warriors or how I came to the Warriors or me not wanting to go back to the Warriors, and just appreciate the weekend, appreciate the players that's there. Hopefully people can get off that and just appreciate basketball for me.
Exactly. Just appreciate him, appreciate the basketball. Just, hey, and I think fans will, to your point. And again, it's not going to be all Warriors fans. Like, these are the things that people need to, like, yes, it's in San Francisco. The entire audience is not going to be all Warriors fans. It's going to be fans from everywhere. Be a lot of national fans, a lot of people with some money. So the crowd's going to be a little more Super Bowl than anything. Yeah. But Kevin Durant's going to get some cheers. Steph's obviously going to get a lot of the cheers. LeBron, Giannis. But yeah, we'll be appreciating Kevin Durant. Why not?
I just want to tell Kevin, I want to like sit him down.
I'll give him a hug.
No,
I
I
give
want
him
to sit him
Valentine,
down,
like Handygram.
Dog, log off a little. Like, honestly, like, log off a little. Like, we all have that aunt or uncle who lives on Facebook in the comment section.
Yeah, I deleted mine back in the 2016 election cycle.
Right?
I needed to.
But we do. We all have that aunt or uncle that lives in the comment section of Facebook, or that friend that lives in IG. And you're just like, dude, you don't have to video everything that you've eaten over the last 7 years. Like, we get it, okay? You don't have to do every single outfit you put on there. It's probably worse for people in media because we feel like we have to amplify our platform and all that stuff. Katie, in real life, people loved you as a Warrior. People still root for you. Yeah, there might be a little bit of ill will. That's wherever you go.
I don't think there's a little bit. I think there's still a section of the fan base that feels some type of way about Kevin Durant.
I personally believe when you go to Oracle, or excuse me, Chase Center now, and you just go, Katie, dude, we're so lucky to have him. I think that's the consensus answer.
Going back to the word humbling, I think because the fan base has been humbled the last 2 years, you feel that way. But I remember back in that championship run, people were going out of their way to celebrate the Warriors. But first and foremost, a lot of them would say, take that, Kevin Durant. That's what you get for leaving. That was a thing. So I do think that Kevin also feels some type of way about that. Last time the Warriors did win, they said, in your face, buddy. It's like, all right, I won 2 Finals MVPs.
I know,
here.
but I watched Jeff Kent, basically double middle finger the entire city, the entire region, go to the Dodgers, go to the Astros or whatever.
Social media wasn't what it was now, though. I'll say that.
But in real life, when he steps out onto Oracle Park, he gets a standing ovation.
Yeah.
Like, that's real life, not the internet, not us taking calls from people anonymously hiding behind their phone. Right?
Sure.
I'm just being real.
Okay.
I think in real life, people appreciate KD. You're never going to get consensus on anything, though, Joe. Like, that's kind of the society.
It's a good point. And every fan base has its knuckleheads, this, that, and the other. He's an all-timer. Shameless shout-outs coming up.
There's people that don't think Ronnie Lott is good. And like, oh, come on. Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? But am I wrong?
No, you're not. There's also people that don't think Tom Brady's good or
so
this,
you're going to find a fragment of people that aren't going to agree on anything.
Shameless shout-outs in a couple minutes. Shout out whoever and whatever you want. It's Valentine's Day. Shout out to people that you love. 888-957-9570. Hey, if money's tight, just call in, give a shout out to so-and-so, record it on your little Odyssey app or YouTube and say, hey, I gave you a shout out this morning. Happy Valentine's Day. Linda in Fremont, Fly Guy, we'll get to you in a second. One word to describe this Golden State Warriors season thus far. 888-957-9570. Linda is out in Fremont. What's up, Linda? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My one word is draining. It's mentally, physically, and emotionally draining.
That's a good word.
This whole first part of the season.
Okay.
Have you enjoyed the Jimmy experience in 4 games?
I wasn't a fan of the bringing him there, first of all. 3-1 isn't a bad idea. But as a teacher, we look at kids that have been put in our classrooms, and we say there's a honeymoon period. So this, for me, is the honeymoon period. We'll see how it is after 6 weeks.
Linda, you're a teacher. Where do you teach? Or you don't have to say where, but what grade do you teach?
Third
grade. Are you guys doing some Valentine's Day stuff today, Linda?
All the kids, if they can, if their families celebrate, because we have a lot of different, diverse family and cultures. If you bring something, you bring something for everybody.
I totally agree.
Some parents are coming at 1:15 to have Valentine bookmarks. But I coach the boys and girls basketball teams as well, and it's just shocking to me how the boys want to all be the 3-point shooters and everything's worth 2. The girls listen to the basics of everything you want them to do and tend to get better and better.
Linda, I've coached both boys and girls.
Thanks, Linda.
At the youth level. I'll run a set for the boys, and no one does the play. The girls memorize 15 to 20 plays, run them to perfection, and they run it so well. There are people open on the play after the 100th time we've run it that I never even conceived could be possibly open. That's how good they are at running plays.
There was a Mythbusters on this when it came to multitasking and being able to do different things at a different time. And they had a man and they had a woman. And it was, they first say, hey, holding or changing a baby, right? A baby's crying, you're holding them. And then you have to, open to the store. You got to start cleaning this. You got to start doing this. They started slowly adding more and more onto the plate, if you will. And the guy was just struggling. The woman was just crushing it. So it just comes back to, I'm not surprised. First and foremost, paying attention for us men is very hard, very difficult. We have very short attention spans, especially Joe Shasky in this era. We're dumb. And you know what? It's okay.
And they all, the boys all want to be LaMelo. Or no, I'm dead serious. LaMelo is
swag.
A god
He's
to
got
the 13-year-olds.
jaw, yeah.
And I'm like, LaMelo doesn't even make the playoffs, guys.
See Anthony Edwards dunk last night, by the way, the T-Wolves. Oh
but Anthony Edwards is more of the 20 and up. The teenagers.
That's true.
They like Ja and they like Luka. They love Luka and they love LaMelo.
The Anthony Edwards mindset is more like LeBron, not a LeBron, but a Michael and Kobe.
Yeah, I think the old heads appreciate
I'm a killer.
Yes.
That's what I'm going to do out there. But I'm going to have the confidence to back it up too, and the swag. Fly Guy is out in San Francisco. What's up, Fly Guy? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky. One word to describe the Warriors team.
My one word will be stormy. My one word will be stormy because Steph's been out there in the storm his whole time, by itself. And who was the people that sit down in the storm? People from Florida. Jimmy Butler. He came out here. Jimmy Buckets. He's getting buckets. And, that's just what Steph needed. He needs somebody that can sit through the storm with him and get through with them. So I would say stormy right now.
You know what comes after the storm?
What?
The morning rainbow.
There you go. Shout out San Francisco. There you go. The rainbow. That's us.
I do love when I see a rainbow. There's some about it. Whoa, there's a rainbow. Like I find that cool.
Did you used to think there was a pot of gold at the end of it? You're Irish, so you have to, right?
No, I'm not that naive.
Oh man, okay, all right. Maybe there is.
I was the guy that found the Santa gifts in the basement and like would cut them open and get the tape just right so I could see what was inside. Yeah,
that ruins the fun of it.
The oldest is always the one who's the most privy to what's real and what's not.
I was gonna say if there's a significant age gap too, the oldest like at one point says, "All right, you know Santa's not real, right? Now come help wrap these presents." So that's how it was in our household. Shameless shout out. Should we do it? Does that sound good? Let's do it. All right, let's do it. Shameless shout-outs, 888-957-9570. It's Valentine's Day. It's a payday Friday. It's All-Star Game weekend. Atmospheric River is over. Who are you shouting out? What are you shouting out? I'm shouting out Valentine's Day in general. I think it's a bad rap. I love it. And I'm going to shout out Benny and Nora. Those are my two Valentines. Love you guys.
I'm going to shout out my mother. Today's her birthday. Mom, I love you. I don't know where I'd be without you. And just thank you for everything that you do for all of us. And I love you, and happy birthday.
Oh, on Valentine's Day, you're shouting out someone that you love. That's good. Yeah. See, there you go. It all comes back. Ken, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the moms here. My first Valentine, my mom, Maria. She's always been there for me, always supported me and all that. And of course, I got to shout out my wife. She's, again, another big support. And my son, Dean, that's my real Valentine today. That little, yeah.
So you're going to eat his candy or what?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I met your mom when we had the little 95.7 get-together when we played at West Sunset.
That's right.
Yeah,
dude, she can ball.
Your mom's great. No, she was out. She was a gamer. Yeah, she was all about it. And then her and my mom are close in age and from the same part of Jersey almost. So it's funny how that all worked out. Yeah. So there's that.
So not Jersey boys, Jersey girls.
There you go. North Jersey. Shout out. North Jersey. Very different than South Jersey. North Jersey. Very different. Because South Jersey is more Philly fans. North Jersey, all the New York fans.
Gotcha.
Very different. Actually, my mom's a fair weather fan. I'm going to shout out Marianne. I love you. But it's whatever New York team's going well. Sometimes it's the Jets. Sometimes it's the Giants. Actually, it's never Yankees for her. And Ken will love this. Always Mets for Marianne. Yeah.
Shout out San Francisco Day School and Damian Crosby and the D3 champs of CYO in the 8th grade. We lost to them in overtime. They're a very good team, very talented. I think one of their best players' names is Judah. I could be wrong there. Damian, let me know.
Judah Maccabee.
They're a very well-coached team. They play a really good brand of ball and some really good ball players, and I look forward to seeing them play in high school.
We'll get to Sam in a second. He is screening calls, doing a hell of a job, and
don't lie to the audience.
Do you like that? No, he is. I love Sam. Another Valentine's Day shout out. Happy Valentine's Day to Sam Lubman. He needs it right now, okay? Love me some Sam Lubman. Uncle Gene has a shout out.
What's up, Gene?
What's up, Gene? You're on Spadoni and Shaska. What's your shout out?
Hey, guys. Valentine's Day, of course, I got to shout out my two best girls, my wife, Auntie Jan, and my dog, Chili. They keep me going more than anything.
There you go.
That's Gene. TLC chili? Like T-Boss?
I want some chili right now with some sour cream and some shredded cheddar cheese, Joe Shasky.
I will take it
a little tapatio in there, make it a little hot and spicy. Love that. Sam, what you got? What's your shout out?
Well, I guess obviously you got to shout out the mom, so I'll shout out my mom, Jamie Rucky, for being just such an awesome mom. And shout out to all the grandparents out there, too. Give your grandparents a call. Wish them happy Valentine's Day. Shout out to my Grandma Judith. Already hit her up, let her know, hey, happy Valentine's Day. I'm thinking of you. Let's get over and do some dinner sometime next week. So give a shout out to your grandparents. Give them a call. Tell them you love them. It'll make their day.
That's the love man, love men.
That's right.
On the love day.
That's right. It's not just a clever name. By the way, Judith, they're not making Judiths anymore. I don't think they're doing that.
You were
that was my aunt's name, my Aunt Judy, which is Judy, but yeah, Judith. They're not doing that anymore. All due respect to Judith Lubman, or no?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Thumbs up. And yeah, cherish your grandparents. I don't have any of my grandparents here anymore, so be sure to do that as well.
All right, Anthony and the St. Finbar Division I basketball team, undefeated season, playing in the championship game against Holy Name next week at St. Emilius. Let's go. Bring multiple sweatshirts and a jacket because St. Emilius gets cold.
Back to chilly.
Let's go. Want to give a shout out to the Holy Angels 5th grade basketball team for winning the CYO Chipper 10-0 season. Well done, boys. Shout out to Allison, my girl, since we were in preschool.
Whoa.
You're the rock of our household. Cam, Claire, and I appreciate and love you. Happy Valentine's
Wow,
Day.
they knew each other back in preschool. That's true love right there.
Me
That's
and Michelle did go to school together, grammar school. Which
preschool, though?
Not preschool.
So that's not the level.
But
then.
preschool's next
But did
level.
she like you in grammar school or no?
Of course. I mean,
Or did she grow? Or did she grow to like
come
you?
on.
Is that what it is?
No, I always tell the joke. My wife was one of our cheerleaders, and she used to come to all of my games exclusively and cheer me on. She hates when I do that joke. I love you, Michelle.
There you go. Zach and Fremont. What you got, Zach?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Shout out to my grandma first and foremost. She turned 74 yesterday.
Hell yeah.
And then my brother today, he turned 30. So,
let's go.
Happy birthday, child. Love you, man.
That's
awesome. That's awesome. Shout out to grandma. Shout out to brother. A lot of birthdays today on Valentine's Day. Do you get kind of screwed on Valentine's Day if you're on a birthday too? It's not quite like Christmas when you get screwed. My brother and sister always got screwed because they were December 31st. So they're New Year's Eve. So we didn't really celebrate them. It was more of just a party all the time. And everyone already used up all their money. So they weren't getting any gifts, getting any cards. It's like, oh no, we just came to hang out and have fun. And here's some chips and dip.
Well, and Mom, even though it's your birthday, I love you. My birthday would usually fall either on or, a day before or after Thanksgiving.
Oh, you're around my brother, Sam. Same thing. Yeah.
And so what would end up happening is, Mom would be like, all right, I got you and your brother a gift, but it's also part of your Christmas gift. And it would be like, Mom, what are we doing here? We're dividing the pie too many times here.
Right? It's just all how it shakes
it's a pie
out.
chart of gift culpability.
I'm the opposite. My birthday usually fell on the last day or last week of school.
Oh.
So people were, it was June 4th. So people were stoked. They're like, oh, great. School's over. I'm feeling great. Let's get Joe the greatest thing ever because I'm feeling awesome.
Like
Finals are over. It's like, yeah, come to my house. Come do this, that, and the other.
People benefit.
Yes.
There's no doubt about it. And then, if you bring, birthday cards in terms of like birthday parties, like I think Linda said, sure. You better bring them for the whole class or you don't bring them to school.
No, that's a good point.
You cannot alienate people at school.
Absolutely. Heather from the Santa Clara Hilton is joining us. What's up, Heather? You're on Spadoni and Chasky.
Happy Valentine's Day, guys. My two girls were begging me to call in because they wanted to shout out their two best friends, their Galentines, Olivia and Zyra, also from Santa Clara. So
love it.
Happy Valentine's Day to everyone.
Happy
Thank
Valentine's
you.
Day. And shout out to Santa Clara of Hilton. We had a lot of action down at the Santa Clara Hilton, Joe Shasky.
Shout out all the teachers with the arts and crafts on a day like today. Because honestly, it does make it really cool when you go into the classrooms and stuff and you just see all the arts and crafts. And obviously some teachers are a little more talented with that stuff than others, but there's a lot of thought that gets put into that.
Shout out to the single moms and the single dads out there also doing it. You have to do arts and crafts. You have to do this, that, and the other. It's very difficult. I struggle with arts and crafts. I actually worked at Michael's craft store for a while. Yeah, I didn't know anything about crafts, but I had to learn about the products, this, that, and the other to help out.
The only crafts he knows are,
Kraft mac and cheese. Exactly.
I was an elite mac and cheese.
Beer,
Yeah, no, I'm actually not a big beer guy.
Not a craft beer guy?
No, I'm Italian. I like wine. I like actually, not even that. Like, I'll enjoy wine with some meals. Give me just, Jack and Coke. Very simple. Just give me some liquor. I'm not here to just try to enjoy, I don't like the taste of alcohol. I'm going to be honest. I don't. Oh, it grows on you. This doesn't
like the taste of alcohol.
No, it tastes
I love that. Yeah, I don't like
it's just like, you don't have a refined palate. No, it all tastes horrible. It's all fermented crap. I just want to get tipsy.
You're not wrong, really.
Everybody in the club getting tipsy. That's me. All right. Anyone
shout
else?
Out Shabuzi, who's playing in the
shout out Jaquan, because Shabuzi stole it. But
actually, Shabuzi's got bangers. Don't sleep on Shabuzi.
No, Shabuzi is going to be Jerry Rice. I think he's coaching Shabuzi in the Celebrity All-Star game.
I don't know a single Shabuzi song outside of the bar song that he has.
That's fine. That's all you need to know right now. And that won some sort of award at the Grammys.
Well, I went down the Shabuzi rabbit hole of his playlist, and no, there's a bunch that I really like.
More bangers than Kendrick?
I don't know. I know. I wouldn't say that, but again, Kendrick is very popular.
We don't need to go back.
I don't think
we
he's
already had this conversation.
I'm sorry.
No one cares about the halftime show.
That's a flag on me.
Are we ready for the injury report? Let's do this before slates. Let's go to the injury report. Ah, boy, the freaking Shabuzi. Gary Payton II was a late scratch before last night's Warriors win. Despite not appearing on the initial injury report, he was ruled out with a leg injury, more specifically a right peroneal contusion, or is it peroneal? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. No update was given on the severity of the injury, but GP2 will have a week to rest before the Warriors' next game next Friday, a week from today, against the Sacramento Kings. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Frontier Ford. Anthony Slater joining us next, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All things Golden State Warriors. He is tapped in. He's our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. Covers the team for The Athletic. Plus, we got the keyword coming out for the knockout contest. So you're going to be listening to that after Anthony Slater. We'll give that away. Bonte Hill at 9 o'clock in studio. We have all that happening, plus the slam dunk in Vegas. There is so much happening. Plus, it's Valentine's Day. So text in, call in. The shout-outs can go for the next 2 hours for all I'm concerned. Shout out whoever you love for Valentine's Day. That is fine as far as I'm concerned. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're halfway home on a Friday on 95.7 The Game. Happy Valentine's Day, Philmo Mike. What's up, people? It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. We're halfway home on this beautiful Friday here in the Bay. The sun is creeping out here in downtown San Francisco as the Golden State Warriors win 105-98 in Houston. They are 3-1 in the Jimmy Butler era heading into All-Star Game weekend, which kicks off again right here in San Francisco in the Bay Area. So good morning to all of you just getting off work and ready for work and ready for school. We're going to be joined by Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider here, Joe Shasky, in a few moments. And it's going to be brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And be tuned in for the next 10 to 20 minutes, I'll call it, for the keyword for the knockout competition. So please be listening. After Anthony Slater, I'm going to be giving out a keyword. And then between 8:30 and 9, so the next segment, we're going to be playing a sounder. Do you got that sounder, Ken, that you can play? You're going to be playing this in a second. I promise. It's going to be worth it. Thank you. It's going to be the DJ horn. We've been playing it all week, the last 3 weeks, to be honest. So you know what it is. But when you hear that, you're going to give us the keyword, be the first caller, be at least 18 and from California, and you will qualify to play hoops on the Chase Center floor. How you doing this morning, Joe Shasky? You feeling great? Feeling awesome. This has been a fun day, man. The show's been flying by.
It's been fun, man.
Yeah,
no, it's been great. It's been awesome. I'm ready for the
Who's that, by the way? Who was
I don't know.
there?
You transformed into somebody, and I didn't know who it was.
Was that Professional Joe? Does that sound like that?
Well, no. Professional Joe, it sounds something like this. How are you doing? It's Joe Shasky here on the Morning Roast.
Troy McClure, is that who that was from?
There are certain people in this industry who become broadcaster voice, and it drives me nuts. I'm like, dog, you don't talk like that.
It's useful sometimes, but to your point, it is funny to see things change. Do I sound like I sound on air, off air?
You sound very similar.
Okay. All right. So do you.
But there are people, and I guess Gary Radnich kind of started it. He would say, doing my Buster Brown thing. But there'd be times, and this is what made Radnich such a legend. He would just be himself.
Yeah.
But this is how people transform. They literally do this. How are you doing? It's Joe Shasky. I'm standing here at Union Square, and I'm looking over at Nike Town, and I'm saying to myself, look at all these great people. And for some reason, you have to do the voice deeper, and I don't know. It's just there's a whole aura.
Well, that's why guys like Stuart Scott, rest in peace, translated so well to ESPN because he was so natural, and it sounded like I was just talking to him at the bar, right? And he was doing highlights, booyah, this, that, and the other. Juxtaposed that with Dan Patrick, very professional, one of the all-timers, but it was different, right? It was Dan Patrick, Keith Olbermann, who was more the humor guy too. So there's different ways to do it. One guy that's always himself on our show, though, whether it's Bonta Hill, whether it's Joe Spadoni, whether it's Joe Shasky, it's Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. Probably the chillest guest we've ever had on our airwaves. That's a regular. And I say that in the greatest way possible. Anthony Slater, just a very chill dude, which I appreciate. That's like a meme now, the chill guy. I don't know if you've seen that.
Oh, yeah.
That's Anthony Slater. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop. Anthony Slater, we've been talking all morning, and by the way, happy Valentine's Day to you. I know you're a big Valentine's Day guy. One word to describe this Warriors season thus far. We've been asking the question, if I can give you one word to describe this team, what's the word for you? And good morning.
Ever evolving at this point. Good morning.
Is that two words or one? You're a journalist.
It's a hyphen.
It's a hyphen, right?
Okay.
I mean, I could just say evolving.
Sorry, I'm getting hyphy with the hyphenations.
There you go.
Thanks.
Evolving would say it's evolving in this current moment. Ever evolving means it's just been like constantly evolving. I don't know. That's just how it feels, right? Remember, remember the DeAnthony Melton era? That was a while ago.
How could I forget?
Yes, 12-3. But you obviously had the segment where they were one of the worst teams in basketball. I mean, we were talking about there was a 6-week run where they were like the third worst offense in the league. They were 7-17, whatever it was, over a 24-game stretch. It just felt like there was a segment where it was just like all trades all the time, everybody just wondering, what they could do. I don't even remember half the games in that segment. Now it's the Jimmy Butler segment, 4-1, obviously heading to the break. They're coming out at 28-27 in 10th, which is not good, especially for a team that started 12-3, but you get the Kings, which are right next to you in the standings, and you get the Mavericks, which are right above you coming out of the break. You win those two, which they'll probably be favored of both. They're setting up to make a little run, so it just feels like everything continues to change.
Were you surprised at all? Because you asked the question to Steve Kerr in Dallas after the game. Obviously, the game started at 8:45 local, which is just insane. By the way, it was supposed to be 8:30, and then it went to 8:45. The national game, this, that, the other. They didn't get to Houston until early in the morning, 3 or 4, whatever it was. Were you surprised at all that Steph, Dre, and Jimmy all played and that they played heavy minutes?
Not really. I mean, especially with the loss, I do wonder if they had snuck that Dallas win. Maybe they would have pulled the parachute, but it's not really time to give away games. Steph's knee tendonitis has calmed down enough to where they're more comfortable with him playing back-to-backs. I don't think that, like you said, they love the timing of it. They got it to their Houston hotel around 3:30 from what I heard. But I think it's part of why you didn't see Steve Kerr put the pedal down as far as rotationally. I think Steph Curry had only played like 21 minutes through 3 quarters last night. Now he plays the entire fourth because they set it up that way. I think they were hoping not to have him, to get some garbage time basically yesterday, but they obviously blew the lead at the end of the third. So long way of answering your question. No, I wasn't surprised. I think Rick Celebrini was probably pretty uncomfortable with it, but they needed the win. And, they escaped Houston with a win, whereas if those guys sat, they would have lost. They would be 27-28 right now.
I just really like the final 5-6 minutes on both ends of the floor for them. I like that they're in these kind of tight games. The Dallas game, there was some sequences that were very frustrating, right? There was obviously the defensive foul on Moses Moody, a couple of missed layups by Steph. But to see them kind of have that trio of Draymond, Butler, and Curry, and one time Jimmy brings the ball up the floor. He passes to Draymond. Curry sets the screen. Boom, he dives down the middle of the paint, wide open, backdoor, boom, layup. You see another time, Steph's the one who pops open for the 3. Like, they're clearly a work in progress, but having Jimmy as a secondary prime playmaker has really helped them, even in just the short term. And then you saw him take on the Kyrie assignment late in that game as well. God, they need Kuminga back, but I like what I'm seeing on both ends of the floor in the final 5-6 minutes. Don't you think that's the most important part of why they got Jimmy?
Yeah, I mean, he's really good. He just does a ton of stuff. The passing's there. It seems to kind of have unlocked, some of their movement stuff where it felt stale at times. And you're not blaming Andrew Wiggins for it, but you're not really seeing Andrew Wiggins catch the ball in the short roll and make like a nice bounce pass to the dunker spot or, rip out a muscle rebound in traffic and, immediately find Steph Curry in the corner for 3. There's just small stuff that Butler does that I think it accentuates everybody else. I think his scoring is not where he wants it to be. His touches, and he's talked about it, even his feel. He said he's just like a step behind where he would normally want to be his wind. I think that's coming, and I think what matters the most is like they're going to need his scoring at some point. I felt like they've needed it the last few games, and it just hasn't been there. The mid-range or even the 3 at times that he can shoot, he's not really shooting right now. And then, I think the other thing, I don't know how much Butler's presence helps Podziemski, because I think Podziemski's really on, at this point, a 3, 4, 5 week stretch here that's been really good. But he looks like the guy they pumped up all summer, right? The guy that's heading towards. I've never thought stardom, and I still don't necessarily think stardom, but like this was the second-year player that was going to build off that great rookie season. He's back, and if he's back, I mean, that's a 4th really good player out there, and I'm sure we can get to Moody and some of the others, but that to me has helped a lot.
Yeah, no, I pulled it up. Since returning from an 11-game absence, he's played another, let's say, 11 games. He's averaging 14, 6 and 5. That's pretty good. I mean, that's pretty good. And I feel like that it's not giving you the full floor game because his decisiveness has been better. His defense has been awesome. He's been really good. One thing that bugs me, and maybe you can elaborate on this. Maybe we can ask Steve Kerr this down the line. The switching. Certain lineups, they switch, and especially against a team like Dallas, it was driving me like crazy watching Buddy Hield and GP2 just so easily and passively give up the switch. And then you saw late in the game, Jimmy's like, no, we're not switching. I'm going to fight over the top of this. Is that a Steve Kerr thing? Is that just the philosophy of the Warriors of like, we're going to switch everything across the board? Like, I think they need to adjust that. And like when Buddy's out on an island, like they cannot allow that switch to happen so passively and so easily. It's just, they're playing into the matchups there. I know I'm getting deep in the weeds in basketball 101, but I don't get why they think that this is 2017 and they can switch everything.
I assume you're talking about the Kyrie segments late in the Dallas game.
Yes.
Yeah.
And specifically against that type of a team that wants to switch you to death to get the matchup that they're looking for.
Yeah, for sure. I think that sometimes it's the players on the floor deciding when or when not to. I don't think they necessarily want to so easily allow Buddy Hield on Kyrie Irving. I think one of their issues is, they're especially right now, it feels like they're always in small ball lineups, and typically, a better strategy for a small ball type unit without a rim protector or a drop center or whatever in the modern NBA is to be switchy. I mean, you want to construct lineups in a small environment that, are mostly a bunch of wings that can guard, various positions. Buddy Hield, I would not necessarily consider in that vein, but I don't disagree. You don't want Buddy Hield late in the game guarding Kyrie Irving. They should have doubled. Steve Kerr said it post game. That should have been more of a double situation, and I think they did do it a lot more in the fourth. He said they should have done it earlier. I'd agree because Kyrie was really the only one going. But yeah, you're not. I mean, I don't necessarily think Jerry Stackhouse is over there like, oh, I'm comfortable with Buddy Hield and on an island with Kyrie at all times.
Talking to Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider for 95.7 The Game and The Athletic, best in the biz at all things Golden State Warriors. And Anthony, you had mentioned, the knee tendonitis for Steph Curry. It's calmed down enough to play him on back-to-backs, or the organization feels confident enough to play him on back-to-backs. Do you foresee that being the norm going forward, Steph playing back-to-backs? Because, Mike Dunleavy joined our station yesterday with Steiny and Goo, and he said that loss to Dallas felt like a playoff loss to him. Every single game feels like a playoff game going forward. I mean, right off the break, a week from now, you're playing the Sacramento Kings, a team you might be playing again in the play-in. Then you got the Mavericks. So do you foresee Steph playing these back-to-backs going forward the rest of the way?
Yeah, I mean, until either his body says he shouldn't or the standings say he shouldn't, and I don't think the standings are going to, because, I think it's pretty clear the difference between, the 6 seed and the 11, basically, in the West is only going to be a few games, really like it was last year. Y'all remember the final week last year? Where it was even the final day, the Lakers, the Kings, and they were all playing on the same day trying to figure out who was going to be 8, who was going to be 9, who was going to be 10.
Anthony, it's an absolute joke that the 76ers are 20-34 in a game out in the Eastern Conference, and the Warriors are a game above 500 and clinging to the 10th spot. Come on, man. I get it. It's been the East versus West for a long time. It's never going to happen. There needs to be some sort of reseeding, though, because this is an absolute travesty, what's going on in the East compared to the West. It's a joke.
Yeah, especially that middle part of the conference. Obviously, the depth is out West. You could argue the East has better top teams, right? Boston, Cleveland,
sure.
Knicks. But, I also don't really care too much about the Sixers squeaking in at the 10 because they're going to play a 9-10 play-in game and maybe lose it and then play another, if they win that game and win the next game, then they're going to be the 1A and get smoked in the first round. So I don't think it's going to, basically tilt the championship race. But yeah, that's the West. So
could they ever reseed in the future? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off there because Adam Silver's in town. It's the All-Star game. They're talking about all these new ways, shortening the quarters, this, that, the other. I'm just throwing it out there because I do think the West has just dominated the East basically my entire life, past Michael Jordan, obviously. It's been the Lakers. It's been the Spurs, the Mavericks for a little bit, the Warriors, obviously. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too much into it. It bothers me when I look at the standings. And I sure as the league, they would love the Warriors. Give me a Warriors, I don't know, a Warriors-Pistons matchup would be awesome. The young upstart Pistons, Cade Cunningham, a bigger market. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too much into it.
Can I tell you something? I don't want to cover Warriors Pistons first round. I don't want to be going to Detroit and back.
Draymond would love that. There's storylines galore. Come on.
I love giving Warriors LA. Warriors Kings a couple of years ago, that was perfect.
Well, yeah, obviously.
5 blocks from your house.
Well, travel does matter, and like time zones matter, and like I think the NBA traditions a little bit matter to them. But I will say, Adam Silver's having a press conference at Chase Center, I think on Saturday. Why don't you come on down? I want you to bring that heat, wind your question up that way and see what he says to you.
I'll be sleeping then. Sorry, Anthony. I got to get up too early for this. The weekends, I got to reset, refocus, but I appreciate you saying that, Joe Shasky.
Obviously, Jimmy Butler's going to get all the headlines, and rightfully, right? I mean, marquee player, big trade. You got rid of a lot of people like a fan favorite, if you will, of Andrew Wiggins. I love what I'm seeing from the random guys, and they're not all going to play great every night, but you obviously touched on Podziemski. Moses Moody's been playing excellent. I would argue it's his best month of basketball of his career. And he's getting consistent minutes. He's making his impact even when he's not just hitting shots. Guy Santos just plays winning basketball. He's always in the right spot. He's got a knack for rebounding. He is a guy who's a really good passer. I love what I'm seeing from Quentin Post. It feels like kind of trimming down that bench a little and having more clearly defined roles has really helped everyone out.
Yeah, although I didn't I thought Guy Santos had a rough one last night. But
last night wasn't great.
Yeah. 13 out of 15 games, Moses Moody has scored in double figures. I agree with you. He's starting to get consistent minutes, and I think generally a lot of people thought this was in him if given this type of role. Kuminga's on the way. Even Pat Spencer last night, I think they plugged him in for some energy on the second night of back-to-back. He always brings at least some spark in the legs. So. The rotation makes more sense. It was a 4-for-1 trade. They're going to add 2 guys coming out of the break. I don't think they're necessarily going to be rotation guys, but I do think the consolidation trade helped. I think you've seen some of Mike Dunleavy's draft picks, fringe type moves over the last couple of years. Like they're showing up well. I mean, to get Post 52nd overall, he's already changed a couple games. He basically closed the game in Milwaukee with that, 3 threes in whatever it was, 3 or 4 minutes to start the fourth. Like to have a guy that's essentially you just converted him from a 2-way, like flip a road game like that or close a road game down. Like that's already getting more value than a team would normally expect out of the 52nd pick. So there's some small stuff that's going well for the Warriors.
Talking with Anthony Slater, our 95% The Game Warriors insider, and obviously covers the team for The Athletic. And Anthony, Jonathan Kuminga, the next big domino to fall here, going to be reevaluated next week. Hopefully everything goes well and we're seeing him sooner rather than later. How do you foresee him fitting in with this crew? Obviously, he'll be on a minutes restriction, you would assume, early on. How do you foresee everything shaking out with the addition of Jimmy now and Jonathan Kuminga being, reinstituted into this team, if you will?
Yeah, I think he's really going to matter, obviously, in like those second unit lineups. I want to see him and Jimmy Butler together. They want to see each other together. I talked to, both of them, basically about each other. I wrote a story this week about Kuminga and his future, his contract that needs to get solved. That kind of sits in the background, of all this. But he's pumped. Butler not only is to him like kind of a model of the type of offensive player he should be and wants to be, which is just like a power downhill type guy, lives at the rim, takes more than half of his shots, in the restricted area, gets to the free throw line, still will shoot the mid-range jumper, still will shoot the 3. But also I think Kuminga is better in a small ball environment. And I think what this roster has molded into, it's going to be a lot more Draymond at center, maybe more than he'd like to play. But it's winning time. We're heading towards March, April, May. Like Draymond Green at the center is going to be how they have to close like most of these games. And that'll allow Kuminga, as we've seen in the past, right? You remember last year was the only way for them to play Kuminga and Wiggins together was Draymond at the center. But those lineups work. Now it's even better version of that, right? It's Kuminga, Butler, and Draymond. I'd expect to be the 3, 4, 5 at the most important moments of this season. And I think 2 things Jonathan Kuminga needs to do well for those lineups to work. It's going to be individually defend, because I think Butler isn't the individual defender at this stage of his career that Wiggins was, point of attack, but Butler's a terror off the ball. We've seen some of the steals and sneaky stuff he does. They think they can build a really good defense with Butler and Draymond kind of roaming, but they need somebody to guard the ball. And to me, Kuminga, at least, physical tools is a candidate. So if he locks into that, I mean, that'll earn him some more money in free agency. And then the other thing, hit some catch and shoot threes. Defenses are going to leave him open. He's 40% this season on catch and shoot threes. The pull up threes, he's not near 40%. But if you could just hit those catch and shoot wing threes, which I think you feel decent about when he rises up in rhythm, then I think, you can play these lineups and you can win with these lineups.
Anthony, we appreciate the time, man. Always so good to us. Real quick, any Valentine's Day plans? You a big Valentine's Day guy?
Well, we'll be hanging out with my wife. My son is coming to the Bay Area with her for All-Star Weekend, so I'll do dinner with her tonight. So that's good enough for me.
Strong. No, that's great. Shout out to all of you listening Valentine's Day. It's not too late. Send a text, get a call, get a voicemail in there.
I would bring a rain jacket.
It's sunny right now in downtown San Francisco.
I'm not in the Bay Area yet.
No, it's sunny right now in Financial District, so we're chilling right now, Anthony. Hey, appreciate it, man. Enjoy the festivities this weekend and everything, and we'll do it again next week.
Okay, see y'all.
All right, that's Anthony Slater. As all guests on 95.7 The Game, join us on the River Islands guest line. All guests, do that. River Islands guest line. It's time for you to discover the islands. River Islands life. I said the same thing twice, so now I was getting in my own head there. Real quick, Joe Shasky, it's time to give out that keyword for the knockout contest. It's copyright. Are we allowed to say it like that?
Why not?
I don't know. Do we have to dump
I'm not
that?
allowed to say it's time. They don't copyright the words.
Well, no, but that's the phrase. Like you said it in a certain way. Like I don't want to get in trouble. No,
You better be careful.
yeah, please be careful.
Not time.
Thank you. All right, you can say that. No, it is time to give out the keyword. And the keyword for the knockout tournament to play hoops at Chase Center is all. Again, the key word is all. As in, hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. R.I.P. Steve Harwell, former lead singer of Smash Mouth. So listen between 8:30 and 9, and when you hear the sounder, got it? Oh. Not now, but next time, give the keyword, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play in the 95.7 The Game knockout tournament. Joe Shasky, your reaction to what Anthony Slater had to say in regards to Jonathan Kuminga coming back and fitting in with Jimmy Butler.
They need him. I mean, they need another perimeter defender, absolutely, like to the fullest. So, yeah, bring them on. They also need more athleticism. They seem to be getting the shots from the outside, but boy, it would be nice to have some guys going to the rim. That's what made kind of Moses Moody been so good is he's actually been taking the ball to the hoop.
It's been nice to see Moses becoming more and more confident, but just getting the minutes consistently. I think that's just what fans are so frustrated with.
Yeah.
Was the lack of consistency. They felt frustrated on Moody's behalf. And yeah, Moody's the consummate professional. They've been talking about it. Steve Kerr's been saying since he's been drafted out of Arkansas. An old soul, right? He's very mature for his age. And part of that maturity was not being frustrated and going to the Chronicle, going to various media outlets like Jonathan Kuminga did. Obviously, there was some frustration there. Not saying what Jonathan Kuminga did. I understand where Jonathan Kuminga was at too, because he was frustrated, but Moody also showing his frustrations, not to the media, but privately. I think it's leading all up to this, and I'm very happy for him for this consistency. Now, when JK comes back, again, adding another layer into this, it just adds to the melting pot of everything for Steve Kerr. This has been the most trying season for him, given everything that's happened. It's just going to be another layer that he's going to have to mix and match. It's a game of Tetris, if you will, Joe Shasky. It's a Rubik's Cube. He's going to have to solve it, and it's going to be another layer there. 888-957-9570. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Safeway. Bonte Hill in studio in 30 minutes. Cannot wait for that. I'm very interested to see what he has to say in regards to the Jimmy Butler experience. 3-1. What has he liked? What has he not liked? Is there not, I'm curious if there's anything negative about Jimmy Butler that you've seen right now. I think everyone was worrying about the off the court stuff. Him and Draymond are going to be yelling at each other. I was like, yeah, there's been yelling, but it's all been positive. It's been getting on each other about certain things, or it's been just timing issues. There hasn't been anything that's been egregious in any of these games. They haven't been blown out. They've been blowing teams out. They should have blown out the Rockets yesterday. They let them creep back in.
That's the NBA.
That's the NBA.
You could have said the same about Dallas the night before.
And the Rockets are the 4th seed in the West right now. They're a good team.
They are.
Let's
it's a win.
I don't want to underscore that. They had all of their starters basically, except for Fred VanVleet, who was a big miss for them yesterday because VanVleet has been killing the Warriors in the past, going back to that 2019 NBA Finals, obviously, where he turned into a man possessed after he became a father. So we'll get into that with Bonte, all that, this, that, and the other, plus knockout giveaway. On the other side, it's Spadoni, it's Shasky. It's brought to you by Safeway on 95.7 The Game.
Back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I want to see LiAngelo do the halftime show on Sunday.
Isn't he performing this weekend?
Tell me he is.
I'm pretty sure he is.
I think Saturday.
Crank the sun up. It's got this Nelly feel to it.
Early 2000s.
God, it's great.
It's great.
Stop saying that. Well, it makes me feel old. There's early 2000s.
Well, that's what it,
like
that
it
was
was
the
like
style.
Centuries ago.
I am saying that with the term of endearment, Joe.
No.
I'm also getting older. Like that was back when I was a kid, so it's okay. You know, there's levels to millennials. You're the older millennial, I'm the younger millennial, so it's okay.
You can find me in St. Louis.
By the way, don't forget at some point in this segment, we will prompt you to call in with the keyword. I gave it out last segment, and you will win a spot in the knockout tournament if you are caller number 1. Got to be 18 and from California. Make sure you are locked in and have that keyword ready. Also, we were just talking to this guy out there. He's fired up about it. Evan Giddings, I like how it says, whoever typed this out, Evan and Giddings. Was that you, Joe Shasky?
No, I would have said Evan Grandy.
Evan Grandy and Mark Giddings. Yeah, that's what you said. But it's Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy. We'll be broadcasting live tonight from the Amador Club from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. It's 85 Cigar Night, a party thrown by Chad Ochocinco and Terrell Owens, T.O. Other celebrities on hand include Dusty Baker, Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond, Chris Mullen, Baron Davis, Jason Richardson, and many more.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Brought to you by the Celebrity Pickleball Bash. For your tickets to this weekend's events, go to celebritypickleballbash.com.
I got to hear that. I'm sorry, Joe. Play that again.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
That was when he was talking to Mitch Richmond, and he did that. We play that drop so
much.
You play that drop so many times, you actually start saying it that way. Like it was the same with the AJ Anunoby drop that Steiny said, not OG Anunoby, but you say AJ Anunoby so many times that you'd start saying it that way. Rich Mitchin, not Mitch.
Like Audi Rushman.
Audi Rushman, exactly. Ute Juice, Kyle Juszczyk. There you go. So go check out Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy tonight. They're going to be crushing. Valentine's Day, 2 single guys at a party like that?
No.
I hope they just get on air.
He should start moving away from Steiny as fast as possible.
That's
because
Mother Evan.
When I think of who would be the saltiest on a Valentine's Day of All-Star Weekend in our town, Steiny somehow is at the top of the list.
He was crushing that like bagel, egg, and cheese, though. He's in a great mood.
That tells me he had a lot of fun last night.
888-957-9570. Having a lot of fun. Having a lot of fun today. We got Bonte joining us here in about 25 minutes. Bonte Hill in studio to break down everything happening this weekend. Bonte is going to be like the actual king of the Bay Area this weekend. Oh. He's going to be doing a lot of shaking hands, kissing babies, this, that, and the other, right?
I don't know. Is he?
I assume so. This is his home, baby.
I guess. I wouldn't know. We'll have to ask him.
Okay, we'll do that. And by the way, we were just asking Anthony Slater last segment. The one word used to describe this Golden State Warriors season, I actually already forgot it. What did Anthony Slater say? Does anyone remember?
Ever evolving.
Ever evolving. That's right.
There's a hyphen in there.
He's the hyphen in there. He's a writer. He covers the team. He can do that. Ever evolving, Joe Shasky, this Golden State Warriors team. Yes, and he's one of the best at covering the squad. Ever evolving. And they're 3-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. Can they sustain this going forward? A week from now, they're going to be playing the Kings. Then they got the Mavericks on Andre Iguodala's retirement ceremony. That's gonna be next Sunday, not this Sunday, but next Sunday at 12:30. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Ever evolving. I said chaotic. You said surging / Lombard Street. So that's 3 words now, really. I think where Warriors fans are finally, though, I think the overarching theme is gonna be optimism. There's some sort of optimism about this team that wasn't there maybe even a week ago, because you didn't know what you had.
No, a week ago we were on medication watch.
Oh, wow.
I didn't want to go more,
Tylenol, Advil. Yeah. No. You don't want to go heavier than that.
I mean, let's call it what it is. I mean, I'm asking you if I'm able to, send vape pens to Hawaii here now on my way over here.
That. We were getting Pete's coffee earlier. He's like, Spadoni, can I ask you something about smuggling things into Hawaii? It's like, I didn't do any of that.
Is weed legal in Hawaii? I'm asking for a friend.
I believe it is, but
that friend is my brother.
But
I'm throwing him
they
under the
make
bus.
you fill out this form whenever you go to Hawaii about you can't bring certain like agriculture, like seeds and stuff. They're worried about fruit, like vegetables. It's very odd. They made me. That was the first time I've ever been to Hawaii.
The question is weed legal in Hawaii?
It is illegal for recreational use.
It's illegal?
Really?
Well, there you go. The more you know. Do you have like a card though? Are you?
No, I'm just asking.
No, do you have a medical card? Do you need?
What would I need a medical card for in California? It's legal.
Yeah, but I think there's like tax purposes and different things you can get if you actually have like a medicinal card with it. No, I don't partake anymore, Joe Shasky. All right,
I don't either.
That.
I watch those who do.
As you asked about me in Pete's Coffee, 888-957-9570. Mike Dunleavy on yesterday.
Get Tyler Miller. Book Tyler Miller. I'm sure he will be our expert.
Slide into the DMs, Tyler. Mike Dunleavy.
Put the bat signal out for him.
On yesterday with Steiny and Goo.
You know he's got like a full binder of what goes where and how to get it and where it's legal and where it's not. Yes, absolutely.
Like a binder of like all the different cards.
He's like an expert.
Yeah, like if you had like Magic the Gathering
he's like the
or like
Rain
Pokemon.
Man of this kind of information.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm totally like just.
No, let's go to David.
You gotta remember, I'm out of here for a little while after this, so like my ADD's already kicked in, and I'm in mail it in mode.
Great. With another hour and a half left in the show. It's great
You'll
to
learn
hear.
This about me, Spadone.
Yeah, I've already. Well, it's not like I haven't been working with you for years.
Fonte's listening to this right now and be like, "Oh, do I turn around?"
David and
he's stuck in traffic. Who are we kidding?
Maybe he's down with David and San Jose.
He's got an escort.
David,
police escort.
David, what's going on, man?
What's up, David?
King's Court.
Hey, morning, fellas. How you doing?
Doing great. Happy Valentine's Day, Dave.
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's always weird with getting presents on Valentine's Day. At least for me, it always feels good giving it the other way though to the lady. But Shasky, I just came back from Hawaii, Shasky, so I can fill you in, man.
All right, what is it?
All right, so weed is illegal, but you could have up to 3.5 grams on it, basically just throw it away. So I had a couple went over there for some reason. People still do vacuum seal, but if you're taking the pen, just take a new one, take a new cartridge, throw it in your non-carry-on, and you'll be fine.
There you go. The more you know. David, I thought he had something on Jimmy Butler, but that's
man
fine.
Was an expert. By the way, you put the weed back signal out, and at 95.7 the game, people come flying in. I love it. That took 6 seconds. We had someone on hold in seconds.
David,
by the way, the text line is like a slot machine right now with all these weed experts.
Hey, we got a lot of. Well, where's our guy? Turtle Pie.
By the way, this is for my brother, not for me. I'm throwing Deli Boy under.
I was going to say, God, I've already
311.
I've already heard all the stories at the funeral when you threw him under the bus. Now you're doing it on air. What are you doing to your brother? Cut him some slack.
No,
not little brother.
He knows I love him.
There you go. 888-957-9570. As I was trying to tease or play, Mike Dunleavy, very huge trade. I don't know if you know this, Joshowski. One of the biggest trade in Golden State Warriors era. I don't know, the last 10 years or so, it feels like. Jimmy Butler, how did this all go down, and what kind of player is he, Mike?
I don't know there's any added pressure. It just felt like watching the team this season, I felt like something needed to be done, and I felt like we needed to add talent. So making that happen is not easy. You heard about the stuff this summer. It's hard to make deals. It's hard to acquire high-end players. So to be able to get a player of Jimmy's caliber, we're really fortunate that guy's available at all. And then to be able to get a deal done, to have the assets to do that, the matching salary and all that. So, yeah, I mean, I guess there's a sense of relief. I think maybe just in general with the deadline passing, kind of move on to basketball here, focus on our team, watch some college basketball, get ready for the draft. That stuff sort of shifts, and it's nice to have the trade stuff behind us.
All I keep thinking is, like, if this guy pulls off one championship, he will be remembered. I'm talking about Dunleavy.
Oh, sure.
If you find a way to win one title at the end here, that might be more difficult than any of the other titles that they've had to pull off.
Will be the bonus chip as we get Nick Friedel in the studio next week. As you're going to Hawaii, we will have cousin Nick Friedel.
Fonte is going to be in his chariot coming in right now, and I'm telling you, he's going to be furious that you said the bonus championship.
It's so true, though. It would be one, though, right? Like, no one expects this Warriors team to win a title
Mike
here.
Dunleavy, of all people, being the one to do it. Like Mike Dunleavy, the player, being able to find a way to weave through the tapestry of all of the crazy contracts and age and ego and all that. And if you found a way to win one more title, could you imagine how beloved he'd be? Now, I know we're a long way from that. I sound absurd.
No. That would be on the likes of a Barry Zito what he was able to do in his final stint as a Giant. How hated was Mike Dunleavy as a player, Joe Shasky? I just can ask you right now, how disliked was he? Some of it might have been unfair.
I like Mike, so I have a hard time saying, like, I'm talking about the person.
As a player, I'm going out by the fan base.
And I'm telling you, like, I feel bad saying this. The fan base booed him every time he touched the ball.
Wow.
At the end.
That's insane.
Fair or not, like they did. And he was always very classy. He could have easily just screw you guys, but no, he's way classier than that. And honestly, I think he would have been a hell of a lot better in this era. Like, I do, because I think he actually had really good ball skills. He had a good floor game. He just didn't live up to the billing of being the number 3 overall pick. We thought we were getting Yao Ming. It's not his fault. Like, it isn't his fault. And it honestly isn't. In the same way I look at Solomon Thomas, but Dunleavy was better at his sport than Solomon Thomas ever was.
No, it's a good point. And
but if he comes back to here and wins a title, like, oh my God.
No, it's one of the all-time stories in redemption arc. Absolutely. Going from Oakland and then moving to San Francisco. He actually kind of talked about that, how, the organization then and what it is now, he looks at it as 2 different parts of his life, like just 2 completely different parts and 2 different franchises almost for him. Because when Joe Lacob took it over, then when he started working with Bob Myers, when he started becoming an executive, everything sort of shifted. It kind of coincided with the move over here. They win a title. Bob steps down. And now we're seeing this, and we finally have a path as a fan base to go down with Lacob, with Dunleavy, with Kerr. Everyone is all in sync now. Shout out Justin Timberlake. And we're all going on this path together. And there's clarity now. And it's exciting. And they're 3-1 and they're heading to the All-Star break. And you have this new sense of optimism and, the line of communication and how that works. And being all in it. I was going to do another reference. You're not going to get this one. It's a Disney Channel reference. We're all in this together. High School Musical. Shout out Zac Efron. Yeah, you didn't like that one.
Well, I was going to go San Francisco Giants a couple years ago. We're in this thing together.
Well, they stole.
Together we are giant.
It was such a terrible slogan.
But
together you're boring.
There's nothing like it.
Would you agree that the Miami Heat, as an organization, for the most part, they're together. They're on the same page always.
Yeah, but as of the last month or two, again, I told you I've been monitoring Miami. Yes, overall, I agree with you. Recently, they are criticizing all of Spoelstra's coaching decisions and Pat Riley and everything. Like they are a scorned lover with the Jimmy thing.
Give me the organization right now where you look at top to bottom. They are in sync about what they want to do going forward. You can say
the Philadelphia Eagles.
Sure. Perfect.
Just using them as an example.
Perfect, right there.
Probably the best run business in sports currently.
Communication from the owner to the general manager to the head coach to the staff is seamless, and it was on full display from start to finish this season. That is what the Warriors are right now, I believe. Same mindset with Joe Lacob. He wants to win. Mike Dunleavy, he wants to win. They want to play meaningful games. That's what Stephen Curry, that's what his message was. Meaningful games. Steve Kerr, that's what he wants. Dunleavy spoke about that yesterday and why the line of communication is so important with the players.
Yeah, I have great communication with those guys, whether it's leading up to the deadline or free agency or really throughout the year on different stuff going on with our team. So that kind of is what it is. Those guys, I value their opinion just like I value people on my staff or coaching staff opinions, ownership opinions. So I'm the type of person that kind of takes everything in, wants to listen to people, hear what they have to say, and then make a good, sound decision.
And speaking of those decisions, I want to hear what Mike had to say, Shasky, on what those last 48 hours of the deadline were like. Like we were talking about on air. You thought you were getting Kevin Durant. You thought you were getting no one. You thought at the very least you were getting Nikola Vucevic. You thought everything was going in your mind right there. You were ready to freak out. We were ready to crush Dunleavy and Draymond specifically because everyone felt like he was the holdup of Kevin Durant not coming back here. You were crushing Jimmy Butler when I brought him up because you're like, no, I don't want Jimmy. I want KD. I'm all in there. Then you did the pivot, don't panic. I was in on Jimmy Butler all the whole time. This, that, and the other. Mike Dunleavy on those last 48 hours of the deadline.
Yeah, it's madness. It's pretty crazy. Frankly, for me, the 10 days before was pretty busy and wild. But narrowing it down to those last 48 hours when we were able to secure the deal with Jimmy, yeah, there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of stuff put out there. And for me, just trying to keep the blinders on and stay focused on making a deal. I felt like for this team, we knew what we needed. We needed to make a move. And you don't want to just make a move to make a move, but knowing those two things, if we had to get better and it would feel good to make a move, there was a lot of pressure and necessity to do that. So it was a lot going on, but I feel like we got what we needed to do done. And it was exciting. It went from, a little nerve-wracking and maybe a little, just stuff was up in the air, to having the certainty of getting a player like Jimmy felt great.
There's the sounder. Be the first caller to call in with the keyword 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652 with the keyword, and you will win a spot in our knockout contest at Chase Center Monday, March 3rd. Must be 18 and a California resident. Next time to win will be at noon with Steiny and Goo. Joe Shasky, your thoughts on that?
On what? The contest or on...
Not the contest. What Mike Dunleavy just said.
Okay, good, because I'm ready to respond to that.
Please.
You were asking me what was it like, right, for Dunleavy leading up to it. So I'm imagining some sort of a scenario where Joe Lacob is Sosa, like Scarface. Why are you smiling?
It always goes back to Scarface.
It always does.
There you go.
Right? So he is at a palatial estate somewhere, just like overlooking the whole thing.
Sure.
Okay, calm as hell.
Where's he, Colombia, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
A Colombian overlord.
Yes.
But then I envision a battered Mike Dunleavy who is being set up to fail, right? Because that's when you take on this job, let's call it what it is, the chances of succeeding with the contracts, the ages, everything, it's so hard to maintain success. So it's like getting set up the way Scarface got set up when he went to the Ocean Beach Hotel. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but the other Colombians that were there that was trying to, kill them and take their money.
Absolutely.
With the chainsaw.
So here's what the phone call might have sounded like. If Mike Dunleavy, ended up with Jimmy Butler and he's calling back over to, in this one it's Frank, but let's imagine that it's Sosa, who would be Joe Lacob. I got Jimmy Butler. What? You got Jimmy Butler? Yeah, I got Jimmy Butler, thinking that nothing was going to happen. And I got the yayo, meaning I kept all my picks. Like, it's the best of all worlds. We didn't give up the money. We didn't give up the picks. Like, here, you want this 13th overall pick, this 17th overall pick? Fine. We got the better player. We got Jimmy Butler. And he's bloodied and he's battered and he's calling from a payphone and he's happy. And he's also mad and he's ready to win.
So is Jimmy Butler, who was it? Who was the wife? Kay? What was Michelle Pfeiffer? What was her name?
I don't remember her name.
Kay is Godfather. Hold on. Michelle.
Yeah, Kay is Godfather.
Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I don't remember her name.
Elvira.
Elvira.
That's right. Elvira. Right? Elvira. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go. Is that Jimmy Butler in this case? The prize that was won? Doesn't end well. Does not end well, but...
Well, some would say that's the way to go out.
Really?
Yeah.
The Scarface death is the way to go out?
You've got an
I'd
M16.
rather it be the Tony Soprano fade to blackness.
No, let me defend the ending. First off.
Oh, my God.
You take out a bazillion dudes with an M16. You're getting shot up and you're just like screaming and yelling. The world is yours. You're in your own freaking estate. If you're going to go out on top, dude. I want to live to be 100. I've talked about this.
I mean, his sister died. He killed his best friend. But other than that, he was high on cocaine and killed everyone else.
Look, as I reflect on life,
happy Valentine's Day, by the way.
If I have to live like in a bed for, 10 years or 15 years, like that's not the way to go out. I want to go out on top.
No one would.
Right?
Yes.
No one wants to go out. So if you're going to go out and you're Scarface, you might as well go out that way. You don't even see it coming.
Okay, so you're likening Mike Dunleavy to Scarface right now. He's going all in. This is it.
But I wouldn't kill Manolo either.
No, well, that was,
Manolo's the best character.
Manolo coming back in Breaking Bad, too, as Don Eladio.
The small guy. Tony, let me in. Let me in. As he's banging, it's like, you're getting blown up.
Absolutely. Yeah. The fact that I was watching that movie and I was like 7 or 8, in hindsight, is wild. I don't know what my parents let me get away with when I was younger. Like, I was watching that, and then I was watching Monday Night Raw up until like 10 o'clock at night. They'd been having like lingerie and child custody batches. I was like, what was Vince McMahon thinking?
And Razor Ramon basically was like a knockoff Scarface.
It was insane.
God, Scarface is the best.
Knockout winner, Joe Shasky. Jordan Brugioni. Oh, we got the Paisan. Let's go. AKA that Eagles fan who came to the station for breakfast that one time last year. He qualified to the spot for the knockout tournament. So not only did his Eagles win this past week, win a Super Bowl, another Super Bowl within the last decade, he's now going to have a chance to win the knockout tournament Monday, March 3rd.
What's your favorite scene in Scarface now? Now I have to ask.
What's my favorite scene?
Hey, big shot. Huh?
No.
You want to make some big bucks?
The one that everyone No. The one that gets everyone always is when Omar is found out to be a rat, and they're showing him. They give him the binoculars, Tony. They have Omar in the helicopter with the guy that ends up killing Tony at the very end. They got the sunglasses.
Yes.
And then they
The
show
silent
him,
assassin.
right? So that's F. Murray Abraham, Salieri, for those of you who watched Amadeus. He plays that character as well. Or the latest season of White Lotus. He's the grandpa on that one who's trying to get after
Season 3 coming out in a couple weeks.
He's so great.
I know. I can't wait for the new season, by the way, of White Lotus coming out here.
Really hoping the White Lotus stuff happens to us on our vacation.
There's so much baked into that. I'm not going to open up.
I know.
But
I know.
I actually know exactly what you're saying.
There's so much.
There's so much stuff
So
in
much.
there. I had to let it breathe for a second.
lot of things. A lot of lotuses.
A tremendous amount.
So that's your favorite part.
That's my favorite part because Tony has to. I never trusted that man. Okay, I never trusted him
That's
as
so
he's
good.
eating the lemon
He's
beforehand
so good.
and drinking the water or whatever, and not even cleaning his hands. That's what you're supposed to do with it. Hilarious.
I love Tony.
That's my all-time favorite scene.
He's so good.
And then the chainsaw one sticks with you when you see that
Now
at
we do
at
the
8 years
leg.
old, right?
Oh, it's so good.
So good.
You don't like the come on, Pelican.
Oh, well, no,
that's a classic.
That's a drop. We have that in there. Or when him and Manolo are obviously at the beach and they're trying to like hit on women, and Manolo's just making a fool of himself.
Dude, the tongue. Is
it's
just
like a lizard.
God, it's so good.
Don't talk about that.
I think my favorite, I don't know, like when he kills Frank, it's so good.
Yeah.
And he basically has the phone call, that's great. But I love, like, I'm going to call my lawyer. He's the best damn lawyer in Miami.
Right.
And by tomorrow morning, you are going to be working for me. I don't know why. I love that scene where I'm counting dollar bills.
Frank Lopez, Robert Loggia, all-time character there, where he's wearing the Star of David too or whatever. He's so good. The machismo in that movie is next level.
Actually,
it almost made me wish I grew up in the 80s just for the suits that they wore in there.
Well, it's
because
the
they were
collars.
so fly. The collars,
It's the collars.
Miami. It's the bright colors. It's next level.
Now that I think about it, the best scene of all time is after he shoots the guy in the car, okay, because he doesn't want to hurt any of the kids or the women.
That's Salamanca from Breaking Bad.
Exactly.
Hector.
And he basically cusses him out. It's just such an impactful scene. When he goes back to the house and he slams the big box of cocaine down and he calls Sosa, he goes, "You want to go to war?" And he's like freaking out. That's me on a nightly basis watching my teams.
You want to go to war?
Tell me that's not how I watch sports.
No, it absolutely is. The greatest spoof on that was South Park doing the Eric Cartman
in the KFC.
It's one of the all-time spoofs I've ever seen.
Snorting chicken skin. It's so good.
In the gravy, he sticks his pinky in to taste the quality, and he's like, "This is Boston Market. This isn't KFC."
Hey, Boston Market had a moment in time, though.
It did, right?
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not mad
that
at
was the
Boston.
healthy fast food option.
Healthy, right? That's what Panera Bread is now. And then you look at all the calories. Now they have like this charged lemonade, which like people are like overdosing from. It's insane.
I love Scarface.
I think that was our Scarface segment of the day. I'm not mad at it. We got Bonte Hill joining us here in about 5 minutes. 888-957-9570. The one word you would use to describe this Warriors season so far is what? Mike Dunleavy. The playoffs begin now for Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah, I think right now where we stand, we've kind of talked about it, is the playoffs begin now. Every night matters.
Yeah.
Last night was just a huge, it felt like losing game 5 on the road in a playoff series is really what it felt like. So that's how it's going to be for the next, 28, 30 games, however many we have left. Every night matters. These stadiums are so tight. Usually every night you're playing not only playing the standings, but you may be playing a tiebreaker. Last night was a tiebreaker game for us against the Mavericks, and these games are counting double. So I would hope, everybody understands that, feels it, the players, the coaches. We got to be in playoff mode. That's the situation we put ourselves in right now with kicking some of these games throughout the year, which have been really, really disappointing. But, if you like the playoffs, might as well get it started early.
Woo! And they just had a big win against a playoff team, a team that's going to be in the playoffs. The Houston Rockets were the 4th seed in the West right now. Talking about the West. And the Rockets are reeling. They're 3-7 in their last 10. Is that a team that could fall a little bit in the standings? You got the Lakers at 5. You got the Clippers at 6. Wolves, Mavericks, Kings, Warriors rounding out the top 10 in the Western Conference.
Go back a couple years. Remember when Spida was on the Utah Jazz?
Yes.
Did anyone take that team serious for the playoffs?
No. They knew Donovan Mitchell would be cool, like really good, because that's what he does in the playoffs. He's Spider, he's sick, but no one took him seriously.
And I'm not trying to crush Houston, but I just think they're a year away. I don't think that they're a contender this year.
No. Like if they were playing like right now, the 4-5 matchup would be Rockets-Lakers. Who are you taking?
I'm making the Lakers. I'm taking the Lakers. I think just come on. I think America's taking the Lakers.
You're taking them like in 5.
We're rooting against them, but we're taking.
You're taking them in 5 or 6, probably.
I think 4 or 5.
You think exactly? You think they could sweep exactly?
Luka and LeBron in a 7-game series,
right? Well, they're not going to play a lick of defense, but yeah, they
don't need to.
Well, Ime Udoka might fight LeBron at halftime in some of those games, but
I have Udoka as my power rank number 1 in all of sports.
Ooh.
And number 2 is Dan Campbell.
I was going to say, I think if
coaches who I wouldn't want to coaches, if they did like a Royal Rumble of coaches, I think Ime is number 1.
I think Bobby Saleh might be in there too. That guy, I do not want to mess with Rob Saleh.
Yeah. I'm still taking Dan Campbell.
He's got a nice smile and
Ime.
He has kind eyes, Rob Saleh. I'll say that. Very handsome man.
I think he's a guy who's also liable to hug you.
Yes.
Ime, I don't think hugs anyone.
Well, we know he hugs some people. That's why he got fired from his job in Boston. But
totally forgot.
Don't want to get into that.
His handshake has got to crush people's souls.
Oh, well, speaking of like the hardest handshakes that's ever happened, I'm trying to think of people that like broke my hand when I shook their hands. Because there's been some athletes that have done it to me where it's just like, wow.
Adrian Peterson?
Yeah, right. Where it's just, well, what?
Adrian Peterson would apparently shake people's hands.
And break them?
Well, he'd like purposefully try to be over the top manly.
Okay, well, because some people do that where it's like a power play,
yes.
Right? Right, shout out hockey. You're trying to do a power
happens
move.
a lot in CYO games where you like the game's over and the other coach is whatever, bitter, frustrated, angry, and they'll come in really aggressive and hard.
Jim Harbaugh.
And it's like, what are you doing?
Well, I'll say this. A handshake, you got to be firm, but not overly aggressive. I think that tells a lot about how a person is emotionally a little bit. If it's too careless, carefree, either you don't care, you're an easygoing guy. You can read into these things, Joe Shasky. Kind of like you and your astrology, you read into it too much. Yeah, that's what you do with handshakes. You have a nice handshake, right?
I mean, I hope.
You hope.
My dad would be disappointed if I didn't.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I don't think I've read it all today, and I'm going to be in trouble right now. Our Slam Dunk Vegas contest is going on, Joe Shasky. Slam Dunk in Vegas. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas and $20,000. That's right, $20K. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is so easy. Winning's so easy that Bonte can do it, right? Just download the free Odyssey app now. Log in and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. Bonte Hill joining us, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop, as Bonte joins us every single Friday at 9 o'clock at this time. Back-to-back in studio, Bonte Hill. How we doing, man? Happy Valentine's Day.
Man, that guy sounds like a pro, Shasky. Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
I could tell you were in the building because I could hear screaming through the plexiglass and everything else.
I was just getting my Joe Shasky on. That's all that was. Getting my takes ready to roll. Go. Takes are ready to roll, baby. What's up, boys? Jimmy Butler's in the building.
Jimmy.
Look at this guy so happy.
Jimmy.
I know.
We're so fired up.
I wanted him the whole time.
No, yeah, I know you did. Same here.
I said it was a good move.
Listen, last Friday when I came in, I heard a couple shows before. Shasky's on the Kevin Durant, but you know what's crazy? Mully kind of looked at me funny for saying this.
How incredible I am at radio?
No. We didn't say that. We said, boy, thank God you're off that show. No.
I see Mully. He was cheating on us. I was not happy.
With TNT?
Yeah.
No, that was planned. He had to do that. No, we like that. We like that. Get that TNT love.
I meant with Papa.
Oh, I have nothing to do with that.
Tell him
considering you guys are my side chick now, that's I ain't got nothing to do with that. That wouldn't happen if I was around. I'm just gonna say I didn't know that was going down.
Okay.
The whole TNT. I got my Run TNT fixed, by the way, on television.
Was Mitch Richmond in the building?
Dude, they had
Guru?
No.
Can you play the Rich
Rich Mitchman? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm asking the great Rich Mitchman.
He's in the chat, too, all the time, Rich Mitchman. He's in the chat.
They were on the set the other day. They were a lot of fun. Rising Stars
this
Challenge.
Team in the final 5 minutes yesterday, Pods with a gorgeous, little lefty in the lane. I thought it was one of his best games of the year.
Pods is playing well.
Pods playing really well, averaging 14, 5, and 6.
Since he's returned from injury.
Yes,
there you go.
After
Look
the
at
11-game absence. He's been awesome. And then I'm looking at what they did in the half court, and it's not just Steph save us. It's, hey, we're going to throw to Jimmy at the top of the key. We're going to run a high pick and roll. We're going to throw it to Draymond at the block. We're going to run split action. We're going to have Curry come off ball, and Jimmy's going to set the screen. They're able to do, and I hate using this word in sports, but the multiplicity now to score with 5 minutes to go, I think goes through the roof. Look, the Dallas loss sucked. I get it. But I was telling Joe, they need to play in as many of these 5-minute or less games as possible to kind of figure out how to close games.
No doubt. I mean, the split action they ran on the 3-point line yesterday with the spacing late in the game where Jimmy Butler backdoor cuts and he's wide open on the layup there. That was a split action that it wasn't your normal split action. So what you're saying here is they're unpredictable now in the half court. It's not, hey, Steph, run motion, read and react, try to get open and get a shot. Jimmy Butler in the mid post, and I was arguing with this with Monty yesterday on the Dubs Talk podcast. He believes that Jimmy, JK, Draymond, they're not going to play a lot of minutes together. And I disagree with that.
Why?
I disagree with that because they're because of the spacing issues, right? Offensively. The way I look at it is these are 3 of your 4 best players. And Kuminga can learn by just playing the dunker spot on the other side while Jimmy is maintained in the mid block, mid post, Draymond either on the wing, in the corner. I think you have to play those guys together to figure out over the next 27 games, how can I get the best out of that lineup? Because the best version of the Warriors this season is with Draymond Green at the small ball 5. It is what it is.
He was dynamic Wednesday night.
Every time I hear from Shasky during a Warrior game, it's around the same time.
Well, he was great defensively.
And it's either a Draymond missed. What is Draymond doing? Draymond get out of the game. And I'm like, oh, Shasky's alive.
He was great defensively in the final, 3 minutes of that Dallas game. He was.
Had the 3 yesterday.
They missed Kuminga's on-ball defense. And it's
Isn't that the key to the season? Yes. The loss of Andrew Wiggins. Look, Jimmy's a better overall player, and I love Wiggs. And Jimmy gives his team a different look at getting to the free throw line. Hell, they got to the free throw line, 27, 28 times yesterday? Shot 89% from the free throw line. All of a sudden, they're getting to the charity stripe. Steph went 9 times last night, made 8 of them. But Jimmy in that mid-post gives the Warriors a different look. A guy who could post up and actually look at the basket and score.
Best back-to-the-basket Warrior since Bogut?
Since KD.
I don't consider KD back to the basket.
He's so unique. We were talking about that, too.
He's kind of in his own realm, if that makes sense.
Sean Livingston.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Because Bogut would have his back to the basket and pass it out.
I think it's the aggression, too, of Jimmy. He's 230. I think we underrate just how strong and big he actually is. He has 30 pounds on Wiggins. Wiggins listed at 200. Jimmy's listed at 230. There is a difference there.
Yeah, the strength.
And you were talking about it with those 4 eventually on the court together. It's not like you have great options for spacing outside of those guys. You're like, what are we doing? Buddy Hield, and God love him. I'm not here to crush him. I think we've done that too much. Guy Santos, Pat Spencer, Quentin Post. Again, we talked about it, Bonte. I'm sure you're in agreement here. The closing 5, what we want: Draymond, Jimmy, Curry, Moody, Kuminga at the end of games. I feel like would be the one. And ideally, that's what you would want. Draymond's 5.
I don't know about Moody. Moody's playing well.
Playing very well.
Double figures, 13 of his last 15, going to the rack, finishing, but it's his footwork on defense. It's the reason why he plays a 4.
Out
on the perimeter, he doesn't have the foot
close
speed.
Out
Although he did
hard.
a good job against Jalen Green yesterday. Jalen Green has been awful against the Warriors this year. He's been off. He shoots his worst against the Warriors this season. He's just, but he's got all-star numbers. I think he's a good player, but the Warriors have figured him out. We'll get to that in a second. But Moody in that closing 5, the reason why I'll push back on that, and you're probably going to see a lot more GP2, maybe even more Brandon Podziemski. Podziemski guarded his ass off yesterday. I wonder where the fans are at with Brandon Podziemski right now, because Brandon Podziemski's being more decisive. He's shooting nearly 40 from 3 since he's returned. He's been playing, but Moody's foot speed, I think you agree with me, Shasky, on the perimeter, he doesn't have the foot speed to stay with elite guards. So I think if you do go Kuminga, Butler, Draymond, where does that leave Moody? Because right now they want Moody guarding those stretch 4s, those stretch 5s. I don't think he has the foot speed to guard a guard. So that's where Kuminga comes in at the point of attack to try to guard the SGAs, the Kyries, the Lucas of the world, because that's what it's going to come down to, Shasky.
The thing that bugs me on this team is that when you close out to a shooter, you got to close out low, right? Because you want to stay in a defensive stance so that if that guy pump fakes and tries to dribble, you're at least standing your ground. Too many times, they're jumping out at non-shooters who have no business shooting threes, and you kind of want shooting threes, and they come closing out either way too hard or they're jumping, and I'm like, dog, he's going right around you. Moody does that. I think he struggles to recover.
Foot speed.
Steph's done that. Buddy healed. The thing that I was telling Joe, and it was driving me nuts, on these high pick and rolls, okay? If I watch Buddy just take the switch and GP2 switch so easily, what are we doing? Stop switching. Stop switching. Fight through. And you saw Jimmy late in the Wednesday night game against Kyrie. He was like, he jumped over the screen and was like, no, we're not switching. I got Kyrie. I want to see more of that. Like GP2, you're out on the floor for a reason. Stop passively giving up the switch and allowing Buddy to get basically eaten alive.
But that's what they coach, though. That's what the Warriors have kind of done. Yeah, no doubt. But that's the Warriors, and that's what they've been doing for over a decade now. They've kind of brought that to the league, switching everything, having guys who could play multiple positions and switch them. There's no doubt about that. There's at times you got to not switch it. But look, defensively, they're going to need to buckle down at the point of attack, man, because that's three guards. There's one concern as the Warriors are 3-1 with Jimmy Butler. It's Kobe White. It's Damian Lillard, it's Kyrie Irving, and there's going to be the guards over and over and
especially
over again.
In the West.
Especially in the West, where they're getting 2 feet in the paint, Spadoni.
Bonta Hill in studio with us every single Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been so fun. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better...
buzzing.
I mean, we've been talking about this morning, like, yeah, it's Valentine's Day, whatever.
No, All-Star Weekend is
no,
buzzing right now.
I'm saying there's so much happening right now. Obviously, it's Payday Friday, first and foremost, for your boy. Payday. It's been great. But there's a buzz here. The sun is coming out a little bit. This atmospheric river is dissipating. The city looks and feels crisp right now, Bonta Hill. There's all the celebrities around here. We've got the Celebrity All-Star Game today. Jerry Rice versus Barry Bonds. We got the Celebrity Pickleball Bash event happening this weekend. Your boy Molly and Festus are going to be part of that. We have so much happening in the Bay Area this week. And it kicks off something that's going to be taking place here the next 2 years. We got All-Star Game this weekend. We got the Super Bowl next year. And we got World Cup. Bonte. So much is going to be happening here in the Bay Area. And obviously the World Cup is the entire United States and North America, Canada, Mexico is also involved. But Levi Stadium is going to be popping. Chase Center is going to be popping. Are you feeling the buzz right now in the city? I'm sure you're going to be doing a bunch of stuff this weekend. We're talking about the King in his chariot. Did you have horses pulling you up to the building this morning?
I almost did. Police escort, man.
Oh, wow. Okay. You got the barricades out there. I already see it.
I was like, I'm leaving the house at 8:30. What's up, man? Get me through this traffic on a Friday morning. No, it is buzzing. When you say Levi Stadium buzzing, I looked at Shasky. Maybe things around Levi's may be buzzing. Well, we'll see.
did run into Al Guido the other day.
Hold on. I got the drop.
We did a head nod.
There you go.
He was at his daughter plays for St. Francis.
Just a little head nod?
So he was at the SI St. Francis camp.
Did you say what's up?
Again, the unofficial head nod.
He saw Dunleavy earlier last week, too.
Oh, yeah. Did you say what's up to him?
Well, Dunleavy was scouting LJ, at pregame warm-ups, Got to make that 5U team. That's a joke.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. He's lead feeding.
No, the city is buzzing. No, it was fun last night. I actually, stayed up a little late past my bedtime. Fezzi had a fundraiser, which was a lot of cool.
Nice.
They had a little party at Treasure Island. Shoe Palace, shout out to Shoe Palace. Shout out to 1985. They're doing some things. I told them to call you, man, because there's some things going on tomorrow at 1985 Gallery. But All-Star Weekend buzzing. It is fun. Like, I started to get the itch last night with Katie and company in town, and you see all the banners around the signage.
Got powder for that.
Yeah, they do. So... we need. I don't know. You gonna touch that?
We talked 10 minutes of Scarface last segment. That lets you know what we're talking about right now.
It's a Friday.
I'm going to Hawaii Monday.
He literally said we're mailing it in, and it was 8:30 when he was like,
he does that sometimes. He mixed the mailing in. The mailing
carry the show for months on end. It's like
the morning mail-in, man. The morning mail-in.
We have an hour and a half left. Can you give me another hour?
Can you give me something? You run out of material? Here, I got some material for you. Brock Purdy's, he better than any of the 4 quarterbacks we saw in the conference championships. And I do want to get some thoughts on Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts looked good. That's
with
Brock Purdy. The Eagles are a problem. I know we're talking Warriors, but the Eagles, they're set up to crush the league again next season. They are. Well, it broke my heart to see how dominant they were. And it proves over and over, fans, that if you don't have an offensive line, that you don't have wide receivers who can break open, that you can't block at the point of attack, you're not going to win big games.
No, it's a good point. And I want to say this, and we'll get back to the Warriors because we haven't had your takes on the Super Bowl. Obviously, it's the NBA just dominating the last 2 weeks of this, and that Super Bowl being a stinker didn't help the league, although they had 126 million people watching it, so it didn't really matter. We can get your thoughts on the halftime show if you want, Bonte. Shasky had his thoughts. I don't care about any halftime show. I'm just going to keep it a buck. It is what it is.
But that's the point. It's not for you.
Hold on. Patrick Mahomes has stunk in the Super Bowl. Can we just, real quick?
Wait a minute. Kid, New York Kitty, I just saw something here.
What?
Spadoni telling Shasky to hold on, and Shasky didn't say nothing.
Yeah.
Whoa. Where was the respect for me for 5 years?
Oh, my God. And it goes back to Bonte. By the way, Bonte Hill, NBC Sports Bay Area host.
I wish that would have worked with me. Shasky, hold on. No, Bonte. Where's the respect?
I told you I'm mailing it in.
Gosh.
I need to get this in there because Big Boss Man, we got to make sure we plug this. NBC Sports Bay Area host of Warriors pre- and post-game, Bonte Hill. We got to hammer that. NBC, I'm hammering it for you.
Got to hammer it.
Bonte Hill, NBC Sports Bay Area, joining us here on the River Islands guest line.
I'm Bonte Hill. I'm in front of Oracle Park, and I got to say, I'm really looking forward to that Wilmer Flores at bat and Lamont Wade Jr. leading off.
Willie Adames, hey.
I'm trying to get excited about the Giants, but right now, don't do it to me. I read something about Lamont Wade Jr. the other day. About leading off. And
Bryce Aldridge not going to play this year in the Bigs?
Lamont gets on base, and somebody was like, I think it was John Boy Jeff Young on Twitter. He had this whole thread on Lamont Wade Jr. Spadoni, and he started discussing, goes, well, he's one of the slowest players in the league, so batting him lead off really isn't that advantageous. And I'm thinking to myself, oh boy, Giants baseball. Can we get a run from the Warriors?
Don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger this year.
Don't be a stranger, yeah. Come on by. Don't be a stranger.
5 hits to get him home from second.
Oh my God.
I mean, what are we doing? I thought Brandon Belt was one of the slowest players I've ever seen. I mean, they get.
Is Radio Bonte going to struggle?
Doing television?
TV, talking Giants?
No, you'll be
I'm
fine.
actually excited about the Giants.
Look,
I know how to dress it up with the best of them.
material and you'll be fine.
Oh my God. Garlic fries and baseball, guys. Check
I will
it out.
steal the material.
There you
I'm
go.
going to listen to every show because love me to throw some nuggets in there. I'll just start jotting them down.
Real
Nobody
quick.
would know.
Super Bowl Sunday, Bonte, as we'll get back to the Warriors here in a second.
There's a Super Bowl?
No. Before the Super Bowl even happened, you got the notification on your phone from Adam Schefter. Debo requesting a trade.
Oh, yeah.
What did you think when you saw that Sunday morning when you woke up?
Well, it's been in the works. And I think he has his eyes set on Tampa Bay. Little Birdie told me that to look out for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is back in November, which was strange. I'm like, why would Tampa Bay want him? But apparently Debo has his eyes set on them. And just, you know what? It's time. It's time to move on from Debo Samuel. I mean, the self-awareness from some of these players sometimes, I just got to laugh. And Debo Samuel, coming off of that season, and we know about the Juno chop or whatever we call it, the Tabor Pepper, just straight up karate kidded him in the neck. And then the lock-in, and then you're tweeting, I'm not getting the ball enough. It's not me, it's them. It's just time. And then, walking around with an Eagles jersey, Radio Row.
What was that?
Debo Samuel played himself out of being an all-time Niner. He's now in a Crabtree tier of 49ers.
He's better than Crabtree, but I hear
Better than Crabtree, but he's in that tier. He's not in the tier with John Taylor, Jerry Rice, and T.O., that's for sure. And he's had all-time moments with the 49ers, but there's been too many inconsistencies, and you know what? It's time to move on. But I just thought, damn, Debo, you go to exit meetings, and then you're putting it out there, and now you're tweeting even more? Now you kill the Niners' value. So I just, whatever. I mean, it's been real, Debo. No ill will.
It just
Thank you for the memories.
How much it's going to cost them.
Oh, it's going to cost them a lot.
I mean, that's the part that really sucks. I mean, who knows where Ayuk is at? He was suggesting, Spadoni's suggesting, Devontae Adams. I'm out on all Diva wide receivers.
Yeah.
I'm out on all of them. For this team, the way they want to play football, I'm out on
I'll
them.
give you a name right now. As Bonte just mentioned, Tampa Bay wanted to get him. What about Chris Godwin on a prove-it deal? Would you take Chris Godwin at 28 years old, coming off an injury, but he's been Super Bowl champion.
Well,
he's
that's
been
two
very
wide
good.
receivers coming off
I would
injuries.
rather get linemen. If you're going to spend money in free agency, linemen is the way to go.
I don't feel great about Juwan Jennings being my number one receiver heading into the
I don't think anyone does, but they run the ball. The number one most important player on offense.
Christian McCaffrey, I don't even know if he's going to be healthy. So there's a lot baked into this, obviously.
I think what we learned, especially from Philadelphia, and I was trying to explain this all season long. Look, I get it. They invested in their wide receivers, and A.J. Brown could be a headache. Those wide receiver divas.
He's angry up 17.
He's angry all the time. Right?
I mean, he's literally checking the coach.
But think about it. They added Saquon Barkley, and this is what concerned me about Philly all year, which is why I love when Christian McCaffrey came aboard to the 49ers. You go 8 in the box trying to snuff out Saquon Barkley, which the Kansas City Chiefs did. Well, I got Devontae, who's a top 20 wide receiver. I got A.J. Brown, who's a top 10 wide receiver, going one-on-one with the underrated tight end in Dallas Goedert.
Jahan Dotson.
Jahan Dotson out of nowhere. Johnny Wilson even got a target in the Super Bowl. Young man from Florida State. When you have that ability, and that's where the Niners at wide receiver, they got to – Ayuk has to be back in the form that he was in last season. You hope so. Ricky Pearsall, he needs to continue to ascend, but you also need playmakers on the outside. You can't beat that Philadelphia Eagles team with Jawan Jennings as your number 1 wide receiver. Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, Darius Big Play Slay are too much. So I hear you. Yes, they need linemen. They need to shore up the trenches bad. Another interior defensive lineman, another edge rusher. I need exotic blitzes. I've been waiting to use that one. But offensive lineman, no doubt, to protect against the front four of the Philadelphia Eagles, who didn't even need to blitz on Super Bowl Sunday. But you also need playmakers to threaten that defense deep, to make them worry about something. I need their safeties playing too high, over the top. So I'm with you, Spinoni. They still need another playmaker or two.
I wouldn't hate, again, I get it. How it ended with Devontae the last year is not a great look. He also played for 2 just historically dysfunctional franchises in the last 2 decades.
He chose to play for those 2
I'm going to
teams.
say this real quick, though. A lot of people, me included, were drinking the Jets Kool-Aid. I thought the Jets were going to be really good this past year. It didn't happen. He went to the guy who made him a Hall of Famer. Let's keep it above.
Yeah,
Aaron Rodgers made Devontae Adams a Hall of Famer.
He went to the Raiders willingly.
He did, but that was to play with Derek Carr, and they paid him a lot of money because the Packers weren't going to do that.
Listen to the sentence you just said. He went to play with Derek Carr.
Let's not act like he was a first-team All-Pro in his first year, Derek, though.
But no,
he was a first-team All-Pro with the Raiders.
But he chose to play with the Raiders. It's such a good point. You left one of the iconic franchises in all of sports.
But the Packers
to choose to play for the Las Vegas
But the Packers didn't do anything that year either. Like the Packers didn't make the playoffs.
Well, that's
so
fine.
let's keep it above.
They're one of the best run organizations in sports. They're very similar to like the Cardinals. They churn out players yearly. They're always in the playoffs. The Raiders are one of the worst run franchises in sports over the last 20 years.
I get it. It was the head coach didn't work. He had a great season with them though. So I'm not here to say
that might be
first
entirely
season,
true.
He thought he was going to be with Derek, who did feed him, and he did put up.
What we've learned about
all-pro
football
numbers.
is that the organization truly matters. The reason why the Eagles are the Eagles is because of the front office, the organization, the stability, the ownership. Bad owners lose.
Yeah,
they just do.
And think about that. He chose to play with Derek Carr. Derek Carr. Is Derek Carr even a top 20 wide receiver? How many wide receivers? Chris Olave would pay to leave New Orleans right now to not play with Derek Carr.
Sure.
So he chose to do that. And by the way, with the way the receiver doc played out, who looked worse? Devontae Adams? And the way he was acting on the sideline, it was a lot of me, I, me, I. And then he forced his way. Think about the decisions.
Jimmy was the one that came out bad from that.
But still, though, you go to the Raiders, you know they're a dysfunctional organization. Then you say, you know what? I want to go with Aaron Rodgers to the New York Jets, who may be worse than the Raiders at running their own organization. So, Devontae, look, it sounds good, but if I'm going to spend on a wide receiver, I guess T. Higgins would be an option, but I need to show up the trenches.
Too.
He's always hurt with a hamstring.
I like the player. He's
always hurt. You never know. He's always on the injury report.
And now the big question is going to be Brock Purdy, right? What is he going to make? Tim Kawakami reporting he doesn't think it's going to be $60 million. It's going to be more level-headed. That's what he's saying. This, that, and the other. Where are you at, Bonte? As we're joined by Bonte Hill, NBC Sports Bay Area host of Warriors Pre- and Postgame Live. We're going to get into the Dubs a little bit later into this segment, but Brock Purdy, paying him, what's it going to cost? What's it going to look like? That has got to be the priority right now because the last thing we need is another Brandon Ayuk situation, Nick Bosa situation, Trent Williams. No drama. Get rid of Debo if you need to get rid of him. If you need to cut his ass, cut his ass. Just no drama this season. Nipping that in the bud early would be huge, I feel like.
Yeah, but this is pro sports, man.
Well, there's an argument to be made.
This is pro sports, not what I wanted to hear.
No, but seriously, what do you want me to say?
Well, there's an argument to be made that cutting Debo to save the $20 million is actually a better team strategy than trading him, taking the $33 million cap hit, and getting a 4th round, 5th round pick back in return. And also just moving on from the drama.
Just remove the cloud because you got to go start training camp fresh. with everybody in camp. You don't want no holdouts. You don't want no drama.
I don't want lingering BS.
But you know what? These are the 49ers, and this is Kyle Shanahan and Jet York and John Lynch, and they love being in the news. I do think, not John Lynch and Shanahan. I know they don't like being in the news that much, but Jet York, you don't think he's sitting back saying, boy, we're talked about a lot. Boy, we're a national headline. Super Bowl Sunday, boom, Deebo Samuel from Adam Schefter. Like, damn, the Niners are back in the news while the Eagles are getting ready for a Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs.
That part I probably wouldn't like, though. My receiver, who I gave a huge amount of money to, hasn't even come close to that season.
I don't love it, but they do believe all press is good press. So, but there will be drama. But just move on and you know what? It's been real, Debo. It sucks the way it ended. It really does. It does. Not getting off the ball, not getting off the line of scrimmage, hurt, injured, whatever. I mean, it's no tact.
Well, it's interesting, right? So we're going to be saying goodbye to Deebo Samuel, a disgruntled star, right? And we said hello to one just a week ago, and Jimmy Butler coming in here now. As we pivot back to the Warriors real quick, Bonte, are you surprised how seamless this has been with Jimmy early on here? I get it. They let one slip away against the Mavericks. That felt like a game where you probably should have won. Mike Dunleavy was on yesterday's Standing. He said it felt like a playoff loss, just given everything that happened. Obviously, no AD. Gafford, who was it? Gafford's now going to be out for a month with an MCL. 6 weeks. So they're going to be missing Anthony Davis, Gafford, Lively.
Hey.
Oh, my God.
The three of us in this room, only one of us thought it was a good trade for Dallas on the night of the trade.
Bonte said, hey, I'll do his credit.
No, Anthony Davis played amazing for Dallas in that first game.
17 minutes.
And then it was like, he's out with a non-contact injury for a month. Who did not look at the medicals? Yeah, well, who knows?
Well, now Mark Williams, the Lakers are actually, we don't want Mark Williams.
Back.
Right, we want Dalton back.
And now the Hornets are trying to buy him out or something. Did you see that?
Yeah,
they're trying to just cut him.
How about the Mavs winning 2 straight though? Out of nowhere.
I'm
so 2 straight.
No Clay County yesterday.
Wiggins just got there. He can't play.
Right.
They're like, he has a stomach virus. I'm like, oh God.
Miami flu. The Miami flu.
No,
it affected him.
The Jimmy Butler trade. This is a conversation we're having for a couple weeks ago, and we always have this conversation around here. Who's going to be the team? No, not that.
What are you talking? What?
It's
a conversation we're always having about it.
No. I don't partake in that conversation. It's a one-sided conversation.
You just nod. Yeah,
just nod. Yeah. You're right.
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
You're right. But no, which franchise is going to take this region and be the head honcho? Who's going to be the leader here? And how about the Golden State Warriors? Because that Orlando game a couple weeks ago, fans were leaving out in the third quarter.
That might have been
awful.
One of the worst television products. And I've watched some bad ones.
It was, dude, fans were leaving in the third quarter of that basketball game. And I'm thinking,
did you hear what people were saying? They're like, I'd rather watch Austin Slater hit.
No, they weren't saying that. They're saying,
I don't get a
they're saying, I gotta really wait an hour for the post-game show to watch Bully and Company. Listen, no.
I'd rather watch Anthony Slater hit than Austin
I would rather watch Anthony Slater. But that move that the Warriors just made for Jimmy Butler has catapulted them back to the Bay Area charts here. Now everybody's talking Dubs. Everybody's talking Jimmy. The lady, Natalie at Lenardi's, who's always giving Baby Chez a sticker. Jimmy Butler. There's intrigue again with the Warriors, and right now they're at the top of the charts here in the Bay Area again. Joe Lacob Company did that with that big move. So we'll get into how seamless it is.
And we're going to do that on the other side, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. It's Bonte Hill in studio, NBC Sports Bay Area, host of Warriors Pre- and Post Game Live. He's going to be joining us on the Morning Roast every single Friday at this time. We're rolling on Valentine's Day on a payday Friday here on 95.7 The Game.
good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Bonta Hill in studio right now, as he is each and every Friday at 9 o'clock, right here on 95.7 The Game. NBC Sports Bay Area host of Warriors pre- and post-game live. All right, we got some stuff we got to take care of first. Slam dunk in Vegas, boys. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas and $20,000. $20,000. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. Bonta, you've been at Stadium Swim at Circa, have you not?
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty.
Yeah, right. I can't.
It's in trouble. You can get in trouble there.
Yeah, I get in trouble there.
Okay.
I'm not allowed to go without Anna.
Especially on Valentine's Day. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now. Log in and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000.
Can I do something? Because I know it's probably not happening at 6 o'clock, and I know for damn sure it ain't happening at 8 o'clock. Can I say good morning to the overnight dancers? This is your weekend, babies. This is your weekend, ladies. All-Star weekend, World Cup soon. This is time to get that money. They miss me and I miss them.
Yeah, the World Cup, to your point.
The streets are
International.
talking. They said y'all ain't giving no love to the overnight dancers, man.
Hey,
Great girl shit for us. Let's go, Shasky. It's their weekend. All-Star weekend.
Yeah.
Ballers are in town. Millions of dollars in the year.
Mac McClung is here.
Daniel Lurie keeps talking about the economic. Nah, I got a bone to pick with the mayor of San Francisco. You want to talk about 2-timing?
Whoa.
Oh.
What happened?
Well, I'll allow it.
You guys went to break, and your boy may or may not went to another station to see what the competition was talking about.
But hey,
I heard a familiar voice, and I said, oh, that's what we're doing now? Oh, Mayor? Oh.
Well, playing both sides.
Playing
politician.
both sides.
I was watching Batman The Dark Knight, Harvey Dent.
Oh, no.
I believe in Harvey Dent. Two-Face. Maybe there's a comp there. He's going to flip a coin next time, huh?
The best is when Harvey Dent is coming out of the coma and he looks and the Joker's got the mask and he doesn't know it's the Joker, even though he has the face paint on.
Right.
And then he takes the mask and goes, oh! It was 100% him the whole time. What are we doing?
The Joker in that scene, he plays.
It's so good.
It's so good. All time walking out the hospital clicking.
Right.
It's no Scarface, but it's up there.
Oh, boy.
No, it's one of the all-times. You won an Oscar for that role. R.I.P. Heath Ledger.
I was saying earlier that if Mike Dunleavy, if we were to represent, what was the phone call like? What was it leading up to and after and before, talking about the trade deadline? And I said, it's like when Scarface almost got killed, at the Ocean Beach Hotel. And then he somehow made it out with the cocaine and the money. And he called back Joe Lacob and he was like, I got all of our draft picks and I got Jimmy Butler. And I got the yayo.
By the way, had the fans chilled? I wish we had that drop right now. Remember Lacob came to studios, Spinoni, you were on the board when he was talking about Klay Thompson. He goes, everybody just needs to chill. And I was like, man, this is great. It's $1 billion hotel.
Trades are hard.
Chill. Trades are hard. Everybody just needs to chill. I'm not here to do a sugarcoat job. Lakers, by the way, has been in a lot of articles recently since the deadline. He's pumping out his chest. And I ain't mad at him.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
You know what?
You sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
The fact that he texts Steiny mid-show, I was like, okay, Lacob is feeling it. Because all these avatars on Twitter with him in a clown wig and a clown nose. And I'm just like, you idiots, twidiots, as I call them, do you realize how good? We've had John Fisher and Mark Davis take their teams out of this market in the last 5 years.
He's up the road right now.
He's up the road right now. That's bad ownership. If anything we know about Lacob, he may not make all the right decisions, but he will spend and he wants to win. So please, people just chill. The Warriors went out there big game hunting from marketing to Paul George. By the way, aren't you happy you dodged that bullet for Paul George, who went 1 of 7 the other night in 37 minutes for 2 points?
They're talking about him taking shots and injections normally you'd see in the playoffs.
Oh my gosh. Dude, you dodged a bullet.
Well, no, real quick on that, Bonta, and I expressed my frustration with Slater on this, and it's a bigger topic with the weekend and Adam Silver and this, that, and the other. We're never going to do it, but reseeding and just doing away from Eastern and Western Conference, it's never been more than a thing than it should be right now. The 76ers are 20-34 and 1 game out of the 10th seed in the West. The Warriors are 1 game over 500 and clinging to the 10th seed in the West.
Now read off the team who's in 10th place right now in the Eastern Conference.
The Chicago Bulls, who just got absolutely obliterated against the Detroit Pistons the other night. They're 22-33.
They're up 24 on the Warriors.
Did you see Billy Donovan's face? I actually tweeted out a picture of it.
Well,
he looked like he was on the beaches of Normandy staring into space.
So Saturday night, right? The Warriors are playing the Bulls, and we go to his presser or whatever, the reaction from the coach, and the reporter asks him, "Hey, are you basically like running tryouts with all these new players?" He goes, "Yeah, we're basically trying out new players, right?" And I was like, Billy Donovan's aged a lot. Like from the old Florida.
Right.
The guy from Spider-Man, who's it? Jameson?
J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah. He had that type of hairline, the
He's
Jameson
only
hairline.
59, but why does he look 65?
Well, when you're out there losing a lot of games in Chicago. But they were up 83-59 in that game, trying out players. Up 24 to go to St. Warriors, and then next thing you know, they scored 29 in the first half.
71-29 was the halftime score the other night for the Bulls.
I don't know if you know this. The NBA has a salary cap. Florida SEC basketball did not when he was there. So it's a lot more different when everyone has the same amount of ammunition.
He did go back to back.
He had some good years in Oklahoma City.
There you go.
He had good years.
No, he didn't.
Call a timeout when KD's getting trapped in the corner.
They were up 3-1, and that was one of the all-time teams.
Wear that.
We will.
Absolutely.
But again, that was a lot of egos he had to manage in that team too. James Harden, Russell Wilson. Why are you so hard on Billy Donovan?
I just think he's a
Billy
loser.
Donovan hate is so weird to me.
I think he's a loser.
Well, you're going to learn Shasky has a lot of weird hates. I found out over 5 years.
Billy Donovan's a loser.
No, do leave Billy alone.
He won 2 championships, for college.
Yeah, exactly.
Is Florida known as a basketball school?
I know this for a fact because the USF coach went to Florida and he's in a little bit of trouble. They pay pretty well. And I'm talking about for everything. Yes, Joe. Yes, that is a known fact.
Did Florida do anything after Billy Donovan? Anything?
They just hired the USF guy who's now under investigation.
They have not done it. Stop. Dunk universities. No, Florida Gulf Coast has done more than Florida since Billy Donovan left.
Well, that's because now that
Iona College. Iona College.
University of Miami had a good run in the tournament a couple years ago.
Larinaga.
Yeah, Larinaga. He just walked away.
All right.
Tired of the NAL.
He's a loser.
So real quick, we've been asking the question off of Billy Donovan for Christ's sake.
Never like him. I never trusted him.
Never trusted him.
Okay, we're going back.
That's the crazy business we're in.
One word, Bonte. We talk about one word to describe this team heading into the All-Star break for the Golden State Warriors. I said chaotic. Joe Shasky said Lombard, as in Lombard Street. He was overthinking it there.
No, that's actually not bad.
What did Slater say?
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Slater said ever evolving. He did a hyphenated because he's a writer, obviously. So of course he does
ever evolving.
One word, Bonte, to describe this Warriors team heading into the All-Star break.
Maddening.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Maddening. The inconsistencies. They still haven't put together a 48-minute game with Jimmy Butler. Even last night, you're up rolling 24, 81-57. You're like, wow, they're about to ice and chill on the back end of a back-to-back. Next thing you know, the Rockets are down 2. Fitz is losing his mind. He basically thought it was a loss. I'm like, damn, they're about to blow it. They're inconsistent right now, and it's maddening how inconsistent they are. And it's not anyone's fault. 33 different starting lineups. Guys in and out of the lineup. Guys hurt. You're hanging off your dear life. So it's been maddening over the first 55 games, but now we got a 27-game sprint. Starting in Sacramento next Friday night at the Golden One Center. We're trying to prevent them to light the beam, right? So
they're in a weird spot.
They're in a weird spot too. They're
in a very weird spot.
They are. I don't like their roster per se. They got a lot of. They're the Chicago Bulls West now. Yeah. That's it. But the Warriors, 27-game sprint. You got to get JK back. You got to just put together 48 minutes. I've been waiting for a 48-minute game from this team.
We were talking a lot about how does the NBA capture the moment of. All the drama from the 2 weeks leading up to the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And then how do they package that and ride that momentum? And I was telling him Wednesday night, that game, obviously you guys had it, but it was on ESPN. Yeah. And I came in the next day. That felt like a playoff game. That was awesome. Kyrie going nuclear. The Warriors clinging for dear life to try to stay back in that game. Draymond losing his mind. Jimmy Butler, of all people, holding Draymond back. Steve Kerr getting a tech during a timeout. Like, it had all the makings of exactly what you want from, I'm serious, from the league.
Clay,
the Clay angle.
Yeah, no, it was.
You were waiting for the arena to, boo their own home team.
Right, no, it was
a great game.
No, the atmosphere leading into it, you could feel that it was a big game because the Warriors are trying to win 3 in a row for the first time since November 15th. Dallas had just lost a heartbreaker in overtime to Sacramento where DeRozan got away with the walk.
Their hearts are just broken in Dallas right now.
All you Sacramento Kings fans, yes, DeMar DeRozan walked Monday night in Dallas. But Yeah, it was. It was a play. When Kyrie's cooking like that, God, good Lord, he's such a good player.
He's so good.
No assists, 42 points. When he split the double team for the 3-point shot in the fourth quarter, like, damn. Yeah, he won in this game. Jimmy Butler with the charge. It was a good move, but next time I think he's going to pull up for that midi. That did feel like a playoff game, and it was such a big swing because think about it. If the Warriors win that, I'm not sure if they play their guys yesterday, if they win in Dallas. I'm not 100% sure if Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond plays in Houston. Maybe they do, maybe not. I have no idea. But to win 3 in a row, to beat Dallas, yeah, that was a tough one. But I think in a weird way, yesterday washes away that Dallas loss.
I agree.
Yeah.
That was a big-time win against a Houston team that is probably a year away from being a true contender. Yeah. But that was a huge win yesterday to bounce back after getting into Houston at 3 in the morning, going to sleep at 4:30 in the morning, no shoot-around, and playing a young, athletic Rockets team and to win that game. I think for me, it washed away the Dallas loss on Wednesday.
And whenever I watch the Rockets, is when because I'm not league pass Bonte like you. I know you're locked in on every single team
Especially
in the NBA
now with the sleep,
right? But
league pass all over the place.
I swear to God, I see the Rockets in the standings and I see on ESPN or my apps like, oh, the Rockets blow out this team, they blow out this team. But whenever they play the Warriors, I'm like, this team's the 4th seed in the West. How?
Because they're a regular season team that's young and is going to play every game. And look at who's not playing. Yeah. Yesterday, Dallas played the Heat. Wiggins didn't play. Clay didn't play. Kyrie didn't play. Like
Bam Adebayo.
Certain teams are just not playing players.
Fred VanVleet yesterday, and say what you want about him and whether he deserved that confidence. No, he's a Warriors killer.
Good.
He always hits big shots against the Dubs. Going back to the finals, Fred VanVleet, they could have used him late in that game.
But the Warriors have held them to under 100 points 3 straight times.
Exactly.
They haven't cracked 100. They can't shoot. They're like 28th in the league in field goal percentage.
Which is
25th in they're an isolation team. They're a year away, which is why they got in on the KD. Why they got in on the Kevin Durant sweepstakes. And in a weird way, thinking about Jimmy on this roster.
Yeah.
KD's a great player. He's averaging 27 a game.
They needed the toughness.
But they needed a dog like Jimmy. It was obvious. And it took me the thing that it wasn't that Jimmy wasn't a baller. We always knew Jimmy. We were at Bottle Rock together when Jimmy had a crazy tip in against Boston. We're like, look at Jimmy Butler. He's leading the Miami Heat to the finals. We're watching that at Bottle Rock for crying out loud. It was the extension at first. I was like, damn, he just extended a 35-year-old.
That's how you got him
after he got suspended 3 times by that Miami Heat. What are we doing? But now it's lined up. You got that shored up, and now you can make a decision on what big 3 you want to move forward with in the offseason. But look, it's worked out very well for the Golden State Warriors. He does add an element that they haven't had in a long time. He can slow the game down. He gets to the free throw line. He's you know what? He's going to be a good team. I've already seen him picking up Pods and Moody and the youngsters on this roster. Jimmy did that in Miami.
We've gone too long. We're burying the lead. Ed Malloy is such a clown, and then Gucci Man is the ultimate clown of clowns. So first off, there were 3 different plays that you could have lost your mind on if you're a Warrior fan down the stretch. The 8-second violation that wasn't.
Oh, the Lakers.
With the kick.
The kick. Yeah, the kick.
Okay, the kick, which they turned into an 8-second violation, which ESPN failed.
Why are you closing your eyes, Padone?
Because I had to hear this before I was yesterday.
Gucci Man sucks. He's terrible.
But you know what sucked?
The rip-through, which they've outlawed out.
Make your layups.
Make your layups.
No.
Make your layups.
Both are true. Both are true.
Make your layups.
But that doesn't exonerate the officiating.
How about blitzing Kyrie when Kessler Edwards didn't want anything to do with the ball?
But
Nobody on Dallas wanted to shoot except for Kyrie.
Timeout. Moses Moody had his hand out. The rip through is a on the ground foul, side inbound, not a shooting 3. They gave him 3 free throws. And then on the Jimmy one at the end, what's the point of a review? He's moving his feet. I'm sorry, dude. Like
I thought it was a good call.
Terrible.
I thought it was a good call.
Terrible.
I thought the Kyrie charge was a good call. You got to make your layups. And you were playing with your food. You play with your food.
You thought that Gucci Man did a good job.
No, I didn't say that. The officials never do a good job, but the officials are not the reason why they lost the game. Gucci Man is usually a good ref. They were trying him yesterday. He actually gave Steve Kerr a lot of rope. It was the young referee who gave Steve Kerr the tech because Steve Kerr kept charging him. Steve Kerr,
I disagree.
And it's Draymond Green walking Steve Kerr back to the bench. It was just great theater.
The officiating has been atrocious.
Yeah, for years. We already talked about that. The NBA officials actually think it's been better this year than last year.
Can't smoke 3 straight layups.
Yeah, you're smoking layups all day long.
That goes without saying, but that doesn't mean that the officiating was good.
No, nobody's saying that.
Don't blame it when you lose.
No, don't say that. No.
Who said that? That's the reason. I said Gucci Man ruined 3 different calls.
About it.
Gucci Man, you love Gucci. He loves Gucci.
Steph Curry, timeout. Steph Curry misses a layup on one end, gets hammered,
also missed a huge free throw.
Hammered, falls to the ground, and what happens on the next possession? You get the rip through, which is supposed to be adjudicated out of the game. You give him 3 free throws. That's a 5-point swing.
Yeah.
Later on, Later on, the 8-second violation, that wasn't with the kickball.
Right.
Now, instead of you having the ball, they come down, they hit another 3. We're talking about 8-point swings.
But you know what, though? But you know what lost that game for the Warriors? It's the beginning of these quarters where they continue to play uphill. First quarter, Dallas out 15-6 right away. Boom, boom, boom. They set the tone. You're playing uphill. Second quarter, Dallas opens up on a 65 run. Clay scores 8 of those 16 points.
He was
and
awesome
and you're just
early on, yes.
damn. And in the third quarter, Kyrie goes bang, 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 3 straight threes, and they're up 15. So when you continue to play uphill and you continue to trail and allow a team to get comfortable in their home gym, and you allow the role players like Najee Marshall and Spencer Dinwiddie to start going crazy, you don't have the excuse of blaming the referees, and you have 54 games of data showing that you're an inconsistent basketball team that is smoking your layups. So I hear you on the referees, but the referees didn't lose you that game.
No one said that. I said the referees are bad. That's the statement.
They've always been bad.
Last night, Kevon Looney, the ball that gets reviewed that goes off of his hand, which did go off his hand, he was also grabbed and fouled. What's the point of review if we're not going to look at these things? Why did it go off him? Because he was grabbed and held.
Right.
Speaking of, fighting uphill, we're joined by Bonte Hill, NBC Sports Bay Area host of Warriors pre- and post-game live every single Friday.
And I'm next to 2 officiating lovers.
Nobody loves the officials, Shasky. I told you, the officials have been at an all-time worst in all the sports. I've been anti-ref. I've been anti-ref.
I would love to have the salary of an Ed Malloy. I'm sure he's making great
I would
money.
love to be a referee. You want to see the bios? They all love Italy.
Right.
We want to go back
Scott
to the bios?
Foster? You love Scott Foster.
Gucci Man is fitted, too. Scott Foster. I saw Scott Foster before the game. Fitz was talking to Scott Foster, having a conversation with him at Chase Center a couple weeks ago.
Of course.
Scott Foster had some sick-ass dunks on. I said Scott Foster's got swag.
Yeah, well, all that money he's made illegally over the years.
We were talking yesterday. Shasky's like, I don't think any more officials than the NBA officials like to see themselves and hear themselves.
They do.
I was like, have you seen Sean or Ed Hockley? Those guys with the guns, first down.
Order on Jerome Berger.
Oh, my God.
Jerome Boger or whatever his name is.
Personal foul.
Personal foul. Number 55. Offense. 15-yard penalty. Remains first down. Come on, Jerome Boger. Come on,
the camera
man.
yesterday. He went like this. Ed Malloy went like this.
I miss Boger.
He went like this. Ball out of bounds on the Warriors. And I was like, get out of here, dude. He was literally trying to tee up his moment.
No, the best is pass interference. Offense. No, when they do the Cleat Blakeman or whatever his name is.
I don't want to hear you complain about that play.
We should thank the officials though, because Draymond could have got run in 3 straight games.
Well, he was going at the female ref.
Yeah, I know.
And then Jimmy Butler grabbed him, and I said, look at this visual of Jimmy holding back his suspendable boy in Draymond Green.
This is fun. Jimmy and Draymond. Draymond's all in on the Jimmy experience. He's all in on it.
I'm all in on Fast 5.
Oh, wow. That was quick. Wow. Damn, that's it?
They call it Fast 5. It's fast. No, it's fine. Little premature cannellation there. It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Pro tip, you don't have to read that. They read it in the intro.
Yeah, but it sounds cooler when I do it, and then I throw it to you for your final thoughts.
You know what that sounds like? You're just trying to buy 30 seconds.
Well, is that the worst?
You got the clock watching.
Is that the worst thing? Is that the worst thing?
Oh, that's not the worst thing. It's still a little trick.
The Warriors could actually take a tip from me and Stephen Curry.
Let me steal a segment here.
Well, Steph needs to run out the clock a little bit more because he's hucking up threes way too early in the shot clock.
He is.
Bonte, what's your final thought?
My final thought, All-Star Weekend is here. This is a good time to be alive, and the Warriors are back. The Warriors are back with Jimmy Butler. I don't know where the season is going to go, but when Jonathan Kuminga comes back, we got intrigue for the final 27 games. That's what we want, right? We just can't see this team end up in a 9-10 game playing the Sacramento Kings again. Can I get to 7-8? Can I get to the 7-8 game and see what's happening?
I'll say this, though. I kind of floated it yesterday. I know you probably don't want it, but for a league, and they're struggling right now, they might not even make it. But can you imagine a Warriors-Suns play-in game scenario? The storylines galore in that game alone, Bonte.
KD's mentally checked out there. You watched them lately?
Oh, Ishbia burned all the bridges.
Oh, he burnt it all. But the Warriors were very smart. If you read that article at ESPN where they were talking about when they first went after Kevin Durant, and it got leaked out that the Suns were shopping him, which turned Kevin Durant against the Suns saying, oh, you're trading me? Really? And the Suns were scrambling, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
Well, there was that report, or I don't even know if it was a report, but the Timberwolves were checking in on KD. I thought that would have been a huge move for them.
And the Rockets.
Right? And they might revisit those conversations in the summertime, so we'll see.
The Rockets were too.
Right? Joe Shasky.
My final thoughts are good luck over the next couple of weeks, boys.
Damn.
Hey, we got
Damn. So you're going to Maui. Are you going to do the road to Hana?
I don't know what any of that stuff is. I'm just trying to get out of San Francisco without
We're
more.
actually leaving the state.
I know.
We're getting on the plane and leaving the state. I'm so proud of you, man.
I know.
He's going.
Damn.
You're going to Maui and then Kauai, which is beautiful.
Oh,
yeah.
You got big money.
Yeah, we're meeting up with.
You got a big raise, huh?
No.
Well,
I left it. You got a big
You need to
raise.
hear what happened his last couple of days and all the money he just lost.
Oh, yeah. The dog swallowed a silicone spoon that LJ dropped on the floor that had oatmeal all over it, and then I had to go get him, to throw it up.
pumped.
We had to take him to the emergency room. They were like, $30,000 to cut his stomach open.
So what you have to do? Take out equity in your third house?
Oh my God.
You have to liquidate some assets.
Then my fence at my home fell down in the wind yesterday.
Oh yeah, it was windy yesterday.
Dude,
bad.
I'm so pissed. So I got guys right now working on
You
it.
want to hear the most clutch move I made Valentine's Day? Because happy Valentine's
Trying
Day.
to clutch sports.
Yeah. So Valentine's Day got a little busy yesterday. I was like, oh boy, there's no stores open for flowers and cards.
Ooh.
Hopefully Anna's not listening, but she is. It's okay. I DoorDashed flowers late last night, and this guy got lost.
DoorDash flowers.
This guy caught
Was it
balloons.
diamond?
I don't know what. No, it was Carmen. It wasn't Diamond. Wasn't our boy Diamond. Wasn't our boy Diamond. It was this guy Carmen. He ended up knocking on my door, and I'm like, I canceled the order because he was lost. For some reason, I was still up, and he came through in the clutch, and I was like, Carmen, you're a real one. You saved Valentine's Day. So when the girls woke up, there was flowers on the table. There was cards and balloons. And yes, Shasky, yes.
Young love.
That's a winner right there.
That's
what I
a
call
winner.
that. That's a winner, right? That's a winning mentality, Joe Shasky. You've been poo-pooing this. You know what? It's not too much to
The
say.
worst holiday.
It's not too much to send a text. You don't have to spend a lot of money.
I'm not
It helps.
sending a text to my wife.
Send it to your mom and say, Happy Valentine's Day, Mom. I love you.
Well, of course. I mean, that goes without
Literally,
saying.
that's all you have to do.
Anti-Valentine's Day?
I think it's the worst of all the
I don't
holidays.
think so.
Damn.
If you do it right, it could be the best, is all I'm saying.
What?
Do it right.
Cupid steal your heart?
No, I think it's a fake ass holiday.
Most of these
As
holidays
opposed to the
are
real
fake.
holiday.
Exactly.
Christmas is amazing.
I mean, all these holidays are fake. I mean,
Literally,
we want to be real.
They had to
Thanksgiving's
invent-
the best.
Oh, yes, exactly. Football. That's why. What's up, Ken? What you got?
Don't forget your sunblock is 415 San Shasky.
Yes.
Yeah, real quick. So NBA on TNT was in the Bay Area yesterday. Ernie, Chuck, Kenny, and
Shaq.
Shaq.
There you go.
And Chuck tried to make amends with San Francisco Bay Area residents. And this is kind of how it went. Let me just play this for you real quick.
I actually like San Francisco. I really do. I love to hear that. I do. I mean, obviously, hey, listen, we got to do something about the homeless. They need their help. We need to clean it up a little bit. Hey, no, you can't boo that you want to help the homeless. How do you boo that? I don't know if that's a boo. Badly timed boo. See, that's how I say help the homeless, and some of these people are so stupid they booed. See, you're getting off on the right foot calling the audience stupid. So here we go.
So there's that.
Tried to make amends in the wrong.
That's fine.
At the wrong time.
That's fine.
It's all right. You know what? I'm actually excited about the All-Star game this weekend. You know when you say I'm actually excited about the Giants? I'm actually excited about the All-Star game this
It's in
weekend.
our own test, in our region. We got to represent.
Let's go.
Are you going?
Yeah, we're going Rising Stars, we're going Dunk. I got to go to Media Day tomorrow. There's a lot going on in the Bay.
Are you doing anything specific?
Just working. Just working.
Sam Lubman.
There's a couple parties I may attend. Couple.
What do you got, Sammy?
No, if it's All-Star Weekend, I'm excited to go to the All-Star fan experience that's going on this weekend. I always love those All-Star fan experiences. It's like sports nerddom in a sense, so that's stuff I enjoy. So that's what I'm looking forward to this
And
weekend.
that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your
miss you
devices.
guys.
Steiny and Goo
Can I come
next. We
back?
missed you too, and we're going to see you. Cousin Nick Friedel in studio next
Wait,
week.
Cousin
Fonte.
Nick? You got Cousin
all
Nick?
week, baby.
Oh, man, he's going to really, Warrior fans, get ready for that one.
It's a bonus week.
It's a bonus week.
If they win another title,
Oh, it's a
actually
bonus week.
It's the bonus title is
Oh,
what
my
I called
God.
it. Steiny bonus.
It's the most disrespectful thing I've ever heard on these airways.
Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Happy Valentine's Day.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Payday Friday. That's all you need to know.
And Lover's Day.
What do you mean?
Can't do it.
Valentine's.
Oh.
Will you be my Valentine's, Tony?
I'm out.
What time's that Eagles parade start?
So you come in trolling.
Is that going on right now?
Who
that
cares? We're in the Bay.
Can we get that Eagles parade up on the
We're in
screen?
the Bay.
I'm kidding.
We got to be on your A game. We got celebrities out. Stephen A. could be listening right now.
And?
Beyonce.
Who?
Beyonce.
Okay.
Yeah, hey. Just in case.
Oh, man.
You don't know.
This is
Evan, you don't know.
Today.
Yeah. Ocho Cinco, the
What
big
about
dogs
him?
in town. They could be listening. Just bring your A game. Bonte trolling.
You actually think that I'll be affected by the people who may be listening?
Evan gets you
Please.
down sometimes. I see
What are you
you
talking about? Shut up. Don't tell me to lock in.
He's got a nice bowling shirt on right now. I love it. What you got?
Warriors win last night. They're 3-1 with Jimmy Butler. Head into the All-Star break 28-27. Draymond Green called Jimmy Butler a franchise changer.
Wow. Boy. That's heavy. But we didn't need to hear that. I think we all kind of knew, Stoney, you were coming around. Like, Butler's resume speaks for itself, but I'm with you. 3-1. Boy, that lead got, 24-point lead got to 2? I was like, they can't blow. This would be a nightmare, but they held on, Stoney.
Yeah, they
8 days off.
Yeah, that team was not going to be able to complete a comeback with Jeff Green, Aaron Holiday, and Jock Landale.
Who was scoring some buckets.
Oh, yeah.
Landale.
Put some respect on his name, Stoney.
He's a Gale, I know. He's a Gale. My question is for Warrior fans, and I'm talking to the boss, and he's giving me grief before the show. Better be careful. But, how are we judging this Warrior team right now? Like, what are we judging them like a championship contender? Are we judging them like a 500 team? Are we judging them like a team that's 14-20 since they got off to that great 12-3 start? And like, how much has Jimmy Butler changed the expectations of Warrior fans? I mean, are we talking significant run in the postseason? I mean, let's just lay it on the line. Are we talking making the playoffs and winning a round? We talking about Western Conference Finals? Anybody out there thinking title now again? I mean, Jimmy Butler is. You see that video Jimmy Butler sent on, it was right after the trade. And he said, championship coming soon.
I missed that.
Yeah.
But I'll take a crack at it since you asked, Stoney.
All right.
The only thing I don't like about what's going on with the Warriors right now is what they've created pre-Jimmy Butler, and that's their record. I hate right now, partner, they're sitting at 10th, 28-27. I know 3-1 since the trade, but I'm being real with you. We got to have fun with Willard and Dibbs doing the crossover a couple days ago. I am, Stoney, the car's in the garage of Western Conference Finals and the Warriors being a team you don't want to see in a series. But the bottom line is, I mean, you got sacked after the break. You got 8 days off. They're ahead of you. You're tied with them, but they're ahead of you. Stoney, this team can do some damage, and we hadn't even talked of the caveat of Jonathan Kuminga. At some juncture will come back. So, I mean, I don't know how shocked you are. You don't look like you're getting mad that I'm saying that, but Jimmy Butler's a dude, and I think he's making everybody's job easier. I don't even think, I know. So I'm there now, Stoney. They got to go handle their business. But I tell you what, if it somehow ended up in a play-in, road or home, Jimmy Butler has given me ultra confidence in the Warriors going to do what they haven't done in all of since the inception of the play-in. They haven't won a game.
Yeah. Hit it, Evan. Let's play what Jimmy Butler said. This is fun.
Yo, Dub Nation. Jimmy Butler here. Just touched down, do this physical. Super excited. Ready to win, ready to work, ready to put on a show for y'all. Let's get it. Championship coming soon.
All right, Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Buckets. Yeah, he was a little frisky last night. Couple dunks off verts, off 2. He likes to dunk off 2.
He's not a 1 foot jumper.
Yeah. I was a 1 foot jumper. I couldn't do 2. Like you and Evan have never dunked. I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're 6'4". I would hope
Evan, no doubt
that
about
you
it.
could have
Yeah,
dunked.
black men can jump. Yeah.
Pods can dunk.
Evan, you're right. Yeah. Black men can jump, Stoney. Oh, boy.
Can anybody think of another trade that's happened in the Bay Area where it's kind of just turned around the fortunes of a team? And I know this one hasn't all the way been turned around, but it sure looks like.
Well, McCaffrey.
Yeah, McCaffrey. I think the 49ers were 3-4 when they got him. I was thinking Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, okay, I got you. Because the Niners had something already established.
Who?
With the Niners when they went and got McCaffrey. They'd already been to a Super Bowl.
They had, but yeah, they were not having a great year when they got him. Jimmy Garoppolo, when he came and they traded for him, and then he sat for a while, and then he started quarterbacking, and they won their last 5 games. But it seems apparent that the Warriors players believe in themselves more than they have in the past. I don't know where that takes them, but you guys that listen know that I've compared this team to We Believe. Mm-hmm.
My man, Evan, he's sticking to that. I love you, baby.
And can they go as far as the We Believe team?
I don't see why not. And I'm going to say this about life and the Golden State Warriors this year, Stoney. Let's put a rat on the table early this Payday Friday, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. If everything is everything, Jimmy Butler would not be in another uniform. They benefited from a change of scenery was needed, relationships getting toxic, and it happens. And right now, the Warriors have had the basketball gods bestow on them Jimmy Butler. And Stoney, again, I know he's not Kevin Durant, but when he's out there, I feel like the Warriors have just another superhero to go with what they already had, and it's rejuvenated everybody.
Yeah, that's the way it looks to me. That's the way it looks to me. And they've got, what do they have now? 27 games remaining.
That's a blink.
After the game last night. They don't play again till next Friday. They have to go to Sacramento. But if you're a Warrior fan, I mean, I just want you to try to remember what it was like last Wednesday when this team was kind of in a malaise, and think about where they are now and how much the fortunes of this team has changed. I mean, it feels to me like they might have a puncher's chance. You know, they obviously still have to win a lot of games and get into the postseason. They still probably will have to get to the go through the play-in game.
Yeah.
But as long as they ensure themselves a home game, I think, they can certainly win 1 out of 2, and that's what they'd have to do if they were in the 7th or 8th spot. So 888-957-9570 is the number. I just want to talk to Warrior fans about how far they think this team can go, and what has Jimmy Butler done to turn this thing around. We got a ton going on today.
Man.
We will be giving out our last spot in Knockout. That's in the 12 o'clock hour. So if you want to play Knockout at Chase Center on the same floor that Steph Curry does his magic, that's in the 12 o'clock hour. That's going to get your. That's going to be your opportunity to call in. Also, our guy's going big time.
Evan?
Yeah,
tell him. I'm going to pull up on him.
So, Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy. They're going to be broadcasting live tonight from the Amador Club. So, Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy from 6 to 9 are going to be on 95.7 The Game, and it's a cigar night at Amador. At the Amador
Ocho
Club.
Cinco will be in the house.
So Evan and Grandy are going to be broadcasting from a party thrown by Chad Ochocinco and Terrell Owens.
T.O.
Other celebrities, Dusty Baker's going to be there, Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond, Chris Mullen, Baron Davis, Jason Richardson, and many more. So I'm going to assume that between 6 and 9 tonight, you're going to have a who's who of celebrity interviews from Evan and Grandy.
You going to pull up?
Maybe.
All right.
That's all brought to you by the Celebrity Pickleball Bash. For your tickets to this weekend's event, go to CelebrityPickleballBash.com. That's right, we got a monster pickleball tournament in town. We got the NBA All-Star Game.
Rick Barry.
How many of you feeling the All-Star Game? You starting to feel it?
Yeah, I am starting to feel it. Yeah, I felt it last night. I'll tell you about it.
Okay, sure. 888-957-9570. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring?
Championship coming soon.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Jimmy Butler trolling? Is he trolling?
Nah, he means that.
He means it.
He's been to the finals twice.
Okay.
And I'm going to be honest, I don't think outside of Bam, and I love that Heat team, they had resolve, they had grit, but he didn't have a Steph Curry, Steiny. He didn't have another superhero per se.
Yeah.
He had Iguodala.
Dre, is it the 23rd, Evan? That Sunday, the retirement?
Oh, yeah. Number 9's going up forever.
I'm going, Steiny.
You know what's one of the fun things about All-Star Weekend is to see how many of y'all are really thirsty. And
he's talking to me.
The reality is that so many of you out there that are really thirsty are not going to be able to get your thirst quenched.
Oh, man.
If there's one thing I know about All-Star Weekend, it's that a lot of you out there are going to be kicking around the streets looking to get into a party that you can't get into.
He deserved it.
Oh,
I mean, that's just the bottom line.
I'm waiting on Steiny. I got to tell you,
I'm
Steph,
sure you're
if you're
waiting
listening,
on something.
I'm a little hurt. We didn't get invited to the Curry party.
Where's Curry having a party?
I don't want.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of those?
Yeah, Bonte told me on the way out. It's one tonight, one tomorrow. Yeah. He sent you a jersey. You can get us on the guest list.
That's not what. You know what?
I can dance now.
I have a rule. I don't go somewhere I'm not invited. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I'm with you.
Yeah, well, there you go. Like, for example, I think you went to an event last night.
I was invited. Mark Spears. Yeah. Your boy Sal Caston. We had a great time.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Whitley, Sandretto.
Okay.
Aaron Wilson.
Great.
Shout out Cron.
Okay.
Sipping cab.
See,
your boy's off that rant.
Well, this is something that if you go to a party, you can't name drop everyone that was there.
Yeah.
And you can't take a picture 20 seconds in. Come on. But Steiny, I ain't thirsty. I'm going to pull up on Evan tonight. I'm just worried about seeing T.O.
Anyway, if you see Guru walking around San Francisco tonight, a little bit despondent with his chin dragging, and want him to one of these events.
Good, man.
Can you?
I'm sitting there looking at Kirk Lakeup like, do I ask him? But I didn't. Just where the party at? That's all. We were right there. Anyway.
I want to play this from Kirk Lakeup. This is from the interview we had with him a couple days ago. And this is what's been crossing my mind about the new expectations for this team.
Steph he's just the best. This guy makes everybody else's job so easy. The way he goes about things, the trust he puts in people, puts pressure on at the appropriate times, the leadership he shows, the work ethic he has, it just makes everybody's job easier. We're always working with him to find a way to give him the best possible set of opportunities to win. This guy's, he's brought 4 championships to the Bay. He deserves to give a chance to bring 5, 6, 7, whatever it is. And sometimes it's not a linear path. If you try to do too much, you affect your ability to maybe win the next year or maybe make the big move next. So it's a very delicate balance because you can't always wait for the next thing. Sometimes you got to make a decision. In this case, there was an opportunity to do something that we thought materially changed our odds this year and next year. And we also gave us the opportunity to continue to do things after this move. And Steph was all about that. He's not about just winning number 5.
He's not about just winning number 5.
Steiny, go ahead. I'm going to let you handle it. Wow, man.
Well, the bottom line is, it seems to me like this team is comfortable with the fans once again thinking that they have a title run in them.
So the bar has been raised. Now, if you reach it, that's another story, but I love that.
Well, I mean, Kirk Lakeup brought up championships
with an S.
And I was just asking about Steph and, how long is he going to play and, how's he doing and what's the forecast? And twice during the interview, Kirk Lakeup talked about, winning another championship. Butler's talking about winning a championship when he got here. Draymond Green is calling Jimmy Butler a franchise changer.
Yeah.
And my question now is, what are your expectations for this team? Are you starting to look at this team and are you going to judge him like you did in the last couple years where you still thought a championship was in sight? I mean, listen.
I'm back.
If you want to, my feeling is if the Warriors want to talk about being a team capable of making a big run, then we gotta assess them like a team that's capable of making a big run, not a team that's coming out of the dynasty and getting a little grace period from the fans because they won in 2022 and they know that they got to start rebuilding at some point. But the Jimmy Butler trade now puts the Warriors right back in the crosshairs, and they're talking deep playoff run. So how do you guys feel about where the Warriors are at right now?
I understand it, and I'm juiced, Steiny. Seriously, I really am. And I know we had fun yesterday talking about can 12-3 be duplicated, and I know they got more than 15 games left, but it's off to a grand start, 3-1, baby. And the team in front of you, when this is all said and done and you get back on the hardwood next Friday, if you can get that win against SAC, that'll help you in the standings and surpass them.
Yeah, when I think about the Warriors and this trade they made, and it was the middle of last week when Jimmy Butler was acquired, and he's an older player obviously, and the Warriors are doubling down on an elderly core, if you will. But the reality is, if those three guys can stay healthy, then this team might have action. And I was skeptical of this trade, obviously, because Jimmy Butler's under contract for 2.5 more years. So, what happens this year is only going to be part of the story. And
they feel good, set up for the future.
I mean, Jimmy Butler could, Warriors could be going great. And, Jimmy Butler's got them playing at another level. They still have to stay healthy. They still have to get through series if they can get into the playoffs. And it does feel to me, though, like if they don't make a run at it, and I don't know what that means. Well, I do know what it means. It means make the play in and get into the playoffs.
Yeah, get a series or series.
Then I think now it'll be wholly disappointing if the Warriors don't finish, let's say, in the top 8, I would think.
No doubt. And how about this? Again, I'm not running Steph out of town. We don't want it to end. But I guess Kirk Lacob was really telling us, until it's over, Steiny, with this acquisition of Jimmy Butler, they feel like they got action. And that's why he used the plural in regard to championships. Like, they feel good. They feel set up. And I understand it for the next 3 years at least with Butler, Dre, and Steph.
Well,
and hopefully Kuminga.
I thought what was interesting that Kirk said, too, is he said, we've given him a chance. Can I play it again?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, real quick, because there was something that really stuck out.
Steph he's just the best. This guy makes everybody else's job so easy. The way he goes about things, the trust he puts in people, puts pressure on at the appropriate times, the leadership he shows, the work ethic he has, it just makes everybody's job easier. We're always working with him to find a way to give him the best possible set of opportunities to win. This guy's, he's brought 4 championships to the Bay. He deserves to give a chance to bring 5, 6, 7, whatever it is. And sometimes it's not a linear path. If you try to do too much, you affect your ability to maybe win the next year or maybe make the big move next. So it's a very delicate balance because you can't always wait for the next thing. Sometimes you got to make a decision. In this case, there was an opportunity to do something that we thought materially changed our odds this year and next year. And we also gave us the opportunity to continue to do things after this move. And Steph was all about that. He's not about just winning number 5.
All right. So he said they've materially changed this team. And why did he say this year and next?
Because he believes it.
No, but why didn't he say Butler's under contract for another year? Why didn't he say this year, next, and the next? See, Butler's going to be here the rest of this year and next 2 years. Why did he say?
Was like Evan. I'm using Evan's word. He was locked in just to, he didn't want to put too much on.
Sounds to me like they're coming off Butler in a year.
Well, if we've learned anything about Jimmy Butler, the last year of a contract is typically when things tend to blow up.
Perry Mason.
You know what? Kudos to Kirk Lacob for
he's feeling good. Hey, and I'm gonna say this, and I can do it because I backed the truck up with the best of them. But that is born out of keeping it real. Steiny, I'll tell you this: the Warriors had. I'm going out on a limb here. As much as I believed pre-Jimmy Butler, that Warrior team wasn't doing nothing. Now that I look at what they're doing, even with Jimmy, and they are, some blown leads, but, hadn't cost them. Steiny, that team was dead. And that's why they went out and made this move. And that's why they were trying to get any and everybody. Now that the dust is settled, I tricked myself into, hey, I got my popcorn. Shout out to Yo. I got my popcorn, Steiny, but I don't think I was going to like the movie. And I think we saw half of the movie last year that culminated in no playoff berth. And now all of a sudden you go get a dog and you got action again. And partner, I know you're about the birth certificate. I know you are. I think of Giannis last year. I think of in years past. Steiny, it don't matter what age you are. I get the conventional wisdom that older player gets hurt before a younger player, but injuries can pop up at any time. And if somehow the Warriors avoid that, we got major action, and I think we got a big three again.
What do you think this means, Goo, from Bee's Knees on the YouTube chat? I don't like Steiny being optimistic about the Warriors.
Yeah, you've created not a troll, but you're negative. And now you're kind of
I'm skeptical. I'm not negative. I'm skeptical.
Yeah. I'm skeptical. Yeah, some will say you got to own it.
Bottom line is
you feeling frisky.
Who?
You about this team and
No. You are.
I appreciate it.
No, you are.
No,
you. Let me
Jimmy said championship. Hey. Jimmy Butler. Why are you smiling?
Because, this is all-star goo. That's what's happening today.
I like that.
Yeah, this is all-star goo. I can tell you're wound up because of the all-star game. You're feeling all energetic. You can't,
about the 3-1, not the parties.
You can't wait to people watch. See if you can see some celebrities. You're on cloud nine, and I'm not going to get in the way. I'm not going to get in the way tonight.
No, stop. It's the 3-1. It has nothing to do with people watch. I've been around the block, man.
Well, I don't know.
This is about the 3-1.
This is about the parties.
That hurts. Steiny, I've been around.
Not really, though. You've been pretty sheltered.
Eddie House, Mario Ellie, Roy Williams.
Are they in town?
No, but I've been around this. Rappers. Spice One. This ain't new to me. I'm from the Humes, Steiny. Come on now. But I will pull up on Evan tonight at the cigar lounge. Just $1.
It's just a broadcast. It's not an attendance, I don't think. Tell you what. Why don't you just listen to the radio rather than go to the
Can
event?
I share something with you?
Sure.
I was one of the tallest guys last night in Alameda, and I got to tell you, Steiny, I had a fresh cut. There was a couple people looking to see, I'm older, like, who he played for, and then they see me close up and know I'm older, but it felt good to know.
They used to have an old-timers game.
Spears is taller than you.
That's the one guy. Shout out Spears. Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. I want to know how Warrior fans' expectations have changed.
Yeah?
Should I start talking about this team like it's going for a title?
Well, I'll do this.
Because then I could be like, boy, they got a long way to go.
Okay.
I mean, they got to stay healthy, but
these aren't the fans. You just played the soundbite from Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
He mentioned championship. Kurt Lacob went plural, the opportunity. So, Steiny, this is not just fan filibuster. We're hearing it from the guys. We're hearing it from the team. That's all I'm saying. And there is no reason now not to be excited. That's all. Because I don't like where we were headed. We were headed nowhere. I just said it a minute ago. Now look at this. The possibilities.
It's gotten off to a really good start.
There we go.
They've got a long way to go.
But he's a part of us, Jimmy, moving forward. So just in that instance, Donnie, that's exciting as well.
What do you mean?
Like this summer, they can make some moves, but they got their heart, they got their core. You know what I mean? They don't got to ask anybody. They're in a relationship now.
Yeah, they are. They are. With an older lady, with an older woman.
Simmer.
Whoa.
I mean, it's an older couple.
What does that mean?
It just means that
you still celebrate Valentine's.
I'm just saying.
You heard Rick Barry yesterday.
Let's go to Filmo Mike.
Mike. Oh, he knows where the parties are.
That ain't Belichick.
We'll see.
Michael, get us on the guest list.
Hey, that's funny. I was gonna say we like Bill Belichick, but now I'm with you, Steiny. in regards to, I was very skeptical. I didn't like the trade, and I love you, Guru, because the way you talk, bro, is so. You say the birth certificate. You don't say his age. You say just the birth certificate. Everybody just knows what you mean. You're just pure gold. And then, I was gonna holler, bro. Like, bro, the Bay right now is lit. Like on some real talk. Like, bro, it's like a vibe right now, bro. Like I was out last night, and I didn't even expect to really like go out.
Yeah.
I had a release party. Then I showed over to the city. I was at the club. Then I went to another club, Club Temple. I went to Vanity. I went to 1015. I ended up at Phoenix Lounge. Man, it was a vibe last night. I hopped in an Uber. Man, it was kind of lit.
Where's it at tonight, Mike? Me and Stotty and Evan might pull up.
We're going to be everywhere. We got this spot, Studio X. It's a little shindig where, it's a little private event. Okay. Yeah, it's called Studio X. It's my boy's studio.
So if we say your name at the door, you'll come get us?
Say my name. Say, hey, Filmo Mike is in the building. And they go, all you got to do is let them know Filmo Mike and holla at OP.
Okay, OP.
We got a bunch of tourists that are going to be using Filmo Mike to get into every club in the city.
Who the hell is this? Yeah.
Hey, it's all good. You guys are royalty. Anybody from 95-70 game is royalty. Y'all should have passes to every. You know what's so fun about these events? You got the big events, and then you got the small shindigs. That's where you really get your network cracking at the small shindigs.
Yeah.
The little Mitchells. Steiny, I need to be your +1. Don't be hating, bruh. For real.
He's Steiny, your juice, I can tell.
Black History Month, Steiny. Me and Guru better be your +1. I don't want to hear nothing else.
Let's go. Let's go, Mike. I'm going to hit you.
Stay safe out there, my man.
Black Mets. Yeah. You're ready. I can tell. I know what you do. What's the word? You're trying to put it on me, but that's how you feel, and it's all good. I can tell you got a pep in your step.
Because it's payday.
Well, that's it right.
That's it. Guru, I will be at 0 parties this weekend.
Well, we're having one that we have every payday Friday, so it starts there.
It's not an all-star event.
We don't know what's going to happen at the ship today. Evan, it could be something entirely different. Come on, man. Own it.
Yeah, Sonny, I will drag you to the Amador Club tonight.
I wrote down Studio X. I'm going to your club, Ocho Cinco, and then fall into Studio X.
By the way, I heard Filmo Mike on the radio last night.
What?
So either
oh boy,
he recorded it and then went to the clubs, or he wasn't at all the clubs.
I bet it was the first one.
Yeah.
It was the first one. Let's go to Horace in Texas. Hey, Horace, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, guys. You guys still doing good?
Hanging in, Horace.
Thanks.
Yep.
Well, you asked Steiny, you asked about how do I feel about him right now as far as, title or deep run in the playoffs. Well, I think we need a little bit more than just Jimmy Butler. We got to see what the buyout market can bring. I don't know who all is available. I heard some rumors that we have Kelly Olynyk might be available out of Toronto. Marcus Smart might be available out of Washington. If we get those two guys or something like that, we might be able to do something as far as a deep run, because Kelly, he's a big 6'11". He can shoot the three, so that means he can spread the floor. A little bit of a presence in the paint, but not a big shot blocker, but he's presence in the paint. He can pull you out. He can spread the floor. And we all know what Marcus Smart can do. So I think if we get those two guys, then you might be able to talk about a possible deep run in the playoffs. But it's gonna determine the buyout market is going to determine how far they go. I don't think they can go deep just what they got now.
Wow, Horace.
I thought you were going to ask him something.
I was Horace. So what's your big thing right now? It sounds like size has you thinking they as is. Kuminga comes back. That's still not enough.
No, I don't think it's. I mean, I think it's enough to get them in. But as far as deep, I just think I've always felt that we are not big and long enough in the front court. And And we need to be able to spread that floor better. And I think we need another big with experience. See, that guy, he'll also help post, too. Because he's got experience. Then you got Jimmy Butler with experience. Those two guys will help post. Like if, Post is still a rookie. So he's going to make some rookie mistakes. That's where Kelly Olynyk would come in. So I think if you get those two guys, we all know what Marcus Smart can do defensively. So if we get those two guys, then I'll feel much better about a deeper run.
Appreciate the call, Horace, as always.
Yeah, love it. Lacob did, Kirk, that is, Steiny, he mentioned that they might not be done and we can expect a new Warrior here sometime soon. But one facet about the game we didn't talk about, Steiny, Buddy Hield came out of the starting lineup and, again, I'm not beating him up 14 minutes, but still can't hit a shot. 0 of 4 from deep.
I just don't understand why you need to, put the caveat on that you're not trying to beat him up. I mean,
because I don't like how he's being treated among his teammates. That's what it is. You can struggle, but then if you've been in relationships and jobs, Steiny, if you treat a person the wrong way or try to deliver the message, that becomes more than the problem. I mean, that's all. I'm rooting for B.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is I do kind of think that they're off to a nice start, but I was really disappointed with Houston last night.
Let's talk about it.
What is Udoka doing?
I text the Vine like I'm out on the Rockets.
He starts Aaron Holiday, who's not a starter. Jalen Green, maybe his best player, plays 22 minutes. Dylan Brooks only plays 21 minutes. And then he plays Jeff Green 21 minutes. Jeff Green!
I've always liked him. I know you don't.
Jeff Green!
Yeah.
I mean, I like him
2 of 8 from deep.
But he's 56. I mean, Udoka was...
I'll tell you what.
I don't know. And then the Warriors just...
almost blew it, though. Give you what that version of the Rockets got it to within 2.
So what? So
what would we be talking about had they completed it?
We would have been talking about a comeback win.
No,
every single game is like
collapse to a Rocket team that
24-point blown lead is probably the 10th highest blown lead.
Wow.
I mean, it happens. It happens. Okay, you know what? If you're a Warrior fan, you want to focus on the win, or do you want to focus on we almost blew it?
Well, no. When you win, you don't even focus. It's off. But when you lose it, then we talk about it.
Don't bring it up anymore.
That happened.
No, you brought it up.
It was part of the story.
Not really. It wasn't really.
You just said it.
Every team makes a run in the NBA. You're going to learn that by the end of the year. If I have to drill it into your freaking head. That's right. And now you're distracted.
No, the word I was looking for was projecting, and that's what you were doing to me. You're excited about All-Star Weekend.
Actually, that's going to get me mad if you say I'm excited about it, because I'm not. I can't wait. City's alive. Hey, download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. And don't forget, in the 12 o'clock hour, your shot to play Knockout at Chase Center. Mm-hmm.
It's here. All-Star Weekend, baby. Let's go. Prize. I just busted in his office this morning. The door was closed. It was all bad.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
What's going on, everybody? All-Star Weekend here in the Bay.
Hey.
How many people out there, how many of our listeners are going to something? Apparently there's 50 things going on around the city.
The 100, Steiny.
Anybody participating in this weekend? You can
call us, tell us.
Yeah, let us know what you're doing and how you're celebrating.
And put us on the list. I hit Brownie Blends, let them know asked them where the gig was at. So we got Film on Mike who sent the flyer.
I don't want to
Brownie.
go. I don't want to go to parties.
What do you want to do?
Tonight?
Yeah.
I have a function I'm going to, not related to basketball. I have a birthday party, a family birthday party tonight. So what's your family first? You ever hear that?
FOE.
It's not
family over everything.
It's not clubs, taverns, and bars.
Well, there's always tomorrow too, Steiny.
So.
And Sunday, I'm hearing.
What about the after party, Steiny?
Look at him.
Those don't exist for me.
Oh,
it's too late.
Stop. You might be telling the truth.
510. I'm incredibly optimistic. Just seeing what Jimmy has brought to the team, but as currently constructed, I think at best we get one playoff series win. That's from the 510. And then he also says the deciding factor is Kuminga. Oh boy.
Now why would you, if Kuminga's listening, tell JK why you said, oh boy?
Because see, I didn't want to do this today. I wanted to stay positive.
You're off to a great start.
Yeah, I'm worried about JK's role when he comes back. And here's why. This is one thing I was thinking about Jonathan Kuminga and how before he got hurt, he was quote unquote emerging. The Warriors have Steph Curry.
Okay.
Takes 18, 20 shots a game. And before the trade, they had Andrew Wiggins. And Andrew Wiggins isn't the most aggressive player.
About 10 to 14.
In the league. And so the Warriors now with Jimmy Butler and Curry have two aggressive scorers. And I think there'll be less room for Kuminga with Jimmy Butler on the team in terms of opportunity and maybe playing time than with Wiggins on the floor.
So do you mean?
Because Butler takes more shots, Butler's more involved, and Butler's going to have the ball in his hands way more than Wiggins, and it's going to be up to Kuminga to figure out how to play alongside Curry and Butler if that's the lineup that Kerr's going to go with at times, those three.
I'm not mad at that, but Stoney, I just look at it like, you know what? It's on the coaching staff and the players to incorporate talent. And that's what we know JK is, a talent. And I'll say this, you focus and hone in on the age. Jimmy Butler is not a Russell Westbrook in his prime in regard to, I got to shoot it every time. I look at Jonathan Kuminga as a not rest, a pit stop for the guys that, if Jimmy knows, I'm working on getting my win back, or Curry's, he never not feels it, but you can always give that youngster the ball and he can cook and do his thing. That might be 5 minutes, it might be 7 minutes, but that's what I look at Kuminga, like he's going to be an option for these older guys to, I'm going to pick my spots, and Jimmy Butler and Steph and Dre know that they gotta, it's like, what is a point guard? He's got to make sure the big man's happy. You feed him. He runs the court, you feed him. Like, there's responsibilities to where I don't think JK will get left out. I don't think he's going to be, this is my team, I'm hoisting up 30 shots. That ain't happening. And I think he knows that, Steiny. So you're going to hold on to your We Believe comp, and I'm going to hold on to my young baby Kawhi with the Spurs. It was still Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker before we knew, Kawhi was going to be what he was. So here, young fella, we're going to let you cook here.
Do you have any concern that because the Warriors got Butler, the stakes are now higher? They're going to be playing in more important games, and that's not good for Jonathan Kuminga.
No, that's fair.
Okay.
That's fair.
I actually don't. That's the biggest thing that I'm interested in is how how Kuminga's going to handle coming off the bench,
pressure, and
trying to figure out a role on this particular team when he's playing with Steph Curry or when he's playing with Jimmy Butler. But that's an issue for down the line. I was reading The Athletic today, and he's our guy, but The Athletic gave grades to every team at the All-Star break. And Anthony Slater gave the Warriors a B+. That seems a little high to me.
And my point guard. A B+?
A B+.
But Steiny, I would say, Slates, if you're listening, we love you. They're 10th.
I made it up.
It had to be the trade.
A lot of it was the trade. I mean, I'll throw that out to Warrior fans. If you had to give them a grade right now, and you can take into the reason Slater's grade was pretty good was because he phrased it like, the Warriors have been looking for a year or two now for a running mate for Steph.
Well,
they finally got one.
Well, that's an A then, if you want to do that. But the play on the court, Stoney, pre-Jimmy, I'm giving it a C-.
I would give it I'd give it about.
But if you wanted to say D, I'm right here.
By the way, the grade was for the entire pre-All-Star, not just the trade itself. I think there was some
Yeah. Then that's why
confusion.
B+ sounded a little bit high.
No doubt about it. Especially when you're 10th.
Yeah. So I thought a B+ was. I mean, before the trade, I thought they were underachieving a little bit. I thought they would be winning more games, but they were about 500. I don't know.
So your grade was what? What would you give them?
Well, I got to figure it. Like
I said, C-. I want Evan to come in and tell us what he gives them. But where are you at?
Well, I kind of see where Slater's issue is. Like it's hard to separate 26 and 26 with what they've just done. So I mean, you have to give them a bump because of Butler, I would think.
Well, then now we're talking A or B. Then I get it.
I'd probably say B- before the trade, like a C or a C+.
Yeah,
maybe something like that.
I said C-.
Something like that. I mean, I didn't. I mean, the reality of the situation is it feels like the trade has changed the opinion of virtually all the fans. And it feels like this team is way more interesting.
Oh, my gosh.
The upside has gotten higher, and they look like they're ready to make a run in the second half of the season, or the last, I should say, 27 games. This is Steve Kerr on last night's game and the last 5-6 minutes.
I thought we executed pretty well several times down the stretch. We had the one turnover and when Steph tried to throw it over the top, but about 3 other plays where we executed really well. Jimmy got the layup off from Dre. Got a couple of other plays where we got a good look, free throws, and that allowed us to set our defense up. So, it's good to have to finish the game that way. Obviously, you always prefer a blowout if you can get it and rest guys, but we have to learn how to close games. I mean, we have not done that well. And we didn't do it well last night, obviously. So that was an important game for us. We think Jimmy's presence and skill is going to allow us to finish games much better than we have so far this year. So tonight was a good example of that and hopefully a sign of things to come.
Hey, does last night count as a clutch game?
I think
it does.
When they got to within 2 and 4.
Yeah, but there was like 6.5 minutes left when they cut it to 2.
You don't like that at all.
I think it's a joke.
You didn't like Curry getting that award. The team didn't make the playoffs, and he got Clutch Player of the Year.
Yeah. If someone can explain that to me, great. But
still not shooting it well from deep, Stoney. And I know Kuminga's not going to help that, but 11 of 41. I know that was one of your concerns, but I'm wondering if that's why teams are able to come back or make runs.
I'm wondering if Warrior fans, and like when they made the trade, I said their 3-point shooting got worse, and and it has. They shot it pretty well Jimmy Butler's first game, but the last 3 games they have not shot threes well at all.
Yeah, he made his first one last night.
It was a 4-point game with 4 minutes left, so it does qualify.
Yeah. Stoney, that's a close game.
All right, so the Warriors. Okay, they've played 55 games total.
All right,
how many clutch games have they ostensibly played?
34. I think it's tied with the Timberwolves.
We've seen them blow leads. The games.
Oh, yeah, we have. So, in other words, they're winning by 20, and the other team comes back to cut it to 5. Now it's a clutch game.
What do you guys think their record is?
It's 500.
I'm going to say
they are who they are.
I hate you said it, but Evan, I'm going to say 20-14.
Yeah, right.
But you wish. 17-17.
Any way you cut it, this team's been a 500
That
team.
was my first answer. I didn't say it. I felt it. Thanks, E.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I'd be optimistic. I don't think they're going to be a very good three-point shooting team. So the fact, to my way of thinking, the fact that they're still 3-1 in a 4-game stretch when 3 of the games they didn't shoot well from 3, that tells me that they're less reliant on making threes, maybe to win games because their defense has improved. We'll have to see how that plays out because
held Houston under 100. 98. Houston, Stoney. I'm not a fan. I feel like, again, in the NBA, if you play hard, and I'm not saying the Warriors don't. I'm just saying if you play hard and you're young, you're going to accumulate a good record. And that's what the Rockets are. I just told you during the break, Evan didn't hear this. Stoney, I would hope the Warriors somehow, if they could get in, could get a series against the Rockets. But Houston would have to go all the way up, if the Warriors stay in this playing box. But they just play.
Quit begging. Quit begging for the Rockets because the Rockets
the 34.
stink.
The Rockets, come out and play.
Let's go to Free the People. Free the People's in Oakland. What's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. As always, happy Friday to you. First thing first, I think it's fair to have a level of optimism for Jimmy being here this year. Things that I worry about with Jimmy being here this year, though, is Kuminga's role when he comes back. He's going to be in that short corner a lot, and I don't know if I trust him to make those threes, so I think it will make it a difficult position for him to be in certain lineups. You guys were talking about giving out grades. I would grade the first 15 games as like an A. I would grade the next games after that before the trade like a D because they played terrible. And then with Jimmy so far, I think it's fair to say a B plus. That Dallas loss should have been a win. So it's hard to give them an A so far, but 3-1 is a great start. The next thing I want to do before I get off the phone is I want to give major props to Moses Moody. Fans all over the Bay Area have been calling for Moody to get more playing time. It's unfortunate the players had to get traded and injured for him to get a chance, but that's the way the cookie crumbles in the NBA. You got to wait for whatever opportunity is your opportunity. And I feel like dude held us down in the first half of that game last night, along with Pods, who has been getting a lot of flack from the fans. I've given him some myself, so I won't act like I'm a person who didn't. But last night, I saw them play really hard and carry the team in the first half. And I think we need performances like that from those guys going forward if we want to, even maximize one playoff series win. I don't have much faith in more than one playoff series win, but before we got Jimmy, we probably weren't even going to make the playoffs the way it was looking. So for that, I'll be thankful. But I need to see some major moves in the offseason. Thanks for taking my call as always, guys. Happy Friday to you, and I look forward to speaking to you again soon.
Back at you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I came in, Stoney, not to try to irritate you, and I said to you and Evan, I wanted to give a player their flowers, and it was Moody. And it's not just the box score, Stoney. I mean,
it can't just be the box score. The box score. But
he's a jack of all trades, man. He'll go in there and finish. He's got some hands. Again, I'm not telling you he's James Worthy. I'm just not. But he could be a 6th, 7th man on my team any day. And that caller was right. A lot of people have been clamoring for him to get more minutes. And Stoney, I just like what he brings to the table. And I hate when he missed the game winner the other night. But
I mean, look, the Warriors may have found their power forward of the future. There's no doubt about it.
I don't know.
I'm talking about Moody.
I know who you're talking about.
I'm talking about Moody.
Yeah.
Moody helped them last night. No doubt about it. Pods did too. Pods is playing well. Pods is playing well. In fact, Steve Kerr mentioned Pods. Take a listen.
We felt like it was the right time to do it. I think Brandon has played so well over the last couple weeks that I think he needs to be in that starting group now. He gives Steph another ball handler, decision maker. He makes a lot of plays out of nothing with his brain and his skill. It was good to get him out there. I imagine he's going to be out there now, as a starter for a while. Obviously with Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, and I thought Moses complimented those guys really well. We'll see how it goes from here. We got JK coming back hopefully within a couple of weeks, so we always have options, but I think BP's got to be out there.
And I've been clamoring for it, Stoney, and we got it.
Well, then you're going to live with Kuminga coming off the bench. I mean, that's pretty obvious, I would think, because you're gonna start Steph, Pods, Kerr, Butler, and Green have to start, and then you're missing a 5, unless you want to go
Draymond at 5,
unless you want to go Moody, unless you want to go Steph, Pods, Butler, Moody, Green. Maybe he'll go that way. I don't know. What do you think, E?
You guys remember when Pods entered the starting lineup last year?
I do.
I don't.
It was the game before the All-Star break.
See, this is why Evan should really just fill in for me a lot of days with that kind of knowledge.
And he went on a nice little rookie run to end the season. So
he earned it. He earned it. He came back from this injury playing, giving them energy, burst. And again, he didn't shoot it well from deep, Stoney, but that's not all the game. I mean, man, I like what I saw, and him and Moody were holding it down, and I'm just thinking to myself, Stoney, I know it's not their time in regard to it's their team, but I'm like, damn, if you want to just step back and look at this Warrior team, after Curry, Dre, and Butler, right now, I mean, you're sitting with, again, I'm not saying franchise players, but Pods, Moody, Kuminga, Post, sign me up.
Well, I think it's interesting. If it's going to be, I mean, he basically said Podziemski's going to be the starter for a while. So that tells me that he's planning on starting Podziemski even after Kuminga returns. Okay, so you could say big deal. Podge just took Buddy Hield's spot in the starting lineup.
JK could be 4.
But I mean,
to 5.
I'm willing to bet you anything you want to bet that's not going to be the lineup. Because I'll tell you why either. Because if you take out Hield and put in Pods, you have even less shooting than with Buddy. And I just don't think you can go Curry, Podziemski, Kuminga, Green, Butler. Like that is now you have no 3-point shooting outside Steph Curry. Kuminga's got to come off the bench for this team. He just has to.
I tell you what, because the way Kerr does it, I've been lobbying for Pods for 2 weeks to start, or at least a week. We'll just say that. And it happened.
Goo, you want 8 players to start.
No, I was saying it was time for Buddy to, you got to get him out of there. And you talked about spacing, and Kerr agreed with you. But Buddy's been so bad, Stoney, like this was the next domino. So I would tell Buddy Hield, not that anybody would ask me, hey, Buddy, Kerr rode you. He gave you every opportunity to get out of this funk. My point is, if we do make that bet, the way Kerr does it, we won't know until, I would say, Stoney, give me 10 games. Because, things got to happen. You got to see things, and then he makes the decision. That's usually how Kerr does it. So, Kuminga's first game back, if he's not in the starting lineup, I don't want you to declare victory, but I feel like Draymond could be the 5, Kuminga the 4, Butler 3, Steph 2, and Pods 1. Moody first guy off the bench. We'll see.
I mean, they're going to have to shoot it from 3 better than they have to go anywhere.
But I don't want to give you your flowers, but Stoney, if you tell me what could be the death of the Warriors moving forward with all this euphoria, shout out Kendrick, that I'm feeling about this team, it just may be that component. And maybe that's why Houston was able, because if you ain't shooting well, you're giving the other team opportunity to get back in games. And then we've seen it to where it was Jimmy's first game against Chicago. You got down 24. You know what I mean? Because you go cold. So we'll monitor that, but Kuminga's not going to fix that. And what did you say? He only shoots like 3 a game, attempts 3 a game.
Yeah, something like that. Let's go to Anthony in Brentwood. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man? Speaking of Ant. Woo, did you see Anthony Edwards dunk last night?
Yeah, you're feeling good.
I don't think Chet. I think they should have brought Chet off the bench, but I got maybe three things. One, Steiner, you don't understand. Guru ain't new to this. He's true to this.
Yeah, my man.
He. It ain't on him. It's in him. You don't understand it, Steiner. You got to get with the program.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Now that I got that off my chest.
Oh, there you go, Ed.
Let him know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, Guru.
All right, help me.
My initial or original point was we have an established big three now. So I think the rest of the season, if we're talking about expectations for me, I actually want Kerr to really see who he can depend on outside of the big three in Looney, and we know what we're getting from Kuminga. So I want to see for these next however many games, who can you really depend on and who's staying and who's going? Is Moody going to be a part of the future plan? We know that already, right? Because he got the contract. We know that he likes pods. So now let's see. Are we going Quentin Post or are we going TJD? Are we doing a little half and half? Are we getting rid of Buddy? Are we bringing somebody that's more of a consistent three-point shooter? Because like you guys are talking about, we do need more consistent wing scoring. Now, I want to jump into your guys' conversation when it comes to like who's starting and whatnot. I actually wouldn't mind with the addition of Jimmy. Dre can come off the bench sometimes. Jimmy, he can run the point and he can be a point forward. He can be a four. Sometimes you can have him and Steph doing their thing and then have an additional shooter on the floor because Dre is a non-scorer. Sometimes I think it would be better if Dre came off the bench because Jimmy's still a better athlete. I think he's probably a better facilitator, and he's the one guy that does get to the cup and gets to the line consistently outside of Kuminga. So we're talking about the starting lineup. We also got to look at the option of, sometimes not starting Dre, because then he can come off the bench as a small ball five and run that second unit and maybe possibly help get somebody like Buddy or another guy going. Because now that we have Jimmy, Steph can kind of roam free a little bit more. And Jimmy is just as smart as a basketball player as Draymond. So I would look at it a little different, not, looking at, because Kuminga, he's another person that can get his own. So if you got Kuminga, you got Jimmy, you got Pods, you got Steph, and then you got whether it's Post or TJD. Now you got three guys that can get their own buckets, and then you got two scrappy guys, whether it's Moody or Pods, that can crash the boards and do the extra other stuff. So I don't know what you got to think about that.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of Draymond Green off the bench obviously has been done before. It's been suggested. I just feel like with Jimmy Butler on the team now, like Draymond's going to start. I don't really
That's how I would have it. No doubt about it.
I just think he's gonna start because now you have. I mean, Draymond's playing 30 a night. Butler and Steph are playing more than 30 a night, and I can't see him bringing Draymond off the bench, especially when Kuminga comes back.
And Draymond hit I don't want to say a dagger three, but it was a big one. 13 points, Donnie.
I want to get into something with Kuminga.
All right.
And the way the Warriors are playing it right now with Jonathan Kuminga. But 888-957-9570 is the number. How much more optimistic are you Warrior fans now than you were about a week ago when you're looking at this team? How much has Jimmy Butler changed your perspective? 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. This segment was also brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans? San Francisco International Airport is welcoming the biggest names.
Are your eyes green?
They're brown.
But they're different colors. They look green today.
This guy.
His eyes are green.
Well, I've been told I do have beautiful eyes.
I didn't say that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I get money. Go ahead. The energy's great today. Everybody. The boss. It's payday, the all-star. Go ahead, Steiny.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. I'm doing that just to piss the boss off right now. He's a good guy, the boss. All-Star Weekend. Hey, let me tell you what's going on. 1 o'clock today, we're going to do a little curveball.
Who we got?
We're going to get into a little football.
Let's go.
Mark Purdy. Longtime San Jose Mercury News columnist.
Related?
We'll ask him.
Wow.
He's got great knowledge of Brock Purdy. His name's Mark Purdy. And Mark just wrote a book about the San Francisco 49ers. The San Francisco 49ers, an illustrated timeline. And the thing that's pretty cool is that a lot of what the Niners are dealing with now regarding Purdy, he says there's a big comparison to be made with that and Steve Young in the past. And we'll get into it with Mark Purdy. He's a football guy.
There we go.
Let's start out with okay, you know what? This is interesting. Let's go to Grant. And Grant, I think Grant
agrees with you.
No, I mean Grant wants to make the differentiation. He's in the Oakland Hills. He's not in Oakland. He's in the Oakland Hills.
Look at him.
Hey, Grant, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey.
Hold on.
Okay.
Gotta shut my radio down.
Yeah, shut it down.
Like, man.
I'll tell you what, go talk to the family. Get back to us when you can.
Cut the lawn.
I want to say one thing. This is one thing that they put me on the radio on for. Is first of all, love you guys. I listen to you guys all the time. Phil Mike, I listened earlier. He's always on point. He's going to be like Shasky eventually. He's on point every single time. He should be on the radio. One thing that nobody's talked about is if you get Jimmy Buckets on the team, is the Warriors worth more money? Like maybe they're doing it for that too. Also, I think I love Jimmy Buckets. There's the other guy who called in and he was like, we could win the championship with him. He's like that kind of player. Like him and Draymond Green are so different. But my point is not to say I could go on and on. But are they worth more? Like if you spend $60,000 a year or $60 million a year, $60 million, whatever, right? But the Warriors are probably worth as much because there's more Jimmy Buckets jerseys. He's a Hall of Famer. Wiggins doesn't sell jerseys. And so despite the fact that Jimmy Buckets is better on the team, he's also like better for the Warriors as far as their net value and like just everybody wanting to watch.
Hey, thanks, Grant. Appreciate the call.
Grant won NBA
money and
team store on us.
Really not sure how to answer that.
Gave Mike some love and Shasky.
Hey, you know what the Warriors have done a great job of?
Winning titles?
No, this year. Specifically this year.
Uniforms?
They've done a great job of holding down Jonathan Kuminga's value. I mean, I'm serious. That's another reason you bring him off the bench. If he comes off the bench the rest of the season.
But his film is his film, Steiny. We've already seen him as a starter.
Yeah, okay. Watch Evan, who's the highest paid player coming off the bench in the league right now?
Probably Ben Simmons.
Okay. That's true.
Like
he hated that, man.
I think of guys who play, it's like Jordan Clarkson.
I was just going there.
And he makes like, what, 21?
Something like that.
Yeah. It's a good number for Kuminga.
I like him.
It's a good number for Kuminga. 20-ish. I bet you that's
Uncle Looney said that's my Steiny trying to create drama.
Oh, there's big drama, Loon. Or Austin.
Loon.
No. He's
Austin said Purdy lives in this neighborhood. Yeah.
Which one?
San Jose. Austin from San Jose.
No, which Purdy?
Mark Purdy, the one joining us at one.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The author. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. What's going on, Trevor? How you doing, man? Trevor in Rohnert Park. What's up, man? Oh, he's done.
Oh, T. That's it?
Well, that's it for him. By the way, coming up in a half hour during the 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play Knockout. It's our final spot on this show
Let's
that
go.
we're giving away. And then
the field is set.
Then Willard and Dibbs are giving you the last crack at it during their show. And then last but not least, Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy are going to be broadcasting live tonight from the Amador Club from 6 to 9 right here on 95.7 The Game. It's 85 Cigar Night, a party thrown by Chad Ochocinco and T.O. Other celebrities on hand, Dusty Baker, Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond, Chris Mullen, Baron Davis, Jason Richardson, and more. It's all brought to you by the Celebrity Pickleball Bash. For your tickets to this weekend's events, go to celebritypickleballbash.com. I'll also let you into tell you how to get into that party tonight.
You a big cigar smoker?
No.
I'm going to try one tonight.
Cigarettes.
All right.
I like
Only when I gamble.
I like sucking down cigarettes.
Heaters. Yeah.
Let's go to Ulysses in San Francisco. Hey, Ulysses, how you doing, man?
What's up, gentlemen? Just hanging in there, man. Hope you guys are having a good Valentine's Day so far, man.
Yeah, back at you. I guess.
Anyway, so yesterday I was watching the game with my mom, who never watches basketball with me, but I was telling her about the whole Jimmy Butler thing or whatnot, and
Oh, man. Ulysses, you got to
I just thought about my mom. Rest in peace.
You got to call back, Ulysses, and I'll tell you why. Is because if you were listening early in the week, I made a statement that is so true that oftentimes women have a completely different perspective of sports that guys just don't get. They don't get it. And I always feel like a woman's input on a sports topic gives you a newfound perspective to look at things. And clearly, he was going to say something about the way his mom has interpreted the interaction between Butler and the Warriors. You watch.
The strongest bond of them all.
It's not going to be, he's not going to say, Mom said Jimmy Butler can't really go to his left. It's going to be something, an intangible.
Yeah. That's the strongest bond in our life is mother-son. To me.
I realize that a lot of times I try to go out of my way to disagree with you. And even there, I tried, but I can't disagree with that.
It's special. I'll talk to your mom. I posted a picture. Now, you should say how she's doing.
I know how she's doing. I just called her.
Okay, all right.
Let's go to Rob's in Richmond.
Oh, my baby, my darling. Am I going to embarrass you now with all your fans out there?
Great voice. Just a great voice.
Can we take a call? Not from Mary?
Yeah.
Well, they got to answer.
Rob's in Richmond.
How you guys doing?
Hey.
Yeah.
Pretty good, man.
Hey. So check this out, man. You guys watched the game last night. Did anybody, I'm surprised nobody's talked about this. Did anybody catch what happened post-game when Bonte was going to interview Steph and the headset wasn't working? So they cut away, and then they cut back. And by the time they had cut back to Steph a second time, the headset was working. And Bonte asked him, he said, hey, Steph, you look like you're distracted. What's going on around you? And Steph talked about how the fans were filling up the lower half of the bowl right where he was standing. And then they cut away to a different shot that, a backdrop shot that showed kind of the whole perspective.
Yeah.
And how the fans were just filling in down there, right where Steph was, right?
Yep.
And here's the thing. I think the Warriors have a new energy. They have a new entertainment value. And that was something that was lacking in between the 12-3 and this new 3-1 stretch, right? Like, let's not kid ourselves. The Warriors have been one of the most entertaining teams to watch in basketball for the last decade. Okay, at least, right? I mean, since they started winning championships. I watch a lot of basketball. I'm a huge Celtics fan. I grew up in Vermont. So here's my perspective on this, right?
Okay.
When a team has this energy behind them and they're traveling on the road, and the Warriors bring a value, an entertainment, a very entertaining style of play and that is their approach to winning, right? It's very, very entertaining. It's high speed, high intensity, and they deliver. And I'm telling you, man, there's a new energy behind the Warriors, and it's something that we really got to pay attention to going forward.
Thanks,
Thank
Rob.
you guys. Love your show.
Thank you, buddy.
I like that, Stoney. A new energy.
Patty LaBelle.
I hadn't heard that one.
New attitude? Isn't that Patty LaBelle?
Yeah. Well, he said new energy.
Yeah, I'm saying attitude.
Right. I got a new attitude.
So do you know what he was referring to with Curry?
No, I was sipping red.
Okay, so
with the mixer.
The game was over, and Curry put the headset on, but he didn't have the earpiece in or whatever. Right. And so they went back to the studio, and then they came back to Curry, and Curry said, it's pretty cool. All these Warrior fans have come down to the first level where he was doing the interview, and then they panned from behind him, and it was like, wow, like there were a couple hundred people watching Curry do this interview, and a lot of them had Warrior gear on. And, it was in Houston, but there were a lot of Warrior fans there.
All right.
And quite frankly, the caller's right. It was kind of impressive. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of when the Raptors put the Warriors away in the NBA Finals.
I'll never forget that. We were there.
And they took over. At least 2,000 Raptors fans were in the building.
Going crazy. 3 hours
after the
Singing
game.
the Canada song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt.
But Steph's had that his whole career, though, Stoney.
What? Just
fans? Just box out. Michael Jackson. That's what I always called him.
Why do you have to compare people?
The gravity of that's
gravity.
If Steph is driving right now and he heard Goose say, "You're Michael Jackson," he'd be like, "That says it all."
What does gravity have to do with Michael Jackson?
Wherever Mike goes, there's a crowd. And the people coming to the lower bowl.
What does a crowd have to do with gravity? I thought gravity is when...
You're not being this dumb. You're being dumb right now. Gravity is people that are stars that people gravitate to.
Oh.
And Curry, wherever he's at, he could be at a hospital. People are going to be like, there he is. That's that man.
He's got less baggage.
Oh, I thought it was because Michael Jackson defied gravity in the Smooth Criminal video.
There's 100 jokes, but okay. You get it now?
I guess.
Yeah. Always a fun game.
Let's go to Trevor in Roner Park.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Oh, by the way, we got to get into that.
I'm locked and loaded. Trevor.
I'll watch you cower here. But go ahead, Trevor. What's going on?
Working now. My phone's finally working.
Okay.
Yeah, guys, I was actually thinking of the buyout because you mentioned that we don't have that second three-point shooter that's really reliable. And with Jimmy Butler, I definitely agree with some of the callers how they're saying, like, we can get into the playoffs, but how much farther can we go once we're in the playoffs without really having more depth on the team? And I kind of agree with that, even though I still think they're a dark horse with Jimmy Butler. It makes a big difference. But what about a guy who's shooting 44% right now from three-point land, Kelly Olynyk? He might be – I think he's on the buyout market possibly. I think that'd be a good player if they could possibly go out and buy him out, depending on what he costs, to pair him up with Curry. He's shooting the three-point land pretty well right now. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I've been always skeptical, Steiny. Like, why are they out on the buyout market,
Why what?
Why are they there?
Well, because they probably found themselves on teams that don't want them. Washington may buy out a couple guys. I don't know, although they don't seem to be doing that. Here's the way I look at it, and feel free to disagree vehemently if you want. Right now, the Warriors have 3 centers. Kevon Looney, who's like 30, Post, who's 25, and Trace Jackson-Davis, who's 22 or 23. It's like, this is kind of what I mean. Don't bring in a 32 or 33-year-old Kelly Olynyk who's going to take playing time away from Looney, Trace Jackson-Davis, and Post. And quite frankly,
I'm with you.
He's not a significant enough difference maker to have him play at those guys' expense. That's the way I look at it.
I'm not mad at that.
I mean,
agree.
You found a little something with Post. Play him when you can.
He's learning.
If he's overwhelmed or overmatched, get him out of there. Put Looney in. But I'm not into an older. I'm not into any older players right now, especially if they're going to take the playing time away from some of the guys that are kind of responsible for this resurgence. Which I would, and I know Post hasn't been great the last 2 games. He hasn't played very much, but this is the risk you run if Moody's helping you, if Pods is helping you. Then they deserve to keep playing.
Yeah, and I know when you talk about the buyout market, it's not Nordstrom's to where everything you need in the NBA is readily available. But, Sonny, if they add anything, it's got to be hopefully a wing with some size.
I think they need a guard. I think they need a guard in a big way.
But you need somebody to stop a guard. And Houston kind of, I know they were missing Van Vliet. Not that he's the type that's been giving them problems, but Pods can dunk. Man,
that one hurt.
No, what you mean it hurt? Well, he can dunk.
But that doesn't make him athletic. It's okay. I didn't, I'd be mad at Evan for doing that to you.
No, I'm not. That's my brother. Drake just released a new song. I can't wait. Hey.
Is that what it's called?
I Need a Hug. Yeah. On Valentine's Night, he's back.
That's a fact.
Drake. Hey. We just are so different.
We are. Here we go.
Here we go. Back to Pods.
Okay.
Coach and Vallejo, I love you.
I got to hand it to your instincts there.
Who was that? What do you call him?
Who?
Pods. He's not a concrete foot. He's shifty, Steiny. He got the Steve Nash, the Fred Astaire. I'm not saying he's Dominique athletic. He's athletic, and so is Moody to me. I'm sorry. I can tell you some stiffs. I'm not telling you they're, who am I looking for? Larry Nance Sr. I'm just telling you they're shifty. They can move. They're nimble. Slippery hips.
Okay. Boy, I mean, the way you're praising this team, I think they were in first place.
I got to be honest.
I mean, seriously.
And I'm not mad at it. I want more of it. You've been praising.
Slow your roll.
Hey.
4-1-5.
That ain't to me.
Guru. Slow your roll.
Butler said championship, and you started the show with it.
4 dog bleak teams and played 2.5 good games.
Please, hey, Houston, come on.
Oh, hey, by the way.
Look at the smiles.
How'd your guy do last night?
My guy.
Pat Spencer.
He got out there? See, so you're so sometimey. Had he scored 11,
you almost got 11 shots up.
Dude
took 7 shots in 9 minutes.
I love dudes that are not bashful.
He's playing it back-to-back.
Evan, he can't be a 7 dwarf. He is not bashful.
Rising Stars game tonight.
Thank you, Zooch. Appreciate it.
I cannot wait for that.
Guru, they're crafty. They're not athletic. Thank you, Zooch. Somebody gets the game.
That's my guy, Zooch.
Somebody understands the game.
Craft.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see it.
Atco Pest Control. I agree with that guy, Steiny. On the text line, they haven't played anyone yet. I mean, the Rockets are like 4th or 5th.
And they beat Milwaukee. Let me guess, there was no Giannis.
Well, there wasn't.
Like, they didn't draw that up. You just play who you play.
They won 3 out of 4.
Let me tell you whose name I'm not hearing.
I can't do this. What?
I love you. This is random. That's who I am.
You think?
What happened to Doug Christie for president? Hey, nothing against Doug. We are so fickle. The dude was ready for president. Thank goodness. Now, hey, how's that going? Hadn't heard his name in a while.
Dude, they traded their best player.
Don't bog him down.
Oh, sorry.
With facts.
Hey,
seriously.
I don't like to delete that line. Bog him down with
Sacramento
facts.
Bulls are going nowhere.
Dude, you don't lose to the New Orleans.
Oh, but you can lose to Dallas.
Back, Evan.
You can lose to Dallas when they don't have any of their players.
That one still hurt.
Let's go to Caleb. Caleb's in Livermore. Hey, Caleb, how you doing?
Yo.
What's going on, man?
Talk to us.
What's up? Hey, I'm gonna be down there for All-Star Weekend either today or tomorrow. Guru Steiny, am I gonna see y'all? What's up, man? At the club, what's happening?
Pull up. Tell us where you at.
I'm game time.
All right, my guys. But look, just a little bit about the buyout market.
All right.
If Steve Kerr said, like, all right, I'm going to start Podziemski moving forward. So it's Steph, Podziemski,
Jimmy Butler, Draymond, and Post. I'm assuming that's the starting 5.
Okay.
If one player becomes available and gets bought out, I think the Warriors should go after Marcus Smart. Now, I don't know how it's going to play out with this situation because I guess I saw a report that he's going to be playing really soon, so he might be off the table. But Marcus Smart off the bench with Buddy Hield, Moses Moody, Kuminga, and Looney. I like that second 5 pretty well as well. So, but that's all I got, man. Happy All-Star weekend. And Steiny, man, you need to get out, man. Go have some fun.
Yeah. Who's going to a birthday party tonight?
It's at the house. It's at my house.
Hey, nothing wrong with a house party. Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
God, we sound like nerds on that one.
There's something going on with Marcus Smart. I think
he's becoming the new street clothes. Last I seen him,
he might be done. It feels like he may be on. He may be done.
Man,
but I don't know.
He would. Man, I thought he found a home in Boston.
Guru Christie does coach in the nation's capital.
I'm going to ask you about what's going on in the nation's capital, Sacramento. See, y'all set me up. How can Evan have that button right there, man?
Here, 510. Goo coming in strong with a Friday afternoon energy.
Yeah? Well, it's Friday. Afternoon's 2 to 6.
It is.
This midday.
888-957-9570. What camp are you in? We got action or slow your roll? We got action with the Warriors? Slow your roll, Goo.
Yeah, we got action, and I wish the boss can pull a power play, shout out NHL, and get Stephen A. Smith on to defend his assessment on the Warriors just didn't move the meter. Father, I could turn away than that.
Like, you better be careful. Like Guru would actually challenge his idol.
What?
You would not challenge
Malcolm X is
Stephen
my
A.
idol.
Smith.
Stephen, that's my guy. Friend of the show.
Hey, Stephen. Hi, Stephen.
Oh, my God, man. You got something with whoever that character is, man.
Hey, Stephen. Stephen, you weren't really high on the Jimmy Butler train.
Oh, boy.
Stephen, you weren't really high on the Jimmy Butler train.
That's pretty good, man.
Why not? Why not? He's been so good.
That's pretty good. Oh man. You got something, Stoney. I don't know what it is. Boy.
All right, 888-957-9570. We're getting there. We're almost at
halftime.
At noon.
We'll see.
Let's see. Coming up at next hour, 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play knockout with 95.7 The Game. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This Valentine's Day, fall in love with downtown Los Altos. From one-of-a-kind gifts to cozy cafes, you'll find the perfect way to say, I love you, all with free parking. Get more info at downtownlosaltos.org.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. From fast breaks to
we thought you guys could handle 2 at one time.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Wonder if he's in town. I doubt it.
I'm not sure if John Sally's in town or not. All right, a couple things. Coming up at 12 o'clock in the 12 o'clock hour. Last chance for this show, anyway, to play Knockout at Chase Center. 12 o'clock hour, don't go anywhere. Your opportunity to play at Chase. 510, Goose Steiny. You asked the fan base what our expectations were. But now I'm curious, what do you think our expectations are? Thank you from the 510. Win around. Win around in the playoffs. Get to the playoffs and win around. Try to get further than the We Believe team. That would be my expectation. Can we get into the postseason and win around? That would be, to me, a very good year on the heels of a season where the Warriors didn't make the playoffs, and for more than half the season, they didn't look like they were gonna make the playoffs.
I'm not mad at
that. That would be. I don't know if that's my expectation, because that seems pretty optimistic. So I'll say that would be what I would say would be a successful year. But because I don't expect them to win around.
Oh, wow.
No, not from where they're going to be playing. And
what? Okay.
I don't disregard if the Warriors get 7. I don't think they're just going to beat Memphis, or they're just going to beat OKC, or they're going to beat Denver. I think.
But we would love to see it.
See what?
This version of the Warriors team take on a young Thunder team who got their feet wet last year in the playoffs. I like what I'm seeing from Memphis. Denver seems like they're gaining traction. But, Steiny, I'm sorry. Up until this trade, I was saying just make the playoffs. After the play-in, I'm happy. But now I'm pushing my chips in. Partner, I'm saying the Western Conference Finals. I'm looking at the standings right now. I feel like they can go toe-to-toe if they got hooked up with the Clippers, maybe Denver, Memphis. And that's why that P word is back, that pedigree. Now that we're adding Jimmy Butler to the mix and Kuminga's coming back, I mean, I am so excited, Steiny. Like, I'm not going to be shocked if somehow the Warriors could get to the Western Conference Finals.
I mean,
I hear you.
That's unbelievably ambitious.
But you got a new big 3. And what's hurting you now is what happened before Jimmy got to town. And that's that accumulation of their record. But, man, I know it doesn't feel like a lot of games left because you got to win and they got to lose, and that's your reality right now. But, partner, I guess what I'm saying is I'm not afraid of anybody like I was before. That's me as a Warrior. I'm not afraid.
So if they don't make the Western Conference Finals?
I think I might be a little disappointed, but I wouldn't come in here and say it was a disappointed season. So you're right. If that's your bar, and you got Jimmy Butler past the halfway of the season as far as the games played, I'm going all, and my phone's already going off with my boys on my Vine. What are you talking about?
I don't, you're, okay.
Dude, do you think it's currently constructed the Warriors are a top 4 team in the NBA?
Evan, I do.
Because that's what making the Western Conference Finals.
That's what I was trying to do.
Wow.
Because that's what Guru said. Evan, I do.
Evan, I'm not.
I do, Evan.
Yeah, and I'm not tipsy from last night. I didn't get tipsy. I wouldn't put him there. I wouldn't put him there.
Said you were drinking red.
Yeah, Cap. That's when you stay in control.
Strong. Oh, my God.
And what's bugging you is something about what happened last night. I'll
something
bring it
with
up
wine?
too. No, just people. But Evan, to answer your question, I'm not there yet.
You're not where yet?
Top 4 in the league.
Well, you said they're going to make the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, but he said the league. Well, that's Boston.
They'd be in the Final 4, though.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the league. I wouldn't put them there right now because I got Boston. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, do you get what I'm saying?
Cleveland. I'm not comfortable yet, and I really want to see.
But if they make the Western Conference Finals, theoretically they'd be one of 4 teams remaining.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland.
Our man.
Hey, Big Smooth, how you doing?
We ain't talked to him since
Western
the trade.
Conference Finals. Western Conference Finals.
I said what I said.
Yeah.
Oh, you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You.
I feel like doing a Macho Man Randy Savage rant, but I won't do that. I'm with you, Goo. I'm actually with you. Let me tell you why. Because, number one, when Kuminga comes back, I'm telling Kuminga, study Jimmy Butler. Can you imagine Kuminga picking up some Jimmy Butler attributes with his athleticism? Okay, envision that. Also, look at it like this. You don't have to be a top 4 team to win the chip. You don't have to be. Who cares? Your regular season record, as long as you get in that top 6, I think you're good. I think the Warriors can definitely be in that top 6. Don't think you got to be a top 4 team to win it all. I mean, some people are only going to see it when the Warriors are there. Some people can see it. They can see a change already. Now, I'm one of those people. I see a change because even that loss to Dallas, I think a week prior to that, there would have been a 20-point blowout. We would have lost. But the fact that we were able to overcome the terrible officiating and still came down to 1 or 2 plays, that was very encouraging to me. That loss did not upset me like it would have, but I'm telling you, man, this team is different. Now, listen, I would not be surprised if we went to the finals, but also think about it. There's going to be another piece next year. So if Kuminga doesn't come in and actually show some promise, then he'll be a piece. He'll be a piece that gets another. I think we need a burly guy. We need somebody like Beef Stew. We need somebody like the Time Lord. We just need a mobile big man to go along with Post. I think we got action. Go. I'm with you on that, baby.
All right. I love Big Smoothie. Agree with me, Steiny, but that's not what I'm in the business for. But the bottom line is I disagree. That Dallas loss, that I'll never forget that one. That was one.
You'll forget it before next week's over. That's the way you have to do it in the NBA. And you know what, Evan? Can you share with Guru, because this is what infuriates me, can you share with Guru that the Warriors aren't the only team to once in a while lose to a team that they think they're better than? You know what I mean? Like it's the Kings last night. It's just, thank you.
Well, go as far as the Mavericks. Did you see who they beat last night?
Miami.
Yeah. Did you see who didn't play in that
Wiggins.
game? No. Kyrie and Clay.
Oh, Wiggins
they were
was out
even,
too.
Well, okay, but Tyler Hero had 40.
Wow.
They still lost the game. Like, teams that are good or in the middle blow games against teams that they shouldn't. So, yeah, that's a bad loss, but it's not like it doesn't happen to every team.
Yeah, it's a long season, Goo.
Yeah. A lot of people go to jail, too. So when you go to jail, you just, a lot of people go, too. That you still, no, that's a bad thing. That was a bad loss. I don't care if other teams experience bad. No, just my analogy. It works for me. And I get what Evan's saying and what you're trying to get him to say.
You know, I think it was actually a good loss now that I think about it. Did you hear what Jimmy Butler said? He was so mad about that loss against Dallas that it motivated him to beat Houston. So that was a good, productive loss because it put their heads back on straight. Mm-hmm.
Like, would you feel better if they had beaten the Mavericks but then lost last night to the Rockets?
I wouldn't have, Evan.
No, I'd feel worse.
Yeah,
I'd be disappointed.
I really would. Man. Let's go to Murillo,
our man
in Petaluma. Hey, Murillo, how you doing? Murillo, give it to. Oh my God, Goo. Hey, Murillo.
I said what I said.
You're done.
You said that about who did you say? You let Trevor, and you let him back on.
Matt in Oakland. Hey, Matt.
Where is Priest?
Hey, fellas. How you doing this gorgeous day?
Hey, Matt. How you doing?
Fantastic. A couple things I liked, a couple things I didn't like, and an observation. I really didn't realize Butler was this big. And, boy, he's the real deal. And, you know, Moody and Pod's looking okay. When you get Kuminga back, I think you got something going on. Western Conference Finals, wow, that would be insane. And I think that is the ceiling. A lot of stuff would have to happen. But what I wanted to say was I think this is a little bit more about next year. I think Dunleavy's doing a really good job, and they need one more serious piece. But they got to talk to Curry. Lacob and Kerr got to sit that guy down. I mean, look at that guy. He is spent emotionally, physically, spiritually, mentally. He does not look like the same player to me at all. And I know he had a new kid. That's none of anybody's business. He played in the Olympics, fine. But he has got to buckle down and focus solely on their next season. And if he does, maybe they do have a shot. But, I mean, they ain't going anywhere without the chef. And I do like the fact that he's shooting more free throws because of Butler. I don't know why that is, but it sure appears to be that way. Things are looking up, man. But if that guy doesn't fully commit to only this thing, nothing else matters, because to me, he looks like he's not having any fun. He looks dead in the water, and no chef, no ring. But if they do all that stuff, who knows? And everything falls right. I think next year they might. And my question: Can they sign Melton?
What's that? I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Can they sign Melton again, or can they sign Melton again?
Can they sign Melton?
Yeah, they could if they wanted, if he's healthy. So
because Hield is useless, and yeah.
I feel like you're describing Steph before the trade or the Laker game. He's been frisky here lately, smiling and putting up numbers and hoisting up 30-plus shots.
Yeah, he's still not efficient, and he's missing a lot of shots. I still think he's exhausted.
Yeah.
But that's what I think.
Appreciate the call. Thanks, Matt.
Wow.
Jimmy Butler. This is Steve Kerr.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy is he's a real deal. A complete basketball player. Methodical, under control all the time, plays at his own pace, never turns it over, sees the game, and then can get to the line frequently. So great closer, not in the traditional sense where he's going to be Kevin Durant and make 4 straight mid-range jumpers, but it's more of a complete game. Get to the line, make the right pass, get somebody else an open look, get a defensive stop, get a rebound. He's a fantastic player.
That's Steve Kerr on Jimmy Butler. You're listening. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
No, just in that soundbite, it just speaks to the greatness of Kevin Durant. 4 middies.
Yeah, 916. That's Sacramento.
Yep.
Not gonna lie, you guys have some pretty good callers for the lunchtime session. Good phone calls all the way around. That's from the 916. Give yourself a round of applause, listeners. Nice job. Well done. Well done. I mean, Curry doesn't look that tired.
Yeah, come on. I would tell you. I was concerned.
Well, you wouldn't.
But, dude, I was concerned the last month.
Yeah.
You were doing 37.
You actually weren't concerned the last month.
I said come on.
No, because any
what? Get it out.
Bilateral tendonitis.
That means I was worried, and I kept bringing it up.
Bilateral tendonitis.
Then he went frisky city, going for 37 shots against the Lakers or whatever it was.
No, it wasn't 37. He didn't shoot 37 times.
What was against Utah? It was 30 shots, 30 field goal attempts.
No, it wasn't. The number was not 30 or 35. It was something else.
And that's what I'm saying.
No.
It was in the 30s.
Get it right.
Like my age.
Get it right.
Yeah.
Goo, it's Leroy from the 510.
What up, baby? What, you got to read it all out loud.
Yeah, it's Leroy. It's Leroy from the 510. It's Valentine's Day, and I just wanted to know, how many men do you have? Every caller, you say, my man. That's your guy, Leroy.
Well, it's not Jacob Pirtle, who he wants the Lakers to sign.
Jakob,
thank you.
It's Jakob.
The text down there, Leroy wants us to get him.
Oh, by the way, let me correct Shasky from 3 days ago. He mentioned the former Warrior player Ronnie Turioff.
Yeah.
That would be Roni Turioff. Roni.
It's funny how you see Shasky for 5 minutes and now you stick your chest out. I'll let him know you said it.
Okay. Do it. Oh, hey, look. Murillo wants to talk to us now. He left us hanging, and now he wants to talk to us. Hey, Murillo.
Did I leave you hanging? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm sorry. I thought because I could hear you. I could hear you, but maybe
Save
you
it,
hear me.
Murillo.
Maybe
muted here and I didn't know. So everything is good. Dynamite.
I didn't ask.
Steiny, you mentioned.
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
You mentioned an hour earlier about how women see sports. It's funny. Yes. It made me think of the first time my girlfriend made a comment about basketball. She didn't like basketball before meeting this piece of thing here, but she told me she's a huge Jokic fan. And she told me that what fascinates is because he's not the most athletic, but his game resembles a ballerina. He's this giant guy that has the softest touch, and it drew her into basketball because she started figuring out how finesse these guys are. They're not just brutes that are 6'8", 6'10 plus. That's just a woman's perspective for you. Now, when it comes to the Warriors, here's what I like of what I see. A trim down the roster. You empowered Pods and Moody to play more minutes. You got rid of a couple guys that, as time went by, you just showed us they didn't fit well. I was so tired of Kyle Anderson pump faking and looking to someone who was guarded and having nowhere to go. Same thing with Shooter. It was just unwatchable. And I was watching what I can't stand on the NBA right now, which is irresponsible basketball. And I think if there's one thing that I see with the Jimmy trade is they brought this responsibility to each possession. And it's maybe his bravado or maybe, again, the timestamp that he put on the season. We got a rush here. So I like what I see. I feel more I look forward to the game a little more than I was 2 weeks ago just because I feel like there's a responsibility going on. And that responsibility gives me a little more hope in the playoffs because I think it's a thing in the league. Matchup-wise, I think Denver is the only team I really fear, guys. I'll be honest with you, because in the playoffs, I think things change. And I don't know. I think like the season and the playoffs are becoming two separate things more and more. And we just saw two play-in teams make to the finals. So I don't know. I think I'm more optimistic, not to the point of I think we can win, but I like the brand we're playing. And I think Kuminga can be the lob threat we're missing here. So thank you guys for taking my call.
Have a good day, man.
Appreciate it, Morello.
You were rough on him.
It's because he hung up on us the first time. 650-GOO. How's North Carolina A&T going for your daughter?
So well, she won't come home. She was supposed to come home, and she's making stuff up that she thinks she has to do to stay, so she's having a ball.
Good for her.
Hey, I take their hoop games. Boy.
Which men's or women's?
We should ship little Daryl to NC North Carolina A&T. Stanley, there were 6 minutes in the game, Evan. They hadn't scored. It's like, boy.
What do you mean?
Their hoop team, the men's hoop team. I taped the games because I got the college package. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, hold on. Because somebody's saying I need to be in analogy jail. I don't know why. I love my analogies.
Well, you made an analogy to jail.
And it went over everybody's head.
Okay, hold on. Because then I said, if that was it, Evan, real quick.
That didn't make sense.
So my spouse cheats on me. You're my best friend. You come over and say, hey, Billy, don't feel bad. Everybody gets cheated on. I don't feel any better for what's going on with everybody else. I just know I'm hurt, and that loss in Dallas hurt me, Evan. So there. Don't give me everybody else. That don't make me feel better. I'm about mine and me. The pain is still there. Hey, everybody gets cheated on, Johnny. That don't make me feel better. Now that's an A-plus analogy.
Why would the loss 2 days ago still bother you if they won last night?
Because Dallas had a carcass of a team.
They won. They beat Miami.
They did. That was a shocker, Evan.
Good. I got a really small violin in this production studio, and it's singing for you.
I love my guys, man. I do.
By the way, everybody gets, a lot of people say, oh, Steiny, you're so negative. Steiny, you're so negative. I come in today, and unfortunately, I was preoccupied last night. But let me tell you what the talk of the station was this morning.
Oh?
Everything. Mark Grandy. Just lambasting the Warriors. Blowing a 24-point lead. How can we do that? We've got championship aspirations, and you can't let that team come back.
Wow, look at Grandy.
He was tough on the Warriors last night.
Man.
3-1 with Butler.
I love it.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card.
All right. What did this win mean? Steve Kerr.
This was a huge game for us, especially after the disappointment of last night. We needed to go into the break feeling good. Winning 3 out of 4 on the road since Jimmy's arrival, I think that's a great sign. I just feel like everybody is in desperate need of a break, myself included. I think these next 5 or 6 days will be fantastic for everybody, just to fill up the cup, re-energize, and come back for the stretch run, which is 27 games. After the break, it always feels like a sprint. So I'm excited because I think we've got a lot to look forward to.
Yeah.
8 days off, Steiny.
Murillo hit it on the head. The games are more fun to watch. You're looking forward to the games more than you have.
Man, no doubt.
Now we see the Warriors, if they can make a push the second half of the season.
This is pretty funny. I got to read this
games.
From the text line, Steiny. This is how smart our listeners are. Okay. 530. Goose says he's in his 30s, yet he said he taped the game. Something's not adding up. VCR tape.
Yeah, no, I got it. I got it.
Calling it a VCR is showing your real age.
I mean,
I'm proud of my number.
No, you're not, because you never use it. 222.
Well, what are we talking about? Basketball hair? Because they're all different. Come on, Steiny. Give me 32 for the hair. And my hoop game, give me 40.
I'll give you 23 for the hair.
Jordan, let's go.
You're so vain.
Now, you said a lot of things to me. You never said that because you don't believe.
That's right.
I never talk about myself unless you ask.
My God, you just compared yourself to an NBA player. You just said you have the hair
His
of a 20.
number.
Heck, you know what, Goo?
Wow.
Just a little self-serving, that's all.
Was Grandy going in last night?
Guru loves himself. There it is, 510.
Now, wow. I'm not that guy.
I don't know about
Evan knows it.
All right, we're coming up at 1 o'clock. Mark Purdy, longtime columnist of the San Jose Mercury News. We're going to jump to football at 1 o'clock. Also, coming up next segment, I'm going to give you the keyword so you can play knockout at Chase Center with 95.7 The Game. And then if you are looking for some action tonight, Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy will be broadcasting live from the Amador Club tonight from 6 to 9. So you're going to hear them on the radio from the Amador Club right here on 95.7 The Game. It's 85 Cigar Night, a party thrown by Chad Ochocinco and T.O. Other celebrities on hand include Dusty Baker, Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond, Chris Mullen, Baron Davis, Jason Richardson. It's all brought to you by the Celebrity Pickleball Bash. And for your tickets to all this weekend's events, go to celebritypickleballbash.com. So stay tuned tonight from 6 to 9. I'm sure they're going to get loads of guests, and we're going to find out how good they are at their jobs, because the key is don't, for the first hour, just do the show like it's a regular show. Let the guests get a little loose, all right? Don't interview guests coming into the party.
What about me?
Yes, I'm saying interview guests leaving the party.
No, I mean get loose.
No. No. The boss does not like that. The boss does not like that at all.
He's got some hang-ups. Something happened. He'll tell us one day. It's like, dude, we're 40 years old. We got it.
All right, 888-957-9570. We'll get back into the Warriors conversation. What are you doing?
You got people. There's not enough mirrors in the Johnson household. What's going on? Look what you created. Come on, look at your laugh. That's how you know you're just.
You know what Guru loves to do? He loves to look at himself in the mirror with a mirror in back of him, so it makes him look infinity. He can just look at himself forever in the mirror.
That might be your worst joke in a while.
That's not a joke.
You've been on fire.
It's not a joke.
But materials, Dibs would say.
Goo, it's better than waking up and not wanting to look in the mirror.
What? I like that, man.
510, Steiny and Goo, it's your boy Leroy. Wait, hold on, Leroy. I got to take a break. I can't read that right now. All right.
Lee!
888-957-9570. Who's your sports Valentine? Who would you want your sports Valentine to be?
I like that.
Can't do it. Can't do it. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Honda of Vallejo's President's Sale Sales event is going on right now. Don't delay. Big savings through Monday. Low payments, a huge inventory. That means great deals on the Honda of your choice. HondaofVallejo.com, your Honda savings store on the 80 corridor.
You know, each new year beckons new beginnings.
Oh, hey, Stain. I listen to you a lot, except when my wife's in the car, then it's music.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in 10 minutes, I'm going to give you the keyword so that you can get in on the action at Chase Center and play Knockout with us. And also, one more time, we're going to be live and local tonight, 6 to 9 p.m. Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy are going to be broadcasting live from the Amador Club right here on 95.7 The Game. It's cigar night. It's a party thrown by Chad Ochocinco and T.O., Dusty Baker, Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond, Chris Mullen, Baron Davis, Jason Richardson, many, many more. If you're interested in attending, go to celebritypickleballbash.com. That'll let you take a look at all the events of the weekend that you might be able to attend.
Yeah. Well, Sonny, first, it is a private event, so hit the website if you want to attend. But there's also some other people like, John Isner, who's a tennis player. Jayla Brunson might be there. But I'm curious because on the list, Latrell Sprewell is supposed to be in attendance. Now, I need to ask you.
Yeah.
If I name drop you, will he know who you are?
Oh, boy.
My favorite Warrior.
That's 20 years ago.
If you were that man.
Yes, he's going to remember me.
Okay, all right.
He's going to remember me.
Spree for 3. That was Fitz.
Remember when Larry Hughes remembered me in Vegas? You were very impressed.
Yeah, I was.
Remember he walked by and he goes,
I hate giving you love.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, enough of that stuff.
Bate just threw me a life preserver for the night.
Hey,
yeah, Bate. Hey,
you're so shallow, it's unbelievable.
What are you?
I am deep.
No, your pool's empty.
Please. Hey, so I take it, the game was just on NBC Sports Bay Area, right?
Yep.
So anybody who watched the game last night was watching NBC Sports Bay Area, right?
My man.
All right. I just got to get into this.
Size matters.
Thank you, Fitz. My man, Bob Fitzgerald, was incredible last night. Fitz, I love you. You ushered me into this business. You're a true professional. I owe a lot to you. But Fitz, this team's still pretty good. They're not the 1998 Golden State Warriors. He had 2 beauties last night.
Well, give them to me.
I mean, Fitz, you can feel Fitz when he gets a little tight, when the game gets a little tighter.
I love it.
Yeah. And he had a couple doozies when Houston was making its run. He said at one point when Houston scored to cut it to like 4, this is an impending disaster. They still led.
No, but Steph, they got it down to 4. And with our history, I felt that. I felt it.
Fitzy, they were up.
I felt that. It was slipping away.
And then
what you got?
This one, which we never did find out. Kalena, if Houston takes the lead, this game is over.
That's me and Spadoni. Oh, man.
I'm like, come on, Fitz. This isn't
He's letting you know what's
Warriors.
going through the computer. I love that. Stoney, that's how I felt, man.
Well, then you don't think this team's any good.
No,
that is true.
It's about what's happening right now.
Yeah. And
the greatest gift you can have is the present. And that in the present, they let a 20-something point lead dwindle to 4.
Right. And if you get all scared about that.
And Jeff Green couldn't hit the side of a barn.
Listen, you want to know a basketball truism? I have it written down.
Go to the rack.
First of all, he can't. He's too old. Old players. All right, older players like Jeff Green, they cannot make a shot. They can't make a shot when the game is intense, when it's frantic, and when the defense is playing. Like, he can't make a shot.
He was 3 of 10, plus 4 on the night.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
He had 2 in the corner, though. What do you got against? You never liked him.
No, I didn't. I respect him because he battled through hard issue.
No doubt about that.
But let's go to Pods. Pod's talking about being inserted in the starting lineup from now on. This thing looks like it may be permanent. I'm serious.
I just view it as a guard that needs to take out the other team's best guard. And so I knew today just my focus was on Jalen Green, just trying to take him out of the game, take him out of his rhythm. I think for the most part, me and the guys who guarded him did that. But that's just kind of what we need in that other guard spot with Steph. And so we know Jimmy is going to help with the bigger wings, especially when JK comes back. He'll do the same, but who's going to, be that guard that steps up and guards the other team's best guard. And so that'll just kind of be my mindset going forward.
The Green stopper. Podziemski.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of haven't spent a lot of time on that aspect of it, and it is Pods is your new starter. I mean, Pods is now starting for Buddy Hield. Yeah. And Kerr has made it clear that it's going to be for a little while, and he's going to have a little bit of a runway here in terms of Podziemski.
And it was the right move, Stoney. How many people would call and say that was a wrong move right now? Buddy had all kind of chances to kind of get out of this funk. And the first game that he doesn't start, he still, I know it wasn't a lot, 10 shots, but still couldn't hit.
888-957-9570 is the number. Brandon Podziemski is your new starting guard for the Golden State Warriors. Looks like it's going to be he and Steph Curry. And
it's not unfamiliar territory for him, as Evan told us.
For who? Pods?
Pods, yeah.
Yeah,
Same time last year.
Look, Pods is playing a lot better since he's come back from injury. There's no doubt about that. Still like to see him make a few more threes.
Yeah. 17 field goal attempts.
Yeah. Well, I think he played more than anybody else.
39 minutes, you're right.
So, yeah, and I'd like him to just, he's been great. Yeah. He's been great.
He's not shy, I'll tell you that.
He's been great. What did Leroy wanted to get? He had something for
And
you.
don't forget Draymond. We got to get to Draymond.
What about him?
And to Joe Dumars. Remember you teased that earlier.
Actually, this is what I want to get to. So Kevin Durant is coming to the Bay because he's in the All-Star game. And they were in Phoenix, and they asked him, what does he expect coming back to Golden State? This is Kevin Durant. Take a listen.
Hopefully people can look at the big picture and see I got a couple murals in that arena, in that concourse, So for a couple days, I know it's going to be hard, but for a couple days, you can kind of forget about how I left the Warriors or how I came to the Warriors or me not wanting to go back to the Warriors and just appreciate the weekend. Appreciate the players that's there. Hopefully people can get off that and just appreciate basketball for the weekend.
Let me ask you this, Warrior fans. Say you're at the All-Star game on Sunday. Put yourself in that arena. How are you going to respond to Kevin Durant? You going to cheer him? You going to boo him? He's clearly not concerned, but he's clearly expecting some negativity because he even brought up, can you forget for a few days, how I left, and then he confirmed it and me not wanting to go back. Any chance Durant gets booed because people will not only remember how he left, but that he didn't want to come back this time?
Again, I told you this, you and Evan, Stoney, and the listeners, man. I cannot put myself before the said person's experience, but I don't like how those were his words, and I wouldn't personally boo him. I don't think he's going to get booed, but I guess the spice and the kind of backhanded tone that had to get over it. I'm like, you ain't did nothing since you left, team-wise, but that's your question, Stoney. I don't think he'll get booed.
I don't know.
But he definitely did not want to come back.
No, he didn't.
And I thought he was on his way.
Let's go to Cyrus in Oakland. Hey, Cyrus, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you? Can you hear me well?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Well, Mike, I was thinking about Pods, and this question is really for both of you. I appreciate both of you a lot, but especially for Guru, who thinks very highly of himself. I wonder, does Pods think too highly of himself? Does that have, I don't know, it's something I've been thinking about. I love his game, and I hear him in the post game, and I have different thoughts about him. So does Pods think too highly of himself?
Evan? Does Pods think too highly of himself? He's got confidence. I'll say that, Cyrus. He's got confidence. And I go back to the first time I talked to him in the locker room when he missed that shot.
Oh, no, go ahead.
He was not fazed by missing a big shot. I know that.
Well, he has referenced the fact that when he's done playing basketball, he'll go be a starting center fielder for some baseball team, and Shohei Ohtani's kind of the goal. I do think you need irrational confidence sometimes in professional sports, and it's good and bad. Yeah.
No, I mean,
there was one game, remember, the game was over, and he went up to the podium and said, "We lost the game because of me." And I was like, "No, you didn't, bud. I love you for that. But, Steiny, that's half the battle, right? Dude, and this is how I judge it, Evan and Steiny. Do his teammates feel like he's a little cocky? But that's half. Gary Payton was cocky, also talented, but that's what helped him get to the heights he got to.
Payton's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm not saying Pods is, but I'm just saying for him to do what he's doing, Steiny, you need confidence, man. Yeah. And he's definitely got it.
Your greatest strength's your biggest weakness. Yeah. Confidence got him to the NBA. Too much confidence.
Dude took a cheap shot at me.
Who?
The caller.
About what?
It's good. I think that makes you happy now, huh?
Yeah. More Pods.
Yeah, I think we just found it in the fourth quarter, just settled down, getting a shot up every time, letting Jimmy and Steph kind of do their thing. But it was definitely different than the last 2 times we played here, and we just found it, and we were able to get stops on the other end and come up with the rebound, which was the biggest thing.
All right, Pods. Nice little ball game last night. Warriors win 105-98. 3-1. They go into the break with the Jimmy Butler trade that's changed this franchise. I mean, how? And that's what we got to wait and see. How much has he changed this franchise?
There you go.
How much? Are they back to having action for the next couple years?
I don't see why they wouldn't be, partner.
Well, I see a few reasons why they wouldn't be, but as long as they can stay healthy, this thing may get interesting. Let's go to Flea in Oakland. Hey, Flea, how you doing?
Man.
Good afternoon, guys. I really want to get this. I really want to get this off, man.
All right.
2 weeks ago, I was hearing callers talking about blowing the team up, get rid of Steph. I even said get rid of Draymond Green. 2 weeks later, I hear people talking about, oh yeah, we're gonna get to the 6th seed, and we looking like we're gonna win a champion, and Steph is back. I said this 3 weeks ago. I said Steph was tired because the guys around him, he was coming to the game not energized. Now you've seen he got Jimmy B, and I didn't want Jimmy Butler. Let me be on the record with that one. But it's looking like what we didn't want is really a better fit than even Durant, because Durant ain't going to the post. He gonna take jump shots. He gonna take 14-footers, and he ain't going to the post like Jimmy Butler. So with that being said, I'm saying from all the callers from 2 weeks, I want y'all to call in and reframe all the things you said, because I was hearing people say get rid of Steph, blow the team up, it's over with. Now I'm hearing a whole different sentiment, and I want you guys' real take on that. Like, why is everybody changing? Because Jimmy Butler came and we want Steph and he need to retire as a Warrior. Everybody changing now, because I was hearing guys say, get rid of Steph right now. He done.
All right, Flea.
Even you, Steiny, you was like, Steph ain't got it no more.
Oh, I don't think I was that strong.
What day was that?
Yeah, I don't know if it was that strong. I don't know if it was that strong.
No, Flea heard it.
Flea, let me set the record straight. I said I would rather sit tight than give up future first. So they ended up getting Butler, and they didn't mortgage the future. I'm still not crazy about Jimmy Butler's age, but so far so good with the trade. And I'm kind of with you, Flea. Is there a chance that the Warriors dodged several bullets in the last year? Is it possible that they went after Paul George, then they went after Markkanen, then they went after Levine, they went after Durant, they didn't get any of them, they couldn't get any of them, and then they went to Jimmy Butler and they traded for Jimmy Butler, who seemed like the 5th option out of all those guys, but it sure looks like he might be the best option. It's hard for me to imagine any of those other 4 players coming in here and doing what Jimmy Butler's done to make this team look like it's got some serious action. I mean, Butler's all-around game may be exactly what they needed rather than just another scorer. But Butler's been really, really good. And what Flea wants to know is, where are all the mouths out there? Where are all the mouths out there that wanted to blow this up? I mean, it's, there's plenty of time for this trade to go even better than it's gone. But there's also plenty of time for this trade to not look as good down the line if they can't keep this up.
Yeah, but
they got to keep it up.
Yeah, Steiny, I'll say this to that, though. You didn't give up the future to get them. And I don't know, I felt like they were on the road to nowhere moving forward, but Flea was keeping it real. And I was sitting up here telling you I was concerned about Steph. He needed help. These words came out of my mouth. There's nothing wrong with needing help. We went down the itemized list of every player that's, got a chance to win something or do something in the playoffs, how they got another bona fide player. And Jimmy Butler's rejuvenated not just Steph Curry, Stoney, but the whole team. And I would just tell Flea, you call the dogs off. It's okay, because it did look bleak a couple weeks ago. And I'm with you. Jimmy Butler was kind of the, we got to take him. Who would you least like to have? We thought it was him, but man, look at now, Stoney.
No, he's been, no doubt. He's obviously been terrific. Listen to Anthony Slater on Butler's impact.
He's really good. He just does a ton of stuff. The passing's there. It seems to kind of have unlocked, some of their movement stuff where it felt stale at times. And you're not blaming Andrew Wiggins for it, but you're not really seeing Andrew Wiggins catch the ball in the short roll and make like a nice bounce pass to the dunker spot, or, rip out a muscle rebound in traffic and, immediately find Steph Curry in the corner for three. There's just small stuff that Butler does that accentuates everybody else. I think his scoring is not where he wants it to be. His touches, and he's talked about it, even his feel. He said he's just like a step behind where he would normally want to be his wind. I think that's coming, and I think what matters the most is like they're going to need his scoring at some point. I felt like they've needed it the last few games, and it just hasn't been there. The mid-range or even the three at times that he can shoot, he's not really shooting right now.
That was Anthony Slater on what Butler's meant to the Golden State Warriors. And yeah, it's funny because we talked about it when he got traded here, and the numbers are the numbers, and the numbers are the numbers. But Wiggins' numbers weren't drastically different from Jimmy Butler's numbers, the numbers. But when you see how each of those guys play, I think it's pretty obvious that Butler has made more of an impact than Wiggins. They're just two different players. Butler is super aggressive, or at least aggressive, and Wiggins is a little bit more letting the game come to him. And so the fact that Jimmy Butler's not afraid to try to make plays, I think, has opened some things up for the Warriors offense. And the other thing that's obviously happened in a week and a half is it feels like all the players on the Warriors team, they're playing like they believe Butler is
the missing piece.
Everybody, he's as important as everybody, maybe even including Steph Curry. Yeah. Like he's won over this team already with what he's done. And they're going to have to do it again for about 6 or 8 more weeks once the All-Star break is over, but I don't think there's any doubt that the fans have a newfound interest in this team. They have a newfound excitement about this team, and Mike Dunleavy's got to get credit for that. Jimmy Butler's got to get credit for that. And maybe Steph Curry's got to get credit for that too, by letting this organization know that he needs some more help in here, and they finally went and got it for him.
And I'm going to say the price was minimal. I believe that's the Right on the Table, brought to you by ATCO. The more you see Jimmy Butler remind us of who he is and what he's done, I mean, my gosh, we just forgot. We know he was in a toxic relationship. But, Stoney, I just think of, if we can, and I will for this exercise, 2020, if we put Curry on that Miami Heat team, are they getting to the finals? 2023, are they getting to the finals? I'm not saying no, but the bottom line is it took a Batman type of Superman Herculean effort and a damn good ball player to be a number one on those teams and get them to that juncture. And then now that we see, man, Jimmy Butler is, he's a badass. and you look at the cost, what I deem how minimal it was for the Warriors to get him, I think you get more excited.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm
like,
taking
man.
it. Like, believe it or not, I'm taking it. I think it's actually going to get a little harder as we move down the line. In other words, like, Butler hasn't played a lot this year. I got to believe he's feeling pretty fresh. The team's reinvigorated, and they're gonna try to make a run at this thing, whatever that means. They're not out of the woods for the next 2 years. I mean, they're still, whatever happens this year, and then next year, they're coming out with a team of 36, 37, 36. And they're going to have to start all over again, and they're going to have to play a whole season together. And, we're going to go through it again. Mm-hmm. And if the Warriors somehow win a round let's say they get to the playoffs and win a round, I think everybody will say great trade for Jimmy Butler. But then next year will have to be factored in. If they make the playoffs this year and don't make it next year, how do we view it then? If they make the playoffs this year and then next year they go even farther, how do we view that? But this is only the beginning of this trade, and it's gotten off to a great start, but we do still have 2.5 more years to see where it's going to go.
Yeah, but right now I just keep bringing that present word up. Right now it feels good.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let me give you the keyword. Let me give you the keyword to play knockout at Chase Center. The keyword is star. Steph Curry is a star. S-T-A-R. That is the keyword. And sometime before 1 o'clock, we are going to play the following. There you go. So when you hear that in the next segment, call the contest line at 415-523-4652. Give them the name of the keyword, and you're playing Knockout at Chase Center. That's right. Knockout at Chase Center. Coming up before 1 o'clock. All right. Let's see, what else do we got here? We've got Mark Purdy, long time San Jose Mercury News columnist. He's going to join us at 1 o'clock. We're going to get into some 49ers stuff. What's going on with Brock Purdy? We're going to get into how far this team might be away from the Super Bowl. Also, Deebo Samuel. Oh, boy, we got a little issue with Deebo Samuel. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? LifeSource Water gives you...
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
John Sally.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in the next 12 minutes, your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. Next 10 minutes, so
I'm winning.
Pay attention.
We'll see.
Pay attention. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors, the revived Golden State Warriors under Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Bucket.
There we call him that's just amazing.
What's amazing?
The fact that it looked bleak, looked like the Warriors didn't have any bounce in their step. The fans didn't like what they were watching. A couple guys didn't fit per se, and out of nowhere, the deadline's upon us. We think Kevin Durant is coming. He tells us he doesn't want us. We're disappointed. And then coming up the street, right around the corner, is Jimmy Butler, delivered from the basketball gods. And now they're 3-1, and it just feels different. And we got the All-Star game right here in the Bay to rejoice and celebrate. Man, who's got it better than us?
Well, any team that's 2 games over 500 or better. That's who's got it better than us.
Oh, man.
CJ in San Francisco. CJ, do me a favor. Give my man a little dose of reality. What's up, CJ? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Steiny and Goo? First and foremost, I want to say thank you guys for taking my call. Sure. You guys are a great duo, and I look forward to listening to you guys every single day.
Thanks,
and
man.
of course, guys, of course. The main reason why I'm calling today is just that. Is to give Warriors fans a little dose of reality. For me, the end of the run / the end of us reaching a chip or winning a chip was when one of the Fantastic Five left the Warriors, and that was Bob Myers. To me, that was a key indicator that the Warriors' run has come to an end, and it's going to be very hard to fix that. No matter who they add, no matter who we pick up, no matter who we draft, it's going to be very, very hard for us to win a chip, and that's because of a multiple of factors. And one of the key factors is a lot of organizations have adapted to the way that the Warriors play, and a lot of organizations have also began to implement the way that the Warriors play with the surge of three-pointers this season. And another key factor was when Klay Thompson left. That was the key core of the Warriors franchise. I understand that he was not playing up to his level, but as long as, there were a lot of keys to the Warriors winning, such as talent and stuff like that. There was also a sense of chemistry. And when he left, that was another indicator. And, I think no matter who they add, no matter what happens, it's going to be very, very hard for the Warriors to adapt and win. And, I'm just calling to let Warriors fans know we can deny all we want, but at the end of the day, we just got to be real with ourselves and start looking to build our future right now. And thank you guys for taking my call.
Hey, I tell you what, and I love all the kind words, and I hear you. Call back at the end of the season now. Oh, yeah. I get him. He feels that way, but
all he said was it's going to be hard. He's right.
Well,
it's going to be hard to bring another championship to the Bay.
Good Lord, of course.
I mean, that's fair.
Well, that's more than, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. He's not hating. It's not going to be easy for this team to get it done, but they have probably more of a chance now than they did a week or two ago. That's for sure. What's this thing you wanted to?
So Draymond Green on his podcast brought up that he got a letter from because you said he had been mean or he had been running hot. So on his podcast with Baron Davis, Donnie, he said he got a letter from the league saying we're watching you. You need to be careful. Joe Dumars, we know who he is and what he means to the league, was on a podcast this morning with Sirius Radio, and we got the sound of him responding to Draymond supposedly getting a letter.
Do we have that, Evan, ready? Queued up? All right, this is Joe Dumars basically saying Draymond's a liar.
No, there was no letter sent for me by anyone else. And I know Draymond extremely well. Draymond spent a lot of time at my house growing up, so I know him on a different level. This is where I can't say what I want to say right now with you guys. But no letter went out to Draymond. Look, we know Dre's going to play on the edge. It's what's made him. We understand that. It's only when you cross the line do you may hear from us, from time to time. But
we also know that players like him and other players, look, I played with some guys like that played on the edge. And you need guys like that in the league. These guys are really good for the league. And I believe that. Because like I said, I got championship rings for playing with guys who played just like that, who played on the edge. And so I have a great appreciation for that. But when you cross that line, people, you're going to hear from league off at that time.
All right, so that's Joe Dumars saying, we didn't send a letter to Draymond Green.
And I wonder what he would have said.
What did he say? What did Draymond say? That he got a letter?
Yeah, he got a letter from the league.
Yeah. From the 707, I'm tired of people saying Bob Myers built this team. Anything good he did was because of Jerry West. Well, Jerry West, Bob Myers was the GM when they got Kevin Durant. He's got to get credit for that, doesn't he?
Oh, man.
So, I don't know. Draymond Green.
He's a franchise changer. He's done that everywhere he's gone, and he is helping revitalize what we got here, the belief amongst this team now that he's arrived as opposed to what it was before he got here. It's night and day. We let one get away last night, but this one tonight we would have lost. But just having a guy like that changes everything for us. So after 4 games, what was the word you used? Evaluation? No, assessment. The assessment is great.
The assessment is it's great.
Well, who is Draymond Green talking about?
Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Buckets. Jimmy Butler. It's changed the nature of the team. Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. I was trying to think of some trades, other trades that we've had, either Warrior-related or in other sports, that just kind of changes the direction of a franchise around here. All right, there is the sounder. Your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. Call the contest line right now at 415-523-4652. Have that keyword handy that I gave to you last segment, and you are registered to play Knockout at Chase. 415-523-4652. Caller number 1. Caller number 1. You will be playing Knockout at Chase Center, and you'll probably be a part of a fun day with Daryl the Guru Johnson et al.
Yeah. And we got your guy Purdy coming up at 1, Stoney.
Yeah, who else is going to be out? Like
Grandy, Evan, Shasky, I believe, Spadoni. Everybody's coming for the throne. Willard. I don't know why you and Dibbs. Well, Dibbs played the Disgrace at Chase, which is one of the greatest events put on by the station. But I don't know if he's a game time decision, but we'll all be out there, Stoney.
It should be fun. I think we got how many? 3 times 5. 45 listeners are going to join us.
That's tight.
If my math is correct. This is from the 510, and this is one of the things that we heard about before the trade, and so far we haven't heard much after the trade. Steiny and Goo, let's not forget the Warriors were fearful of going after Butler because of his reputation. That the Warriors went after him in the end was because they didn't have a choice after KD declined. Yeah, that might be the case.
They admitted they were desperate.
The other thing is, if you want to just take it at face value, maybe Steph doesn't have the say-so that everybody thinks. Because it was reported that Curry was concerned about bringing Butler into this environment.
See, and who did we have on? Who did we just speak to? Was it Kirk Lakeup or no? We had Mike Dunleavy. He said he talks to. We asked him. Like he keeps him informed. I'm not here to. Steph Curry to me still is the guy. So I believe if he didn't want Butler, they wouldn't have got him. I have no proof. I don't believe it was to that point. Hey, Steph, shut up. Hey, we need somebody. Here he comes. And again. He didn't kill anybody or hurt anybody. He just had a relationship go all bad in Miami. I'm talking about Jimmy Butler, and it's kind of been the staple of him everywhere he's at. But he's here for 2 more years, Donnie. And if somehow you could get a chip or 2, my gosh, mission accomplished.
Yeah,
Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I think it went more like a week or so before the trade deadline. They came. Dunleavy was talking to Draymond and Steph, and he brought up Jimmy Butler's name, and I don't think there's any doubt that Steph was like, oh man, I don't know about Jimmy, because that was reported by Anthony Slater. And then I think what happened is we got real close to the deadline, and I think Steph realized they might not be able to do anything, and then they came back and they said, we could get Jimmy Butler. We can still get Jimmy Butler, and I think Steph probably said, you know what, let's do it. We only have another day till the trade deadline. Let's go ahead and do it.
Yeah, now
and
look.
And they did it.
Yeah.
So, Steph is not much of a talent evaluator, is he?
Why you say that?
Because he wanted Avery Bradley over Gary Payton II. That was an awful choice.
Avery.
And he didn't want Jimmy Butler. And Jimmy Butler's the guy who's
we don't know that.
Oh, God,
no,
I
stop.
criticize Steph.
That Durant noise was so loud. I mean, maybe Steph even thought it was done. That Durant, that noise was loud, Stoney. And then Durant, whatever he said, I ain't coming back, chef. Reality set in.
Yeah. Durant, that's the other thing. Durant confirmed.
Yes, he did.
That he did not want to come back here.
Man.
So that was also something that Slater reported that was correct.
Mm-hmm.
So, text line saying that report was crap. Okay. Yeah, you guys are more tapped in.
That was Uncle Moody saying.
Yeah, no, he's more tapped in than Anthony Slater.
Like, damn.
No, yeah, he's right. That report was crap. No, my bad. Yeah, that report was crap.
It is what it is, and everybody's excited. And, like I said, Stoney, the ceiling, I believe, is the Western Conference Finals, but I won't come in here if they don't get there and say getting to a series and winning a round is not successful. It's just what they've done or what they didn't do or accomplish this first half to get them in the 10th spot is like, that's just going to be a bear to crawl out of. That's all.
Yeah, they're gonna need to win 2 out of 3 games, essentially, bringing this thing home. So we'll see if they can pull it off or not. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be more fun than if they hadn't made the trade. I think that seems obvious right now. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I do like you asked about Bay Area trades in the past, but the Jimmy Garoppolo was one, Stoney. But Jimmy was not accomplished like Jimmy Butler per se. Like, if you look past the relationship with Miami, we knew he was a baller. Jimmy was kind of an unknown.
Well, Jimmy had a ring and Butler didn't.
Yeah, but
Jimmy Garoppolo had a ring.
He was on
Butler
the side.
doesn't.
He wasn't a starting quarterback.
Well, he's got a ring. He just does. We got Mark. All righty. I did the legal. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Mark Purdy, longtime columnist for the San Jose Mercury News. And he just finished a book, The San Francisco 49ers, an illustrated timeline. Mark, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I think Draymond was confused. I sent him a letter saying he should buy this great new book, the San Francisco 49ers, an illustrated timeline.
Well, not bad. Not
Mark's
bad.
the man.
Let me. Where'd the idea for the book come from? And like, what are you hoping to accomplish, or what are you hoping to kind of let 49er fans in on with this book?
Yeah, thanks for letting me talk about that. Yeah. A publisher in St. Louis called me and said they do history books of all sorts, cities, bridges, whatever, and said, we're moving into sports stuff, and we'd like you to consider doing this book about the 49ers history from, the 40s on through today. And the books have 200 and some pictures. Said, we'll find somebody to do the pictures. You can work with them to pick out the best pictures, and you write the history. And I thought it'd be a great challenge, plus a lot of fun. And it was. And in terms of what I think today's fans could get out of it, I don't know. Do you guys agree with me? I think too many fans these days, for reasons involving social media and other stuff, they really think about like the last 10 minutes and the next 10 minutes, right? Not the history of the team and how that reflects the culture and where we are today with the 49ers franchise. I mean, as I researched this stuff, and I went back all the way actually to 1928 when two freshmen at Santa Clara University decided, hey, it'd be great if we had a football team one day. And then 16 years later, they find themselves with the means to do that and get $25,000 together and go to Chicago. I cover all this in the book. It's fun to read about, but what I mean is, I think you enjoy a team. Don't you think, like Warriors fans today? I mean, I hope they understand Rick Barry and Nate Thurman and all that, and how that led to this, and certainly Al Adels. I think it brings more enjoyment when you follow a team to know the backstories and how we got here. And I kind of want to bring that, and also give fans the most heartening thing to me, guys, about talking about this book and signing books and so forth, is when I hear people say, this book brought back memory of when my dad took me to a game, or when I was watching this game with my family, and when I hear those stories, and I'm really glad I did the book.
Mark, I'm excited. I'm getting ready to order it now. I'm looking at it, and I got to ask you a question because you brought up social media. Mark, I'm trying to shake it. I can't. But I just want to talk about the past. And you think of Bill Walsh. He was awesome. He got it done. Seifert, he was awesome. He got it done. And I've once referred to the current coach of the Niners, Kyle Shanahan, as a genius, but yet he hasn't got it done. Mark, how important is that to you for a head coach to actually get over the mountaintop and get that championship, to be in that conversation, or does it matter?
Well, it's different tiers, right? I think Kyle's a very, very good coach. I'd put him in the same class kind of with Jim Harbaugh, right? Very, very good coach. But was it great? I mean, you could argue Harbaugh's college championship made him great. I don't know. I'm sure Kyle wants to get there. And, he isn't in that class yet, right? That's just the way we do these tiers. I mean, I thought it was really interesting that you guys so Mike Holmgren, who I write about in the book, I mean, he deserves more credit than he gets for juggling the whole Joe Montana, Steve Young thing as the coordinator and trying to keep both those guys happy, or not happy, just at least working together. Right. You're right. So there's a Hall of Fame committee, Pro Football Hall of Fame committee, that nominates every year veterans and coaches for the Hall of Fame, and then they get voted on in February, the week of the Super Bowl. Well, Holmgren was passed by that first committee, but didn't get passed by the second committee, right? So he's not going to be inducted, even though he was the nominee this year by the first committee. And I thought that was really interesting because, Mike did win a Super Bowl, but somehow he's not put in the Hall of Fame class. It's fun to talk about. I'm sure Kyle is, from the little I retired 2017, but I had a chance to interview Kyle a few times before I retired. And he strikes me as like the ultimate, like, week-to-week, day-to-day guy, even more so than Seifert. And Bill Walsh, who I got to know very well, he was always thinking kind of bigger picture, but Kyle's more day-to-day. I don't know how to describe that more than that, but what was your question? Well, how important is it? It's very important.
I just wanted to make sure. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you had the owner, like I have quoted Jed York in the book, who says, we only hang championship banners here, right? Now, Jed has walked back that comment a little bit, but, come on. If you said it the first time, that's what you really meant, right? Yeah. And so, Kyle's got to get over that hump. No question.
Let me ask you this, Mark. And we're talking to Mark Purdy, who's just written a book, San Francisco 49ers, an illustrated timeline. In the last week or so, Deebo Samuel is asked to be traded, and the 49ers have given him and his agent permission to look for a trade. And when I was talking to you a little bit before this interview, you said it's got similarities to what Terrell Owens did in 2004. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. And this is another thing, guys. I think when stuff like this happens with Deebo, there's, particularly among younger fans, I get it. It's like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen now? Well, history repeats itself. We know this. I always appreciate the way you guys try to bring perspective, and that's what I do with this book. And in this particular case, it reminded me so much of of Terrell Owens. He was feuding with Mariucci and Jeff Garcia, and so he wants out. But his agent, and so everybody knows he wants out, and the 49ers are like willing to work with that. But his agent thinks that he can get out of the contract because of this clause, and but the agent forgets that to file for that clause. So now they're in this situation where, where does he go? What happens? And it ends up that they can make a deal, and that he ends up going to Philly. But it's because his agent, they work out a deal basically where the 49ers drop their beef on the one part of the contract, and then Owens and his agent figure it out, and they get into Philly. But it's this protracted thing that I imagine we're probably going to go through with Debo, don't you? Yeah. But in the end, it'll all work out. It's just amazing to me how history repeats itself. I think what was the examples of the Brock Purdy contract, right? That's the other thing you guys are going to be calling. All right, people forget they went through this with Steve Young. They did go through this with Steve Young. Even when Montana was on the roster, Young's contract came up. It's always was interesting to me that he chose that he wanted to stay here instead of becoming a free agent. But they went through that. People forget they went through all kinds of discussions about what are we going to offer Steve, and then also when then Joe Montana leaves, there's another Steve Young contract, and Steve was pretty much no drama guy on that, and I sense, don't you, that's probably what we're going to face here, that it's not going to be too much drama. I know you guys have talked about it.
No doubt.
But the Terrell Owens saga, you guys were around for that, right?
I just remember him lifting weights out in front of his house.
Sharpie too.
But that was when he was in Philly, I think, and going through something with Philly when he had an interview on his front lawn when he was bench pressing or something like that.
Yes, right. Yeah, right. Well, do you remember how at one point Owens says that Mariucci took the foot off the gas against the Chicago Bears because he was friends with Dick Duran.
I remember that,
coach of the Bears.
Man.
And so he just Owens threw Mariucci totally under the bus. It was all Steve's fault because he let the foot off the gas, and the Bears came back and won because of Mariucci. And then Mariucci then gives this quote where he says, "That comment is void of deep thought," and Terrell is void of deep thought, and he suspends him. Any drama that Deebo Samuel creates is going to be nothing compared to Terrell Owens, and it's just interesting to me how this stuff repeats. It just over and over.
Hey, Mark, I got to ask you this on Brock Purdy, if you don't mind. Let's take the contract aside. We both know he's getting paid, right? But is there any part of Mark Purdy that has any doubt that he'll go on to have a Steve Young career and don that yellow jacket? Where are you at on Brock Purdy, your confidence level?
First of all, we're not related. A lot of people do ask. The guy that I most just watching, I covered NFL for 40-some years. He most reminds me of is Drew Brees. All right. Don't compare him to Steve Young, just in terms of like size, the way he processes information, the way he distributes the ball around. And Drew Brees finally got there, right? I think that with the right people around him, look, the guy who just won the Super Bowl, there were people saying the same stuff about him that they say about Brock Purdy, right? Yeah. He doesn't have it, that they can carry the team across the finish line. Well, here's who the advantage of, perspective. Here's some people quarterbacks who I saw win the Super Bowl. Mark Rippon.
Right? That's right.
Trent Dilfer.
Yeah.
Right? Nick Foles. Right? I mean, of course Brock Purdy can win a Super Bowl. It's a team game. And I love the way Jalen Hurts after that game just talked about that, right? Somebody, you got to have the guys around you. Is Brock Purdy good enough to fit in a situation to win a Super Bowl? Absolutely. And it's just what the 49ers decide to do.
Hey, Mark, thank you so much for joining us, man. Good luck. Good luck with the book, and you're still out there doing your thing. Well done.
Hey, I really appreciate you having me on. Sure. Yeah, you can get the book at Amazon or Barnes & Noble. I know about 500 copies, so they're around those stores somewhere.
Okay.
And I do think it's a book people enjoy. And thanks so much, guys.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate you letting me on to talk about it.
Absolutely. Well done, Mark. That's Mark Purdy, great columnist for the San Jose Mercury News for over 40. He was a newspaper man for 40 years. The San Francisco 49ers, an illustrated timeline. And that's the other thing that Mark wanted to let us know is that the photos in this book are also incredible.
Wow.
They're absolutely incredible. Hey,
maybe you can pick his brain on how to write a book. Because your book is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
You got people you know.
Yeah, I think, you know how you write a book? You write a book. I don't think somebody can tell you how to write a book. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Hey, you know what name we haven't talked about this week?
Purdy.
He's been in the he's been in Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah?
No, I'm just go ahead. Stoney, I'm so out on. I just think forget the antics. I just think there's nothing like that's a carcass. He showed me. I told you we were going to the AFC Championship. That's how much I believed in him. But Stoney, just from a physical standpoint, I think he's done. Like, I really think, let me take your cleats from you. Give me your playbook. Well, just kind of doing that. But, Stoney, that's why I believe.
Well, let me just remind you that many of the, what was I going to say? Many people thought that Tom Brady was washed after he left the Patriots.
Noodle arm and all that.
And we talked about Brady, and I remember thinking, nah, you don't want Brady. He's too old. What if so you don't want Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, Stoney, I don't
Did
think
you want Brady back in the day?
Yeah,
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, but I'm throwing Bonte under the bus. He thought he was done. I didn't think he was done. And the reports were could the Niners get him, and I was like, bring his ass here. And they didn't. And he won a championship in Tampa Bay. But Stoney, I could be wrong. What if I told you right now, I don't think nobody wants him. Like, I think he's going to end up, when it's all said and done, Stoney, if you look at that film, he looks like, boo, here I come. I'm 5 feet away from you. He's throwing it in the turf or just throwing it. I physically think he's spent.
Do you? I think if he wants to play, somebody will sign him.
As a starter?
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's going to – I mean, if he's not a starter, he probably doesn't play. But I think he could – I think some team will probably take a chance on him. I don't think it'll be the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, the great Lori Matthews down here on the chat says, I guarantee you the Niners are going to be right back in it next year. They got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, they do. They
got
do.
some money to spend, but Stoney, sometimes a project so big, you can't fix it in just one off season.
We just had Mark Purdy on, and I just want to –
no relation to Brock.
I want to get a sense of how you operate. And I want you to let me in on something. So –
you talking to the fans or me?
I'm talking to you.
Oh, okay.
So, we're talking to Mark Purdy, and he brings up a comparison between Brock Purdy and Steve Young and their contract situations. And, Brock Purdy's a young man. Why did you say you think Brock Purdy will be wearing that yellow jacket? Don't you think it's a little early for that conversation?
Oh, that's funny. Austin in San Jose said that. I wasn't saying that. I was saying, is he going to have that type of career? Like Steve Young got to the Hall of Fame and got the yellow jacket. Yeah. My point was, he said there was doubt about Steve Young. Steve Young went on to win a Super Bowl and became a Hall of Famer. I still think there's doubts, or I have a little, about Brock Purdy, so we know that it's imminent that he's about to get paid. My thing was, do you feel like this guy is like can't miss? A sure shot, Brock Purdy, not for the Hall of Fame to
wear the yellow jacket.
Yeah, to get
Well, that's Hall of Fame,
right? So I thought that's a
lot of pressure on a young player.
Yeah, I guess the rat on the table to myself, Sonny, thank you, Doctor, is it starts with Super Bowls, right? Like, first you got to, do that, and you do that by playing stellar. I don't know, Stein. I'm just looking at you right now.
Yeah,
I don't know what to think of Brock Purdy. I really do. I've been high, I've been low,
I don't think
and now I'm in the middle.
Here's what doesn't cross my mind: that he's going to be as good as Steve Young.
Well, yeah, but this is. Do you think he can win the? I don't know if he's going to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Well,
and if he's not, then Stoney, I think that would be disappointment. Forget his name. The Niners are starving. They have not won since '94. I think they got a guy that they believe, and he's got him there. They didn't get it done. I'm not blaming him, but the bottom line is, for this to be successful, they got to win one.
I just struggle. I struggle responding at times to your comparison between mediocre to good players to Hall of Famers. We got to figure out a middle ground there. You know what I'm saying? Like there's got to be another quarterback to compare Purdy to than Steve Young. You know what I mean? Steve Young was great.
Well, I think Steve works in this instance because he was the last quarterback to win a Super Bowl for the Niners, and that's the goal, right?
Well, it's like
Jimmy didn't do it. Cap didn't do it.
That's just like, I don't know, it's just hard to explain. It's like, the comparisons are just sometimes over the top for me. The guy's quarterback for 2.5 years, and now you're saying you're saying it's Steve Young, and Kuminga. He's in his 22.
What comp did I use?
He's Kawhi Leonard.
No, I said baby Kawhi.
Yeah, well, I don't care.
Yeah, I said baby Kawhi.
Yeah, he's baby Kawhi. Yeah, it's just sometimes it's a bridge too far. It's a bridge too far.
I definitely said it, but
I know you said it.
I meant by Super Bowl. Can he win it? Is he the guy? Because he's about to get paid to deliver.
We'll see.
No, he's about to get paid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paid what? How much?
Now that I don't know.
He's going to get like a 2-year deal. You watch.
Not the Kuminga, which you think is,
Let's go to Al in San Francisco. He wants to talk about the Niners and how they're going to win a Super Bowl in the next few years. Hey, Al, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Thank you for getting me on.
Yeah.
Niners, Super Bowl within the next couple of years? I don't think so, man. I'm a Niner diehard fan, and ever since they moved out of the candlestick, they were supposed to have rebuilt that stadium somehow with Ed DiBartolo back then in the days. But that deal flopped, and then they moved to Santa Clara.
Yeah.
And 94 is the last Super Bowl. Is at they won it, and they were at the stick in San Francisco. I think they got jinxed when they moved. They're not going to win no more Super Bowl. And I can't compare Purdy to Steve Young. Steve Young is a way better quarterback in college and into the draft than Purdy was. So you can't compare.
Right. It wasn't listen, I love you, caller. He's in year 3, about to be 4. My question was, how good is he going to be? I'm not saying he's better than Steve Young. And it's your fault doing that stupid crap you do. Damn. How would I compare him to Steve? I'm saying, is he going to win? Is he going to lead the team to the promised land? Y'all tripping, man.
He had all these chances to lead to the promised. Like I said, brother, you got to look at it.
Yeah, brother.
All the Super Bowls was won, and while they were at the candlestick, and now he got jinxed. They should be called the Santa Clara Niners, not the San Francisco 49ers. They are jinxed. They're not going to win a Super Bowl. They'll win a playoff.
Appreciate it, Al.
I get that part, but yeah.
I took it too far.
Yeah, you did. Bring something to the table.
But here's what
he made the comparison. I'm not saying he's Steve Young. I'm saying he's got to win one. Can he get to the promised land? No. And he's about to get to chicken. He's gotten close. That was it.
You weren't talking about the Super Bowl. You talked specifically about a yellow jacket for Purdy. I owe you. Oh, no, you owe me.
I do.
That's right.
I got the chicken. I'm in the pockets. I got the mumps.
I got you. So I can eat after work?
No, we said lunch.
It was a dinner.
It was a drink.
No, we changed.
Evan. It was a drink.
Now it's just a beer.
All right. If we're going to be honest,
Evan.
We're going to take this back.
Don't let him taint you.
The initial
He's tainting Bonte. Don't let him do you.
No. You're on the hook for dinner, Gil. But the origin story of it is you guys did originally bet a drink.
Right.
That's my man.
No,
that's correct.
Then you changed the bet when it was but right before the Super Bowl to a dinner, which Steiny reluctantly agreed upon. Thus, you now owe him dinner.
All right.
Yeah, the 510.
Too bad you got a birthday party to go to.
Well, no, I don't have to go there until 6:30.
And I'll be. Vontae hooked me up allegedly. I might be in the streets.
This from the 510. Guru, stop comparing Purdy to Steve Young.
What is this?
Seriously, Goo.
Now, had Mark Purdy, the great Mark Purdy, flashed on me like that, he would have been like, "You idiot." He knew what context I was. You know what I mean? The bottom line was, can Purdy get this team a Super Bowl? That's what I mean.
What was the part about the yellow jacket?
I did say jacket. I got carried away.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Hey,
I used to be in high school, Stoney. The girls liked your boy.
Hey, Goo, don't rob Purdy of an opportunity to be a Hall of Famer. You don't have to do that either.
Well, you do it to Kaminga.
He stinks.
Stop.
Purdy at least
I cannot wait for him to get back.
He's not.
It's all good in Warriorville right now.
Jonathan,
we're feeling good.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
It's going to be 2 quarters before the Warrior fans start saying, "How come Kaminga's not playing much anymore?"
No, he's a talent. They'll incorporate him. That's bottom line.
Yeah, I think he'll get about 18 minutes a night.
Sonny, stop.
What? And the other thing is, you want to make
Peyton Manning 18.
You want to make a run?
To Steph Curry.
You want to make a run at the playoffs? That means you're going to be playing important games.
He just makes us better. That's all.
Does he?
Come on, Steiny.
We'll see. It's getting late. Antonio in Oakland. I'll give you a couple seconds. We gotta go.
Y'all killing me.
Hey, what's up, Antonio?
Oh, pretty good. You know, the Warriors rolling high right now since we got Jimmy Buckets, my top 10 favorite player of all time.
Now he is. Yeah, now he is. Okay.
Antonio.
No, he always was.
Oh, please.
He always was. I don't base my top players on media hype, how many people call you the GOAT, how many minions you have on TV or the media, how many shoes you sell. I don't do that. I do off how you play. And Jimmy Butler is like, Michael Jordan's not even in my top 10 favorite players ever. You know what I'm saying? That's an example. So anyway, Jimmy Butler, a lot of issues on the way here. It's kind of like Rasheed Wallace when he went to Detroit Pistons. A lot of issues. He's going to mess up this team. And what they do, they went to back-to-back finals. They beat the Lakers in one of them. So this might be that. And I don't fear no team in the West.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Steiny, okay, they're so great.
Get him. Hey, get him, Antonio.
Get him off.
Yeah, get him. He was talking to you.
Yeah, they can play with Denver. Okay.
Denver just got their act together. I'm just saying, Jokic is awesome.
Oh, thanks, Goo. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I do what I can, player.
Let's see. 120. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans?
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right.
Can I just walk
Looks
you
like
through?
we're going to make it. No, go ahead.
So
I do have to do one piece
No, go
of
ahead.
business.
You do that now.
Let me do the business and I'll
do it.
Okay.
Business first.
Here's your chance, ladies and gentlemen, to win a trip to Vegas for the college basketball championships in March. $20,000. We're giving away 4 spots to stay at the Circa Hotel that's in downtown Vegas, and we're going to give each of you $5,000. So that's one winner, and he or she has 3 guests to take with him to Vegas, and each guest is going to get $5,000. And if you don't know the Circa Hotel, it's got maybe the best swim club I've ever been to. You can watch sporting events on the big screen while you lounge in the pool. It's a great atmosphere at Circa. So here's how you do it. Here's how you qualify. You want to download the Odyssey app. You want to log in and then listen for at least an hour. If you do that, you're automatically registered for your chance to go to the college basketball championships in Vegas, downtown Vegas, at Circa. One more time, download the Odyssey app, log in, and listen for at least an hour, and you're registered. There you go.
No doubt. You did that well, man. You've been on fire today. I'm proud of you.
Okay.
You got a little something gas in your tank, and it's because of the festivities. I'm proud to be your partner, man.
Let's go.
Somebody called this a duo. I did kind of melt. Shaq and Kobe. Jordan and Mike. Jordan and Pip.
Oh, my God.
It's my bad.
Yeah,
Evan and Grandy.
Let's go to Will in Pleasanton. Will in Pleasanton. Hey, Will.
What's up, guys? With the crossover coming up. With a crossover coming up next, I know, Steiny, you get a lot of grief about your action, so it got me thinking of a boxing analogy.
Okay.
You're like Sugar Ray Leonard. He used to come out the first 10 seconds with a flurry of punches, then he'd dance and weave, then he'd hear the stick saying there was 10 seconds left in the round, and then he'd come back with another flurry of punches, and everybody would just remember the last 10 seconds. And then you got Guru, who's like Arturo Gatti, who once threw 770 punches in volume boxer. See, once again, you guys compliment.
Well,
Gotti was a problem, Stoddy. He let him go. He threw them things.
All right. I guess I'll take it.
We gave you a compliment.
Which was, Steiny got some cop to him. Real quick, just Guru.
Take your time.
No, I mean, where the heck is it? 925, Goo, why would you bring up the gold jacket? It's a little too soon for Brock Purdy. Let him, how about he wins something first?
I'm going to need a sub or help, man,
and then
get to the finish line, boy.
And the 510 said, see, that's the reason I'm afraid to call in. I'm afraid Guru will yell at me.
Is that in print?
Yeah.
I'll never. Come on.
Guru,
man.
If you disagree, he'll scream at you.
No, never.
I did think he came down Al's road. Yeah, sometimes you really wanted to say all that to me.
Well, you revved him up.
I know. I did.
Revved him up. I don't have a button, Evan.
How about the Warriors playing Houston 5 times this year?
The stuff that bothers you.
It totally bothers
you
me.
have been fixated that on 8 this morning.
Houston stinks. Why do they get Houston 5 times?
Well, I'll tell you what.
I think they're 3-1 against them.
What did I tell you during the break? This is random out of left field. Evan didn't hear it. Those black jerseys for the Warriors are pretty, man. Yeah. They knocked that out.
Evan?
Now, is that because the other jerseys are not as pretty?
No,
By
the whole
process of elimination.
No,
the
whole Warrior wardrobe is. I could make an argument second to none. Mm-hmm. I'd like to see the city jerseys more with the bridge on it, the Sleepy Floyds. I got this from the team store. Somebody said I bought it from the liquor store. Dude, this is...
No, I'll tell you exactly where you bought it.
This is from the team store when we were out there.
You bought it from a guy set up at a table on 66th Avenue. That's where you got it.
Shout out to town. Stoddy, don't hate on my garments,
$10, $15 tops.
Nah, dude, I have bought gear there. I ain't ashamed of it, but this came from the team store. But I'm doubting it.
Nobody believes you.
Well,
you can grab some more gear tonight if you're stopping by the Rising Stars game. See Pat Spencer.
Spency!
I'm gonna be somewhere in the city.
I feel like
yeah.
I feel
snitches
like
get stitches.
That wasn't for us.
Yeah.
In case you're just joining us, Guru's got action tonight.
Yeah.
He's going to be flitting around the city. Yay!
I asked you. You cannot throw me under the bus. We had a real conversation about wardrobe, and you don't know this. We bonded with your answer.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, man.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
I don't like you at times, but I do appreciate you.
No problem.
You watching the games tonight? Rising Star?
Oh, well.
And let me see who's on the celebrity roster and see if how many people we know.
Okay. Yeah, because this celebrity roster. Because I'll bet you we don't know a lot of them. So you're going to be out about the city today.
Well, I'm going with you and Evan after.
Yeah.
I guess. Do our ritual.
Who has a celebrity roster up?
I got it right here.
Come on.
Okay, Barry Bond. No, well, Barry's coaching.
Right.
He's the coach.
Okay.
2 Chainz, the rapper.
Okay, I've
That's
heard of
big.
him.
Help me, because I butcher his name. Shout out Shasky. Kai Kinnett, YouTube influencer.
Sinet, yeah.
Sinet. You know the guy that...
Yeah, Kai Correa.
Okay.
Kai Correa.
No, that's...
So the Giants first base coach. Okay, who else?
Baron Davis. VD, cut his hair.
I tell you what, you don't have to invite Baron Davis twice to a party.
Rome Flynn.
I have no clue.
He was an actor and made his call to fame in a movie called How to Get Away with Murder from, I guess it was a series from 2018 and 20.
All right, no.
Alicia Gray.
No.
She's a guard for the Atlanta Dream, WNBA.
Okay.
All right, she averaged 16 points last year. Mickey Guyton. Evan, country music singer.
Oh, crickets.
Boy. Tucker Halpern, Halpem.
Yeah, I don't know who he is.
He's one half of the house pop duo Sophie Tucker.
Okay.
Noah Kahan.
No clue.
Is a singer-songwriter known for such hits as Stick Season and You're Gonna Go Far.
You only got a minute. Get to Jerry
Danny
Rice's
Ramirez.
Yeah, we're already in the script.
Masai Russell. I got
Give me Jerry Rice's
Cobby
team.
Lane. Matt Barnes. Bailey, WWE superstar, Chris Brickley.
That's not a good name.
AP Dillon.
Drewski.
Walker
Shabuzi.
Hayes. Terrell Owens.
Shabuzi?
Oliver Stark.
Oh, my God.
God, I wish it said Goo.
I'm halfway expecting to hear Bonte Hill. I mean, he's bigger than those.
Cool. That wasn't cool.
He's not on Twitch.
He's bigger than those guys. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I guess now well, he is.
I know.
Yeah, that's my man.
Tonight.
Yeah. This guy.
You're like a kid.
I know. He's so excited.
Hey.
He's so excited.
The man gave us orders.
Yeah, he did.
You guys aren't following it.
Look, I think he's the kind of guy that opens presents before Christmas.
Dude, who you guys been talking to, man?
We got to go. What do we got next?
Crossover.
Let me get this read. And I've done all my. We're not giving. Oh, that's the last giveaway today. Sweet. All right. We got the crossover coming up next. Also, our What's Bugging You segment.
Yeah.
Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. That segment was also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? Life Source Water gives you clean.
Guys, I know I haven't shared this with you, but every Friday at 5 a.m., I play pickup basketball.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why was that played? Evan Steiny's he's got to you.
The guy just...
If that was played because that was a tall tale. Is that
Friday,
why that was replayed?
At 5 a.m.?
I told you at Berkeley High, we do it. In Berkeley, we're doing it. Now it's in...
You know what?
Willard, I don't even know what to do.
I don't even know.
I can't even post pictures of my night out without people telling me I'm changing.
I thought
it is the crossover.
I thought today was Valentine's Day.
Yeah, boy.
I am not feeling any love.
I'm down
in this
15
room.
pounds, and I've been hooping, and I've been feeling good. And that's why I said I played hoop this morning.
And I'm going to say this.
After a long night.
I mean, on behalf of Abundant Life, you look gorgeous.
No,
you look great.
You don't mean it.
No, I mean, I'm staring at your midsection, and I
don't feel
mean,
uncomfortable.
what I normally have seen in the past, I'm not seeing it.
All right. Wow.
So
I feel bad.
Well, I mean, you got a nice Warrior shirt on, and normally it's like, a couple of tears, like the waves in your hair, and you used to have waves in your belly too, but you don't anymore. The hair is waves, but the belly is gone. I'm not saying that you're like team washboard, but you look good. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Abundant Life Weight Loss.
All right.
And tell them Div sent you.
What'd you think of the game last night?
Yeah.
Hey, Willard, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm good. Hi, boys.
Hey,
I love you both.
What a great win! Yeah,
back at you.
No, I was very impressed. I thought that was impressive.
Really?
I did. Are the Rockets not 34-20? Were they not at home? Were the Warriors not at the end of a 4-game road trip? And were they not playing their second game in less than 24 hours?
Hey, real quick, does anybody know
so was Houston.
Does anybody know if they got in late to Houston or not?
Yeah.
Fitz let us know.
Did anybody? Yeah. They did.
I heard something about it. I heard something.
We love you, baby.
No, but why? Like, why? How many NBA games do we need to watch before people realize the other team is coming back? They're going to make a run at you.
Oh, God. What part of the show did you hear?
More than half of the games in the NBA this year are clutch games.
Ooh.
They're going to make a run at you. Why? Like, do we really need to come the next day and be like, I know that they won a tough game on the road, third time in 4 games. Oh, but remember that 6 minutes where it sucked and the other team that gets paid to play basketball actually scored? I got worries. I'm pretty worried. Like, what's wrong with us? That was awesome. Great game. Great win. Great win.
Dibs?
That's all.
Well, I mean, for me, you look at the last 2 days of Warrior basketball, and that's who they are. You lose to Dallas when you should have won. You beat Houston when you should have lost. Yeah. And you go to the break, and you are 500. So if anyone wants to look at Houston and say, oh, boy, we're back, Moses, Jimmy, the chef, all the rest of it, okay, but just make sure you set yourself up for the next time that they play a game like Dallas. But that's
you're one over.
Okay, yeah. I apologize. You're one over, and you've got all the momentum. You beat a team that Mark was saying is reeling.
This is not
a team that's lost like 7 of the last 10.
Did you watch the Oklahoma City Thunder play last night?
I've watched.
Should we decide that they suck now?
No.
This is the Fripland NBA.
Right, but what
are we talking about?
OKC's record? Are they 28-27?
No, they're 44-10. They're much better.
Yeah, so they're allowed to have a hiccup. When you're the Warriors and you have a hiccup against Dallas, you don't get to have it. Although you do.
I don't even know that was a hiccup. We decided before the game started that it was a hiccup.
It was a hiccup.
They're great
They had
player.
Kyrie, Clay, and no one.
Right, but their hiccup was tucked into the fact that their all-time great future Hall of Famer went off. And they beat you in their home building on the same night.
Well, you're allowed to guard him. And you're allowed to try to stop him.
He's allowed to be awesome, too. He's really good. Like, I'm not going to do this. If the Warriors are 3-1 since Jimmy arrived, I'm not going to sit here and pick the 7-minute windows that we didn't like and decide that something's wrong with the Warriors. The other team is professional. They're very, very good. They made a run at them.
Right.
The Warriors held them off.
I'm not picking it last night. I'm picking it 55 games where you've won one more than you've lost. And I'm not picking at it. I'm highlighting the reality of who they are.
Why would we look at a brand new look Warrior team and then look at 55 games? There are new. That's not them anymore.
Right.
This is like their core changed. So
right, but the record hasn't changed. You don't get to start the record over. Okay, now we're 0-0 since we got Jimmy, and so let's go to the NBA standings and let's start with 0-0.
Are they not 3-1? All on the road since he started playing.
They are.
Okay.
But does that matter?
Yes.
Does it matter to the standings?
Yes.
So they're 3-1 with Jimmy. So now they're the 2 seed because we wipe out the other 51 games.
I'd like to have an actual conversation with you about this.
I'm having it.
No, you're being wildly sarcastic.
You're being supremely
wildly sarcastic.
Glasses half full.
Yes,
I'm not being sarcastic.
They were completely out of the play-in when he came, and now
they're firmly in it. Yeah,
it's great. 3-1.
No, I'm with you.
Do they look better or no?
They look better.
Okay, there we go. There you go.
Right, but you're 28 and 27. So you look better, but it doesn't mean that you're suddenly top 4 seed.
Nobody said that. I said that. Right. I said that last night was impressive and that the road trip was impressive.
Last night was good.
Yeah.
You beat a team that, in your words from earlier this week,
they're struggling.
You were stronger than that before yesterday's game.
You might have ruled them out yesterday.
No, Houston was not one of the teams I ruled out. Get the earwax out. Phoenix, Dallas, Sacramento.
But what did you say about Houston before yesterday?
They're struggling.
It was stronger than struggling.
Whatever. They're really struggling. They had won 2 in a row. Prior to that,
right. They had lost 6 in a row.
They're
before that.
They're vulnerable. But the Warriors went in there and for 3 quarters embarrassed them.
Right.
Okay. And then they made a run. Whoopee.
And they also were on the second half of a back-to-back. Houston was.
Right, in their own beds.
Now,
in a game that was played earlier than the Warriors, and they are all 25 while the Warriors are all 35.
Yep. Okay.
You don't need to be impressed. I am. That's fine.
It's not about impressed or not impressed.
It is, because that's the comment I made.
Quentin's 25, and Pods is less than 25. And so if you want to talk about who's 25,
don't be impressed. I
can be impressed, but I don't have to be as impressed as you.
Nobody asked you to be.
No, and I'm not going to be.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to be that impressed because I look at 55 games and Jimmy, you're better. You're 28 and 27. So, okay, now what can you do? Can you go 20 and...
They're doing it.
I guess, 20 and 10?
They're doing it.
Okay.
Yeah. Where are you going tonight, Goo?
Hold on. I want to tell...
Okay.
Guru texted he, before the game last night, he liked the Warriors, but he wasn't...
Yeah.
I said...
Plus 100.
Yeah. I said, the Rockets won last night at home. They stabilized, and they all went out last night. The Rockets are young and immature. Draymond and Jimmy Butler going to lower the boom tonight. So I was right on the money.
Yeah.
They're young and immature. They were all out and about in Houston last night.
Good call.
They didn't have a curfew because they were at home.
And I said this, Willard and Dibbs, I don't know if you agree with it. I don't know what it is, and I can't take this from a young Rocket team. But what I've learned, I got to shout out Dave Fleming because something's in my throat's coming. But what I've learned is if you play hard, that's half the battle. If you got athleticism, that's another portion of it. And I think the Rockets have used that to get to their record. But if somehow the Warriors handled their business and got into the playoffs, I would love to play a young Rocket team where the P word, as I've been calling it, Mark, the pedigree of the Warriors know how they would, you know what I mean? But right now the Rockets. But, hey, I can't hate it what they've done. But, man, that's somebody I would love for. If the Warriors got their Dibs, could go 7 games with them again.
Well, let's see. The Rockets are now a half game ahead of the Lakers. So, the Rockets, the Warriors not going to play the Rockets.
Yeah, that's what
the Warriors.
I know.
Steiny broke it to
the number doesn't work. The number doesn't work.
Even if they somehow climbed up Houston.
How are they going to do that?
Yeah,
the Warriors would almost have to be 4 against 5. Like the Warriors would have to get up to like 5.
Correct. And I actually don't love Houston's chances to hold on to the 4 right now.
Yeah.
But they're not going to pass Denver. That would shock me. But anyway, I'm with you in concept.
Yeah.
I don't love Houston's chances in the playoffs against all these teams that have experienced stars.
Here's what sometimes happens to a team like Houston. They'll get to the playoffs and they'll win a round. Then they'll get beat in the second round, and then next year they'll come back to earth and they won't. Like the Kings, kind of. No, not the Kings, the Timberwolves. They made the Western Conference Finals, and it was the year before. Like they were better than they should have been a year early, and it gets the expectations out of whack.
Washington Commanders next year?
Exactly.
Golden State Warriors with Steph, where you won a series, and then the next year you lost to the Clippers, and then the year after you went out and won the title.
And I didn't see that coming. I know they lost in 7.
Yep.
Well, Jackson's last year coaching.
I was with you actually at Dana's house watching that game 7, and
against the Clippers.
Yep. We were outside. Yep, they did lose.
So that was the game where the picture surfaced of Myers and Lacob looking at Mark Jackson.
Yep.
Yeah, wow. That.
And we were watching that game together, and you were saying the whole time, the Clippers are better. The Clippers are going to win. The Clippers are just better.
Huh. Yeah. I was right about something.
Well, yeah.
Last time.
Play the horn sounder.
Well, yeah. And apparently last year you had the best year ever, or was that the year before?
That was all. That was like his We Believe comp.
It was a good year.
Hey, that We Believe comp, Steiny, was great.
There you go. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Hey, anybody enjoying these bouts of rain and cold weather that we've been experiencing? The weather isn't the only thing to worry about. It's also ant and rodent season. If these pests, if they've made their way into your home looking for shelter from the rain, Atco Pest Control has comprehensive solutions, from effective ant treatments to rodent eradication and even exclusion work. Atco can take care of what's bugging you. Call Atco Pest Control or fill out a service request online at atcopestcontrol.com. All right. Who wants to start? Okay, I'll start.
I would, but I have a feeling that mine's going to.
Well, you two already started.
Dude, I mean, what's bugging me is going to be, it's going to be a 4-hour show. What's bugging me?
It's going to take a minute.
Yeah.
It's not what's bugging me, it's who's bugging me, and I'll save it.
Willard,
no, it's not me. Wait till you hear.
Oh, yeah, sure, it's not.
So I don't know if you guys have noticed, but throughout the BART stations, they have changed the entrances.
Yep. Many of them.
They've gone away from the whatever that thing is that opens up to, they now have a door. You must.
Oh.
And this was unbelievably costly, and it is unbelievably expensive, and it did not solve the problem.
Oh, boy.
It is so easy for people just to follow you.
Yep.
Yeah. Through the doors. It's almost easier for people to fare evade now than before they put the doors in, and I'll tell you why.
Did you get gravy trained?
Yes, you feel tough for about a minute, and then you're like, don't do anything.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Who cares?
But anyway, it's just it's easier now, because at least the last time you had to jump over the door, and you could get your foot caught in there, and it could be.
Or it's just really easy to see.
Exactly.
Right. I've actually never understood
what is going on.
I've never understood why this is a thing. Do you guys know anybody who lives in a gated community, or do you live in gated communities?
My brother-in-law does.
Okay, I don't understand them. Who the hell do you think is being kept out? Like
the riffraff.
But they're not. They just wait and go in when someone goes in. They just stand like. Oh, my God. My sister lives in a gated community. It's a huge gated community, so if you can't get in, just sit there for 5 seconds.
But let's say a burglar didn't have time. He'd probably go somewhere where he could get easy access, or he could wait.
But I'd understand if you were locked in once you got there, you can walk right out. It's unlocked on the way out.
That's pretty fun.
I'd have who do you think that you're keeping out of this place? I'm going to leave the names out of this, but Dibs, you'll remember this. Remember our old building? Remember who just showed up?
Yep.
Nobody had a key card.
Nope.
Somebody we did not want here, whoop, right up to the 3rd floor.
Yep.
Just right there in the common area. What the hell are you doing in here? How did you get here? Nope. Nobody's holding anybody out of anywhere that you don't. If you want to get in, you're in. So it's a great point, Steiny.
But to Steiny's point, the old modality, which was, it was a waist high thing where you scan it and the little crotch level barrier would open and you go in.
Right.
If you're somebody who wants to fare evade, you don't have to victimize a person because you can just jump over. But now, when you have the barrier that's like as tall as Guru or taller, now if you want to fair evade, you have to go in behind somebody. And it happened to me too down here in Montgomery where I scan and I step through and somebody right behind me, whoop, and so as you get through,
I hope
you look
didn't say
behind
anything, Dibs, because it's dangerous out here. I'm being real. You got to be careful and be like, they got me.
But you know Dibs. Dibs will pull over and try to fight people twice as size.
I don't like that.
What Mark doesn't know is that I pick my spots. Like, if somebody's going to fair evade behind me and I swivel around knowing that somebody's come up behind me, if it's somebody where a confrontation sensation makes sense and I'm in the mood, then I'll go that route. But normally the fair evader, if you're going to fair evade, you probably are a little bit bigger, stronger, tougher, more aggressive than me. So like Steiny said, like it's no skin off my Clipper card because I'm paying and it's not like it's going to double charge me. It's somebody who is just going to make it so that the price goes up. It's fair evasion, just another person, another scofflaw trying to get over on the system. So I'm with you, Steiny. What's happened is the fair evader is no longer...
You've helped them.
They're no longer evading Bart. They're now impinging on us. Because to get through, you have to find somebody and you have to press up on them. Yeah. And so it becomes more of a personal fair evasion.
And let me tell you that what doesn't work is scanning your card and waiting a second.
It's iffy.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
Because
it might close on your crotch.
Exactly. Who's next?
Whatever, Grandy. You don't take part.
All right.
It's a crotch day.
This isn't something that's actually bugging me, but it just kind of, I think it might bug some people. So I wanted to bring it to the light and have a conversation with you guys about this. I really want to know what you think because it's Valentine's Day. And I have no judgment or care whatsoever what anybody wants to identify as or who you think is hot and sexy in life. Good for you. I happen to be a heterosexual male.
Okay.
And so on Valentine's Day, I get something for my girl. Okay? And I don't really care if I get anything in return because what people give each other for Valentine's Day doesn't really do much for me. I don't want flowers. What am I going to do with flowers?
I feel you.
I'll put them up in my bedroom and, it looks foofy in here. That's not me. So I reached out to the lovely Christy earlier today because we're going out tomorrow night, not tonight because I'm exhausted on Friday nights.
Love it.
She's cooking a meal, though. She's cooking a meal tonight, and then we'll go to bed. That's it. That's Valentine's Day. We're going out tomorrow. So I texted her. I said, hey, do you want your gift tonight? Or do you want your gift tomorrow when we're going on an outing? And what do you think her response was?
I want it tonight.
No, her response was, oh, crap, you didn't need to get me anything. I didn't get anything for you.
Right.
And I immediately thought to myself, I don't care. The Valentine's Day is not, I'm sorry if this is painting with a broad brush and it offends anybody.
Oh, my gosh.
Valentine's Day is not for the dude. It's not for me. It's not for the dude. I don't care if you got anything for me for Valentine's Day. It's Valentine's Day. I got you a little something. I brought her some flowers this morning.
Look at my man.
That's it. But I know that this bothers some people, including some who are in the room.
Yeah. You know, they should change the name to Admiral Akbar Day because it's a trap, is what it is. So Valentine's Day, and Valentine's Day is about love, right? And it's about a day where you express your love for one another. And in this modern day and age in which we live, 2025, with all of the gender and the pronouns and everything that we all live with, which is wonderful, we still hold on to this construct of man gets gift for female. And personally, I don't buy it. And also, Goo, and Steiny, and I know you want to go home, and it's a payday Friday, and the cafeteria is calling. But
it's too late.
For me, this idea of a February 14th construct created by Hallmark so they can sell cards, and if you go into CVS or Safeway, and I love it, and I'll see you in the aisles later, because apparently I have to get flowers now.
I've been there 3 times
because your boy's up against it. But the idea of this construct of Hallmark and all of the corporations saying, today's the day. It's red, it's pink, and you men have to pony up for the woman, but the woman doesn't have to pony up for the man. I'm not here for any of it.
I'm with you, man.
Valentine's Day is a bunch of crap.
Yeah,
it's a bunch of crap. I'm not buying it. And, maybe on my own home front, and as I check my phone to see if she's listening, and apparently she's not. But, this morning there was a conversation about what did you get? And my response, what I wanted to respond was, what did you get? But I didn't, Goo, because I understand.
What did you say? What did you say?
I took it.
You just sat there and took it?
My phone's blowing up.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Thankfully, no, it's my...
dude, I was like,
you made my heart
had one of those.
It's my other wife, Scam Likely.
Okay.
It's my side piece. Scam Likely's calling me. Hold on, Scam Likely. I'll get to you, Scammy. You know what I said? I didn't say a gosh darn thing. I took it like Mike Tyson did against Buster Douglas. I just took it and I wore it because the real response is, what'd you get me? And then it's, what do you mean? What did I get you? I mean, what did you get me? What did you get me? What did you get me? Blah, 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 blah. Stupid. You know what? Hallmark. You know what? America. Valentine's Day is make-believe.
Go ahead.
I don't believe in monsters under the bed, and I don't believe in your fake holiday. So you and your lovely Christy, like what you do every day is Valentine's Day. You take a picture, and then she shares it, and then you share it, and then you comment, and she comments. You guys don't need Valentine's Day. Your whole world is Valentine's Day.
Not really true.
And for the rest of us, you know what? Hallmark, leave me the F alone.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway,
I didn't get to do mine. What do you mean, all right?
I guess that counts
what's
bugging me.
I told you it was going to take a minute.
Yeah.
Come on.
Steiny, it's okay.
Whatever.
This all-star, you're giddy.
Do you want
He's got a party to go to tonight, too.
I can lead the rest of the crossover if you want to go.
All right.
I want him to hear this one.
Man,
I haven't even said what's bugging me yet.
Everybody,
I was just responding.
Why are you always in a mood? That wasn't your what's bugging you?
Everything's bugging me.
You didn't hear the beginning?
Yeah,
oh, here I go.
Okay, Dibs, your turn.
You got a minute?
Like, he's really bothered.
Dude, I'm in a phenomenal mood. No, go ahead.
So last night I was invited to a party at the Caribou in Alameda. Shout out Mark Spears for the NABJ, National Association of Black Journalists.
Okay.
Had a great time, saw Sal, some other people. Great time, great people. So I tried to expand my horizon and diversify my portfolio. No hard liquor. They had wine. So your boy's into red wine. I had cab. And I know how to hold it. Yeah. Oh. And this goes out to the person, the hater, that all night monitored my pour, which I didn't pour, and deemed it too heavy.
Oh.
And the whole night, Willard, every time we came in contact, that's a heavy pour.
Oh,
that's a heavy pour. And I didn't say what I wanted to say. Worry about what's in your cup.
Yep.
I didn't go pour it myself. They must like me or something. But the person kept saying, like, just disgusted. Your pour, they did this with the hand. Your pour should be this. You got a heavy pour. If it was the old Union City Goo, I would have lost it.
Yep.
But I was on good behavior. But this is just a PSA. Mind your own pour.
Yep.
And if somebody happens to get a heavier pour, don't hate, congratulate. But it kind of messed up my mood. But I sipped it every time who does that? Who monitors how much heavy pour? I didn't know what that was until I heard him. And how weird is that?
It's weird, especially
you
because
got a heavy pour.
It was like open bar, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you had to pay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had to
well,
pay.
I saw you in your picture with champagne.
It's not that fancy
so,
of a party.
I mean, I saw you with champagne and you had some red. I mean,
no, but Abundant Life, you can have 3 glasses of wine. I had no champagne. It was just all. Okay. It was all.
But
red.
are they 3 heavy pour glasses of wine?
Yeah. Apparently.
It must be 4.5.
Trying to learn the rules.
I'm like, who does this?
All right. Well, I got to get down to the fan experience by Chase. Can we let all of the people who aren't on YouTube know that Guru did that entire thing
with you having your forehead on your microphone.
And it just ruined the whole.
My God.
I put on a show for the people on YouTube.
Yeah. Somebody said that $100 suit.
They saw it.
All right, gents.
All right. Coming up next,
shout out Men's Warehouse.
Tibbs' turn on What's Bugging You.
On 95.7.
Do I need to stay? Nah, you guys.
Nah, I let it out. Yeah, you're good.
Wait, Steiny, 95.7 the what?
The All-Star Game.
Oh. I happen to be a heterosexual male.
Okay.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, yeah, let's go. Happy Valentine's Day, brother.
I know you're not talking to me.
You're the only brother I got in this room right now.
Right.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You too. You too, bro. Happy Valentine's Day. Honestly.
Well, wait a minute. How do you decide which holidays are corporate scams?
The ones where...
Because I could get to a point where I decide that all of them are.
Right.
I mean, you got people who don't even know what the hell they're celebrating half the time.
Exactly.
Like, people are running around doing... it's St. Patrick's Day. You don't even know.
Well, let's go through it.
Cinco de Mayo. Woo!
Yep.
Do you even know what the hell you're celebrating? And if you say Mexican Independence Day, take a lap because that's not what it is. And people who are not going to church on Sundays are celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ. And in the very next breath, they're like, yeah, I'm agnostic. I mean, we have
all of it. But keep going.
But just
keep going. Thanksgiving is one of the all-time biggest blowouts in the history of the USA.
Well, why don't you just
let's keep it a buck.
It's a participation sensation, Dibbs. Just come on, do this with us.
Cha-ching!
Just get your ladies some flowers.
I'm out.
It's so much easier than this. My God, your face is the same color as your red hoodie.
My face is always this red.
Why? That's true.
You know, and like St. Patrick's Day, what are we celebrating?
I don't know.
We're celebrating the fact that Irish people like to get drunk, and so will I.
Amazing.
Well, that's not true.
What is Halloween? What is happening?
What is Easter? And let me ask you this.
He has risen, Dibbs.
So, okay, he is risen.
Right.
So to celebrate, I'm going to hide a bunch of eggs in my yard, and we're going to go look for eggs full of chocolate.
Exactly. And a bunny is going to break into your house overnight.
Right.
So there's that.
Memorial Day. Okay, it's Memorial Day.
That's a little different.
Right, but do we celebrate Memorial Day? No, we celebrate a day off, we barbecue, and we get loaded.
Steiny just said, no joke, before we took air. Steiny looks at me and goes, is Monday a holiday?
Right.
Yes, Monday's a holiday. We'll be here.
Right.
But Monday.
And this is perfect.
Monday's a holiday.
What is Monday's holiday?
It's President's Day.
Are you celebrating all of our presidents?
No.
Okay.
No, not all of them.
So we've got 47 of them, including a couple who've been there twice. He's number 47.
Run it back.
So it's President's Day. Aren't we celebrating presidents?
No, I think only 2 of them.
Exactly. Right? Seriously, of the 47.
I think so. Only
if you
2.
want to go all the way back through all the presidents, it might be like the Warriors schedule. We might be 28 and 27 on presidents.
This is
kind of my point.
It's turning into Nate Bargatze's skit on Saturday Night Live that got so much run where, and I don't even know how to title it. Some of you will know what I'm talking about, where it's like the birth of America, and he's explaining how things are going to work. And basically it's poking fun at all of the ridiculous things. Like, yes, it's President's Day. Oh, sir, so are we celebrating the presidents? Only 2 of them.
No, exactly.
Only 2. Why only 2? Nobody knows.
In our whole life, we celebrated Columbus Day. And then as we've gotten older, we realized that Columbus turned out to be a bad guy. Columbus, bad guy. So now we changed the day because we don't want to give up the holiday. So now it's Indigenous Peoples Day.
Just change the name.
Okay. And so everybody who takes the day, how many people who take that day in October really take a moment to think about the indigenous people that were here before Columbus came in and ran roughshod over 15th century America?
I can't answer that.
That's my point
I can't answer that.
about Valentine's Day.
Maybe some.
Because corporate America decided, you know what? And this, I don't even know when it started, but the talking heads way back when they were smoking in the boardroom, they all looked at it and thought, you know what? February's a little bit of a soft spot. Let's come up with something that everyone would like. I got an idea. Valentine's Day. We'll get Cupid. Hey, find me Cupid. Hey, Bob, where the hell's Get me Cupid. We need a holiday that everyone can like. It's Valentine's Day.
Why do all of your characters sound like old men who are 92 years old and about to die?
Because in this bit, we go back, and I don't know when Valentine's Day started, but I don't believe it started back in Jesus' time. It's probably an early 19th century. Oh boy, we need to push greeting cards. I have an idea. February is a pretty soft spot. You know, we got that Easter that moves around, and, you know, darn it, that Christmas takes up a lot, and, you know, New Year's Day, and, you know, MLK Day was not yet a thing, and thank God it is actually a thing now, and all the rest of it, and Cesar Chavez Day and the end of March. February was a soft spot. We need to have something there.
Did you used to get your boys something for Valentine's Day? Will you get your daughter something someday?
No.
Oh, okay.
I love her.
Just like play along sometimes. Like,
I love her every day.
I can't fight anything that you're saying.
I don't need a day. You know what?
No.
Oh my God, it's February 14th. I need to go find my daughter and tell her I love her.
I know you keep saying I know you keep saying we don't know where these holidays come from. I've decided that they have come from whoever started Target, because that's when you know when there's a new holiday. Like, you go in there on December 26th and immediately Valentine's Day.
Boom.
Right? It's Valentine's Day.
Yep.
And then I want to go to Target tomorrow to find out. I assume it's St. Patrick's Day.
Ooh.
I don't know what we're doing next.
Dude, the Easter stuff is already out.
Easter stuff, yeah. Easter and St. Patrick's Day. And then as soon as that's done, I don't know, maybe 4th of July. I don't know what we do. So I can't argue with you on any of this. I might give a soft suggestion that, like, it might soften up a little around the edges and just get involved a little bit and do what people are doing.
Sure.
You don't have to, obviously.
Yeah, I get that.
But, you know.
I don't have to.
No, you don't have to.
And
it
I won't.
Sounds like your wife might want you to.
Well.
Pick your battles.
Yeah, right. Right.
Apparently this is one of them.
It's not a battle. It's the reality.
Sounds like what?
It depends on, what the pushback is. But if you want to talk about, for example, Easter, and, with my two kids who are in their 20s, we celebrated Easter every year, but we'd go to my mother-in-law's and we would do an Easter egg hunt. But my kids have never been to church. My ex-wife never went to church. I went to church, but there was no mention of Jesus. And so Easter was a chance to just get together, but it was mostly nonsense. Like, oh, we're going to go hide eggs, and there's this random bunny who's going to run around and hide eggs. And this is Easter? Like, Easter is about Jesus. Our Easter was about hiding eggs and, like, running around and looking for chocolate. What are we doing, Mark?
I want you to take a breath, because you're running the risk of sounding like a fuddy-duddy right now, number one.
I don't care what I sound like.
Number two,
keeping it a buck.
I want to know, are you ready to get pinned in the corner and get counted out?
I don't see anyone on the phone line, so yeah, go ahead.
Everything you just said is coming from a man who insists that we all celebrate his half birthday.
Right, and that's tomorrow.
So what are we doing, Dibs? You won't get your wife flowers, but you want us to acknowledge that tomorrow is halfway to the anniversary of your birth that came over 50 years ago.
And you understand that
Please explain.
That's a joke. And Valentine's Day is not a joke. And
you damn right it is, homeboy.
Right, like,
you damn right it is.
And what's funny is my oldest brother, Mike, when he was teaching PE, he made it a joke to the point where he actually would get gifts from his kids, and some of his students would give him like half a birthday cake and half a cupcake. And so it was kind of a funny way to do it. Like his half birthday. For me, it's obviously a joke. And, I mentioned it, and the real birthday is 6 months from tomorrow. That's no joke. And you should get to the stores early. But like Valentine's Day is a corporate, it's a corporate directive.
Okay.
And all of you lemmings have fallen into it. I'm not buying it.
That's fine.
And if you want to be a sucker, and all the rest of you suckers out there, if you want to give up your money one day out of the year, you could do that. I'm not doing it.
That's
and
fine.
yeah, luckily I have a nice, comfortable mattress in the guest room because I'm looking at like a 3-day stretch. It might be a stretch.
Yeah, you don't have to give up the $24.99 for flowers. You can just give up your room. So anyway,
that's fine. It's comfortable.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Not to me.
888-957-9570. You do not need to call in and let us know whether or not today is a corporate scam, but you certainly can call in and discuss where you think, as we all breathe for a moment, with Golden State Warrior basketball, what you feel like their ceiling is now. Because we could circle back to our other argument from earlier today. And it's really not. But it is this. Like, I don't look at the Warriors at 27 and 26. This is one of the reasons that I love to debate with you the age-old Bill Parcells, you are what your record says you are. I don't think the Warriors are right now. I don't. In fact, I don't really see how somebody could make that argument. Sure, you're bound by the rules of the sport, so you're 27 and 26, but you just went on a road trip. You went 3-1. Jimmy Butler's here. The team is telling you that they feel completely different about their existence. Mind over matter. I don't know if they're right, wrong, or otherwise, but they look like a better team to me. I don't get bothered by leads that go away because that's what tends to happen in the NBA. We'll all sit here and go, you idiots, you lost at Dallas. Well, they were also down by double digits with a few minutes to go, and then all of a sudden they were tied. Because that's what happens in the NBA. These are professionals. They're going to go on runs against one another. The Warriors gave up a run. They held them off. That's something that, as Draymond Green even said a couple of months ago or a few weeks ago, we lose that basketball game. They didn't lose that basketball game. I don't know how you can't come out of the last week and not feel a little bit more optimism. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, a little bit more optimistic, sure. But you are 28 and 27, so you are what your record says you are, but if you want to look at 3-1 with Jimmy, yeah, that's better. And should they be better than 28 and 27 the rest of the way? Absolutely. But you have a lot of work to do to get into a spot where you're not in the play-in.
Don't answer this yet, but what's their ceiling in your mind? So, like, we've seen now 4 games with Jimmy Butler. Where do you all think this can go? Assuming health, assuming it, again, their ceiling. Not your prediction, but their ceiling. 888-957-9570. We'd like to take your phone calls on this right now. Based on these last 4 games, what is the Warriors' ceiling? We'll take your calls. And then also, hey, this knockout tournament that we just can't stop talking about, guess what? You know how many spots are left? 1 spot.
One?
There's
number 1.
1 spot left. And we're going to have it for you in 90 minutes. Okay, so make sure you're with us in the 4 p.m. hour. And we'll give you the keyword and let you know exactly what you need to do to win that spot. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, and this is Willard and Dibbs. Happy Valentine's Day.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source.
back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I got questions.
Yeah, I got answers.
I'm a professional interviewer.
Yeah.
First question.
Yep.
You good?
I'm better. I'm better. I wouldn't say I'm good.
Okay. No, but I don't mean good in that sense. Like, you good.
I believe it was Bruce Willis in Pulp Fiction. No, it was Marcellus Wallace who said, "I'm definitely far from okay."
Okay, that's true.
Yeah,
that's correct.
And I apologize. Oh, was it Ving Rhames?
No,
the actor. I believe.
At least that's who it sounded like you were impersonating.
I'm definitely far from okay.
You know when you ask, like when you call your grandma or your grandpa, and you're like, "How are you doing?" And then you realize you're like, "Oh, damn it, you took that
That's
literally."
That's a 5-minute answer. Oh, my kidneys have been acting up, Mark. My corns.
So in the way that I actually mean it, you good?
Oh, I'm great.
Okay, good. Okay, there's that. And then what's the Warriors' ceiling? Like, take everything you know, and this is kind of what I'm getting at.
Do you mean seed or record or playoff run?
I mean, search your damn heart and gut and tell me what you feel. Like, this is what I'm kind of getting at. In fact, we just got a text. Damn it, I lost the number. I know, because I always want to credit people. I love it when somebody interacts with our show. Here you go, 510. Willard, they've been mediocre most of the year. Respectfully, here's my response. It's like, what the hell's that got to do with now? What's your man got to do with me?
I got a man.
I'm not trying to hear that, see? I don't care that they were mediocre in December. You're right. Of course you're right. They're 28 and 27 or 27 and 26 or whatever the hell they are. Like, yeah, that's their record. But talk to me about now and tell me what you see. I'll tell you what I see. It's a team that's clearly better. It's a team that clearly has more answers in the final 6 minutes of a basketball game. It's a team that, and here might be the most important thing, and this has got nothing to do with our eyes or the television or however you take in the games. It's a team that clearly feels better about itself. It's also a team that right now is healthy. It's a team that right now, if the season ended, there would be more games, or at least more game. Right? Like, so when I look at that, what's their ceiling? I'm not going to tell you that this team is a championship contender or even a contender for the Western Conference Finals. I think their ceiling right now, this is right now, today, Valentine's Day, I think their ceiling is winning around. I think they'll be in the playoffs, and I think that they might be able to win around.
So if I put the over-under on playoff wins at 4.5, you would take the over?
No, again, their ceiling. I'm not even predicting that. I think
right,
that's
but I'm offering you that as an over-under.
Well, then I would take the under. If I like again,
so their ceiling is not Western Conference Final.
But who would bet on their ceiling? Like that's what Guru did with the Chiefs, and you lose.
Well, no.
Like
Guru would bet like the Warriors to win the West against everyone else.
Right.
That would be that.
But I'm not telling you that I'm predicting their ceiling. I'm telling you that I think that that's the most that they can get out of this orange.
I think the ceiling is higher than that.
Okay.
Like the ceiling. If you want to talk about the ceiling, for me, the ceiling would be Western Conference Finals.
Okay, so you see, because for instance, let's say they're the 7. All right?
Right.
As the things stand right now, today, and this can obviously change because there's so many teams that are so close, but today that would put them in a first-round series against the Memphis Grizzlies. I think the Warriors might be able to win that. Like, I give them a chance.
Sure.
Now, if they were to win it, they would then face the Denver Nuggets.
Or Houston.
Houston's not going to be there. Houston's not going to be the 3.
Or the Lakers.
I don't think those teams are catching Denver. That's my prediction.
I look at the Western Conference and think about teams like, what team do you look at and think that they cannot beat? Because they've beaten Oklahoma City twice this year. They've beaten Memphis.
Yeah, but
Denver's a tough one. They just beat Houston.
Playoff series is different.
I know, but you've got Jimmy Butler now. Yeah. And Jimmy Butler is him. He's Himmy Butler.
Well, God.
That's his nickname. Go to Basketball Reference.
I think it's Jimmy Buckets.
It's a number of different ones. Yeah, if you go to anyone's Basketball Reference, there's like 5 different nicknames.
Right, but there's only one that people use. Nobody runs around calling him Himmy Butler.
Himmy Butler.
Nobody does that.
He's him. He's Jimmy Butler.
Nobody says that.
If you want to talk about ceiling, for me, the ceiling is vaulted. It's Western Conference Finals, because I do think that you can get into a deep series. And if you get into a deep series with Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler, I do think that the later you go in a series, the more likely you are to win it, because you've got clutch players. And Jimmy Butler's done that in Miami. He's done things that are improbable. He's taken an 8 seed and won the damn conference in the East.
Yep.
And so he's a guy who hasn't won a title, but he's been big in big games and in big moments. So for me, the ceiling is you win 2 series.
Okay.
And you get to the Western Conference Finals.
I mean, I guess this is genuine question now. If you feel like they can make the Western Conference Finals, why don't you think they can make the finals?
Well, that's the ceiling for me. I mean,
I guess I'm listening to the concept of why you think that's the ceiling, and you just listed off a bunch of teams that seemingly you believe they've got a chance to beat, and you listed names like the Thunder and the Grizzlies and the Rockets and the Lakers. Why is there not the possibility then that they go all the way to the finals?
Well, the ceiling really would be they win the whole damn thing. But
that's mathematically.
Sure.
Again,
so if we want to talk about like actual ceiling.
No, I want to know in your heart. Like if you feel like they can win 2, why not 3?
Because I do think that Denver, for one, is a bad matchup.
Okay, you don't think
OKC, bad matchup. Even though you've beaten OKC in the regular year.
Is OKC a bad matchup?
I think so. I mean,
know if they're awesome, so there's that.
Right, and I don't think you have anyone who can guard Shea, and you saw what Kyrie did to you, and I think that Shea's better than Kyrie, and so I think about this team and point of attack, POA defense, and you don't have that. I think Shea becomes a very tough matchup for you.
If there's no one who can guard Shea, and I'd argue that person doesn't exist on earth, but if there's nobody who can guard Shea and nobody who can guard Kyrie, then why is there somebody who can guard Ja?
I mean, Ja is a little bit different, and I think that Memphis, by and large, is a little bit more inconsistent.
Yeah.
I don't know if Ja has yet gotten to that point where, like, Kyrie has done it. He's a champion. He's in his 30s. He's a veteran. For me, Ja is still a little bit meteoric, and I think that you can take Ja out of his game a little bit. The other one is Denver and the Joker, and Draymond has shown that he can guard Jokic in spurts. And
that would be hard.
Now he's getting older, but that's
5,
a hard
6, 7
series.
times in a row. That's
no doubt,
really hard.
No doubt. And Denver's playing much, much better. They've won 8 in a row, and now Denver is, trending toward maybe being the 2, or they probably won't catch OKC, but
they're 8.5 back.
Right. So they probably won't. But Denver to me is a team that is starting to find its championship form.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. Denver to me is that would be very, very difficult.
And the other rat on the table for me is the Lakers. Because
I don't know.
Thank you. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
I can't answer questions about the Lakers yet, because when I looked at the Warriors and Lakers previously, I always felt like, that's a rough matchup for the Warriors, but that idea was largely based on Anthony Davis. The Warriors traditionally do not have an answer for a size scorer like Anthony Davis. He would give them so much trouble on both ends of the floor. Now, he's not there. Now, Luka's there.
Yeah.
That's a completely different animal and a different set of problems, but I guess I would want to see more to learn who the Lakers are and learn the Warriors-Lakers specific matchup before I can say that the Warriors are not that the Lakers are not a good matchup for the Warriors in the playoffs. I actually don't know that right now.
And I guess having Jimmy Butler now to go against LeBron helps a little bit, but if you don't have Jimmy, you saw what LeBron did last time they played, and Jimmy was in street clothes on the sidelines, and you don't have an answer for LeBron, even though he's 40, and Wiggins normally would be that guy. Can Jimmy Butler guard LeBron? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Luka is a big-time problem. So for me, the Lakers is a matchup that I would want to avoid.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They've only played 2 games with Luka. One of them was against Utah, and they got blown off the floor. So I don't know what they're going to go through. And I hearken back. It's a conversation I had. You know who told me this years ago? Michael Thompson, Clay's dad. He told me that when you're talking about these top offensive players in the game, thank you. When you're talking about these top offensive players in the game, there's no such thing as guarding them. You can't stop any of them. You can't stop Steph Curry. You can't stop Kyrie.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, get out of here. There's no guarding that guy.
Get out of here.
That's why they're the best offensive guards in the game. Now, you can make it hard on them, and that's all you're trying to do is make it hard on them, and then they're also human beings, so on certain nights, the shot is not going to fall, and on certain nights it is. That's kind of why I did not come out of the game the other night in Dallas overly concerned. Like, I get that the Warriors came out a little flat, and sure, they missed layups. There's a bunch of things you can point to and say, do that better, and they know that. But I don't look at it as some, like, ridiculous fumble, because one of the top one-on-one players in the world was on his game. And there's really not a whole lot you can do when that happens. You just try. Like, I don't dig it when that's going on and we start spotlighting individuals and go, oh, Kyrie cooked you. Yes. Like, Rucker Park, dude. Kyrie will cook anyone in this planet. And then the shot will or won't fall. There's nobody in the world that can prevent Kyrie Irving from getting a shot off. No one. That doesn't exist. That's why he's Kyrie Irving.
Oh, you could double him.
Well, sure. He can get the ball out of his hands if he's playing within the framework of team basketball, like not at Rucker, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like he and his shot, he was on one. So, salute. That's all. Salute.
Tip the cap. I mean, when you have a team that has only Clay and a bunch of no names, you could have done better, I thought, to double him and to try to make other people beat you. And, you mostly tried to single him up. And I shared with all of you the text message of every basket that he made. And they tried every simple defender, and including your guy, Buddy Hield, who is now maybe getting shuttled further down the depth chart.
I'm glad Steve was listening to Willard and Dibbs live from Houston yesterday.
Yep, the Odyssey app.
14 minutes, 2 points. That felt better. Oh, looky, the Warriors won.
Right.
Poof.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's going to be the way it goes. And when Kuminga comes back, it feels a little bit more likely that that's what you're going to do. But in a short sample yesterday, you came out and you won a game that you didn't have to win, but boy, you go into the break feeling a lot better with a positive record.
Totally. The huge one last night. By the way, Pod's into the starting lineup, and it does not sound like that's a short-term thing. Here's Steve Kerr on that last night.
We felt like it was the right time to do it. I think Brandon has played so well over the last couple of weeks that I think he needs to be in that starting group now. He gives Steph another ball handler, decision maker. He makes a lot of plays out of nothing with his brain and his skill. It was good to get him out there. I imagine he's going to be out there now, as a starter for a while. Obviously with Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, and I thought Moses complimented those guys really well. We'll see how it goes from here. We got JK coming back hopefully within a couple of weeks, so we always have options, but I think BP's got to be out there.
BP 39 minutes last night. Moses Moody 34 minutes last night. I half joked that the Warriors, if they're not feeling things right now, they should check in for a minute or two on Pat Spencer. 13 minutes last night. Buddy
7
Hield.
shots.
Yeah. And Buddy Hield, 14 minutes.
Yeah.
That felt better.
Well, it felt better because they won.
Yeah.
And,
Well, it felt like the right thing to do. Let's put it that way.
I guess. And, it felt better because they won. And it felt better because, Pods came out and played great. And he made his layups, which is nice because Pods has had a hard time at the rim, near the rim, finishing. And, 2 of 7 from 3. But for me, with Pods, it's more about him making the intermediate, the close shots, because he gets to the rim a lot. And if he's going to shoot 30% from 3, I'll live with that because I don't really look at him as a 3-point shooter. But Buddy Hield getting only 14 minutes and 0 for 4 from 3.
4.
It feels like, they're realizing that if he's not hot, and he's not, then why play him?
No doubt. 888-957-9570. So, what do you think as we take a break for the All-Star game and beyond? Warriors don't play for a full 7 days till they're in Sacramento next Friday night. What do you think their ceiling is now that you've seen their new look? Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call. Hey, you know how Jimmy Butler said that he's not in game shape yet? So I'm excited to see, Jimmy Butler in game shape. I think that will happen. Him being suspended for a lot of times. It kind of helped him to be fresh heading into the final stretch in the playoffs. Hey, if health permitting, if they're healthy heading to the playoffs, and if Jonathan Kuminga comes back and picks up where he left off before the injury, and if they draw a matchup like a young OKC team or even the Rockets, even Memphis, a team like that, I see them in the Elite Eight and maybe the Final Four because, hey, all of a sudden with the arrival of Jimmy Butler, the Warriors are no longer one-dimensional.
Jonathan, thanks. I mean, he mentions the ultimate wild card. I can't wait to see this. I can't wait to see how Jonathan Kuminga gets fit into this whole puzzle.
Off the bench,
That's or not. I don't know. Probably. Wow. I would think.
Right.
But I don't know what they're going to do. But I can't wait to see how that fits in. If it goes well, then now you might have something. Now you might be cooking. Like, it is important to bring up the fact that we're looking at this new look team and we still don't have a full look at it.
Yes, and I do think you look at what they've done with the starting unit and Moses Moody as the power forward, quote unquote. And if you feel comfortable playing him at the 4, and he played 34 minutes last night, he had 10 points, he was a plus 10. I don't know why you would disrupt that. Maybe his minutes go down a little bit, and the Pods minutes, he played 39. Maybe those go down a little bit because you want Kuminga to play, 25 or even a little bit more when he's healthy. So where do those minutes come from? They come from Gee. They come from maybe Pat. Does Buddy get shuttled even further down? I do think you bring Kuminga off the bench, and I like the starting lineup with Pods in there and also with Moody at the 4.
I wonder if it'll still be Moody or if it'll be Kuminga or if they'll, they'll play with that like they have been. I think that I heard Tim Roy say last night that was their 33rd different starting lineup of the year.
Yep.
They have only played 55 games. They have 33 different starting lineups.
Yep.
Whoa.
When they're running out of starting lineups, they can, unless, you want to throw in Jackson Rowe.
Jackson Rowe has not started yet.
No, I don't know if, Quentin has and Buddy has and Kevon has. Has Pat Spencer
I don't think
started
so.
a game?
I don't think so.
You got a couple more that you can. Yep.
GP2, who was a late scratch from the game last night, he has started games.
Right.
And so
TJD has for sure.
For sure.
But
although it feels like right now I'm never going to see him again. My God, he got buried.
Yep.
He got buried. I'm glad he's participating this weekend so he can finally run.
Pat Spencer has not started a game.
Okay, there you go. All right, let's.
And TJD is participating in
Rising Stars.
Okay.
Yeah, he's although he doesn't feel like he's rising right now, but it's just, in the moment.
And I did a whole thing on Pat Spencer yesterday. I'm going to leave that there.
Isn't it perfect that after you say that, we go to Pat in Foster City? Hi, Pat. What's your last name, if you don't mind?
Hey, thank you. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, do you want to give us your last name, and is it Spencer?
No, my last name is Merrill, like Merrill Lynch, but unfortunately no relation. I wish there was a relation.
Oh, that's too bad.
No.
Yeah, you'd be rich.
But anyway, thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
In terms of upside, realistically with the Warriors, I mean, I have hopes that are much higher than this, but if I had to put money down on it, I would say that the upside for the Warriors is to finish maybe in the 7th seed and losing the first round by maybe winning 2 games and losing that first series 4-2. That to me feels about where that's kind of what I kind of think that is maybe the upside for the team this year. And the reason I say that is a couple-fold, but one, I think the Warriors don't have the luxury of kind of coasting into the playoffs. They got to fight the rest of the way. And with an older team and looking at minutes and stuff with these older guys, you're not going to be able to play Steph for 22 minutes and Draymond for 24 minutes and, these guys for, managed minutes. They're going to have to be kind of flat out all the way into the playoffs pretty much, depending on what Kuminga does. He can get out and play 32 minutes and relieve some of that pressure maybe from some of the older guys. But nevertheless, I think they're going to be pretty well spent by the time the playoffs come if they get, into the playoffs, into the 7th seed or whatever. But I think a big part of it is Kuminga. And I think if he can come back and really contribute and play well, it'd be fantastic. But if he doesn't get much opportunity or doesn't play well, or Moody's playing ahead of him, I think they're going to have a big problem in the locker room because, this is Kuminga's contract year, right? And if he feels like he's not getting opportunity, and he and Kerr not been the best roommates, if you will, for the last few years anyway, they have to, I think, give Kuminga a chance to do his thing. But if he succeeds, I think it's great. But if he doesn't, then I think there's going to be maybe a little bit of turmoil there, I think.
Well,
so
I wonder.
I think a lot of it has to do with Kuminga.
Yeah, Pat, thanks. I think that's all pretty level-headed. I don't know that I would predict much of a chance of a locker room problem based on Jonathan Kuminga. I think it's important to point this out. Jonathan has been frustrated, reportedly, off and on, for a long time now with regard to whether it's starting, whether it's minutes, what have you. And he has handled that really well. Really well. Like, one thing you always look for, because I bet anybody can relate to this. You got anything in your life that's frustrating you right now?
Yeah, maybe a couple. Yeah.
Anything.
Sure.
It can be, yes, it could be your boss. It could be your spouse.
Huh?
It could be your kids.
Mm-hmm.
It could be your car. It could be the government. Whatever. How do you handle that? What do you do with that? You know, do you pout? Do you lose it? Do you not do your job anymore? Do you not do what's expected of you anymore? Or do you channel that and try to turn that into something like, when you get the opportunity, bang, off you go? And Jonathan, I think, has done that really well. I want to give him credit for that. You know what I mean? Can I this take 30 seconds? Quick story. My daughter Ella, so she's on a JV soccer team at Tam High, and first handful of games of the year, never got off the bench. Like, coach did not put her in. She go to practice every day. She's at every game. There. She was not getting in. And she would be frustrated after games. And she would talk to me about that. And I would say, hey.
Go to Twitter.
Exactly. Come to work with me and scream about it on the air. No, I was like, keep doing what you're doing. Your time is coming. Your turn is coming. Just trust that your turn is coming. She had no idea at the team banquet the other night. She got the award for most improved player.
Oh, wow.
And I so proud of her, because she never broke stride. Just keep doing what you're doing. Jonathan Kuminga has done a good job of that this year, I think.
He has. I mean, last year he had the one report where, you know, through his agent, he was unhappy about his role and this and that. But this year, yeah, your head is down, and it's a little bit colored by the fact that he's missed now 7 weeks, and he's going to miss a couple of more. So it's hard to really chirp when you're not available to even play.
No doubt. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. More of your phone calls next. Plus, look, the All-Star game is here, and I have no choice but to keep it real. There's something about this weekend that I find really surprising and somewhat disappointing. We'll get to it coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident?
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
No, O is not the first letter of the alphabet.
Neither is Schmidt.
No.
I mean, I have a 2.5-year-old, and believe me, we sing the ABCs all the time, and neither O or Schmidt come in the beginning.
You're right in the throes of the can't swear in this house age.
No, and also like words like stupid and dumb and like other things that
Valentine's Day, other cuss words like that.
She had a big Valentine's Day, my daughter, yesterday at school. She came home with a bunch of Valentines, many of which
I hope you sat her down and told her that this is a bunch of crap.
Exactly. And literally what she got is a bunch of crap. So what happens is, and I don't want to go too far down this road,
Sure
but
you do.
As a parent of a 2-year-old, it's, we're going to have a Valentine party at the preschool. So now the parents have to go out and buy crap so that you can each give the other students crap so that these 2-year-olds can get a bunch of crap that they don't even really know what to do with. So my daughter gets all these Valentines, none of which were addressed by the kids, none of which have any personal meaning. And she goes through and she systematically is just ripping them in half because it's where she is right now in her developmental phase. So, yeah, happy Valentine's Day. Thanks for the crap that I can rip up, and my dad can now pick this up off the floor.
I'm going to steal that line later on tonight. As soon as Christy puts dinner in front of me, happy Valentine's Day. Thanks for the crap.
Right.
That's not going to happen.
What's funny is all the parents got the same Valentines from the Dollar Tree. And so you go to the Dollar Tree.
That is a strong
and
play.
You buy the cheapest crap you can get.
Yes.
Because society tells us that we have to give Valentines to 2-year-olds, none of whom know A, what the day is, or B, what this crap is.
Man.
And so it becomes a parental rite of passage more than it is like an expression of love.
Life is tough
So
on them.
stupid,
tough
dude.
on them streets in Moraga.
Not that tough.
Anyway,
it's lame.
Here's what's on tap for the
Keep it
weekend.
real.
Other than Dibs' huge Valentine's plans,
Yeah, big.
all brought to you by AC Transit, driving the East Bay since 1960. You got
Couch shopping.
Celebrity game today, 4 o'clock. It's coming up in an hour, Oakland Arena. Rising Stars game, Chase Center tonight at 6. Tomorrow, All-Star practice, Oakland Arena, 11 to 2. And then right after that, the HBCU Classic at Oakland Arena at 2. All-Star Saturday night, Skills Challenge, 3-point contest, Slam Dunk contest, and all at Chase Center starting at 5. And then Sunday, of course, you got the All-Star game, Chase Center, 5 o'clock. That's what's on tap for the weekend. Brought to you by AC Transit, driving the East Bay since 1960. We'll go back to the phones here in a sec. But
who are you most looking forward to seeing tonight at the Rising Stars games?
Yeah.
And I did that intentionally, not
whoever's-
to embarrass you, and I wouldn't have known a name if I hadn't have pulled it up.
I'm not embarrassed at all. But
Right.
Name any non-warrior.
Dude, seriously.
Oh God, is Stefan Castle in the game?
Yeah.
There it is. That's
He's
my guy.
on Team C.
Good job. That's what. Yeah, I'll go Team C. I like him.
Yeah.
because he's in the dunk contest.
Yep.
And I played him on Underdog the other night, and he had cashed in by halftime, and so I've been watching him a little bit lately. This is a good young player
for sure.
I can't believe they didn't have to give him up in the De'Aaron Fox deal.
Yeah.
Holy crap! They should cut Chris Paul right now.
He's a good player.
They got Fox and Castle.
And he's on Mully's team, and I only know this because I had to pull up the rosters with Dalton Connect and TJD, and maybe the biggest I'm sorry rookie of the year for everybody out there who crushed this guy, including me, and I called him the Big Stiff from Purdue, Zach Edey. Zach Edey's turned out to be a good little pro.
He can play.
I mean, he could play, and everyone thought, oh, this Big Stiff, he'll never make it, and this and that, and he's averaging almost 10 and almost 8.
He's a 3-1 favorite to be the next guy Draymond punches too, by the way.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, he's coming him a couple times, and Zach is not. He's not taking the bait. And I guess that's my point of the Rising Stars Challenge. And Team D is the G League team with Mac McClung. Don't miss Mac McClung playing alongside, and I'm not making this up, Dink Pate. Dink Pate.
Who are you?
Wait, who's he?
John Sally.
Who's he play
Dink
for?
Pate.
Who does he play for?
He plays for the Mexico City Capitans, which is where JTA plays. Juan Toscano Anderson's on that team.
Yeah. Okay.
Dink Pate.
Sure. You can say it again if you want. It's fun.
John Sally.
Sure. All right.
Dink Pate.
Here's the thing, though.
Anyhow.
Never in the history of the Rising Stars game has anybody made popcorn and invited people over because it's the Rising Stars game.
Fair.
There's something else going on this weekend that I just look. It's been sitting there. This isn't going to surprise anyone. We've talked about it to a certain degree, but it didn't really land in my gut until today. I woke up today, and it's All-Star Weekend. It's here, Chase Center, Thrive City. Right? Goose probably got a sport code or something, people are handing out VIP tickets to each other. It's here. The party is here. And I was just like, I can't believe Steph's not doing anything. I can't believe it. I'm not mad at him. He's Steph. He can do whatever he wants. And I have no idea what it's like to go through the exhaustion of being Steph Curry. He looked exhausted in the game last night. I mean, he literally, in between plays, he's looking at the ground, and almost like if I were to caption the photo, he's just like, you got to be kidding me. I am completely out of gas. And then the ball would get it. He needs a break. I fully get all of it. But let me say it again. I'm not mad, but I can't believe it. I cannot believe that Chase Center has the All-Star game. There's a 3-point competition that's going to go on tomorrow night, and Steph's not in it. I'm surprised and I'm disappointed that Steph Curry is not going to have a bigger visual impact on the weekend for fans.
I have a little bit of a conflicted viewpoint.
Okay.
Because if you look at the history of the 3-point contest, what if I told you that he hasn't participated in the last 3?
No, I know that.
Right. And even though he did the Sabrina and Steph head-to-head, and they wanted to run it back this year, but it fell through, and I get it.
How? Wait a minute. Can we spotlight that for a second?
It fell through, Mark.
Okay, that is fine, but then the next thing you said was, I get it. I don't.
Well, I get it.
I don't.
Well, if you're Steph.
I don't get it.
Well, if you're Sabrina, it really, okay, do you need to have a higher profile? Maybe a little bit, but the W is on the rise, and Sabrina's a big deal, and she's doing her thing in that 3-on-3 thing that shows up on my TV when we're doing our show, and it's like, I can't even tell you what the name of that is, but I look over and I watch it. It's kind of fun. It's a professional women's basketball 3-on-3, mini league thing. So she's playing basketball.
Yeah, no, I've seen it.
This game is here in Steph's arena. So it seems like a no-brainer that it would be, Steph and Sabrina. And honestly, if I was Adam Silver and I had a giant mound of money, which he does, it would be Steph and Sabrina against Clay or Dame and Caitlin Clark.
You said that earlier. And
Pay-per-view.
I'm like, that's brilliant.
Dude.
Did y'all hear what Dibs just said? Did y'all hear that? If you had tomorrow night Steph and Sabrina versus Clay and Caitlin, tell me that would not be the complete headliner of the entire weekend.
Right. Bigger than Mac McClung going for 3?
So when we say, they politely declined, let me ask again, what'd you offer them? Did you offer Caitlin, would you like a free trip to San Francisco? Or did you say, hey, Caitlin, here's $5 million. Come be the headline of the whole damn, what they call global celebration of the game.
Yeah.
It would actually, hold on a second, get people to want to watch. And you're literally sitting here having interviews. Adam Silver is doing interviews admitting that last year's All-Star weekend was an embarrassment. And this year you're trying to fix it. And the first thing that you offered to fans was the host and the biggest name in the sport. He's hosting a private party that you're not invited to.
Just outside the arena.
It's a bummer. I'm bummed. I'm not mad. I'm bummed.
I am too. But at least there is one consolation in all this.
Sensation?
Dink Pate. Tonight.
Well, no, there's another consolation. Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy will be broadcasting from the Amador Club from 6 to 9 p.m. right here on 95.7 The
Grandy
Game.
wore a sweater.
Grandy is so fancy this week.
Grandy showered.
I don't even know how to talk to you right now.
Hey, shower every day.
Amador Club followed by your private Steph party that you were the only one who was invited to?
Man.
The hell got into you?
Yeah, I got another invite last night.
Oh, man, tell us about that.
He's hosting a brunch Sunday.
I'm flooded. I can't make it to all these parties.
Perfect. Is there an omelet bar? What are we
Probably.
doing? I mean, all right. So it's 80
crepes, fancy crepes.
It's 85 cigar night, a party thrown by Chad Ochocinco and Tio. And yes, Grandy will be there. Other celebrities on hand include Dusty Baker, Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond, Chris Mullen, Baron Davis, Jason Richardson, and Mark Grandy.
Wow.
Is brought to you by the celebrity Mark Grandy Pickleball Bash. For your tickets to this weekend's events, go to celebritypickleballbash.com or just call Grandy. He's the one who's got the access to everything. We're also sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. How's this grab you that Steph's not doing anything this weekend? And I know a lot of people think he will He's going to surprise everybody. And maybe he will, but even if he does that, that's a miss by the NBA. And I'll tell you why. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands. Residential, commercial, interior, exterior.
Curry, pump fake, takes a dribble, takes a three. Good! A relocation three for Curry, and the lead is pushed to 7. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, thank you, Tim.
Great call.
If you could have gotten Tim Roy to tell Dibbs that his picks stink, that would actually be the funniest one yet.
Man.
Grandy?
Oh, have I got a gift for you?
No.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibbs, your picks stink.
I mean...
What? Why am I hearing this for the first time today?
Why am I hearing this at all? A man who I've known for the better part of 30 years, a man that I've looked up to, and we've had many, you might get broken up here, many conversations. And honestly, if I was to give out a Valentine on this day, he would be among, well, I don't give him out, but he'd be the one.
Well,
not anymore.
I lost you. Yeah, don't surround yourself with yes people, Dibbs. He's simply talking facts. Your playoff record was?
I'm coming off of a win.
I didn't ask what happened in the last game. What was your playoff record?
I can't even remember, Mark.
You know exactly what it was.
I'm going to give you the Mark McGuire in front of Congress and say, I'm not here to talk about the past. 3-10, Mark. I was 3-10.
3-10.
Or for those of you, 10-3.
What would be one word to describe 3-10?
I will channel Low Neal and say ferocious.
No, that's one word. Another one would be stinks.
Well, I mean, you don't know what stinks until you have a 2.5-year-old, and then we can talk about what stinks.
Yeah, I've been there. But anyway,
not recently.
That was exciting. This just came across my feed. I want to make sure that I mention this because Steph Curry and his lovely wife Aisha, they celebrated Valentine's Day together.
Of course,
by going out and stopping by East Oakland Pride, along with NBA Cares. And so they're starting NBA All-Star Weekend by going out to an event with a bunch of kids, a charity event, and stopping by and high-fiving and taking pictures and doing all the things that Steph Curry always does. So it's not like Steph is taking today and just being like, I'm going to sleep. I'm tired. I'm asleep. I don't want to be involved in this. So Steph is still being Steph. They're being themselves. That's wonderful. I'm not mad. I still can't believe it. I cannot believe that the NBA All-Star Game is here and that we are not getting anything on television in terms of basketball from Steph Curry other than the game itself, which, by the way, we don't even know what that looks like.
The game itself? There is no the game itself.
Right. It's the games themselves.
Right.
It's multiple games. For those of you who don't know, you've got 4 teams. One of them is going to be the winner of the Rising Stars Challenge. And then outside of that, you have these teams that were drafted by Shaq and Chuck and Kenny. I happen to believe that they were told who to draft because I think you can see by looking at the rosters who's going to play each other in the finals. And it's going to be Shaq's team versus Chuck's team, partially because it's Shaq and Chuck. And that way you'll get trash talk between the two big fellas. And you're going to get the old guys versus some of the younger guys. Wemby is on one team. Shai Gilgeous is on one team. Durant, Steph, and LeBron are on the other team. So I don't know that it's going to play out that way. That'd be my guess. But the two winners of the first 2 rounds will play each other first to 40 wins. That's it. They're not asking you to score 200 points like they did before.
Right.
40 points, off the court you go. And this is with a full roster where there will be like plenty of subs and all of these things.
It's 8 on 8, I think.
Right. So how much Steph are we going to get at NBA All-Star Weekend in San Francisco? It feels like we're tracking toward very little.
Yeah. Not enough. Not enough.
And I just, it's a bummer. It's a bummer.
It's a bummer. And it made me think about a bigger issue and, weigh in 888-957-9570 if you want. But I was thinking about it earlier today as we were doing our text thread about the idea of if you don't care, why should we? And the idea of that in sports, like the NFL regular season, they care because it literally can be life or death. And the Niners blew 3 games this year, and if they wouldn't have blown those 3, they might have been a playoff team, and who knows? And so the NFL doesn't have this problem. The Pro Bowl, if you don't care, why should we? They did away with it. The NBA, the regular season in general, if you don't care a lot, why do we care? And that's why I think ratings are down from where they once were. And I'm thinking about my beloved PGA Tour and all the problems they're having this year with slow play and reduced fields and, players who are maybe not that motivated to play every event. And when you do play and you're T41, you're tied for 41st and you make $618,000, it's like, cool. And fans aren't really watching because outside the majors, the golfers don't care. So I'm thinking about sports in general, Mark, like the more that we have so many options as a consumer. Sure. If you tell me that you don't really care about it, why would you expect us to care about it? And I think that this weekend is a little bit like that, where LeBron's not doing the dunk. He never has. Steph's not doing the 3. He's done it 7 times. So I'm not going to hold his feet to the fire, although it's a game in your backyard.
Just surprised.
I mean,
I'm so surprised.
Even the NBA All-Star game itself, if you go back to Rick Barry, and there's a good article in The Athletic today from Dan Brown. It's a great article about when Rick Barry won the All-Star game MVP in a game that was at the Cow Palace. And Dan had a great quote in the piece, and he said, "Who guarded that day?" And Rick said, "Didn't matter," because Rick went for, I think, 38, and he was the MVP, but it was a game where both teams were actually playing basketball.
Yeah, if you asked an NBA All-Star today, who guarded you, the answer is the same every year.
Right.
No one.
Nobody.
Yeah,
right.
No one.
Maybe Jim Harbaugh. Nobody.
Right. Nobody.
So that's kind of where I'm landing this weekend, Mark, is the idea of if you don't care, then why should I? And I love it, and I'll watch everything, and I'll watch the All-Star game and stuff because it's here. But as a general sports fan, more and more it feels to me like sports are telling you that less and less of their things, of their product, is that important to you.
Yeah. No, I mean, we talked about this yesterday, and I think it's a byproduct sometimes of something that there's really nothing anybody can do about. I mean, I guess somebody could do something about like an 8:45 p.m. tip in Dallas followed by another game the next night in Houston. That's what Steve Kerr was upset about. And Steve has every right to talk about that and say, boy, this is disadvantageous, and I wish it wasn't that way. And he can have a point, and then so can we. And the point is that I just think that the NBA fan right now is overwhelmed by that message that you're saying right now. The message being we don't want to play. We don't want to play. We don't want to do the extra stuff. We don't want to dunk. We don't want to shoot. We largely don't want to play. I mean, you go into last night where every single team who played was on a back-to-back. Do you know, and boy, the Warriors deserve a real high five for this. Did you look up and down the lineups last night? Do you know that Kyrie with his 42, do you know what he did last night for an encore?
What, 38?
No, a collared shirt. He watched. Do you know that Clay didn't play last night?
Wow.
Andrew Wiggins didn't play last night, and that's after getting 5 days off because he was traded. Bam Adebayo didn't play last night.
Man.
You watched what the Rockets did. Like the Rockets, we didn't even bring this up. How was Şengün in the second half last night? Oh, how was Jalen Green in the second half last night? Oh, look.
Yeah.
They didn't play, and they're all like 23 years old. It's the oddest thing. There's no great answer. It's been talked out. We're not throwing anything brand new at you, but it's hitting a little bit different because the flipping All-Star game is down the street. And like if you had asked me 3 months ago, will Steph Curry be in the three-point contest at Chase? I'd have been like, well, of course he will be. What are we doing here? Why did this even come here? If you're like, there's only 2 guys who still, and I know if you're an NBA head, you're like, no, Mark, Giannis and like Wemby, sure. There's 2 dudes who still drive the league. They are the names, they are the ratings drivers, they are the dudes. And it's actually a concern because one of them's 40 and the other one's about to be 37 years old. And it's very, very reminiscent of what is happening on the PGA Tour where they're still jamming Tiger Woods down your throat. We literally has no ability to win a tournament, potentially no ability to even be at a tournament.
Right.
And they're still like, Tiger Woods! It's like,
but even beyond that, like Scottie Scheffler last year had one of the best years in the history of the tour. And this year, he's just now making his first appearance. And nobody cares until you get to Augusta.
Right.
Even golf heads like you and me.
No doubt. No doubt. But I just, I look at it, and it's so surprising to me when you've got ratings drivers like that and an NBA who is coming to your arena. And it's not even like LeBron. Like, for me, Steph is one of one in this conversation because LeBron has worn 3 or 4 different jerseys, depending on how you look at it. But this is Steph's house. This is his home. This is his franchise. This is the jersey that he made famous. This is all of those things. If I were Adam Silver, I head straight to Atherton 6 months ago, and I sit down and I go, what do you need?
Yep.
And I don't care what the answer is, you got it. Do you need $1 billion? Fine.
Wow.
Like, what do you need to make sure that we don't have the embarrassment of coming off of a gross all-star game the year before, heading to Chase Center and not having you there?
Steph said that he went to the NBA offices over the summer not to talk to Adam Silver about All-Star, but they ended up doing it, and they ran down options, and they ultimately agreed that this new format for the All-Star game specifically is something worth trying.
Okay, no, and
I don't know exactly what the rest of the conversation entailed.
That's a little different than the three-point contest or whatever, and I hear you on that. And I heard Adam Silver throw this out, and I'm intrigued by it because a lot of people will go, well, what's the fix? And I'm like, I don't know. What the hell is going to fix this? Do you think that the American players versus the world would get them to play hard? Even just a little bit?
Yes.
Giannis, Jokic, Wemby, LeBron, Steph,
KD.
Yeah,
sure.
Or whatever. Like, obviously, there's a bunch of them. You know, like, would that get it going? And if it would, let's do it.
More so.
Let's go. Let's do this. You know what I mean?
I do think that this format this year is more likely to make them play harder because it's a game to 40. So you only have to play hard for, a game to 40, even if you play defense, it's probably 15 minutes of actual basketball time, right? Because a normal NBA quarter would be 34 to 30, let's just say, in a first quarter. So it's going to be a little bit more than 1 quarter of basketball. So I do think you cut to the chase faster. And yeah, I think that this format's going to be a little bit better as far as competition goes. But even to your point, let's say that Steph and his team, they come out and they come out cold and they get knocked out and they lose 40 to 26. That's it, Steph. Steph plays 12 minutes of all-star basketball and you're gone and LeBron's gone and KD's gone. And that's it, night.
That would be, by the way, if that happens,
that would be bad for business.
They're putting that team up against the Rising Stars winner. So if that happened, that would be shocking. I don't even believe they would let that happen. But if the Rising Stars, but if the Rising Stars beat Steph, Kevin Durant, and LeBron James, then we got a real problem.
You may have no answer for Dink Pate.
That's possible.
And you have to be ready for that.
Did you guys see what Chris Haynes reported earlier this morning?
No, what did he say?
He reported that the league and players union are going to meet on Sunday with the players themselves of the All-Star game prior to the game to, quote, highly stress the importance of competing for fans and for the business.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, it's going to look different because they got embarrassed last year. So I get that. It's going to look different. How much different? I don't know. And actually, even as we sit here and throw out our idea, U.S. against the world, I don't know if there's enough world players yet to do this. I mentioned Wemby and Giannis and Jokic, and you can start running around and you can find others. You can find a Siakam and a Larry Markkinen and all that, but those are not even guys who right now you're extending a completely different all-star team for guys who didn't make the all-star team. You've got all-star, you make the all-star, there's contractual aspect to this, there's pride, there's all of that, and 90% of it is American players. So I don't know if that's a perfect answer either. But man, I don't know. This, for me, is not even actually, though, about the game. It's about competing and about this new format. Like, of course, I'll check it out, and maybe it'll look better this year. It certainly can't look any worse. But if Adam Silver did sit down with Steph Curry to talk about All-Star Weekend, and the only subject was the format of the game itself, and at no point did Adam say, hey, what on earth can we do? What yacht can we have show up at your house in order to get you to the three-point contest on Saturday night? Then that's a complete miss. I am still blown away that he's not in that event. I don't understand at all. That's just, it's wild to me.
I agree.
Not mad at him, disappointed, but I'm just shocked more than anything else.
Just two things on that. One, he has participated in the second most three-point shootouts in the history of the contest. Second only to Craig Hodges.
Yeah.
Craig Hodges has done 8. Steph has done 7. So if I'm Steph, I'm thinking at it like, I've done my bit. I've done it for you. I mean, I've been there year in and year out. And yes, it's at home for him, and it makes sense that he would do it. And it makes sense that he would try to get, a 4th title and all that. I'm totally with you. But if I'm Steph and I'm looking at it in terms of LeBron never has done the dunk, and I've done 7 of these, and you can't get LBJ to do 1 dunk contest. So I don't think Steph owes the league. I do agree with you about the idea that it's his game, it's his shot. Like, he made the three-pointer what it is, and the game is in his backyard. So, yeah, that makes sense. And the other piece of it is you talked about the U.S. versus the internationals, and I'm just looking at the rosters. We forget about Gilgeous Alexander, Canada, Pascal Siakam.
I mentioned him.
Cameroon.
Yep.
Şengün is an all-star.
Okay.
He's not from here. Karl Anthony Towns is, he feels Canadian. No, he's from Piscataway, New Jersey, which might as well be another country. But I do think that we're closer to what you're talking about, an international team. You could put together a clean, 6 or 7 of the 24.
Jimmy Butler's from Amsterdam.
No
we
doubt.
found that out this week, so that's exciting.
Not an all-star, but yeah. And Kyrie Irving is from outer space, if you believe what he says about the Earth.
That's true.
So I do think we're closer. I just was thinking about the all-star game this year and how many all-stars you could actually put together for an international team.
You're probably still a little bit short, but then again, you figure something out. You got to figure something out. And maybe this will be it. Maybe this will look better.
Yeah.
Again, this to me is a little bit more about Steph Curry, and I'm just, I don't know, man. I woke up today and I'm like, I can't believe that it went this way. Even Steiny and Goo on Wednesday were out there and they're like, there might still be something with Steph. And then by the time we woke up yesterday, it's like, no, it's not gonna be anything with Steph. And I know a lot of people are like, ooh, he's going to surprise everybody and come out there. Well, if the NBA does that, that's dumb. That is not the way you promote something. Because you know what you run the risk of? Nobody's here to see your surprise. You need to promote something. And I wonder right now if they're a little short on, and I'm just talking about the TV product. I think that the parties are all going to be great. I think that if you've been over to Thrive City and seen all this, it's all set up and fancy and ready to go. But if I'm just going to be at home for the weekend and I want to watch this on TV, what's the thing where you're like, set your clock, make sure you're there for blank? I mean, it would be Steph Curry shooting the basketball.
Yeah.
That'd be the thing tomorrow. And so if he surprises everybody, nobody's going to be there to see it because they don't think it's coming. Dre in Oakland on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Dre. Thanks for calling.
What's going on, fellas? I appreciate you taking my call. When I heard you guys talking about this, it's there's something as a sports fan, there's a passion that comes out, in this topic because I think, me being part of the problem is that I'm going to watch basketball regardless. But, ratings are dropping and the general fan is saying, no, I'm tuning out. And the emotion behind it is basically, there should be a third seat at that table of these talks and negotiations, and there's only 2. There's the players, and then there's the owners. And it's like a chef talking about what should we cook without asking the person who's going to eat, what they like. And, there's that raw emotion that's like the fan feels left out. How many times have you heard players tell fans they don't know what they're talking about? You don't know basketball. We don't listen to you. I mean, the fans are being outright disrespected. And it really burns me up. And, I should tune out, right? But I love basketball too much. And if Steph, I'd argue this. You say Steph doesn't know? Yes, he does, just like every other player. And I love Steph Curry. They all owe it to the fans. So we've asked them too much what they think. We've asked them, how many have you been in? Are you tired? Nobody cares. I mean, and I'm saying this, with the love for the game. The fan has been left out of the table. There's a third seat that's empty. So I don't care what they come up with two people talking. Ask the fan what they want. And that was put together with like the fan vote of the All-Star game. You're not asking the fan. They're being outright disrespected. And it's been like that for years. And it's felt like that for years.
Yeah, and Dre, thank you for the call. And that's one of those where I don't believe anybody can be wrong. If that's how you have been made to feel as a fan, as a customer, then what do we learn? What's the first thing we learn in retail? The customer is always
right.
There you go.
Yep.
Well, Dre, you're right. If that's how you feel, then to me that's worth. So I don't think the players should be asking the fans' opinion necessarily. But bottom line is if you're disenfranchising your customers, then you lose.
Right. And if it happens long enough, then and ratings fall far enough and revenue dips, then they'll make changes.
Yeah, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're also sponsored by Frontier Ford. We are 20 minutes away from the key word for the last knockout spot. Okay, so you got to stay right where you are, okay, so that you can win that last spot. Here comes your last chance. We'll also continue to take your calls, 888-957-9570. And then, did you hear what Kevin Durant said about returning to the Bay? Yeah, we're going to need to hear this and talk about this a little bit. It's next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, is my bank. It's family owned.
UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Podziemski dribbles on Nate Williams. Stops on the logo. Waits for Butler. He'll pop out on the left wing. Waits for Draymond. Screen set. Butler over to Podziemski. Pump fake. Dribbles in. Finds Draymond. Top of the key three. It's good! Draymond Green. He hits a clutch three in Clutch City.
Stand on it. Stand on what you say. Stand on what you do. Bay Area is Draymond Green. And you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, thank you, Day Day. That three-pointer made us laugh last night because that was when the energy in the room was starting to get real stressful.
A little nervous,
It was stressful.
Yeah.
Blazers are making their move. The Warriors are getting into that mode they get into where they're like having a hard time finding a good shot, and the ball like flies around the circle, and then there's Draymond. And you're looking at each other, you're like, really, dog? Swish.
Draymond! I mean, Tim Roy captured it perfectly,
oh my
right?
God. Oh, yeah, you can hear him changing his voice. He's just like, really? This is what we're doing? Draymond!
Podziemski dribbles on Nate Williams. Stops on the logo. Waits for Butler. He'll pop out on the left wing. Waits for Draymond. Screen set. Butler over to Podziemski. Pump fake. Dribbles in. Finds Draymond. Top of the key three. It's good! Draymond Green. He hits a clutch three in Clutch City.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler was also open on the wing, and Pods chose to throw it to Draymond, and that's where we're like, oh, dude, like, what are we doing? And then he nailed it.
Yeah.
So, big
Stand
shot.
on it.
Yeah, you did.
It was the easier pass. He would have had to, like, hook pass it. I'm looking at it right now.
A little bit behind him.
NBA.com, and so he threw it to Draymond, who was open. Didn't mean that Draymond had to shoot it, but I'm looking at it right now, and as Draymond catches it, there's about, carry the two, 17 feet of open space.
Correct.
And they're up 6, 50 seconds left, and you got 9 on the clock. So he could have held it and waited for a better shot, but it's Draymond, and
it was a dagger.
It's a catch and shoot.
It ended the game.
If you make this shot, you win.
Yep.
If you miss, you probably maybe still win, but if he misses it, you're up 6. They have the ball with 45 left. Now it's a little dicey.
Yeah, if they go down and hit a
you're
three.
Up 9.
Yep.
You make it, you're up 9 with 45, and it's, put the hands together, night.
It was kind of like that, the quick aside, I don't know if you've all seen the video of what was going on with the Eagles when they were up 27-0, and they threw deep to Devontae Smith into the end zone. It was the one-play drive. I think the Chiefs went for it on 4th down, didn't get it, and the Eagles had the ball right around the 40. I swear to you, I promise. I said this right then and there. I'm like, they're going to huck it deep on the first play because it was just it's one of those things where you're like, there's no reason not to. And so if you watched, and I think it's NFL Films or someone's got all these guys mic'd up on the sideline, and there's Sirianni talking with Kellen Moore, the now head coach of the New Orleans Saints, offensive coordinator for the Eagles. And Sirianni says to him, like, they're trying to talk to each other. Do we call the play? Do we call the play? And they're like, why not? And Sirianni goes, if we hit this, the game's over. And if we don't, it's okay.
Right.
So it's the same kind of thing. By the way, if you do get a chance to go watch that conversation, not only that is cool, but you should watch Saquon Barkley on the highlight of the play because it's a play-action fake. You're up 27-0, and sure, the other team's probably like, oh, they're going to try to take some clock. Play action fake to Barkley. He goes left to do just a quick chip block, and Jalen Hurts cocks the arm to throw it. And right as he's about to release it, Barkley goes out to the left flat, and he just puts his arms up and starts running to the sideline. It was very a la when Steph starts running down to the other end of the court before the ball's even gone in. Saquon was like, Jalen hadn't even thrown it yet, and he's already like, touchdown. And he was right, and that game was out of reach.
Over.
It was already out of reach. But
yeah,
anyway.
mostly. Well, I mean, the game was out of reach early, and I said it to supper, my lovely wife, and she's like, they're getting dominated. I said, yes, but it's 7-0. And at that point where, like, Philly was, you got nothing, and we're foop, 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 and he throws the pick, and it's like, oh, no. This is a classic, like, Kansas City, you're getting beat,
Freaking
but
Chiefs.
Mahomes is going to boop, boop, boop late in the game. And then, Kansas City never had that chance to rally. But to your point last night, and I just watched the clip again, Draymond gets it. He's got all the room. And right when he lets it go, he knows it's in, and he kind of leaves the hand up there. And when it goes through, you see Steph
ball game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also it brought home my take it to the bank prediction, which was over 24 for Draymond. Without that, he doesn't get there because Draymond wound up with 13, 8, and 4, a total of 25.
Perfect.
So that triple got me over the hump.
And, of course, I wanted to send some positive vibes to Buddy Hield and say that he would hit at least 3 threes, and he hit, 0.
No, I thought you said he would hit the basket 3 times on threes, and I believe that all 4 of his threes,
That's
Mark,
true.
actually,
That's true.
thank you.
No air balls.
So, green check mark. I thought what you said was he's going to hit the hoop on 3 threes.
Dude, is Buddy Hield going to go into this 3-point contest and just miss them all? I know, Grandy, right? Did you see the look on Grandy's face when I just asked that? He's just like, I don't know.
Well, I think what would be typical of Buddy is he's going to go out there and be white
he'll
hot.
win it. He'll win it. Yeah.
Well, he's won it before.
Yeah, everyone will be like, so the problem is that there's people defending you in the actual games. I get it now.
Yeah.
Also interested in seeing how Draymond and Moses Moody perform in the skills competition.
Yes.
That has possibility of getting
possibilities.
funny.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt that has possibilities of getting funny. I just saw this. This is kind of one of the things I'm getting at, and then we'll play this Kevin Durant thing. You guys got to hear it. I was just scrolling through Twitter, the Clippers official Twitter feed. It just sent out a big picture of one of their players, kind of looking dramatic and holding the ball in one of his hands, just kind of looking off into space, like that stargazing look. And the tweet reads, "Who's ready to see Norman Powell in the 3-point contest?" I'm thinking to myself, like, no one. No one.
Could have been a Jim Harbaugh for you right there.
Look at this. Look at this. Like, this is what I'm getting at. And this is what I've been harping on baseball about for years. You all need better script writers. You are in entertainment. You need to find a way to go, what is our audience thinking? And then let's go there. Where are they and what are they thinking? Are they on TikTok and they're hungry? Great. Let's make a Nick Bosa omelet. Like, where are you and what are you thinking? And I just think the NBA, like, I get it. They got a new format and everything, but they are on the lam right now, man. They are coming out guns a-blazing for All-Star Weekend, and I don't know if they've fully got a grasp on where their fan base is and what are they thinking. Because one thing I know, they are not thinking, you know what, I'd like to see Norman Powell this weekend with no defense. That's not what we're thinking.
Yeah.
So,
well,
I don't know, man.
You got Jalen Brunson, and you've got Cade Cunningham, Darius Garland, and Tyler Hero.
I do like those guys.
Those are all good.
And Dame, right? Dame is in it.
And Buddy, and wannabe Warrior Cam Johnson. So we all of our Warrior trade machine dreamers, we can get our Cam Johnson on.
If Cam wins
Grandy's
this
shaking
thing,
his head
I
back
know.
there.
Grandy, with all your access this week, are you going to see Cam Johnson? Are you two having a cigar together tonight or what?
I don't know if he got invited.
Oh, wow.
Kapow! Bingo!
Kaboom!
Yeah, kaboom! That's what it is. Kaboom! Yeah.
Kaboom.
It's pretty good.
That was
yeah. Dame is the favorite at 3 to 1.
I should have made him my +1.
Yeah, plus 300. Your second choice to win,
yes,
is Forever Warrior Buddy Hield. He's your second favorite.
I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, have the odds makers not been watching the Warriors?
No. He'll do well.
Yeah.
He'll do well.
Then
His
Garland,
problem is
Norman Powell is the fourth choice.
Okay, great.
Your long shot is Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, Cade's a scorer more than he's a 3-point shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Cade's a hell of a player. Good God,
amazing
he's a
player.
hell of a player. But
and that's the Kuminga draft class, right?
Yeah,
Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, and Wagner and those guys. Yeah, I bet Buddy will do well. But he do well. He just doesn't do well when you're playing a game and there's other people out there.
Just a quick aside on that draft class, because I was doing the Googlage yesterday or the day before about like Kuminga and what's he going to be paid and all the rest of it. And I looked at his draft class, and Jalen Green, when he signed in his draft class, I believe he got 3 years and $100 million. Like a pretty,
33 a year.
It was a pretty meager extension. And Jalen Green is much, much better than Kuminga.
Well, he's ahead of him, yes.
Well, he's on a team that's better than the Warriors, and he's more important to that team, and he scores more.
Jalen Green got 3 for 105.
105, yeah, thank you.
All right, so 30, what is that, 34? 35.
Yep.
35.
35. Okay. And that was, when he was eligible like Kuminga was, and so now Kuminga's been hurt, and I don't think that he's getting 3 and 105.
I don't either.
I think it's maybe 3 and 85.
That sounds about right.
Or,
I don't think it goes more than 3 and 90. That's the lid.
For sure. Yeah.
That's the lid, I think. I think right now, Jonathan, if you offer, he would be smart if the Warriors offered him a 30-year to take it right now.
Right.
I don't know that he can even get that.
If I'm the Warriors, I'm more interested in 4 and 100, which would be 25 a year and, smaller numbers over a longer period. And if you're Kuminga, you might want 3 and 90 over 4 and 100. I don't know, but
maybe.
I just saw that. I saw the Jalen Green contract yesterday, and I thought,
he's so young. He gets signed for 4 years, and he'll still be 26 when the thing's over.
Kuminga, exactly.
So I think
Jalen Green's the same.
I think he'll take the money. I think that you offer him more money. I think he'll take it. Like 3 and 75, 4 and 100. I think he would take 4 and 100. Okay. First off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. And remember, it's 4 o'clock. Like, this is it. There's one spot left. You want it? We got the key word, and we're going to give you that key word coming up very shortly, within the next 10 minutes, very soon. Last spot in the knockout tournament. This is your last chance. So we invite you to keep listening, and we will throw you that word in just a few minutes and then give you instructions on what to do with it. How does this grab everybody? So All-Star game, here comes Kevin Durant. He'll be a teammate with Steph Curry in this new format. So we're going to guide you through this audio because it's that kind of audio in a big room with a lot of people. It's not perfectly clean and clear, but take a listen and gather everything that you can. We'll guide you through the rest, and then we would love to hear how this makes you feel as a Warrior fan. This is Durant talking about this weekend and the past.
Hopefully people can look at the big picture and see I got a couple murals in that arena, in that concourse, So for a couple days, I know it's going to be hard, but for a couple days, you can kind of forget about how I left the Warriors or how I came to the Warriors, or me not wanting to go back to the Warriors, and just appreciate the weekend, appreciate the players that's there. Hopefully people can get off that and just appreciate basketball for the weekend.
Okay, so here's essentially what Kevin just said when he was asked about coming back to the Bay Area for the weekend. The first thing he references is, I do have a couple of murals in that building based on championships. And so hopefully for at least one weekend, people can remember that. He at one point goes, I know it's going to be hard, which I'd like to talk about that for a second. It is. Anyway, we'll get back to that. He says, I know it's going to be hard, but I hope that people can stop thinking about how I left the Warriors, how I didn't want to go back. So he's now openly speaking on that for the first time. And then says, just appreciate basketball, and then kind of refers to the entire thing with a profanity. Just leave all that bleep away for the weekend. Now, I heard this, Dibs, and I immediately was like, oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is way, way worse than I even realized, and I've been here for all of it. I know all of the factors like we all do with Kevin Durant and what people say about him and how I think the majority of Warrior fans are like, I wish the relationship, I wish there weren't so many Warrior fans that felt the way they do, but some do. But I don't think anybody, do you know anyone who's like, bleep that guy? I hate Kevin Durant. I don't know anyone who feels that way about KD. But when I listen to this, he does. He thinks we hate him. That was my number one takeaway from listening to this. And that is just a damn shame.
Yeah, I don't know if I heard that. I'm hearing him describe coming back here more in terms of, the team and the memories and all of it. I do think that there was a certain amount of the fan base who was thinking it's Steph's team. And so it'll never be your team and you're his +1. And Kevin Durant looks at it like, okay, yeah, I might have been his +1 because Steph is great, but I'm equally great. And if the shoe was on the other foot, if Steph would have joined KD's team and they would have won back-to-back titles after KD had already won a title, it would have felt different for KD. I do think that he leaves here with a couple of different things in his mind. One is the fans never fully embraced him the way he wanted to be embraced, because if you want to make a list of top 25 players of all time, Steph and KD are both on there, and Steph is 11 and KD's 14, or KD's 12 and Steph is 13, whatever you want to do in terms of the order. But I think their two careers are pretty damn similar. Steph has more titles. KD probably has more accolades in terms of
I don't know about
points
that.
and uniqueness. I do think that if you wanted to look at it outside this market, there's a debate that you could have, and titles is always a big one for everyone.
Sure.
But if we want to do that, then Robert Horry's got 7. So Robert Horry, is he the 11th best player of all time because he's got the 11th most titles? Of course not. So I do think in these discussions we get too bogged down in titles. So I think part of it is him with a chip on his shoulder thinking, y'all in Golden State never appreciated me for how good I am. And the other piece of it is the Draymond, the Steve Kerr, the Joe Lacob, whatever it is about Kevin Durant's time here that he doesn't want to revisit.
That's interesting.
I heard that as two-pronged.
Yeah, you heard more of like a bleep you from Kevin Durant. At least that's what I'm hearing you say.
Or like bleep that. Not bleep you, but like
But what's
bleep
that?
no.
But let's define that. Like I think he's talking about the fans and saying, like, man, I wish I could come to the Bay Area and we would just talk about and celebrate basketball as opposed to the past. And then the references to the past are all very negative. The way I left and how I didn't want to go back. And I'm like, man, maybe it's just me. I never looked at the way Kevin left with some sort of anger. It's disappointment. It's a bummer. You'd love for great players to stay. But I've always looked at free agency in sports where it's like, dude, if you want to go, go. Like that's the deal.
Right.
You've earned free agency, and if you want to go, then go. And if you don't want to come back, then don't come back. And that's exactly what happened. In fact, the Warriors respected those wishes to such a level that they called off talks as soon as they found out that he didn't want to come. Like a lot of times people are like, so what? I don't care if he wants to come. He's going to come. We'll be under contract, and we're going to play.
Yeah.
But they respect Kevin Durant, and I think that's maybe that's the core word we're talking about right here. I think Kevin feels like he's not respected here. Most people I know have a ton of respect for Kevin Durant. They don't love the way it all played out, but it's not in a disrespectful sort of a way.
I agree with that. And if you wanted to ask people for the Family Feud, the top 5 reasons on the board why Kevin Durant wanted to leave, I do think that Draymond Green would be number 1 as far as reasons why Kevin Durant left. If what fans perceive,
yeah, maybe. Yes.
I don't think that the fan backlash might be number 2 or 3, and a relationship with Steve Kerr that Kevin Durant maybe didn't love, or the ownership, or the lack of respect he felt. I think that if you want to look at reasons, for me, I'm not hearing him say that it's the fans, although we do know the fans never embraced him the way he felt like he should have been embraced.
I guess that's true, but at the same time, I've never thought that to be as surprising of a thing as seemingly the way it's talked about. Like, Kevin Durant wasn't embraced the same way Steph was. Duh.
Right.
Like, what are we talking about? How Nobody. I don't get you. God could stand next to Steph, and they'll be like, I pick Steph.
Well, Steph would take God.
Yes, Steph would.
Shout out to big fella.
You can't pick yourself. Them's the rules.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
How weird is it that a free agent would come here and be like, yep, me and Steph side by side, right? Y'all love us the same, right? What are we talking about?
We're talking about a guy who walked in and got you 2 titles.
Yes, but we're talking about a homegrown star who will go down as one of the top 10 players of all time. Like, I don't know. Right? We could have a real conversation about whether there is another athlete in the history of this city as beloved as Steph. Any sport.
Yeah.
You could put him next to Joe Montana and have a debate.
He's on the Rushmore.
You put him next to Barry Bonds and have a debate.
Well,
Jerry Rice, debate.
It's Willie Mays and Willie McCovey.
Debate.
And,
debate.
We can add in Ricky Henderson, and I know it's not this town, but we're talking about the market.
Right.
And
but 4 titles. Like
he's among the Titans, there's no doubt.
If I put up a vote with all those names, who do you think would win? Most beloved Bay Area athlete ever.
Well, again, you're putting up a vote, and if we want to just do it in the room, you've got a 28-year-old and a 32-year-old.
But that
so
matters.
It's a little bit right. It matters because
everybody gets a vote.
Like, you didn't see Willie Mays, and you only got a little bit of Willie McCovey.
No, I did not. But I'd also argue I've never, and this is just me viewing the whole thing from afar as an observer. I've never seen an athlete connect with kids like Steph. Ever.
Well, that's true.
Ever.
Yeah.
I mean,
I referee CYO, and what he's done to the 4th and 5th grade basketball player is criminal.
I understand.
Because
I get
these kids all think that they...
I watch it.
And
yes.
you live it.
Yes.
Your kid's a 5th grader.
Yeah.
It's like, dude...
Well, he can knock down a 3. But.
Right, but stop going behind your back to go nowhere.
Right.
And these kids, it's dribble, and I go behind the back, and you've gone nowhere.
And then fire.
Right.
And airball.
And literally in 4th and 5th grade, we don't count threes. So your 21-footer that you just made is a 2.
It's a 2.
Little Timmy.
That's right.
And I mean, great shot. You make 1 of every 27. That counts for 2, homie.
Quick aside, how come every time you refer to a little kid, it's Timmy?
It just works.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wondered about that.
Well, and why is every cranky white woman Karen?
Oh,
it's the same thing.
Yeah, well,
and
Karen
I believe that the original Karen was a Karen.
I feel terrible for women who are named Karen.
They're brutal.
They did not deserve that.
That's a bad beat.
It is.
And just like, I mean, little Timmy it's perfect because you can close your eyes and picture little Timmy.
Well, Timmy, sure.
Just one more quick aside. Our neighbor, who is 7 years old, is actually Timmy.
Get out of here.
And all my daughter wants to do is go to Timmy's house. And I always laugh because he is a little Timmy.
You watch out for that kid.
That kid, he's a flat-out receiver.
Yeah, well,
he can catch a football now.
He's 5 years older than her?
Yeah.
Yeah, when she gets in middle school, it's going to be a problem.
I'm going to be in the home by then.
You already are. Anyway,
this guy, dude.
Remember, we're giving you the key word that you need to claim the final spot in the knockout tournament coming up next. Plus, some of you want to weigh in. We'd really like to hear from you on this. Kevin Durant is coming back to the Bay for the All-Star game, and literally the first thought on his mind is, man, I hope everybody can stop worrying about how I left and all that bleep from the past and me not wanting to come. Kevin Durant seems to think that he's got a very controversial relationship with the Bay. And I've never read it that way. We'd love to hear what you think. 888-957-9570. Also sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. Your call's next. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans? San Francisco International Airport is welcoming the biggest names in basketball for the
Curry's on the right side. Curry slowly comes up. Ball goes to Draymond, left corner. Bounce pass, Butler, right down Broadway, a two-hand slam. The Warriors designed that perfectly because of all the gravity, all the defenders were looking at Curry.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Getting all kinds of weird texts this week.
Family, man.
Family. I even got this, and it's Valentine's Day, so.
Is that today?
It is. I'm going to be a yes man to the ladies in my life. And there's not just the lovely Christy. There's my daughter. There's her two daughters.
Yeah.
And,
your mom?
Yes.
Mark.
I'll call her on the way home.
Okay.
But you know that I always laugh when the kids call during the show. Because it's like, you live with me. You know me better than anyone. You know exactly what I do for a living. I rush home and cook you dinner every single night. You know exactly how this works. And then somehow, come tomorrow at 2:45, she'll be like, Dad might be available to talk right now. Like, why are you calling me?
I mean.
Why? Because it makes you go, is somebody hurt? Did somebody get, right? Did you get in a wreck on a bike? Or like, what's going on? What's going on? Oh, Dad, could you buy a Starbucks?
That's a text, honey.
Exactly. So anyway, put that in the bucket with my text from my student earlier this week who asked if he could skip the midterm exam because it was his birthday. A lot of people were asking for updates on that. And yes, he went and celebrated his birthday, and he did skip the midterm.
Okay.
And then he apologized the next day, and he still got enough.
Yeah.
So that's that update.
And that's going to leave a mark on your grade. Even for a generous grader like yourself, a zero is a zero.
It's a zero. Totally.
Yeah.
So anyway, a lot of people want to weigh in on this. And on the KD thing, we'll play for you again what he said in just a second. But I do believe that it is about that time. And we've worked it all the way down to this. There is one spot.
How many?
One spot left.
Number one.
Thank you, Grandy.
This could be the winner. This could be the person who knocks out Mark Grandy.
This could be.
Off his little perch.
This could be. This could be the one.
It's a pretty big perch.
Like, what if
I've had it with your perch.
What if it's Festus in San Francisco who wins? He not an employee of the station?
No.
Don't say it, Grandy. I know what you're going to say.
I don't recall him being a great free throw shooter.
I knew you were going to say it. I knew it. Anyway, it's time to give out the keyword that you need to claim our very final, our 50th.
Yeah, 56% for his career.
50th? 45. 45th and final spot in the knockout tournament at Chase Center. And today, the keyword is, ladies and gentlemen, weekend.
Oh, God, I can't wait.
The keyword is weekend.
Oh, yeah.
And if you want to spell it with 2 E's or 3.
Don't matter.
It doesn't matter because you're just saying it into Lucas's ear. That's it.
Yep.
So the keyword is weekend. Sometime in the next half hour, you're going to hear this sounder. Please do not call now. It will only serve to make us angry. But when you hear that sounder again, that's your cue to call the contest line at 415-523-4652. Contest line 415-523-4652. The keyword is weekend. Don't call now, but save the number, save the word when you hear the sounder again. If you're the first person to call in with the correct keyword, you're in. You are the caboose. You are the final spot into the knockout tournament. Chase Center
You are
Court.
the junk in the trunk.
That's right, on March 3rd, and we will meet you there. So just keep listening. That's coming up very, very soon.
Pretty exciting.
Right?
So 45 winners and about 10 of us at the station. So 55 roughly contestants for a knockout game. And Mark Grandy last year emerged our technical director, longtime host, fill-in host, weekends. He does it all. And turns out he's a knockdown shooter, and he is the defending champion.
You left out my favorite title for Mark Grandy, Captain Fancy Pants.
Yeah.
because Mark Grandy somehow, with that entire resume that you just laid out, somehow, some way, Mark Grandy became the only person with VIP access to the entire NBA All-Star Weekend, namely things involving Steph coming up this weekend. And he, along with Evan Giddings, will be doing Fancy Pants Cigar Bar Party from 6 to 9 later on tonight. That's the new name of the show, by the way. Fancy Pants Cigar Party.
Sounds good. Tune in 6 to 9.
6 to 9. It's Captain Fancy Pants and his little sidekick, Evan Giddings, who just walked in.
Yeah.
The Fancy Pants Cigar Party coming up.
Strays, Evan.
6 o'clock.
Hosted by T.O. and Chad Ochocinco.
That's
no
right.
Big deal.
Yep. And I'm sure there'll be hobnobbing and elbow rubbing coming up soon. Yes, the celebrity game is underway.
Oh, God.
Well, I noticed something. We're about to go to the phones.
I did too.
And I'm doing a radio show, and I'm noticing that I'm speaking to the side of three heads. Yours, Lucas's, Grandy's, now Evan's too. Everybody is glued to a split screen of a svelte-looking Barry Bonds.
Very svelte.
Who looks very unnerved, by the way, by what is taking place in a 2-0 celebrity game going up against Jerry Rice.
Well, his team is down, and he only gets one timeout, and I think he's thinking about using it early because Team Rice right now is taking it to him.
2-0.
From what I've watched, and I've watched about 2 possessions, they could have made the rim out of the most precious china on earth, and it would be safe because these celebrities are hucking air balls.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Anyhow. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, all right. So we're going to get it's tied now. It's 2-2. At halftime of this game, I'm told that we have another Fancy Pants who's on the scene and is going to call in and let us know the lay of the land. So that's coming up on the show, too.
I'm looking forward to that.
Right. So anyway, here's the KD thing. He was asked about coming back to the Bay. And listen to where this conversation, uncomfortably, in my opinion, goes.
Hopefully people can look at the big picture and see I got a couple murals in that arena, in that concourse, you know. So for a couple days, I know it's going to be hard, but for a couple days, you can kind of forget about how I left the Warriors or how I came to the Warriors or me not wanting to go back to the Warriors, and just appreciate the weekend, appreciate the players that's there. Hopefully people can get off that and just appreciate basketball for the weekend.
Okay, so a little bit hard to hear, so let me summarize it again.
I'm having a hard time with it.
Yeah, it's getting worse every time I hear it, to be honest with you.
The 3 pieces of how I came to the Warriors. Well, you were chilling in the Hamptons, I believe, and you took meetings, and of all the meetings you took, you picked the Warriors. So that's how you came to the Warriors. You came there of your own volition.
Did he reference coming to the Warriors? I heard him reference how he left the Warriors and then how he didn't want to go back.
It was a 3-piece.
Oh, was it?
It was how I came to the Warriors, how I left the Warriors, and how I don't want to come back.
Yeah.
So how you came was you held court and you made a choice as a free agent and you won 2 titles. How you left, we can get into that. How you left was you were good enough to allow the team to make a sign and trade so that they actually got something for you. So that was kind of cool.
Turned into Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler, by the way.
Right, eventually.
Eventually.
And so, why you left is not how you left, but I get that's kind of what he was saying.
Right, but I guess what bugs me about it is that the mere question seems to set Kevin off into this place of, hey, I got murals in that building. So put aside all your feelings about how I left and that I don't want to come back. Put that bleep aside and let's just celebrate basketball. And I'm like, whoa, dude, nobody's that mad at you. Sure, there's a couple comments here and there. There's some people who are like, oh, you're butterfly, Kevin Durant. You read social media too much. Sure. There's always those people. And are you overly sensitive? I think it's a pretty fair deal. Burner accounts and all of these things, but that's Kevin. If that's you, that's you. Be authentic. That's fine. But man, it feels to me like Kevin thinks that we hate him. That everybody here in the Bay cannot remember the championships through the weeds of you left and you don't want to come back, you snake in the grass. And I'm like, that is not how we feel about Kevin Durant at all.
No, not
I don't
at all.
think.
I agree with you. And the fact that he's coming back here for the All-Star game, and that is his big takeaway, where he has to talk about like why he came, why he left, and why he doesn't want to come back. Nobody really cares about any of that, honestly, here, Kevin. All we want is to celebrate the All-Star game. And really, I would say the majority of Warrior fans want to celebrate you, Kevin, because as a Warrior fan, I'm thrilled that he was a part of what turned into a dynasty. And without Kevin Durant, they don't win those 2 championships, and they don't have a dynasty. And you could talk about how they should have won with, Draymond when he got suspended. But if you win that one and you beat LeBron for your second title, then KD never comes. And I don't know if you get another one after that. So
totally.
Whatever happened. And Kevin Durant will forever be a big part of it. And I'm not sure if his number will be retired, but he will be forever immortalized here in Golden State.
Yeah. I don't know what actually makes him tick too. I don't know. Everybody has decided that, he hates Draymond, and that's why he left. I don't know that that's the whole story. And then other people are like, wow, he could never be loved like Steph. What a weird thing. Of course not. You said, who would just arrive, and because you win 2 titles, you're like, that's it. Now it's me and Steph. What? No. That of course that's not how it works. Steph is Steph. He's drafted here. He'd won a title before you got here. I don't know, man. That's just it's a weird set of circumstances.
It is,
to me.
and before we go to the phones, and I know there's a bunch of people waiting to weigh in on this, I do think, and I'm not trying to go all psychoanalyst on Kevin Durant because I don't know the man, but it seems to me he is still searching for that love, that basketball love, where he gets to a place and he feels the love and he feels embraced and he feels the complete fulfillment because he came here and he won twice and it ended the way it ended, and he went to Brooklyn and he went to Phoenix and he didn't want to come back here. And I don't know what he's looking for, but it feels to me like he's still searching for something.
Maybe, I don't know. Now it sort of feels like he's just spinning in the afterworld. Now he's 36 years old. He's on a team right now that's tracking on not even making the play-in tournament, for God's sakes. I don't know. Is he still searching, or is he just balling and playing it out? We know Kevin. Kevin is just about ball.
Yeah.
And by the way, I can confirm from someone who travels with the Phoenix Suns, he works still like crazy, and then as soon as practice or the games are over, is back to the room. That's it. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
Kevin is ball and home.
There's never been any shade or dirt on Kevin. And when you look at his career, he's one of only 8 players to ever score 30,000 points in the NBA.
Yeah.
And he's got 2 titles. He's top 8 all-time in scoring, and he is singularly one of the most incredible players I've ever seen. And if you want to make a list of best players ever, you can't get past 20 without getting to Kevin Durant, I don't think.
Are we going to see a Hall of Fame speech one day where he's walking through everything that happened in his career, and he's like, yeah, and then there was the championship years at Golden State, and I know they hate me there now. It's real unfortunate the way that relationship. Is this coming out? Is that in there at such a level? Eric in Oakland. Hi, Eric. Thanks for calling. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I think I'm hearing what you're saying. I think the thing is you're not really putting yourself in his shoes, right? I think he's really upset at how it all ended. And one of the things I think we're not talking about is the narrative before he left was he's gone, he's out, he's not going to be here. And a lot of that was created by the media, and a lot of that was created by the fans. And I think that was something that really burns him about how that went down. I remember thinking about that when all of those news stories were out there. And it's just I think he feels really burned by how it all went down. It's not that the fans don't love him, but I think it's from his seat, it's he's got a real bad taste in his mouth and how it went down. Right. And I think that's what's coming through in these comments.
Maybe. Yeah. Eric, again, he's
damn media.
He's a complex guy, and I don't want to act like I know what he's thinking. Eric, thanks. Maybe he is talking about his own experience. But again, when I hear him talk, he's it's a request that he's making. Hey, people, remember the murals, remember the good things, celebrate basketball, get all that other crap out of your head about how I left and that I didn't want to come, and just leave that bleep at home. And I'm sitting here going, we are. Who's still talking about this?
He is.
I don't does Kevin think that people are at Warriors games where you're rooting for Steph and Jimmy and Draymond, and then they get to a timeout, and the Warriors are up 5 halfway through the second quarter, and they sit back in their chair and grab a beer and look at each other and go, can you freaking believe that KD guy left? This is not what there just isn't. There is not that. There is not that anger that he seems to think is there.
But last week when we had the whole day of, oh my goodness, it looks like KD, the Warriors are zeroing in on KD.
They were
back
close.
To the Warriors,
they were close.
There were fans who were not interested in that, and it was more than just basketball reasons.
But was it because of that directly? I didn't hear a lot of people say, I don't want Kevin Durant back because he left us. I might have heard people say, I don't want Kevin Durant back because he's 36.
Or just because of the way he left and he doesn't gel with Draymond. Or I did hear some of that. It wasn't a lot of it. And I personally was in the same camp as you, which is
bring
KD,
him.
bring him.
Bring him.
Dude can still play. Guy's 30 points a night, even at 36 or 37. So I was here for it. But there are some fans who didn't want to revisit that.
Bob in the city next up. Hi, Bob. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Love your show.
Thank you.
I have something to offer in regard to why fans don't embrace Kevin Durant.
Yeah, let's hear it.
And, listen, there are a few people on earth that I enjoy watching play basketball more than Kevin Durant, and so thankful that he was here. And he even made sacrifices to his game, right, to fit in. That's wonderful. The crazed sports fan might call him a crybaby. Maybe I'll call him, he's just a head case. He's always been a head case. He doesn't always say the right thing. Now, when you compare him to somebody like Steph, who, of course, we fell in love with here, he's easy to love. I mean, the guy is always saying the right thing. His family is wonderful. And to dovetail it into something you guys have been talking about the last couple of days and earlier today, Steph Curry, after playing a game 4 days ago, then a couple days ago, then last night, and being an all-star, was at an undisclosed location helping Oakland Unified School kids today. We don't know when he got in last night. Aisha was there. Seth was there. Wonderful family. And beyond him being one of the greatest players to watch and one of the greatest players of all time, he's a wonderful human being. He's an anomaly. Kevin Durant, not so much as far as I'm concerned. Unbelievable basketball player. But, as far as the chip on his shoulder, that he has a chip on his shoulder in the way he feels, he's just going to have to deal with that. But that's my feeling about KD and comparing him to Steph.
Yeah, Bob, thanks. Appreciate it.
Unfair to compare any human being to Steph.
No doubt.
Unless you want to talk about Mahatma Gandhi or... some of the greatest humanitarians ever.
Seriously. But then I'd also say this, and I don't think a lot of people get to know this because he's a way more private guy, but from what I've heard and the little that I know, and it's not much, you want to talk about the way Kevin Durant interacts with fans? He's fantastic. Think about what we say about Kevin. He's too sensitive. Well, what does that mean then? Now take that to the other parts of his life. He's very sensitive. I've always known Kevin to be a very, very caring person. People I know who have had interactions with him, kids, whatnot, whether it's seeking an autograph or this, that, the other, Kevin has done unbelievable stuff, goes out of his way to be very kind to those who are kind to him. Now, he's very sensitive, so that means that he thinks there are a lot of people out there who aren't kind to him, and maybe he lets that get to him. But I would like to stop short of Kevin's not good around people. I don't think Kevin trusts a lot of people, but if you run into Kevin on the street, I think that'll go really well for you. I mean, he's big.
Yeah.
So
tall.
Right.
As long as you're not in the media and,
well, yeah.
or on Twitter, then
don't have one of those lanyards around your neck.
Yeah, exactly.
Or just have Grandy with you.
Yeah.
Because then you can get past all the ropes.
Apparently, yeah. Big time cigar party happenings tonight. Yeah. Love it.
Fancy Pants Cigar Party.
That's right.
what we're calling it.
Yep.
Steve in Pleasanton is next on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Steve.
How you guys doing?
Really good. What's up?
Good. Hey, couple quick things. One, to your earlier point about guys not playing back-to-back nights. It's crazy, right? You're making $30, $40, $50 million a year. Like we all have to go to work every day after we're tired. Like it's insane to me, and that's the only point I'll make there. And then I was struck last night watching the Warrior game. Well, we're 4 games into Jimmy Butler, and how quickly we've all forgotten about Andrew Wiggins. I mean, I was one of those guys kind of on the fence about whether or not we're losing youth and all those things. But you see Butler in the fourth quarter, palming the ball, just looking confident. I mean, it's a whole different world. And I think, I love Andrew Wiggins, but we clearly got the better end of that deal.
Steve, thanks. I get where you're coming from completely. The better end of the deal. I think both teams are coming from a completely different place. So that's hard to sort of quantify because the Heat are in a spot where somebody won't play for them. He's disgruntled. They absolutely have to get rid of him. What they get out of it? Well, they got Andrew Wiggins and next year's first-round draft pick. That's not nothing. You could do worse. So you could make the case on some level maybe that both teams got a pretty good return considering the situation they were in. I'll just say it this way in full agreement. It looks like the Warriors are a better team today than they were a week and a half ago.
And if Miami is hoping for something out of Andrew Wiggins, then you've got a couple more years of his contract where you would hope that he plays better. But 2 games in, he is 7 for 24 from the floor. He's getting you 12 points a night, and you lost both games. And I know Miami doesn't have designs on the Larry O'Brien, but the first 2 games are kind of what we had here with Andrew Wiggins for a long, long time.
Oh, look out. Look out. That's it. This is the one.
Number 1.
This is the last chance to come see us and play ball on the Chase Center court and get into the knockout tournament. And what you have to do is call the contest line right now. 415-523-4652. I hope you got the keyword from earlier today. Earlier this hour, that is. 415-523-4652. Call right now, and the first person to get through with the correct keyword is with us in clutch fashion, a buzzer beater, if you will, to join us for the knockout tournament on the Chase Center court on Monday, March 3rd. One more time, the contest line is 415-523-4652. Best of luck to all of you, and a very, very hearty thank you from all of us for listening and for trying. Even those of you who don't end up getting in, thank you for all of the efforts that we've seen from all of you to get into this event that we look forward to here in a few weeks.
Looking forward to it, yeah, and meeting all of you out there, all 45 of you and 44 and counting, and the calls are coming in now. One more lucky qualifier gets to shoot free throws against Mark Grandy and the rest of us at Chase Center.
I'm sorry, against who?
The champ.
What's his name?
Mark Grandy.
No. Captain Fancy Pants.
That's right.
Captain Fancy Pants.
Get it right.
And Evan Giddings will be broadcasting live tonight at the Amador Club from 6 to 9 on 95.7 The Game on the Fancy Pants Cigar Party.
Mm-hmm.
It's 85 Cigar Night, party thrown by Chad Ochocinco and T.O., who are both hoping to get Grandy's autograph. Other celebrities on hand include Dusty Baker, Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond, Chris Mullen, Baron Davis, Jason Richardson, and more. It's brought to you by the Celebrity Pickleball Bash. For your tickets to this weekend's events, go to celebritypickleballbash.com. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your calls next. Plus, we check in at the celebrity game pretty soon right here on Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Here we go. Basketball season, as you know, all-star break time. It's time to score buckets, maybe Jimmy buckets, maybe Buddy buckets, whatever you want to do, because Underdog is one of the leading sports apps, and you can now play in your state I've been having a blast with this. And in fact,
Podziemski shows the ball, waiting. Shot clock at 9 to Curry. Curry backs up, guarded by Jeff Green. Curry dribble drive, stops, fakes to Draymond, back to Curry. Pump fake, takes a dribble, takes a three. Good! A relocation three for Curry. And the lead is pushed to 7.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
All right, Steph. You have a good weekend, too. You and I both looked at each other each time that Fancy Pants Grandy plays that clip of Tim Roy. And we're both sitting there, I can tell, we're both hoping for the same thing, and it doesn't happen.
It'll never happen.
Damn it.
It's a relocation sensation from Curry.
Come on, Tim.
Come on, Tim.
How do we? Oh, man. Would have been so good if he had done that.
It would, but he's been really tolerant of our bastardization of his catchphrase.
I'm sorry?
It's a bastardization sensation from Willard and Dibbs.
Yep.
Hey, this is Tim Roy. You're listening to two guys who rip me off on the daily on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibbs, your picks stink. Thanks, Tim. It's unbelievable. But yeah, I mean, it's all we can do to get him to let fly an elevation sensation, which is the original, which is why we've taken such liberties. And it's fun to take those liberties. And Tim is not against it.
He says he doesn't mind.
And when he joins us,
I don't know if I believe him. But
well, at the end of our interviews, he'll usually throw one out
That's
for
true.
us.
That's true.
He'll
That's
throw us
true.
a bone, but
Yeah.
I don't think in the broadcast that he's ready to completely go off the reservation, which would be an off the reservation sensation.
It would. It would.
And he won't.
Hey.
But I just did.
Who brought those?
What do you got, donuts?
Lucas, turn the mic on. Turn the mic on. Turn the mic on.
Well, Grandy's not going to have any because he just put
Hello,
his
this is
teeth
Lucas,
back
your
in.
producer.
What are you doing with those?
These are crumble cookies. They're
I know
given
they are.
To me by my girlfriend Victoria.
Oh, so
and they've
boy, this is quite an effort to make us think that she's real. That's an incredible.
Is she from the Niagara Falls area?
You've gone to incredible lengths to make her look real.
I'm opening it for the first time in a long time, and they've now been smashed.
Oh,
in transportation.
Well,
thanks. Yeah, you
that
get
would
to
be
capture my disappointment
a
on
transportation sensation.
It would be.
This is the second time I've seen. I was at Crumble this morning.
Hey.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Well, it wasn't for me. Yeah.
Nice.
We were picking some up for the kids for Valentine's Day.
Crumble's an actual place?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't know what Crumble cookies
I've
are?
never heard of Crumble, no.
You've never heard of Crumble cookies?
How many more times do I have to say it before you understand it and believe it?
I'm stunned.
I know that crumble is what happens when you have a cookie in your backpack and it gets smashed by your laptop. I get that.
Hi, this is Mark Willard for Crumble Cookies. Has a little ring to it, doesn't it?
It does if you can sell me on what it is. When you
Okay.
go to Crumble Cookies, are the cookies all in pieces? Or can you get an actual whole cookie at Crumble Cookies?
They are if somebody has to travel apparently all the way across town for Lucas, but normally no.
Okay.
No. Quick description, Crumble.
Sounds like false advertising then to me.
First of all, they're very, very large and decadent cookies. They're little cookie houses, which are popping up all over the place. It's a very, very large chain.
I'm seeing it now.
Yeah.
CRUMBL.
Correct. No E. Right. Just
Which,
Crumble.
on the surface,
I know it bothers you.
I'm already a little
I know
bit
you're annoyed.
but go ahead.
I know.
And I'm looking at the website
but
right now.
everything annoys you. So
That's untrue. I came in a fantastic mood.
That's not true. Anyway.
I ripped 17 different things and I felt better.
So they're very, very large, decadent cookies.
I'm looking at it.
And what they do is every Sunday or Monday or whatever it is, they come out with their flavors for the week. And they're only there for the week. They have a couple of standbys. I think their chocolate chip is always there.
Dude.
But they're very, very involved and very descriptive. And they got all these things going on. And it's a big thing. When they come out on Monday or Sunday with what's going on at Crumble this week, and everybody dives in. It's a big social media thing. We all look at what's coming this week. Then you talk about which ones you would want, which ones don't sound good. And then you usually don't go because you get, you don't eat decadent cookies every day of the week.
Sure.
But as a treat, you go and they're open late and they do all the stuff and they're really they're crazy good.
I'm just going to say this
crazy good.
On behalf of myself. It's on me for not having heard of it because I'm looking at locations right now.
It's a very popular thing
in
right
the
now.
9-county Bay Area. I'm looking from Santa Rosa out to east of Fairfield I see 6 in San Jose. You've got Livermore. There's probably 20 Bay Area locations. And so, yeah, I'll raise my hand to the scores table. It's on me for never having heard of it.
We knew that already. But anyway, go ahead, Lucas.
While you're looking at information of it, do not scan over to the nutrition facts.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't look at the calories in these things.
Well, I mean,
it's a whole cake in one cookie.
But the problem is when you have
life read coming up,
when you have teenagers in the house, they treat them like cookies.
Yeah.
Meaning, when you're done with your meal, have a cookie. It's dessert.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to eat these by.
Have 2,500 calories for dessert.
You're not supposed to go have a cookie one of these by yourself. This is a sharing cookie, or this is a multi-trip cookie. This is like I'm going to have a piece in the afternoon. I might go back and have another piece after dinner tonight. We're not having a whole crumble cookie by yourself, but I've not been able to convince my teenagers of that so far to this point.
I'm not trying to blow the endorsement for all of us, but
can you clip this, please, and send it to sales?
Yeah, well, clip it before you get to this part because it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
You are really on one today.
So you get a cookie, but you can't have the whole cookie.
You can. You're allowed to.
Thank you.
No, but nobody arrests you. I just don't think it's necessarily advisable.
Coming up next, you're going to tell me how much one of these cookies is, and it probably is.
They're not
$12.
No. I actually think for the whole process of what they are, that the price is pretty. It's pretty good. You walk in there and get a 4-pack for about $15, I think, right? Yeah. Maybe a little more.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But they
actually not. Yeah. 20. You're right.
So it's not crazy. It's not cheap, but it's not crazy. See, you thought it'd be $12. It's not.
Yeah. Anyway,
what does one cost? $4? Yeah, like $4.
Can you even buy one?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Absolutely. You walk in there and be like, "Give me a cookie." They're not going to be like, "No." It's not like Costco where you got to buy like 6 of them.
This whole bit is a long way to say that you've buried the lead.
What's the lead?
Lucas has a girlfriend.
I found this out last week, and he has pictures. Apparently, this is actually a real thing.
All I'm saying is, cookie or no cookie, and you know what? I'm Dan Dibley, and I cannot wait to have my first crumble because I want to have a cookie that I'm not allowed to eat the entire cookie of, but that's neither here nor there. Lucas has a girlfriend.
Apparently. And apparently it's not brand new, and apparently he's been hiding her from everybody.
I can't believe
this. Which has its own set of questions, by the way.
Well,
is it actively hiding?
Seems like it.
No one's ever asked.
Dude, did you invite her to the Fancy Pants thing at Splash that we all did last week?
Yeah, but she was working.
She was working. She said no. Who says no to that?
I wish I could be there.
I didn't see that part.
Had a client.
Yeah. What's she do?
Hair.
That person's not going to still have hair tomorrow? Like, I got to go see my boyfriend for free food at Splash and meet other people he works with to corroborate evidence and prove that I'm real.
Did you know that Crumble does mini cookies? Learning a lot today. We're all learning.
Good little diversion, yeah.
Dude, can you unlock the lines, please? People might want to be talking about Kevin Durant or crumble cookies. I don't know which.
Did you congratulate Darius in San Francisco yet?
Darius in San Francisco, ladies and gentlemen, is our last winner.
Darius in San Francisco?
Darius in San Francisco. We will see you at the knockout tournament.
I have just been told by the promotions department that he has been installed as the favorite for the event. Darius in San Francisco, you're the favorite. We're coming for you, D.
You're our favorite. Yeah, Let's put it that way.
On Valentine's Day.
I don't know if he's the favorite.
I heart you, Darius.
Yeah. I thought you hated Valentine's Day.
I don't hate anything. I just refuse.
You sound like you do.
Well,
I'm just
letting
you know.
Into a box. I'm going to let you know this, Mark.
No,
I refuse to have a corporate entity tell me when I get to express my love for another human being.
Fine.
I refuse.
Fine.
It doesn't mean I hate.
But you can't rip the crumble cookie. You haven't even had one yet.
I'm not ripping it.
You ripped them.
I just didn't know about it.
Right, but then you said, "Oh, just $12, and I'm not going to eat the whole." Like, just Will you just try it? Like I can talk long enough, as you know. If you want to go in the other room and try one right now, go try one and then come back and tell me if that is a high-quality cookie or not.
I need clearance from Lucas's alleged girlfriend, Victoria, in order to...
Lucas, can Dibs have one? Can Dibs have a bite?
Well, no one can have a whole one, apparently.
Well, just go have a bite. Can you have a bite?
Of course.
Okay, go get a bite. Can I take Joe? Or is Joe yellow? Yeah. All right.
Are you sure you can fill the time while I'm gone?
I'll figure out how to come out of my shell. Go in the other room, for crying out loud. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Now, we're talking about this Kevin Durant thing. And again, we'll play the audio for you in a little bit. It's not great audio, though. The bottom line is we can tell you more about what he said, and it sounded like he thinks he is very disliked in the Bay Area. That's my take on it, at least, is that Kevin Durant, when asked about returning to the Bay Area, is like, look, there's murals that I've got in that building, so maybe everybody could put aside that I left and that I don't want to come back and put that bleep aside so we can celebrate the All-Star game. And I'm immediately thinking to myself, hold on, dude, like, do you think that we all hate you? Because while there are feelings, while there are opinions, for sure, that's life, I don't know, man. Warrior fans that I know at least still have a high level of respect for Kevin Durant. So 888-957-9570. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Hi, Joe. Thank you for calling Willard and now portions of Dibs, who is returning with a crumble cookie. Hi, Joe.
Happy Friday.
Yes.
Yeah, Kevin Durant, he wants to be a villain, but we can't hate on him. He helped us win what we needed to win, and he moved on, and that's just what it is. That's a part of the business, and that's all on that. I mean, we're not going to victimize him or abuse him because he left. He left because he's not built like the people are built here in Oakland and in the Bay Area. It's just that plain and simple. And another thing, you guys need to take this cookie on the road, man. You guys make me laugh all the way home.
Well, okay, Joe, can I say something, though, to you real quick? Like, do you notice that what you said, and then we'll get to the cookie thing, because Dibs has now had a crumble.
My God.
Did you notice in what you said that, like, tucked in to what you said about Kevin, there was a criticism? And I wonder if you hear it, and I wonder if that's why he feels the way he feels. So when people go, hey, no hard feelings, Kevin wanted to leave, so he left. You know, he's not built like we are, so he left. Like, you catch that, right, Joe? Like, you can see why that he would be offended by that.
But look in the mirror, Kevin. Don't blame us.
I don't okay, it's interesting. Joe, thanks. I appreciate it.
Look in the damn mirror, Kevin.
I don't think that I don't hear Kevin attacking the fans. What I hear is Kevin feeling like he's attacked by the fans. And yes, if I grant the whole oversensitive thing, that's fine. I guess what I'm trying to say is I think Kevin thinks that the Bay Area collectively has an opinion that I really don't think it has. I don't think that the Bay Area's got a thing against Kevin Durant. I really don't. They may not, yes, you're right. He's not beloved like the others. Why would he be? But that's a small thing. I think Kevin thinks like there's actually a vendetta.
Yeah, I don't think there's a vendetta.
How's the cookie?
I mean, we'll get to the cookie in a minute. And I actually was screening a call back there while I was having the cookie, and people were weighing in on the crumble cookie, and I'll have my official review coming up in about 2 bites.
What flavor did you get?
Chocolate chip.
Just the straight regular.
The classic.
Okay, the classic.
I like the classics.
Yep,
and, you know, I was looking at the crumble menu and some of the, like the foo-foo this with the frosting that. When it comes to cookies.
It's not foo-foo.
It
just,
can get a little bit foo-foo.
It's involved. It's involved.
Are you familiar with Voodoo Donuts? The idea of Portland has a place, I think it's called Voodoo Donuts, where it's like the fancy donut this with the frosting that. I like the basics. You know that. One thing that you and I share a deep love of is the chocolate old-fashioned.
Absolutely.
It's just an old-fashioned donut covered in chocolate, simple, to the point, no custard, no additional frosting, etc. When it comes to cookies, I like a basic cookie. I like a chocolate chip cookie.
Do you have did she get you like the whole list this week, Lucas? Because I have the list in front of me.
Yeah, I mean,
she got you one of each?
I have 4.
You have 4.
And we got them last night, so we already dug into them.
Okay, that's gross. Anyway, the Valentine's confetti, original pink sugar, that's there every week. Valentine's M&Ms, so they partnered with M&Ms. Molten lava, boy, more chocolate, I'm in. And then there's chocolate-covered strawberry, the classic chocolate chip, and strawberry cake. That's this week's menu at Crumble.
Okay.
All right.
The strawberry cake was insane.
Okay. All right. And you had chocolate chip.
Just chocolate chip.
You had more to say about Kevin Durant and then your review in moments.
I think that Kevin is more sensitive about the fans than the fans are ornerous or angry about Kevin Durant.
I agree with that.
Kevin Durant's sensitivity, shout out Ralph Tresvant and his great smash hit, Sensitivity. You need a man with sensitivity. Well, he is very, very sensitive, and I think he's more sensitive than Warrior fan is angry about him, his tenure, his departure, or any of it.
I'll agree with that, but I guess what I'm hearing here, and maybe there's overlap, is not just necessarily his sensitivity, it's an opinion that he has that's wrong. Like it's or it's a perception.
Sure.
It's a perception that he has that's wrong.
It's about his feelings.
Like he literally was like, I know it's going to be hard for people. No, it's not.
Right.
Do you think it's hard for us to see you, Kevin?
I don't think
it's like not hard in the slightest.
No. And I do think that it's made a little bit easier by the fact that they won a title before him and they won one after him.
I agree with that.
And I think that the after him title is one that makes most Warrior fans think, you know what, Kevin, it was great when you were here. We got 2. We would have had 3. And if you honestly want to look at Kevin Durant and how he, quote unquote, left, let's remember what he did, where his Achilles was hanging by a literal thread. His Achilles was so bad that he didn't have to play, but he played because he wanted to win that badly. And then he blew out his Achilles. And he did it for you, Warrior fan. He did it for himself, of course. He did it for the organization. But a lot of athletes would not have played through what he played through. And so I do believe that he carries a little bit of that with him as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably does. But I wonder, because he's not here, did Kevin not get the sense prior to him publicly saying that he didn't want to come back? Did he hear what people here in the Bay were saying when that became a rumor? Like, we're talking about 95% approval rating kind of a thing.
Yeah, like this cookie.
Yeah, you should eat it off air, is my only request.
Right,
like, you got a button over there. You can turn the mic off.
Sorry.
We're over there chewing.
We got another 32 minutes of this.
It's a good cookie, right?
I got one bite left.
Okay.
And to quote you, I'm going to eat it.
Like the people are coming from all the other departments now. Everyone heard about the crumble cookies. I'm sorry, Lucas. Your cookies are going to be gone. Wait till you see me come in there in about a half hour.
Well, I mean, and
anyway,
memo to Crumble, mix in some butter. Dude, this thing's like 100% butter. Like, it is oozing.
What the hell do you
buttery goodness.
What do you think is in cookies?
I'm going to eat it.
What do you think is happening here?
This cookie is...
What do you think makes good food?
It's 1 part chocolate chip.
Butter.
9 parts butter.
Yeah, butter. Butter is the secret to restaurant food.
This cookie is mooing at me.
I used to wait tables at a restaurant that like trumpeted everything is local, everything's organic. We do all of the freshest ingredients possible. And they made us sit there at the table and be like, oh, yeah. And we could name the farm where this cow came from.
Yeah.
And we would sit there and do that. And at one point, we had a staff meeting. And they're like, listen, while you're doing your spiel to the table, you can talk about fresh and organic. Be very careful about diving into this is very healthy for you.
Yeah.
Make no mistake, our food is filled with butter. Filled with butter. Which is why it was so good. All right. Anyway, moving on. Let's go to Austin. Austin is next on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Austin. What are you doing?
Guys, you're cracking me up here. Two things. I got Crumble and Durant, but first I want to hit. Dibs actually answered the call, and I was a little surprised because it was a bit of like a mastication sensation with Crumble in mouth at the same time.
It's a fact.
Wait a minute. You answered Austin. You screened.
I screened his call.
You screened Austin's call with Crumble in your mouth in the other room while I'm over here working. I'm over here hosting a show.
I was a bit shocked. I was a bit shocked, guys.
And I was doing Lucas's job, who was doing Grandy's job because Mr. Fancy Pants is puffing cigars, and I'm eating cookie, but I'm grinding back there. And I'm trying to book Carter Chickering at the same time.
Actually, shocking. Dibs knew where the hold button was when he was done with the phone call. I was really impressed.
Does it say hold on it?
Does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like,
Still knew where to look.
wow. Shocker, Dibs can read. All right, Austin, you had something more than, what's more important to you, Kevin Durant or Crumble?
Well, I got two quick hitters because I promised a good Crumble story first.
All right.
Real quick. I had a friend, and we all know his newlywed wife was also pregnant. And as we know, pregnant, there's some certain, hey, we want ice cream and pickles, or there's this and that.
Cravings, yes.
Was
cravings.
on the menu.
Yes. I got that.
Cravings, exactly. And so, of course, he did many Crumble runs over the, trimesters. And, of course, what do? You want to make her happy, but you also you skim off the top, right? I got to say, this guy, it was like a freshman 15. They were newlyweds and everything, but watch out, boys. 2 words, buyer beware with the Crumble, because he put on a solid 10 to 15.
Oh,
that's
listen.
all I got to say with the Crumble.
Listen, I love Crumble, and again, if our sales staff wants to call them right now, I will say on the air every day that you should be there every day, but you shouldn't be there every day. You should go. Crumble is like a once or twice a month experience if you want to not, if you want to not get fat. I'll go ahead and say that.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. What else, Austin?
And then the last thing for Durant, just a quick one. So, as you guys are aware, in the business you're in, and you are in the public. You're open to public criticism. He plays in the public. You're open to public criticism. So, a double-edged sword of what he does is that, from a Bay Area perspective and Warrior fan perspective, if he gets booed or if there's anything in this, all-star homecoming for him, fans are delusional if you boo someone that brought 2 titles here, and he was an Achilles away from a 3rd. So the fact that anyone would boo him for doing that is delusional. But also, there are track records of him, burner accounts, of not realizing that he didn't switch his accounts and he's trying to defend himself from his burner account. And then the other thing, you guys actually played Panama by Van Halen, which made me call in a little bit ago because he wore a Van Halen T-shirt to a press conference, and they asked him, "Oh, what's your favorite Van Halen song?" And he said, "I don't know. My handler told me to wear it today for just for fashion reasons."
Yeah.
So again, the idea of opening yourself up to public criticism because you're in the public eye. So it's a bit of give and take. But again, fans don't boo him. 2 championships for him. Hell of a player. And again, buyer beware on the Crumble.
Yeah.
Guys, just be careful with those.
Thank you, Austin.
This is all really, really good.
Best call I've ever screened.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
It's the only one you've ever. Well, that's not true. You used to do it all the time.
And I used to do it actually in the old building, and then occasionally I would pop in before the show and just keep screening a couple calls. And, people call it, it's like, is this really you, Dibs? It's like, yeah, I'm just in here trying to help out, especially times like this where
I'm just in here eating cookies.
Well, I'm about to have my last bite because I didn't want to take the guy's whole cookie, of course. So I took a nice, healthy, I don't know, 1/5 of it, 1/4 of it maybe.
Whatever.
But they are delicious.
Yeah, they're amazing.
Yeah.
They're absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I can't believe I was not aware. I didn't realize that there was this many.
Welcome to the party, pal.
So, buddy, I Google Crumble and then I hit locations and the map of the U.S.
They're everywhere.
There's
and they're opening
5,000 of them in the U.S.
And there are more coming every single month. They're popping up everywhere.
Yeah.
So,
you remember Mrs. Fields back in the day?
Of course, at every mall.
And this is kind of like the new I don't know if they're quite that popular yet, but
this is like Mrs. Fields on steroids.
Well, everything is now, right?
These things are art.
There's a new one called Insomnia Cookies too.
Yes,
I don't know if you've heard of that one.
I do know Insomnia Cookies.
It's 2 blocks away from us.
There is. Have you?
From here? Oh yeah,
yeah.
I've
You
seen
walk
that.
right by it.
Yeah.
Have you tried it?
I think I've had one. They're fine. They're fine.
How would you compare it to Crumble?
Completely different. It's more normal cookie.
It's a more normal cookie.
Yeah.
I mean, they're fresh.
I don't appreciate your use of the word normal. That feels judgmental. That's all.
Traditional.
Anyway, all right. Like Steiny. He's a traditional host.
Right.
Anyway, let's go out to the River Islands guest line because for the first time this week, Lucas Alexander's booked a guest. And ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than the great Carter Chickering, our own Carter Chickering, fantasy football 95.7 The Game champion and celebrity game correspondent. Carter, true or false, you are taller than everyone who's playing in this game right now.
Actually, Shabuzi is extremely tall.
Is he really?
Tall. Huge. I mean, he might be the center out there right now, frankly. And 2 Chainz is also huge himself, but he's a coach, sadly, so they lost that height there.
Okay. Carter, what are you looking at? Let's fill our listeners in at halftime of the celebrity game. What stands out?
Well, I'm standing in a little secret staircase here because it's so crazy out there. I was worried I wouldn't be able to hear you guys here. The building is totally buzzing. People are so excited to be back in Oakland. It's quite clear. I mean, I just saw a guy walk by in a D'Angelo Russell Warriors jersey. It's really quite something.
You
out
did
here.
not. Pictures or it didn't happen. That's crazy.
I have to chase him down. Yeah, I think so.
Speaking of the vibe, though, just yourself being back in the old Oracle Arena and the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum Arena as we all knew it when we were kids, what's it like for you? Are you getting all the feels of the early Warrior Dynasty run and even before that?
Well, yeah, it's funny you ask. At first, I was kind of bummed. I live in San Francisco, and I was like, oh, I got to go all the way over to Oakland. But now that I'm here, I'll tell you, the green carpet was really lit up. And Baron Davis specifically was so excited to be back here in this building. But it seems like all the stars are really embracing that this is kind of in the original Oracle Arena where the Warriors used to play. And it's just an amazing event over here right now, to be honest.
Carter Chickering, our own, is on the scene at the celebrity game. Can you give us like a little bit of a game recap for the first half? And again, the 2 coaches are Barry Bonds and Jerry Rice. What's going on with their interaction and what's going on with the game?
Well, the interactions are pretty limited right now. They're taking their roles very, very seriously out there. But I'll tell you what, T.O. is really cleaning up the glass right now. And Drewski, I just watched at one of the breaks. He took about 6 shots. One of them was a layup. He airballed 3 of them and then missed the layup right afterward.
Okay.
So he's been a non-threat completely. Kai Sennett came up and told me that he was going to have 30 today. The only shot I really saw him take, he airballed. So it's been a struggle for some of them out there today, Mark.
Yeah, and I'm looking at live wagering, and the live line total and the over-under is 14. So I think maybe bet the under. Am I right?
Yeah, and they did they did a ruffle segment where points were doubled, I think, because the scoring was so low at that point, actually. So I don't know, Dibs, if they bring that back out, who knows about your betting?
Well, and I know that this is just the precursor to more to come. Is there additional buzz for the upcoming Rising Stars games that are still yet to come here in the arena?
Oh, for sure. I've heard that they even have a shuttle that's taking people from here back to San Francisco to be part of the Rising Stars. I assume that a lot of the post game here is going to be almost nothing or nil because a lot of the stars are going to want to be headed over to the city to be part of the Rising Stars. So, yeah, the buzz is real. I'm actually shocked, frankly, at the turnout here for this celebrity game. I'm running into people I haven't seen in years that I went to college with on the East Coast. I mean, it's just really incredible out here right now.
Carter, last thing, I just looked it up. Shabuzi is 6'2", so you're full of it.
I promise you that is a total lie. I'm 6'8", and I was almost looking him in the eye, it felt like. So maybe he had heels on.
I'm looking at it on multiple different websites. Shabuzi is 6'2". Are you tipsy right now?
I don't buy it, Willard. I don't buy it. I really don't. He was a big, big man. I'm telling you. He's at least 6'4", 6'5".
Well,
or else he had some serious wedges on. But he looks big on the court, too.
Everybody knows that you and Jack Daniels got a history. That's all I'm going to say, Carter. All right, no answer. Hey, Carter
deserved better than that.
It did, right?
That was good.
Thank you. Carter, have a good time, you crazy kid.
Thanks, fellas. Talk to you soon.
All right, there it is. Carter Chickering.
There he goes.
Nicest 6'8" man on the face of the planet.
Yeah.
But I'm not buying his Shabuzi take. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you're
Shabuzi is not 6'8".
Well, even if he was like 6'5", you could say, okay, maybe 6'5". You can kind of say that you're seeing him eye to eye. But yeah, 6'2" and 6'8". And Carter might be selling himself a little short, pun intended, because he might be 6'9". Or 6'10". Hard for me to tell because when you're a little bit shorter, like I am, Mark, everybody like north of your height, like I don't consider you tall, yet when I stand next to you, it's like, dude, he's at least 6 inches taller than me.
Shabuzi does play big. He's like the GP2 of the celebrity game.
Oh, God. He's got a long wingspan. That's awesome to know. All right, so Carter's out of the celebrity game. They're having fun out at Oakland Arena. Apparently, Carter's running into old friends. And Shabuzi is growing like Jonathan Kuminga in an offseason. So this is very exciting.
And just as a quick aside, and we've been kind of, a little bit Casey Schmitting on the All-Star weekend, just a little bit. I do think it's super cool that they have scheduled some events for Oakland and the old arena.
Oh, yeah.
So even though it's this, nobody can make a basket, Ruffles 4-point ridgeline game, the fact that they chose to go back to Oakland and do things in Oakland, I do think is pretty cool.
I agree completely. Yeah. I mean, look, the weekend as a whole is fine. My issues are, A, I'm just shocked that Steph Curry is not participating in any sort of an outside shooting contest. And B, it's more just the I think the blind in the dark shooting that the NBA is doing in terms of the format that they want. Like this fix this year, we'll see. Is it going to be better? Probably. Is it the answer? I doubt it. But it just feels like we're out of ideas, so, let's try this. And so it just feels a little loose. Feels a little loose for the National Basketball Association and their flagship celebration weekend. That's all.
Agreed, but at the same time, you had to do something.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at the All-Star game going backward. Last year, they went back to an East versus West, and it was 211 to 186 was the final. Mark, 211 to 186.
Yeah, it was a joke.
The years before that, it was Team LeBron against Team Giannis and all the other team versus team. The losing team, going backward, scored 175, 160, 150, 155, 164, and 145. And even before that, the East beat the West, or the West beat the East, rather, 192, 182. So this thing's been broken in terms of watchability for a long time, and I just can't help but think about Rick Barry and his game in Daly City at the Cow Palace. It was 135 to 120.
Yep.
Really high scoring for the time, but it was a game in 1967 where both teams were interested kind of in guarding.
It's been broken for a little while, but last year it was broke. Do you know what I mean? Like last year, they made a mockery of it.
Right.
They made a total mockery of it. I don't know if Jokic ever crossed half court. He just stood there at half court the whole time. It's like watching the game. So that's all. So I get it. They're in a tough spot. 888-957-9570. We want to hear from y'all here as we hop into our last half hour of the week. Sean in Petaluma, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Great, Sean.
Hey, so a couple quick points. First of all, the crumble cookie, I couldn't help but think about the yogurt episode in Seinfeld, the non-fat yogurt. That's what crumbles like.
Nice.
KD thing is, this is what I think, and how, a lot of people feel that I talk to, is that he only, joined us because he couldn't beat us. and so he wasn't really like a part of the whole thing. And on top of that, like, he never really bought in. Like, it was like the 1 year, 2 years, like, he never really, like, embraced it. So it's like, and at the end of the day, fans are going to be fans. Like the other caller said, Austin, like, you have to, accept the criticism from fans. And the last thing I'll say is, if the NFL can make flag football watchable, then the NBA, like, they got to they got to figure it out. So anyway, thanks for the call.
Yeah, Sean, thanks. Yeah. I don't know that the NFL has made flag football watchable. I understand his reference. I don't watch Pro Bowl weekend, whatever the hell they're doing, flag football, skills contest. I sit that thing out completely. Secondarily, his KD take, I feel is a little harsh. I think that's a little harsh to say that KD, and I know that this was a popular thought back in the day, but the Kevin Durant joined the Warriors because he couldn't beat them. I don't think that was behind his motivation at all. But the second part of what he said, which is that KD never bought in, they won almost every basketball game they played. You don't do that if you're not bought in. I mean, my God, like that team would wake up and win 65 games. So, and I know they had a lot of great players, but you can't just have great players and then win all the basketball games. I'm not comfortable with the idea that KD never bought in. He was a phenomenal player, and he played within the team concept with the teammates he had when he was here, I thought.
And you can criticize him for joining a team, but to say he joined him because he couldn't beat him, well, that might be part of it. You remember Game 6 Clay, where the Warriors were down in that series, and Clay went bananas and they ended up knocking off OKC, and he was a free agent and he weighed his options. And famously, Pat Riley was one of the people who came out to the Hamptons and delivered a presentation. And it wasn't until Steph and company showed up that he decided he would go to the Warriors. But I don't begrudge him for that. If you're in a position where you're the most sought after free agent and you have your pick of any team and you've got a team that has won a championship and with you will probably be poised to win another one, and they play basketball in a way that you like, I'm not going to hold that against you if you decide to go there.
Yeah, totally. Again, I mean, at the end of all of this, whatever reasoning we want to put in his head, like, what a weird concept. The first word of free agency is free. So he went to where he wanted to go for whatever flippin' damn reason he wanted to go. That's it. That's why we all end up at Crumble. We don't have some health conscious reason for going there. It's 9 o'clock at night. You're like, I got a hankering. We're going to Crumble, and we're going to get a mud ball or whatever the hell they got going that week. Like, you don't need, I don't know, man. We don't all need this, like, wonderful Gandhi reason to go where we go and do what we do. Kevin Durant, every time he's left, has been totally free to go. And if he wants to go, then go. Like,
it's pretty simple.
I think it's kind of weird sometimes that people want to make people stay when they don't want to stay.
Right.
Like, any relationship for that matter.
Well, he's a free agent, and you weigh your options, and you think your best option is to come to Golden State, and so you do it. Like you're saying, you have dinner, you're at home, and you got about an hour till bedtime, and one of your 3 kids, or one of your 5 kids for crying out loud, coming up, says, I would love to have a little treat tonight, Dad. What do you think? And you go, you know what? Get in the car. We're going to Crumble. It doesn't have to be like, all right, we're going to Google research calories and closest, and do we want ice cream? Do we want pie? Just go get a cookie.
Totally.
Like, Crumble's close. You like Crumble, go get a cookie. Kevin Durant is a free agent, and I'm just looking at the deal he signed, which was 2 years and $54 million. And that second year was a player option. So it's a 2-year deal, basically, and go out there and see if you like it. He comes here, he likes it, they win, he opts in, and he actually got an additional year on top of it. It's
another
like,
year.
This is cool. I like winning. I like you guys. Draymond can maybe be a lot, but, it wasn't until year 3 that maybe he got worn out.
You know who I want to give a cookie to?
Tell me.
Kurt in Hayward Hills, who joins us now live on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Kurt.
Hello?
Hello, Kurt.
Are you there?
Of
there
course.
you go, fellas.
Hey, my two boys.
We got you.
There they are. There's Willard and Dave.
There's
the
my
boys,
two
the best
boys. Yeah. We thought we lost you,
Best
Kurt.
boys of the Bay Area.
On
We're
town.
talking about Kevin Durant, right?
Yeah.
We sure are.
yeah.
You got the right place, Kurt.
All right, let me tell you about Kevin Durant. First of all, there's no 7-footer like Kevin Durant. That's number one. He was a great player with us. I don't think any of the fans hate him. We won championships with him. And the bottom line, why he left, you know, and I know, we all know. Green's talking on the court. He did not want to hear Green say, go this way, go that way, go this, do that. And that's what Green does with a lot of plays. And he left because of that attitude between him and Green. Bottom line. That's it. And as far as the war is concerned, with Jimmy, Green, and Curry, and guess what they did, fellas? Guess what they did? They benched Buddy. I knew it. I knew they were going to bench Buddy. He is not a defensive player or passing the ball. All he can do is shoot the three, and he stinks. We don't need him on our team. Bottom line. Keep him on the bench. You got Brandon as the starter with Curry and Green and Jimmy, and you bring Kuminga back. There's my top five right there. You put those five guys to start a game, you got a chance to win a game in the beginning and to win a game at the end. The Warriors are going to be on a roll. I can see them win 3 straight games as soon as they come back. Kuminga's going to be back. You want to sign that boy. And the Warriors, watch out, NBA. Watch out. That's all I got to say. Watch out for the Warriors.
Well, Kurt, you know that you need to say at least one more thing. What would you say right now if Buddy Hield were just sitting next to you?
I got out of here!
Kurt and Hayward Hills.
He's starting to wind up on it a little bit. You'll notice that?
Yeah. He's feeling it a little bit. You know, guys, when I was a kid, you know what a cookie was? A bowl of oatmeal and you shutting your mouth. That's what a cookie was. He's from the old school.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little off-putting when he refers to him as Green. He was tired of Green talking, telling him what to do.
Why is that off-putting?
That's Green.
That's his last name.
I get it.
What do you want him to call him?
I don't know. Draymond?
Day-Day?
I don't think that he'll slang it up like that.
Day-Day.
Totally.
I mean, what do you want from Kurt?
It's okay.
Kurt gets to say it however the hell Kurt wants to say it.
Kurt is great.
He's a free agent.
He is.
He can do whatever he wants.
He sure can. As long as he calls between 5:30 and 6.
There you go. Good job, Kurt.
We need him.
Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Hi, Mike. What's good?
Oh, man, you got to love Kirk. I mean, my God, that guy is a legend. And it's funny that you guys are talking about Crumble. I actually just pulled up to Crumble because my wife has a hankering for a molten lava cookie right now, so I'm picking one up for her on Valentine's.
Happy Valentine's Day, Steve. Mike, that's the way to do it. You're on your way home from work, and you're thinking about your lovely, and you're bringing her a molten lava. That's the way to do it. That's going to come back to you now, Mike.
Yep. Oh, I know. And hey, and Dibs, I got to say, I don't know what cookie you had, but you know what? There's nothing wrong with a good old-fashioned crumble chocolate chip cookie. And if you want to go a little bit higher than that, you can make it into your own little Pizookie by just putting a little scoop of ice cream on that thing.
Oh, look at that.
Just, you know what?
Yeah.
Yep.
Your own personal Pizookie is an
Pizookie?
You don't know what that's referencing?
I've never, I've heard of an ice cream sandwich.
A Pizookie is a dessert at BJ's brewery. BJ's Restaurant and Brewery, the chain that is a pizza.
It's 2 cookies and ice cream. I've never heard it referred to as a Pizookie.
No, but it's a cookie in a pan. Like you cook the cookie
a pizza
in the pan.
Gotcha.
Right, and then you ice cream's on top of it, and they call it a Pizookie.
It's a pizza cookie.
I need to take you to eat, man. You don't know what the hell's going on out there.
Well,
you're Mr. Dibs. You could sit here with the human body and start talking about muscles that no one's ever heard of and injuries that no one hopes to ever have. But when it comes to dessert, you don't know bupkis, dude. We got to talk. I got to take you out.
Dude, you talked during the break about how I lead the league in endorsements, one of which is Abundant Life weight loss.
Right.
It's not Abundant Life weight gain.
Yeah, you've been talking about Abundant Life weight loss for what?
11 months.
11
I'm
months.
down 25 pounds.
You're
I've never felt better.
56 years old. What'd you do for the first 55 for dessert?
I ate a lot of desserts, but I never ate a Pizookie.
Well,
I mean,
you're doing it wrong.
Isn't the whole point of abundant life weight loss is that you had to gain the weight
That's
that you
right.
need to lose eventually?
How the hell did you gain all that weight without knowing what a Podziemski is?
Well, it's pretty easy, actually. I could show you the blueprint, although you couldn't follow it because Captain Slender over here, even though now your metabolism is starting to slow down, now that you're 50, the eyesight goes, the belly starts to grow. Pretty soon you're going to be fat and blind like the rest of us.
You're over there hoping, bro.
Oh, I mean,
15
Father
pounds less than I was last year.
Are you?
Yeah.
You do look good.
Thanks.
You know I'm a big fan.
Mike,
Thanks.
I think it was your turn to talk, actually.
Sorry,
let's go live back to Mike in Santa Clara.
Let's go to Mike.
Let's go. We've got this molten lava update.
Yeah, exactly. No, I actually wanted to switch it up a little bit and not talk about KD. I wanted to talk about, the Jimmy Butler situation with the Warriors. People are saying, where are we going to go? Where are we going with Jimmy Butler now on the team? For me, it's only been a few games, guys. We don't have, the jury's still out on how the Dubs are going to be doing with Jimmy on the team. From what we've seen so far, he's made a pretty solid impact in regards to compared to him. I'm not saying he's taken over the full Wiggins thing because Wiggins did his own thing as well. But I'm liking what I see with Jimmy, especially when he can take the inside and Steph can just keep on the outside, just, pound that inside to get those twos up rather than the threes where Steph can just focus on that. So I think that it's still up for grabs right now. I think the next few games are really going to, and especially with Kuminga coming back, just seeing what's going to happen. But right now, just with, if I had to say, I think that we can make the 6th seed, but I'm still looking more of like a 7 and 8 right now, just with how things are at this point. But we'll see what happens after the All-Star game, guys.
Mike, you're not wrong that the jury's still out, but do you think they look like a better team or not?
I have actually liked how their play has been. They seem a lot more spirited, if you want to say. Like the energy level has gotten up. I'm loving the fact that, we're not going Mike Tyson round 2 with Dre and Jimmy Butler, at least yet. But, I love the fact that Dre is all in on Jimmy. I love the fact that Steph and Jimmy are getting along. And, he's still got to figure out how to play with the guys, too. So I'm very optimistic that it's going to happen. I just wonder how long the timeline is of that actually happening and when they're fully healthy too. And in this case, I'm talking more about Kuminga. Like when he gets back, how is that whole group going to play together? But I think it definitely opens up the floor a hell of a lot more rather than when it was Wiggins and Kuminga. That was just like a complete crapshoot at that time. So now this opens up the floor to put Kuminga out there, especially with Jimmy out there, Steph, Dre, and then whoever the 5 would be in that case, whether it's Post, TJD, Looney, etc. So I'm really optimistic about how it is going to be after the All-Star break.
Hey, Mike, do you care if your wife gets you anything for Valentine's Day?
Not at all.
All right.
It's a Hallmark holiday.
Yeah.
All I care about is that we just had our baby, so that's already the Valentine's Day gift that I could have gotten.
Nice.
Look at you,
Attaboy,
Mike. All right, congrats.
Yeah,
congrats.
Nice job, Mike.
Yeah, let your wife give you a bite of that molten lava, though. Don't have her eat the whole thing by herself, okay?
What are you talking about? Well, I'm going to have my own chocolate chip cookie. I'm doing the Podziemski tonight, so.
It's a Podziemski, baby.
Mike, you know what you're doing, man. There goes Mike in Santa Clara.
Great job, Mike.
Right.
Attaboy. Way to get it done.
See, he doesn't care. He doesn't care if he gets anything back. The spirit of giving is not, what do I get back?
I don't care either. I mean, you know what I care about? I care about equity, Mark. I care about.
Well, but that's what we're talking about.
Well, what we're talking about
is not about equity.
Somebody in corporate America decided at some point that this was going to be the thing on this day, and you know what? I don't buy it.
That's fine.
I'm not buying it.
But why, you still bring your wife flowers on a different day?
And I do. March 7th, October 9th,
what are those?
June 14th.
What are those days?
Those are random days. That's the point.
You already have them written down? You're going to bring her flowers on March 7th?
I'm just telling you that.
That's a Friday, by the way.
What is?
March 7th.
You know that already? That's a little bit odd.
Well, March 8th is when I'm taking the Cal Poly class to the Warriors game
against
the Detroit Pistons, and it's a Saturday, so I did the math. 8 minus 7 is
Smart,
1.
yeah, it's strong. And I know you're getting married on a Thursday, so I thought maybe that you were locked in on a Thursday.
I do have the calendar is kind of memorized right now for 2025.
No doubt. And I also know that my sons and my daughter and I all have our birthday on the same day of the week, and I believe this year we all fall on Friday. That's just one of those random things that I know based on the way the calendar falls. We're like 4 weeks, 7 weeks, 9 weeks apart. So, yeah, I don't need a corporation to tell me when to express love for my wife.
Okay, so
that's a bunch of crap.
All right, we're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Let's have some fun on the way out the door here. 888-957-9570. Load it up right now. All of your phone calls. Are you in or out on Valentine's Day? And guys, do you care if your girl gets you anything back? Like, does it have to be a two-way street on Valentine's Day? Let's take some calls and have some fun here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Call right now. We'll take your calls on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Dan Dibley here, the Bay Area's leader in weight loss. And yes, I had about a quarter of a cookie, but I've got enough built up room because of Abundant Life weight loss that I can have a quarter of a cookie and still be on track. And I'm still down 25 pounds from my initial journey, which started almost 11 months ago. And I got on board with the program and the pounds came off. And you also can find out the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with Abundant Life weight loss. All you have to do is call us for a free consultation. The number is 925-854-5140. That's 925-854-5140. When you make the call, tell them you heard about it from Dibs. Guru and I have a little contest going, and I'd like to get further ahead of him on leads generated. This program works, and it'll work for you. If you've got weight to lose, don't delay. Get started on the new you today. 925-854-5140 or go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
California, it's the Ford President's Day Sell-a-thon. 4 days of the biggest savings on an incredible selection. So visit your California Ford dealer now through February 17th and get great offers across the lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs, like the built Ford Tough F-150 truck, part of Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 48 years and counting. Or the adventure-ready Ford Bronco Sport, with GOAT modes to help you conquer the great outdoors. And check out the always electrifying Ford Mustang Mach-E, with 0 to 60 thrills and 0 emissions. It's the Ford President's Day Sell-a-thon, and it's your chance to save. Whether it's gas, hybrid, or all-electric, now is the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. But hurry, these offers absolutely end February 17th. So go to your California Ford dealer today, based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep. Go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $20 a month for 1 year with no annual contract when you add an unlimited mobile line. Plus, get a free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless PIN and auto-pay stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
O'Reilly Auto Parts can help take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE-certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Stop by your O'Reilly Auto Parts in Concord on Monument Boulevard across from Little Caesars.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sports at the Art Museum. Sports at the Art Museum. I'm not saying wear your gym shorts. Hey, why not? Downtown, top floor, greatness on display. Like football's first helmet and the black and red shoes that sparked a rebellion. Ooh, the OG. From the court to the canvas. Get in the game at SF MoMA, where sports and art collide. Downtown SF at 3rd and Howard. Exhibition runs October 19th to February 18th. Tickets at sfmoma.org.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Good thing is they were able to move it over to the right-hand shoulder, very small right-hand shoulder, so there's a little bit of brake tapping there.
You can rely on your local Honda dealer's traffic center.
Lanes are open, but you're still going to be slow.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With Target, checking off your Valentine's Day list has never been easier. First, surprise your favorite people with something extra thoughtful, like a soothing candle and a memorable scent, or a decorative picture frame to show off every moment. Both buy one, get one 50% off with Target Circle. And don't forget to treat yourself. Find the sweetest style for your special occasion with 20% off women's dresses now through Friday. This week, find Valentine's gifts for everyone you love, only at Target.
You know who I want to give a cookie to?
Tell me.
Kurt in Hayward Hills, who joins us now live on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Kurt.
Hello?
Hello, Kurt.
Are you there?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
Kurt was like the Warriors against the Mavs the other night. A little slow start.
Yeah.
A little slow start, but a little whoop there at the finish.
I got it!
Big finish. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. Listen. I understand. I understand that you hate corporate America. I get it.
Again,
I get it.
I don't want you to paint me with the H word
I'm not painting.
I don't hate corporate America.
You have painted yourself today
a guy
just
who's got
fine.
5 endorsements. I don't hate corporate America.
No.
What I don't like and what I push back against is being told what to do. And I did the research.
No
Mark.
one's telling you what to do.
You know who's telling me what to do?
Nobody.
Pope Gelasius I.
Nobody is telling you to do anything. You literally woke up today and nobody said a damn word to you about anything to do anything. Nobody
that's
asked.
That's not true.
Who asked you to do anything? Who asked you to do anything? Like, who? Did someone go, gun to head, you got to go get chocolates right now? Did that happen? Did someone tell you needed to go get chocolates? It's a rule. Did someone?
Gun to head? Go get chocolates?
Did anyone tell you that you had to go buy a present today?
I don't have to answer that.
Okay.
What I'll tell you is that what our society does is we create these mythical constructs that become societal peer pressure points that we feel like we have to adhere to. And personally, I push back on these make-believe constructs that corporate America, in this case, has decided is a thing. You walk into any store, CVS, I'll see you in the aisles at Safeway and all the rest of it, and it is completely a pink and red explosion because we've been indoctrinated. It's been an indoctrination sensation for us to get to a spot and think, okay, we got to do this.
What's the NBA All-Star game? What is it?
It's a celebration of our game.
There you go. They just stopped, and they have a weekend, and they celebrate. Like, that's all. They just celebrate.
Sure.
Nobody says you have to participate.
I know.
It just feels like you got a little anger toward it, though.
No anger. You're putting that on to me. I have no anger. It's like,
okay.
I have no anger.
Okay. I've been listening to you all day.
I get it.
It sounds like you're kind of mad at Valentine's Day.
Not mad. And,
it definitely sounds. Lucas, does it sound like a little mad at Valentine's Day?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
And that's fine. I mean, you can perceive it the way you want to perceive it.
Okay.
And, we've always talked about on the show about authenticity.
For sure.
And I'm delivering that. And also we talk about having opinion. And so I've given my opinion.
I didn't call you inauthentic. I didn't call you not opinionated.
You use words like hate and anger.
Boy, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, and I'm telling you.
I'm just telling you the way
I neither am full of hate nor anger.
Nobody said you're full of hate, but I do think you hate the idea of Valentine's Day.
I don't hate it. I just push back on it.
It becomes very clear today.
It's a pushback. Hey, what it is.
Do you hate love? Just a little question. That's what today's about.
Mr. I got a girlfriend, so now I'm going to sit here with my cookies.
No, be nice to him because he's got the cookies.
And I've shared.
Yes. Don't just let that one go because he's got the cookies, Dibs.
Listen,
I just went in there during the break and tried all 4.
Of course you did.
They're all amazing.
Of course you did. Nobody likes free food like you.
Well,
I'm surprised you didn't take some of that home with you.
How do you know that I won't?
That's a good point.
I haven't gone home yet.
Now, you're telling me to be nice to Lucas, and at the same time, you're telling me to be authentic? Which one do you want?
Why can't it be authentic to be nice to Lucas? He's got the cookies.
Because maybe I'm not a nice guy. You ever think about that, Willard?
No, well, let's hear. John, I asked everybody, do you need something back on Valentine's Day? Or are you just, are you in? Like, you're just going to do the flowers, you're going to do the chocolate, whatever. John is in Alaska. John, is it freezing up there? How's that work this time of year?
Yeah, it's about 25 degrees up here, so it's cold. It's not as cold as it could be, but it's cold.
Good Lord.
Not as cold as it could be.
And at a certain point, do you just not even know anymore? Like, what's the difference between 20 and 30? What the hell's the difference?
It's not. There's none.
Yeah.
I mean, well, it's not much. It's negligible. So yeah, when it gets to if it gets to 0, the single digits, you'll know. But 20s, 30s, it's good enough. At least it's not below. I don't know. Single digits is too much. I don't really go outside unless I have to.
John, what'd you purchase for Valentine's Day today?
Well, speaking of crumble, I got her a crumble cookie. I got her.
Whoa, they got crumble. Hold on, John. They got crumble in Anchorage, Alaska?
Yeah, we just got it a couple years ago.
Holy
we got a couple locations.
That's incredible.
He's not in Greenland. Alaska's like a real place.
No, I know, but crumble, if I'm, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I'm crumble, I'm going to I'm gonna target a strip mall in San Clemente.
They've actually got 2 in Anchorage, one in Diamond, and one in the New Commons.
That's. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Is that the one? Is that the one you went to, John?
Yeah.
I went to the Diamond one.
Oh, okay.
So that's my part of town.
It's right there by the far north Bicentennial Park. It's much more centrally located.
The internet's an amazing thing.
Amazing.
Yeah, John, go ahead. What else?
So, but anyways, I got her some nice purple flowers, her favorite color. I got her a gift card and a card, and then a chocolate. And then I took it to her work and wish her happy Valentine's Day and at her job. And I honestly don't feel like I need anything back. And the funny thing is, she left me a 3-pack of Crumble minis in my car before I left to work. People love Crumble.
You're firing Crumble back and forth at each other? John, where's the gift card to? The gift card that you got her?
To Ulta, so she gets some makeup and stuff like that.
Get some makeup. Yeah. John, I think you sound like you've done this before.
Been married 14 years, so I got a little skin in the game, I guess.
Attaboy, John.
Yeah.
Attaboy, John. Well, hey, good luck tonight, okay?
Oh, thanks, man. Oh, yeah, we're good. So, yeah.
All right, thanks, John.
Always risky giving makeup to your partner. It's like...
Well, it's a gift card.
Right. So you're saying I need makeup?
No.
Is that what you're telling me? Honey?
No, ladies love Ulta and Sephora.
Sephora.
They love it. They love it.
We did a little
ladies, am I right?
Oh my God.
Shopping
Crazy
trip.
ladies.
2 weeks ago, we were doing like a lot of errands, and then she wanted to go to Sephora, and she was in there a good 20 to 30. I was in there for about 90 seconds and said, I'm going to have to wait outside.
My favorite thing is to walk into Sephora, and they can see you from across the room right away. They're like, oh, he doesn't know what to do.
Not a thing.
And so I don't shop at Sephora. I just go straight to the employee, and I'll have my daughter, like, send me a picture, and I just hold it up. I don't even talk to the people. Just like,
I need this.
That.
Yep.
And they're like, come this way. Come with me. Let's go
like Steph Curry on defense. Help. Help side?
That was mean-spirited.
Whatever.
Going into All-Star Weekend.
He won't even be there.
Brian had a message for Dibs, and then he hung up. And Lucas locked the lines because that's what he loves to do. Lucas the Locker. Fancy Pants Grandy
Dibs
in
the
there.
Dismisser.
Yeah, the Dismisser. Now everybody's got a nickname. Now this show can actually start on Monday.